Chapter 1, The Strongest Beast Master Mentor System. Qingshan City's second Beast Master Academy. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, a human-shaped imprint was left on the thick, heavy door of the indoor training room, the dull noise attracting the attention of passing students and teachers, but they had already become numb to it. This was because, over the past 6 months, several mentors had slammed their faces into this door, causing it to deform and be repaired repeatedly. Which class is training now? Who else could make such a big noise other than those troublemakers in Class 8 of the first year? Do you think this teacher will quit? A few figures stood by the flower bed not far from the door, gossiping. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man, bruised and limping, staggered out from inside. On closer inspection, frost could still be seen on the hem of his pants. He pointed at the training room and cursed loudly, "Whoever wants to teach this damn class, go ahead. I'm not teaching anymore. I'm applying to be transferred to the frontier." Among the crowd, Xuqing, a newly appointed intern teacher, asked an older teacher beside him, "Brother Su, what's going on with Class 8? It sounds like a pretty tough class to teach." Teacher Su spoke, "Tough? It's not just tough, it's a group of troublemakers. They've chased away 5 teachers already. Why haven't they been expelled?" Xuqing asked in surprise. "Do you see that building over there?" Teacher Su pointed to a teaching building in the distance. That building was donated by the families of the students in Class 8. If they didn't have some background, they would have been expelled long ago. "You've come at a bad time, you're meeting this troublesome class. It probably won't be long before they call another meeting. Don't speak up when that happens, and whatever you do, don't let the director sweet-talk you. I just started my job. There's no way the director would let an intern teacher like me handle a class," Xuqing laughed. Su shook his head, "You can't say that for sure." As soon as he finished speaking, both of their phones buzzed with notifications. When they checked, it was a message from the first-year grade director, Huangsha, asking them to go to the conference room for a meeting, and the newly hired intern teachers were also included. "You probably don't know where the conference room is, so follow me," Teacher Su said, leading Xuqing to the conference room while constantly reminding him, "Don't speak up when we're dealing with a class like that." Since the school assigned Xuqing to him, he was determined not to let Xuqing be dragged into this mess on his first day. In no time, the two arrived at the conference room. At that moment, there were already more than a dozen teachers gathered in the room, most of them intern teachers. Only a few senior teachers were present. Xuqing followed Suji to sit down, and Suji arranged for him to sit at the back, using most of his chair to block him. Everyone, Class 8 of the first year urgently needs a new teacher to lead them. Whether it's a martial arts teacher, a cultural teacher, or a beast master teacher, anyone can take the position. Huangsha, the director, immediately got to the point after seeing that everyone had arrived. "Is there anyone who wants to recommend themselves? Intern teachers are also welcome. I promise, just like before, as long as you can manage Class 8, your end-of-year bonus will double, and you'll be directly promoted to full-time." Hearing the offer of a direct promotion, many of the intern teachers were tempted, but no one stepped forward. They all sensed something was off. If the position was such a good opportunity, why would it be offered to them, the interns? The senior teachers must have already decided internally. Before coming, they had already heard a bit of gossip about Qingshan Second High. Seeing that no one spoke up, Huangsha directly pointed at someone. "Teacher Su?" Suji's heart skipped a beat. He quickly replied, "Director, you know me. I specialize in martial arts and have no contract beasts. Class 8 is all beast masters, and we're not on the same path. I can't mislead the students. Please find someone else." Huangsha furrowed his brows and looked at a teacher with a green snake perched on his shoulder and a scar on his face. "Teacher Wang, you're a beast master, how about you?" Teacher Wang's expression remained calm, but the words he spoke made everyone's heart freeze. "Director, if you can stop the families behind these students from holding me accountable, I'm willing to give it a try." Hiss. The green snake on his shoulder flicked its tongue in response, adding a chill to the already cool meeting room. Teacher Wang, you are a strict but good teacher, I know that, but those students are just a bit mischievous, they're not that guilty. I'll find other teachers to handle this." Huangshi wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and looked at the other teachers, nodding to several of them who all rejected. Even the intern teachers all refused. Did they not understand the situation, or were they unable to see the gravity of it? "Alright, enough talking." Huangshi slammed his hand on the table in frustration, his serious gaze sweeping across everyone. "I'll ask one last time, is there anyone willing to step up?" Seeing that no one spoke, Huangshi waved his hand, and a spinning wheel appeared behind him. "If no one is willing, then let's draw names." The wheel had the names of all the teachers, including the interns, but Teacher Wang, whose neck was wrapped with the green snake, was excluded, obviously not a last-minute addition. Looking at the stunned yet unresisting teachers in front of him, Huangshi couldn't help but smirk. He knew no one would volunteer. Huangshi directly clicked to spin the wheel. As the wheel spun quickly, almost all the teachers silently prayed not to be chosen. When the spinning slowed, everyone felt their hearts in their throats. Finally, the pointer landed on Su Qing's name. At this point, Suji felt as though the sky had collapsed. He had repeatedly warned Su Qing not to speak up, but he hadn't expected this sly old fox Huangshi to use the wheel and end up selecting Su Qing. Huangshi's gaze swept over everyone before landing on Su Qing, who was sitting behind a chair. He walked up to Su Qing and patted his shoulder. "Little Su, this class 8 of grade 1 is now under your care. Manage it well. If you do a good job, I'll apply to the school to double your bonus and add a second grade body tempering pill." In this world where martial arts and beast taming coexist and complement each other, strength is the foundation of everything. Even teachers' salaries are linked to their strength. And the body tempering pill, as the name suggests, strengthens the body. This pill is useful not only for martial artists but also for spirit beasts. However, since pills are usually meant for humans, the effects are less effective on spirit beasts whose bodies are naturally stronger than humans. The martial arts hierarchy ranges from the 1st grade warrior, 2nd grade martial spirit, 3rd grade martial sect, 4th grade martial sovereign, 5th grade martial king, 6th grade martial emperor, 7th grade martial saint, 8th grade martial god, to the 9th grade martial immortal, which corresponds to the levels 1 to 9 for spirit beasts. Spirit beasts also have their own titles, from low to high: awakened level, extraordinary level, battle general level, lord level, beast king level, beast emperor level, sacred beast, and divine beast. The 2nd grade body tempering pill, depending on its quality, costs at least 100,000 in the market. Higher quality pills work better, but they are hard to find. Even with money, it's difficult to buy one unless you have the right connections. The 2nd grade body tempering pill can help a 1st grade warrior potentially break through to 2nd grade martial spirit, and for a 2nd grade martial warrior, it helps refine their body. It's quite a decent reward. Of course, this 2nd grade body tempering pill is a bit of a gimmick, a promise from Huangshi, and Su Qing is well aware of that. But Su Qing wasn't afraid in the slightest. Who wasn't a rebellious young soul back then? "Director, I'll take on this task." Ding! The strongest beast taming mentor system has been bound. Chapter 2, Beginner Task. When Su Qing accepted the task, an untimely voice suddenly rang out in his mind. The system. Before Su Qing could react, a sharp pain shot through his brain, and a flood of information about the system rushed into his mind. But Su Qing had no time to look into it, because as soon as he took the task, Huangshi dragged him off to handle the handover procedures, and even Su Ji's attempt to stop it was useless. Watching Su Qing being taken away, Su Ji was frustrated. If only he had kept a better eye on Su Qing, even if he was chosen. As long as Su Qing is unwilling, it's not impossible for him to beg Huangshi and have Su Qing replaced, but Su Qing agreed too quickly. In the end, he's still too young, unable to resist the temptation of the 2-pattern body refining pill, and Su Ji is also partly at fault. At that time, he'll have to watch Su Qing. It was not easy to have an intern teacher to guide, and Su Ji certainly didn't want to see him be taken advantage of by students within just a few days on the job, or even hurt under the pressure and resign. In the academic affairs office, after completing the handover, Huangshi patted Su Qing's shoulder and reminded him, "Little Su, Class 8 is yours now. If there are any problems, try to solve them yourself." Huangshi gritted his teeth, still unable to bear to watch Su Qing, this intern teacher, get into trouble. "If you really can't solve it, come find me." "Don't worry, Director, I'll make sure I'll definitely get them on the right path," Su Qing patted his chest and promised. "It's just a bunch of 16 or 17-year-old boys from grade 10. "But Director," Su Qing changed the subject, "that 2-pattern body refining pill, you aren't just painting a picture for me, are you? This kid really has a sharp sense of people." The 2-pattern body refining pill might not be easy to apply for, but Huangshi had seen Su Qing's information. Su Qing had entered the 2nd school as a civilian, and it was estimated he wouldn't last more than a few days. At that time, the wheel of fate would have to be spun again. Huangshi's face grew serious. As the head of the grade, if a spit is thrown, a nail will be hammered. If the 2-pattern body refining pill doesn't get approved, I'll use my connections to get it for you." "Alright, with the director's word, I'm at ease." After leaving the academic affairs office, Su Qing saw Su Ji waiting outside the door. "Brother Su, what are you doing here? You probably don't know the location of grade 10, class 8. "I'll take you there," Su Ji smiled and responded. In fact, he didn't have a class, so he was just going to give Su Qing a little support, hoping that he wouldn't get hurt in his first class. Su Qing had actually guessed Su Ji's intentions. Although he was still an intern, he could still find the classroom. "Brother Su, are you worried I'll get into trouble?" When his thoughts were exposed, Su Ji didn't hide it anymore. "You entered the academy as a civilian. I'm indeed a bit worried. The guys in class 8 are all from the Demon Pill group, and they're all spirit masters and martial artists." Su Qing gave a faint smile, accepting Su Ji's kindness and said, "Brother Su, the school hasn't stipulated that civilians can't be spirit masters or martial artists. Being a civilian is just my personal preference." Su Ji shook his head. In this world where everyone practiced martial arts and used spirit beasts to assist martial arts, basically everyone practiced martial arts. It's just that the depth of practice differs. In Suji's eyes, even if Su Qing was a martial artist and spirit master, his strength probably wasn't strong. Otherwise, why would someone give up a high-paying job and enter the second school as a civilian, unless he had a goal? But Su Qing didn't seem to have any purpose, and he was so young, looking as if he had just graduated. Suji didn't say more, and Su Qing didn't bring it up again. He focused his mind on the system, checking the system's information. The system's functions were simple and clear. As long as he completed the tasks given by the system, guided students, and helped contracted spirit beasts grow stronger, he could also grow stronger himself, which was equivalent to reciprocal feeding. Reciprocal feeding meant the spirit beasts feeding back to their master. Su Qing was different. As long as the students became stronger, he would receive feedback. Well, return would be a more fitting word to describe it. With a thought, Su Qing summoned the information panel. Name, Su Qing. Age, 25. Realm, 4th grade martial venerable, 5th level spirit master. Assigned class, grade 10, class 8. Skills, none. Newbie task, obtain 1 eyeball of the fierce beast, Juyen bat, and 1 cornea of the mechanized armored turtle. Completing this task will reward a newbie gift pack. No time limit for the task. Teaching task, get any student's rating to D level. Completing this task will reward a teaching gift pack. No time limit for the task. The system would classify the students and contracted spirit beasts' physical qualities into 9 rating levels, SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, F, with D level being the passing line. Now, the 9 students in Class 8 could not even reach a D-level rating. Su Qing didn't dare to imagine how outrageous these people were. When he was down and out back then, it wasn't even this bad. In the classroom of Class 8, Grade 1. 9 wooden desks were randomly arranged in an arc, forming a makeshift study area. On the left side of the study area was a 200 square meter space, filled with various training equipment and weapons. On the right side was a small simulated forest environment, where several spirit beasts of different colors and shapes were playing, occasionally breathing out flames or spreading frost. In the study area, the students were discussing in a lively manner. "There's news about the new homeroom teacher," one person shouted, looking at the message on their phone. "He's an intern teacher who entered the academy through a clerical position. His name is Su Qing. Clerical positions don't require confirmation of martial arts strength or beastmaster rank. We don't know his background for now. But I've already sent someone to investigate." Clerical. One person sneered with disdain. What's there to investigate about a clerical teacher? If they had strength, why would they give up a high-paying job for a clerical role? In the adult world, everything revolves around interests. "They actually let a clerical teacher teach us," another person mocked. "I really don't know what Huangshi was thinking. Tell him to get lost in half a day." "No need," a boy with dark red long hair waved his hand. A bird-like beast with burning black flames landed on his shoulder. "Let him taste the fiery feathers of the night fire raven. After 1 class, he'll know what's hard." The night fire raven, an awakened spirit beast, released fiery feathers like flying daggers. They could easily shatter bones, and the flames contained dark elements that could corrode wounds. Its attacks could easily break through the defenses of ordinary martial artists. A weaker martial artist could be killed instantly. Isn't that too much? Your night fire raven has already reached the 8-star awakened stage, almost on the brink of breaking through to the extraordinary level. A cute girl hesitated, her expression showing concern. Even if it faces a pure martial artist at the martial spirit realm, your night fire raven could fight with them. But using fire feathers on a clerical teacher, what if you accidentally kill someone? As she spoke, the girl raised her hand, and a dark green spider appeared on the back of her hand. "My little spider should try it." The others fell silent. The night fire raven, at least, was an 8-star awakened spirit beast, and its control over fire feathers, though not perfect, was at least manageable. But that poisonous spider of hers? She couldn't even control it properly. What if it poisoned someone to death by accident? There were no healing spirit beasts in the classroom. If you ask me, a real man should face the enemy head-on with real weapons. A boy with a muscular, ape-like body stood on top of a desk, speaking with a commanding tone. "Let me directly challenge Su Qing and beat him back." The stance indeed seemed impressive, but if only the spirit beast on the opponent's shoulder wasn't a pink rabbit. "Su Qing is here." The lookout boy quickly retreated into the study area as 2 people walked side by side at the end of the corridor. The others also quickly adjusted their posture, looking obedient as they played with their spirit beasts. In no time, Su Qing arrived in front of the classroom. Looking at the slightly ajar door, Su Qing glanced up to check if there was a pot above, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. Instantly, 9 gazes converged on him. Suji didn't follow in, he stood outside the window, watching. Suddenly, Suji noticed something and flew to the opposite mountain of Class 8, looking at Huangshi hiding behind the grass. Is the principal catching crickets? Huang Shi gave an awkward smile. Want to join? Chapter 3, Don't underestimate the elderly and poor. Looking at the harmless, obedient group, Su Cheng put down his course materials, picked up a chalk, turned around, and wrote his name on the desk. Hello, everyone. I'm your new homeroom teacher, Su Cheng. Stand up. The class leader, Su Hao, shouted with a loud voice. All the students stood up and said in unison, Hello, teacher. Hello, students. Su Cheng was somewhat surprised. They actually knew how to greet. This class 8 in grade 1 didn't seem as bad as the rumors in school suggested. Please sit down, everyone. Whoosh. Just as Su Cheng was about to start teaching, a boy's dark red crow on his shoulder suddenly made a move. 3 fiery feathers shot out like streaks of light towards him. Su Ji, standing on the mountain, knew that these little troublemakers wouldn't stay quiet for no reason. Just as he was about to move, he was pressed down. Su Ji turned his head to look at Huang Shi. What are you doing? Do you think Su Cheng is panicking? Huang Shi pressed Su Ji with one hand and kept the other behind his back. His tone was calm, but if anyone had been behind him, they would have noticed that his hand was trembling slightly. Su Ji calmed down and looked towards the classroom. He saw Su Cheng pick up a piece of chalk and flick his fingers. 2 white pieces of chalk shot out like bullets from a gun, instantly flying through the air, making the atmosphere tremble. The next moment, the chalk exploded in front of the fire feather, the white powder turning into dust that blocked the fire feather. Under the dust, the last fire feather flew out. Su Cheng's gaze sharpened, his pupils turning pale gold, and with ease, he pinched the remaining fire feather between his fingers. This made Su Ji's eyes go wide. Using chalk to knock down the fire feathers of the awakened-level spirit beast, the night fire crow, and then catching it barehanded, even if it was Su Ji, he thought he could do it, but definitely not as easily as Su Cheng. Do you know? I don't know a damn thing. Huang Shi complained in his mind. He had only just heard from the vice principal's uncle that Su Cheng had strength, but he never expected him to be this powerful. But as the head of the department, Huang Shi couldn't lose face. He pretended to stay calm, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and then placed his hands behind his back, blowing out smoke rings without speaking, giving off a high and mighty demeanor. Su Ji rolled his eyes and ruthlessly mocked. Your hands are trembling, and you're pretending to be some kind of expert. Inside the classroom, the dust cleared, and the 9 students looked at the fire feather between Su Cheng's fingers, their eyes also wide open. Sorry, teacher. My night fire crow was a bit uncontrollable. It attacked you with its fire feathers, I apologize. The owner of the night fire crow immediately stood up and slid to his knees, bowing his head to apologize to Su Cheng. Anyone could tell that Su Cheng wasn't some helpless person, having blocked the fire feathers with chalk. His strength was definitely above that of a third-grade martial sect. Martial artists mainly focus on training their bodies, martial spirits expand their meridians, and martial sects draw on energy to strengthen their bodies, allowing the energy to be released. The chalk that flew out earlier clearly used energy. In Shang Mountain City, many martial artists can release energy, and such powerful individuals exist within their families. But this was a school, and they were students. Not to mention, these students were already not well regarded in their families. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in Shang Mountain No. 2 High School. They had been arrogant before because they were still family members, with family sponsorships for the school, and the teachers here weren't particularly strong. Now, a homeroom teacher who was at least a third-grade martial sect had arrived. If they continued to act arrogantly and someone from their family found out that they had offended a third-grade martial sect in school, they'd probably get skinned alive. The 9 students immediately became obedient. The spider girl sat up straight, her face serious, because her spirit beast was still under the podium. Now, she had to recall it to avoid being discovered. But if she didn't, she was even more afraid of being found out. She could only pray that Su Cheng wouldn't notice. At the same time, the 9 boys and girls were mentally cursing Su Cheng. With such strength, why didn't he enter the school as a martial artist? Why did he have to come in as a teacher? Now they were stuck in this awkward position. Seeing the change in attitude of the 9, Su Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile. His gaze swept across them, and they all shrank back like quail. Finally, his gaze landed on the owner of the night fire crow. As a beast master, you can't even control your own spirit beast. Looks like you're a pretty failed beast master. A disobedient spirit beast should be properly disciplined. Su Cheng's gaze sharpened, and the fire feather in his hand was thrown out. It was faster than the night fire crow's attack. In the blink of an eye, it flew past the night fire crow's head and struck the wall 100 meters away. A gentle breeze blew, and a few strands of down feathers fell. The once handsome and dashing night fire crow was now bald, its shiny bald head gleaming under the classroom lights. The sight made the other students' faces twist and turn red. They looked as though they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. The master of the night fire raven was angry in his heart but dared not act out. He could only smile and nod. What the teacher said is correct. I will definitely discipline the night fire raven, making it obedient and not attack recklessly. Discipline is not just words. It requires real action. Su Qing gave a wicked smile, causing the 9 young boys and girls to feel a tightness in their hearts. Wasn't it enough to turn the night fire raven into a bald-headed raven? Su Qing must have known that Fang Xingkong controlled the night fire raven's attacks, and now he was unwilling to let go of the night fire raven. Clearly, he wanted to use it to establish his authority. This was also Su Qing's idea. When dealing with the demon pill class, you must be even more like a demon pill. I am now your head teacher. I have guidance rights over you and your spirit beasts, Su Qing said, word by word. If a spirit beast does not listen to its master, the master also bears some responsibility. Therefore, Fang Xingkong, you and your night fire raven will be punished together. Do you have any objections? Damn, this is just another form of torturing him. Fang Xingkong knew this in his heart but could only lower his head reluctantly and respond, report, Teacher Su, I have no objections. 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River. Don't bully a poor youth. Su Qing, wait, once my strength surpasses yours, I will definitely beat you up to repay today's grudge. Good, no objections, Su Qing nodded, then with a flick of his thoughts, purple lightning flickered behind him. The lightning quickly connected and formed a formation. Spirit Beast Contract Formation. Su Qing was also a spirit master. Seeing the scene, Fang Xingkong, the 8 students, and the onlookers Su Ji and Huang Shi were all stunned. Under the flashing purple lightning, a spirit beast of the butterfly type, standing 2 meters tall, with a body as dazzling as purple crystal, beautiful, with huge wings and its entire body covered in purple lightning, crackling with electric sounds, flew out. The aura of a high-ranking lord appeared and quickly retracted. Although only a trace of its aura leaked, the spirit beasts in the classroom were all shaking in fear, with the dark green spider even falling to the ground. The 9 students didn't dare to breathe. Fang Xingkong's heart turned to ash. His earlier vow was like farting. The Lord-level spirit beast represented that Su Qing was a 4th-tier spirit master. A spirit master is stronger than a warrior of the same rank. Su Qing also practiced both martial and spiritual arts. He wasn't afraid even in the face of a 5th-tier martial king. Whether he could ever become a martial emperor in his life was even a question. Let alone a martial king, a 4th-tier spirit master. This was really the meaning of not bullying the poor old age. Chapter 4, The Origin of Martial and Spirit Mastery. Looking at Fang Xingkong's dimmed eyes, Su Qing knew that his goal had been achieved. This was the effect he wanted. He had also been through his youth. He had a rebellious period, and his experiences weren't much better than those of these boys and girls. He knew Fang Xingkong's feelings, the rebellion and unwillingness deep in his heart. He knew Fang Xingkong wanted to beat him up. And he knew that 30 years in the East River and 30 years in the West River would change everything. But he suppressed this kind of mentality, first shocking these guys, so that future teaching could proceed more smoothly. Are you ready to be punished? Ready, Fang Xingkong answered weakly. He knew that, this time, their class was really in trouble. Take the night fire raven and stand in the corner. Once Fang Xingkong stood still, Su Qing turned to the purple radiant thunder butterfly by his side and commanded, Yao Qing, perform electrotherapy. Dark clouds gathered, purple lightning fell, ugh. Looking at Fang Xingkong flailing his limbs under the purple lightning, constantly groaning in pain, everyone else felt uncomfortable, as though the lightning wasn't striking Fang Xingkong but was hitting them instead. Su Qing's expression remained unchanged. He often had Yao Qing perform electrotherapy on him to relieve fatigue, though Yao Qing sometimes made mistakes. But after repeated training, Yao Qing's control over lightning had reached an exceptional level. This kind of lightning wouldn't harm Fang Xingkong or the night fire raven in the slightest. It could even alleviate the fatigue of both the human and the spirit beast. Perhaps, under the lightning, the relationship between the master and the spirit beast might even improve, since they had endured hardship together. This punishment only served as a deterrent. Su Qing bent down and picked up the dark green spider, which had fainted from the shock caused by the purple leaf thunder butterfly beneath the podium. Which little cute spirit beast is this? The young girl cautiously stood up. Teacher, that is my spirit beast. Toxic spirit beasts need to be watched closely. It can be very dangerous if it bites someone. Su Qing's intimidating tone had already taken effect, so he didn't make things difficult for the girl and returned the little spider to her. Teacher, my little spider is just playful, it doesn't bite people. Its true aspiration is actually to be a healing-type spirit beast. To avoid punishment, the girl placed her own wishes onto the spirit beast. The girl quickly returned to her seat with her spirit beast. Just as she was about to sit down, she heard Su Qing's voice again, don't sit just yet. Since you've stood up, I'll ask you a few questions. Before starting the lesson, Su Qing needed to check the students' knowledge reserves. As for their strength, cultivation techniques, and spirit beasts, there was no need to ask, as the system's capabilities could show him everything. Only their knowledge reserves were a mystery. The girl's heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, she imagined countless scenarios of being unable to answer questions and ending up in the corner for electrotherapy. Recite the Wu Yu Qi Yuan Lu. Su Qing's words made the girl relax a little. The Wu Yu Qi Yuan Lu was actually titled The Record of the Origin of Martial Arts and Beast-Taming, and it narrated the origins and integration of martial arts and beast-taming, covering the current worldview and the human situation. This book was very short, so short that it could be summarized in a few sentences, yet it was long enough to cover the entire origin of human civilization. The world we live in is an endless continent, and we call it the origin continent. It is said that the origin continent is a vast flat land. The Creator God gathered all the elements of the universe, crushed them together with thousands of worlds, and formed this land. After billions of years of geological evolution, mountains, rivers, and lakes formed, and flying birds, beasts, flowers, birds, fish, and insects emerged. Humans also appeared at that time. For water sources, and to propagate their descendants, humans fought desperately for millions of years. The flying birds and beasts had clear advantages, and humans were defeated. It wasn't until someone discovered that eating beasts prepared in a special way allowed humans to absorb their wild instincts, gaining control over their powers. The earliest martial arts were born at that time. After millions of years, martial arts gradually improved. Martial artists could fly, move through the earth, and achieve anything. Humans entered a prosperous era, but soon they divided into federations and fought over interests. At the same time, the flying birds and beasts that were once seen as food suddenly gained intelligence. They learned martial arts habits, absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, and transformed into savage beasts and fierce beasts. The prosperity of humans was shattered at that time. The federations once again united to resist and research. It wasn't until scholars studied the changes in the mountains, rivers, and terrain, combined with the martial artists' spiritual energy circuits, and studied the savage and fierce beasts that they created the first contract formations, successfully signing contracts with fierce beasts. The first beast-tamers were thus born. The fierce beasts entered the human world. It was then discovered by martial artists that by signing a contract with the fierce beasts, the energy gained from the increase in the fierce beasts' power could accelerate the martial artists' own strength. Fierce beasts, in turn, improved their martial arts and cultivation techniques through the contract, increasing their growth speed. The two sides complemented each other, and fierce beasts entered countless homes, gradually becoming domesticated, contracted, and helped to raise offspring. Fierce beasts were thus renamed spirit beasts. Beast tamers are also known as spirit tamers. From that time on, martial artists and spirit tamers coexisted and even practiced together, which led to changes in martial arts techniques. The dual cultivation method for both human and beast was born. It is said that this dual cultivation method caused an unprecedented catastrophe, which also advanced the human martial arts and beast taming for nearly 10,000 years. A century after the catastrophe, humans discovered that some children were born with spirit beasts accompanying them, forming a unique contract with the child at birth. Such spirit beasts were called companion spirit beasts. After 10,000 years, a wave of research emerged, leading to the rise of occupations that assisted martial arts and beast taming, such as formation masters, alchemists, and breeders. The position of spirit beast master is gradually improving. Humans are also gaining a foothold on the origin continent. The Allied federations, having stabilized, once again separated, but soon after, they formed a new system. Each federation guards its own borders, developing outward, exploring the unknown. After listening to the young girl's recitation, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. These boys and girls, though somewhat inexperienced, come from influential families and have a clear understanding of the basics of martial arts and beast taming. Basic knowledge can be taught casually. The focus should still be on the path of martial arts and beast taming. Your foundation is solid, sit down, Su Qing said, gesturing for the girl to sit. He then pulled up the system panel and checked the students' information. Su Hao, as the class leader of Class 8, should have some strengths. Let's take a look first. Name, Su Hao. Age, 16. Realm, second-tier martial spirit, second-tier spirit beast master. Companion spirit beast, swallowing flame python, unawakened. Contracted spirit beast, ice-scaled serpent, extraordinary 2-star, cultivation method, ice frost cold shadow decision beast version, adaptability 127%. Mind method, ice frost cold shadow decision, adaptability 7%. Martial arts, none. Flaw, unstable foundation, extensive use of elixirs has led to a buildup of medicinal power, causing an unstable foundation and greatly reduced cultivation efficiency, conflict in mind methods, born of fire element, but cultivates ice element techniques, conflicting attributes, reducing cultivation efficiency. Cultivation efficiency, minus 273%. Comprehensive rating, F+. Advice, 1. Break the contract with the ice-scaled serpent, replace with a more suitable mind method for recultivation, 2. Help the companion spirit beast awaken, achieve balance between ice and fire, then seek a suitable mind method for recultivation or modify the existing mind method. After reading it, Su Qing directly threw out 3 question marks. Minus 273% cultivation efficiency, is this still human? This advice is outrageous. Not only should he break the spirit beast contract, but he should also change his mind method. The students in Class 8 are all from family backgrounds. Those who are part of a family have inherited mind methods and contracted spirit beasts. The Ice Frost Cold Shadow Decision and Ice Scaled Serpent are clearly part of the Su family's inheritance. To directly ask him to change his mind method or even break the contract with the Ice Scaled Serpent, Su Hao might agree, but his family wouldn't. They would see this as a provocation. Su Qing didn't even know how to criticize this. Chapter 5, the first lesson. But Su Hao actually has a companion spirit beast. Companion spirit beasts are extremely rare, even 1 in 10,000 people might not have one. Children with good talent are born with an original contract binding them to a companion spirit beast. They are born as spirit beast masters, and their cultivation progresses faster. However, most children with companion spirit beasts are born with weaker mental strength, which prevents them from immediately awakening their original contract. At the age of 16, the legal age to form a spirit beast contract, a child's mental strength is sufficient to form a contract. For children with companion spirit beasts, the original contract will appear at this time. Su Hao is an exception. His cultivation method tightly suppressed the original contract, preventing the companion spirit beast that should naturally awaken from doing so. This could be a breakthrough. Su Qing noted this down, and then his gaze fell on Fang Xingkong, who was still undergoing electrotherapy in the corner. Apart from Su Hao's ice-scaled serpent, which was the strongest, the night fire raven here was also quite powerful. Name, Fang Xingkong. Age, 16. Realm, 2nd tier martial spirit, 1st tier spirit beast master. Companion spirit beast, none. Contracted spirit beast, night fire raven, awaken 8 stars, cultivation method, golden rooster viewing the sun method spirit beast version, adaptability 49%. Mind method, golden rooster viewing the sun method, adaptability 23%. Martial arts, none. Flaw, unstable foundation, incompatible mind method, ideological conflict, born in the darkness, the fire raven yearns for the scorching sun, while the child born in the daylight yearns for darkness. Their thoughts are at odds, causing a clash of spiritual power, reducing cultivation efficiency, dull aptitude, lack of intelligence. Cultivation efficiency, minus 398%. Comprehensive rating, F. Advice, 1. Correct the spirit beast's thoughts and make the ideology compatible, 2. Correct the master's mindset, 3. Replace the mind method and start over. What the heck? This one is even more outrageous. Although he doesn't have a companion spirit beast, the spirit beast he contracted is quite an anomaly. A dark fire attribute raven actually yearns for the sun. Su Qing could understand if it was a mutated raven wanting to become the golden sun crow, but Fang Xingkong, a young boy, why is he yearning for darkness? Was the method of observing the sun too glaring? It is known that when the spirit beast and the master have conflicting ideas, this is a taboo for those practicing both martial arts and beast control. Not only will it reduce training efficiency, but it may also lead to the spirit beast turning on its master. The initial sign of this is the spirit beast not listening to its master's words. This is why, although martial arts and beast control practitioners can become strong quickly, there are still people who only practice martial arts or only control beasts. But at least there are suggestions for guidance. I can't believe this. After seeing Fang Xingkong's training efficiency, Su Qing glanced over the other students and exclaimed again. He realized that Su Hao had one of the highest training efficiencies in Class 8, with some even reaching 500. The guidance directly suggested restarting. Su Qing felt numb. What kind of class was this? Luckily, he had a wealth of knowledge. Besides martial arts and beast control, he had a bit of understanding in other fields. Now, with the strongest beast control mentor system, he could still save the situation. Saving them started with class leader Su Hao. Su Qing had already made up his mind. After this class, he would go to the school library. There should be some publicly available cultivation techniques. He would first find a fire-based cultivation technique suitable for Su Hao, let him awaken his companion spirit beast, and then go from there. Looking at the time, Su Qing put the purple radiant thunder butterfly into the beast control space. Su Hao helped Fang Xingkong to his seat. After Fang Xingkong sat down, Su Qing spoke. Before we start the first lesson, I have a question for you all. Are you all planning to walk the path of martial arts and beast control dual cultivation? As soon as the question was asked, no one made a sound. Su Hao, as the class leader, you should know each of your classmates well. Please answer for them. Report, teacher. Su Hao stood up when called, his face serious and respectful. We all come from the martial arts and beast control families of Qingshan City, and our family expects us to become martial artists who practice both martial arts and beast control. As family members, they had no choice. This is the sorrow of being a family disciple. Su Qing deeply understood this, but his question was not about that. What I want to know is your own thoughts. Don't be afraid, tell the teacher your true thoughts. The teacher won't tell anyone, and certainly won't mock or deny your ideas. Even so, no one spoke. Sigh. Su Qing sighed helplessly. It was still too influenced by the family, and they were afraid of family punishment. Since that's the case, Su Qing no longer pressed the matter. Since you are all choosing the path of martial arts and beast control, in this first lesson, I will teach you the taboos of martial arts and beast control dual cultivation. Taboo 1, if the cultivation techniques of the master conflict with the attributes of the spirit beast, it will lead to a reduction in training efficiency or even regression. Taboo 2, if the master and spirit beast have conflicting ideas or personalities, it will also affect training efficiency and decrease combat power. Taboo 3, a spirit beast is not a tool, it is a partner. Only by truly caring for your spirit beast, understanding it, and letting it understand you, can you improve your training speed. Su Qing explained slowly. The 9 students below, although they knew these taboos, did not slack off. They listened attentively to Su Qing's lecture. After finishing the taboos, Su Qing looked around. Alright, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Be bold, I am your teacher and will not harm you. The little rascal, full of lies. Fang Xingkong's hair had turned into an explosion head, and the Nightfire Crow had even become bald, and still, he says he wouldn't harm them. Suddenly, someone stood up in the quiet classroom. It was none other than the explosion-headed Fang Xingkong. The other 8 students were stunned, wondering to themselves, Fang Xingkong, has your brain been fried? How dare you stand up? Teacher, I have a question, Fang Xingkong asked, voicing his doubt. If the master and the spirit beast have the same ideology, but the training efficiency is still low, and even keeps decreasing, what is going on? Same ideology? You and the Nightfire Crow's ideologies are completely opposite, and you still dare to say they are the same. Su Qing secretly complained in his heart. But since it was brought up, it proves that Fang Xingkong is not content with the current situation, and deep down, he still refuses to accept fate. He happens to be able to offer some advice, hoping to improve his training efficiency a little. Your question is very sharp, and the summary is too broad. If you think the concept is the same as the Beast Master's personal idea, I can only say that the Beast Master's belief aligns with the concept of the spirit beast, but it is only in their own understanding. Improving this is simple. Talk more with the spirit beasts and understand their thoughts. The family's contracted spirit beast of the Feng family is the Nightfire Crow, and the initial cultivation method is the Golden Rooster watching the sun method. Only when the Nightfire Crow evolves into the Netherfire Crow will the cultivation method change. Born in such a family, Fang Xingkong believes he has some understanding of the Nightfire Crow, and even the evolved Netherfire Crow. Otherwise, after contracting the Nightfire Crow, he wouldn't have felt the cultivation speed decrease, giving up the best time to practice the Rising Sun method and instead choosing to train with the Nightfire Crow during the night. But the cultivation speed continued to drop. The Nightfire Crow also became disobedient, even resistant, and the communication and interaction between them gradually decreased. His martial arts strength continued to decline, and it wouldn't be long before his strength might drop back to a level 1 martial artist. But he had followed the Nightfire Crow's pace, how could it be a matter of conflicting concepts? It must be caused by something else. Fang Xingkong thought to himself with certainty. Chapter 6, Selecting a Cultivation Method. After Fang Xingkong, no one else asked questions. Seeing that class was almost over, Su Qing also lost interest in continuing the lesson. When the bell rang, Su Qing instructed Class 8 to have a self-study session and then turned to head to the school library to find a suitable cultivation method for Su Hao, who had awakened the companion spirit beast, the swallowing flame python. As soon as Su Qing left, everyone in the classroom immediately gathered around Fang Xingkong, some even playing with his explosive hair. Fang Xingkong, is there something wrong with your head? You're the one with a problem, Fang Xingkong retorted, looking displeased. I just don't want to keep living in this state. TCH. These words were met with a sigh of disbelief. We're all aware of the taboo against dual cultivation of martial arts and beast-taming. Our cultivation methods and spirit beasts have been passed down for over 100 years, and you actually waver because of a few words from Su Qing? You don't trust your family's legacy. If it were in the past, you would have been punished for this. One person after another spoke, trying to pull Fang Xingkong back to the same side, and Fang Xingkong felt a little shaken. But he still rebutted, do you all really want to keep being looked down upon by the entire family, constantly trampled underfoot by your own kin, always being the target of their mockery? This statement struck everyone's heart. But in return, all they gave was indifference. And then what? Do you think the martial kings of our family can't see the problems, but Su Qing, a 4th-level beast master, can? Why live like a failure, don't you know that yourself? I've gotten used to it. When Fang Xingkong heard this, he realized, oh, right. But I still think Su Qing doesn't mean any harm. Doesn't mean any harm? Everyone was taken aback, occasionally glancing at Fang Xingkong's wild hair and then at the bald-headed crow. Right, Fang Xingkong pressed down his hair, looking serious. You guys might think the electric shock is just for show, but in reality, it doesn't cause any harm. When I was shocked, I actually felt really comfortable. It's even more relaxing than my cultivation. I recommend you try it. Everyone looked at Fang Xingkong with eyes full of concern, thinking that this guy must have been shocked into losing his mind. Otherwise, how could he say such nonsense? Has Su Qing found out anything? Does his spirit beast have a background? The others quickly changed the topic, ignoring Fang Xingkong. We have results. A short-haired boy placed his phone on the table. Su Qing's spirit beast is the purple radiant thunder butterfly, a thunder type, a standard fierce attack spirit beast that can grow to the level of a beast king. What? That butterfly is actually a king-level beast species. That guy must be lucky as hell. Not only that, the purple radiant thunder butterfly is an evolved species with a king-level beast route. After evolution, it becomes the purple thunder wind butterfly, capable of growing to the peak of the beast emperor level, with combat power approaching that of an emperor-level spirit beast. The short-haired young man pushed up his glasses and dropped a bombshell on everyone. What? Peak beast emperor species. Beast emperor spirit beasts represent that Su Qing has the potential to become a 6th grade spirit master, even a 6th grade peak spirit master. His spirit master power is comparable to a 6th grade martial emperor. To put things into perspective, the guardian of Cheng Mountain City is only a 6th grade martial emperor, and among these families, the strongest is only a 5th grade martial king, not even a peak martial king. Even if someone practices both martial arts and spiritual techniques, their combat power would only be on par with a peak martial king. Su Qing, however, practices both martial arts and spiritual techniques, his strength approaching that of a martial emperor. Which family has the purple thunder butterfly as a contracted spirit beast? Su Hao believed that a spirit beast with such enormous potential, like the purple thunder butterfly, must be raised by a family, possibly even a lineage spirit beast. Su Qing must also come from such a family. This might disappoint you. The young man pushed up his glasses again. The purple thunder butterfly evolved from the lightning flash butterfly, and the evolutionary route was only researched by breeders a year ago. The route to the purple thunder wind butterfly appeared recently on the official website of the Breeders Association. It's registered but not yet publicly disclosed. With our current level, we don't even have the qualification to see the breeder who researched the evolution of the purple thunder wind butterfly. After hearing this, Su Hao suddenly understood. Then what about Su Qing? The young man pushed up his glasses once more, his expression becoming serious. The others also became very focused and serious. Su Qing is not from Cheng Mountain City. In the Qing Mountain Second High School library, Su Qing took out his identity card and passed the verification to enter the interior. What greeted him were rows of bookshelves. The shelves were filled with books made of beast skins. It's not that this world lacks technology, but rather the books are made from special beast skins, combined with beast blood and special spiritual energy to write the books. Opening them allows one to intuitively feel the cultivation directions and mysteries of the heart techniques. For instance, a martial artist naturally affiliated with water attributes would instinctively feel repelled by a fire-based heart technique when opened. But a martial artist naturally affiliated with fire would not feel such a repulsion. Although these heart techniques are all copied, they still contain the creator's understanding inside. By finding a heart technique that does not create repulsion, one can directly comprehend the annotations on the beast skin, which speeds up the process of entering the technique. If it were an electronic version, one would have to look at the cold text to comprehend it, greatly increasing the difficulty of mastering the heart technique. The library's heart techniques are classified, and most of those that are publicly available are basic heart techniques. Advanced techniques and even high-level heart techniques generally exist only in martial spirit universities. Su Hao's contracted spirit beast is the flame-devouring python, a fire attribute spirit beast naturally affiliated with fire. Su Chang walked straight into the fire attribute heart technique section. Although Cheng Mountain Second High School is only a high school, the basic heart techniques are networked nationwide, and every school has a person responsible for copying them. Now, there are over 100 fire attribute heart techniques in front of Su Qing. Su Qing casually picked up one of the heart techniques. It's called Fire Wing Soaring Technique, created by observing firebirds soaring in the sky. It can cultivate fire attribute spiritual energy, and when mastered, one can grow fire wings and soar through the sky like a firebird. Adaptability check, completed. The heart technique's adaptability with Su Hao is 57%, with his contracted spirit beast ice scale snake is -32%, and with his companion spirit beast flame devouring python is 43%. Even a random fire attribute heart technique has an adaptability exceeding 50%. It seems Su Hao is indeed suited to cultivating fire attribute spiritual energy. As for the ice scale snake's adaptability, Su Qing directly ignored it. The main focus now is to awaken Su Hao's flame devouring python. The flame-devouring python is a fire attribute serpent-type spirit beast, feeding on magma, with a fierce temperament and strong defense. It is a beast suited for fierce attacks. A heart technique based on birds is clearly not suitable, so he needs to pick a more powerful heart technique. With this in mind, Su Qing started searching. The molten fire body forging technique was created with clear heart fruit juice and tempered with fierce fire to forge the body and spirit energy. When cultivated to perfection, one's body can travel through magma. This is a typical heart technique of the fierce fire attribute type. The compatibility has increased a lot. It is much stronger than the ice-killing cold shadow technique Su Hao practices, because this mental technique was inspired by spirit beasts that live in lava. The compatibility with the swallowing flame python skyrocketed to over 100. This surprised Su Qing a little. Can compatibility really go over 100? If the maximum compatibility was only 100, Su Qing might have let Su Hao practice the forging fire body technique, maybe even surpassing 100%, and Su Qing thought he could still make a better choice. There are plenty of mental techniques here, and since the first year class already has this setup, it wouldn't hurt to take a few more lessons. Chapter 7, The Two Principles of Ice and Fire Technique. The Furious Flame Whip Technique, Mental Technique Compatibility, Su Hao 107%, Swallowing Flame Python 137%, Ice-Scaled Snake 32%. There's a problem. Su Qing looked at the fire element mental technique in his hand, then looked at the compatibility with the ice-scaled snake. Previously, the compatibility was negative, but now it had reached 32%. But this is a fire element technique. Can the ice-scaled snake practice fire element techniques? Logically speaking, an ice element spirit beast should resist fire element techniques. Why would it have compatibility? Even if it's a whip technique, it shouldn't be like this. Su Qing speculated that the issue might be with the ice-scaled snake. The snake was probably influenced by Su Hao, understanding him, wanting to be close to Su Hao's fiery heart, causing a certain change. Also, who said ice element spirit beasts can't learn fire element skills? Su Qing thought that he needed to change the direction of his search. But after looking through over 10 mental techniques, Su Qing found that most of the compatibility for the ice-scaled snake was negative. Only one had a compatibility over 50%. The Breaking Gold Fire Body Technique, this was a fire element body technique, called Breaking Gold, which sounded nice, but if you break it down, it actually means learning from pythons, using fire to temper the body, winding and twisting to break gold and stone. It needed to be practiced with molten fire tree sap. Breaking Gold Fire Body Technique, Mental Technique Compatibility, Su Hao 213%, Ice-Scaled Snake 57%, Swallowing Flame Python 317%. This was currently the best mental technique. Not only did the Ice-Scaled Snake's compatibility exceed 50%, but Su Hao's compatibility was also over 200%, and the Swallowing Flame Python even surpassed 300%. Su Qing decided this would be the one for now. Of course, one mental technique would not be enough. He couldn't just rely on the awakened companion spirit beast. He also had to solve the problem of the clash between the two elemental energies, ice and fire. If this couldn't be solved, Su Hao might explode because of the conflicting energies inside him. In martial arts, this is called exploding the body to death. This required switching to another mental technique, one that would balance the ice and fire spiritual energy. This was the result of Su Qing's years of research. Mental techniques that cultivate multiple types of spiritual energy are usually advanced techniques. Very few people study these techniques when they first become spirit masters, though some spirit beasts are born with dual attributes. So such techniques do exist. There are also some at Qing Mountain No. 2 High School, but compared to the fire element only mental techniques, the ice-fire dual cultivation techniques are obviously much rarer. Su Qing dove back into the bookshelf to continue searching. Among the many mental techniques, Su Qing found one that surprised him, called the Two Principles of Ice and Fire Technique. This was a basic technique, and the advanced version was the Ice and Fire Rotation Golden Body Technique, but the advanced technique had already been privately collected. He didn't expect the basic technique to still be circulating. This was really misleading students. Su Qing shook his head and continued searching for techniques, but after a whole round, none of them had a compatibility over 100%. Now, only the Two Principles of Ice and Fire Technique was left to look at. Damn, what if it's just this coincidence? Compatibility check in progress. Check complete. Two Principles of Ice and Fire Technique compatibility with Su Hao 195%, Ice-Scaled Snake 121%, Swallowing Flame Python 97%. Seeing this compatibility, Su Qing covered his face. It really was that coincidental, but now there were no other techniques that were more compatible. He had no choice but to let Su Hao practice this Two Principles of Ice and Fire technique, otherwise, he wouldn't dare let him awaken the Swallowing Flame Python. As for the future, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Taking the two manuals, Su Qing found the recorder. These manuals were copied directly from the original versions, and they were extremely important, so they couldn't be lent out. Only the newly copied ones could be borrowed. The newly copied manuals would be less effective, but not by much, and they typically only lasted for 3 days. The recorder looked at the 2 manuals, then glanced up at Su Qing, confirming once more, "Are you sure you want to copy the cracked gold fire body technique and the Tuyin ice and fire technique?" Su Qing nodded. "Yes, I'm sure." Seeing Su Qing's determined tone, the recorder didn't ask more questions. He immediately used his spiritual power to take out the materials and began transcribing the manuals. About half an hour later, the manuals were copied. Once the copied techniques leave the library, the school won't be responsible if there are any issues during cultivation. You're all adults, you need to take responsibility for your own choices. This is the default rule for copied techniques. Normally, the recorder wouldn't say this, but since Su Qing was copying 2 opposing techniques, 1 pure fire and 1 dual cultivation of ice and fire, the recorder felt it necessary to give a reminder. Although the recorder wouldn't be responsible for any issues, he still felt a little reluctant, especially since Su Qing looked so young. After receiving the copied manuals, Su Qing immediately left the library. Over 3 hours had already passed. "Director Huang, what are you doing here?" Not far from the library, Su Qing spotted Director Huang, the grade leader. Of course, Huang couldn't say he was looking for Su Qing. "A student from Class 8 of Grade 1 reported you skipping class, so I came to check it out." "What? They reported him skipping class?" Su Qing was stunned. A group of lazy troublemakers actually reported him, a teacher, for skipping class? This was outrageous. He'd take care of this right away. "Don't worry, Su Qing. I'm the director, I'll make sure you're fine," Huang said, seeing Su Qing's pale face. He then glanced at the library and asked, "Were you at the library?" "Thanks, Director," Su Qing smiled and said, "I did spend some time at the library." Su Qing dared not talk about changing the manuals for students, the fewer people who knew, the better. "So, where are you headed now?" "Back to the classroom to take a look." "Alright then, go ahead and teach. I won't keep you any longer." Huang smiled and bid farewell, then turned to leave. Su Qing returned to Class 8 of Grade 1, slammed the door open, and swept a cold glance over the 9 students. He deliberately acted angry, locking eyes with the class monitor Su Hao. Coldly, he said, "Su Hao, come with me to the office. Bring your sneaky snake with you." As Su Cheng led Su Hao out, the classroom erupted. It's over, it's over. The report must have been discovered. I told you not to mess with Su Cheng, now look, the class monitor is in trouble, and we'll be next. What are you afraid of? He skipped class first. We know exactly what kind of people we are, right? Even if Su Cheng skips class, the director won't blame him. Now Su Cheng's so powerful, Director Huang probably already kneels to him. What are you scared of? Su Cheng skipped class first. We're not in the wrong for reporting him. If it comes down to it, we'll stand our ground. Who's afraid? It's just a little shock punishment. It's not like we've never been shocked by a spiritual beast before. Your spiritual beast is lightning element, what are you even saying? Chapter 8, Losing Control of Cultivation. In this world where everyone cultivates martial arts, even teachers with administrative positions have their own offices. Su Qing was no exception. The office wasn't large, about 20 square meters. On the left side upon entering, there was a desk, on the right, a meditation cultivation platform, with a spirit gathering array carved beneath it to increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the room. After all, teachers need to cultivate as well, in addition to teaching. The spirit gathering array ran constantly, consuming spirit stones, but the school provided these as an invisible benefit for each teacher. Back in the office, Su Qing leisurely made a cup of tea, completely unbothered by his earlier anger. Looking at Su Hao, who was standing straight, Su Qing pointed to the sofa beside him. Sit. His emotional shift was too sudden, something was off. It was clear that something wasn't right. He was suspicious of Su Hao. This is surely the calm before the storm. It was my idea to report you for skipping class. If there's any trouble, come at me, Su Hao said, showing his willingness to sacrifice for the class. As expected from the class leader, he's responsible. Su Cheng nodded, but this wasn't the reason he had asked Su Hao to come over. He wasn't angry over a report. Go meditate on the platform and sit cross-legged, Su Cheng casually ordered. Su Hao thought it was a punishment, so he immediately obeyed. Show me your cultivation technique in action. Ha! Su Hao thought he was hearing things, but when Su Qing repeated the order, Su Hao adjusted his mindset and began to cultivate. The ice-killing cold shadow technique began to operate. Cold spiritual energy began to appear. For martial artists like Su Hao, circulating a full cycle of energy usually took at least 15 minutes, even with their family's secret technique. Although it wasn't a perfect match, they had cultivated it for so long, so it shouldn't cause any issues. Su Qing's gaze landed on the ice-scaled snake. What are you looking at? You should be cultivating too. The ice-scaled snake tilted its head, hissing. I said, you should cultivate too. Su Qing's gaze sharpened, his pupils turning pale gold. A dragon's might emanated from his body, and the pressure felt like a mountain crushing down on the small ice-scaled snake. The pressure of the bloodline made the ice-scaled snake hesitate to resist. It could only follow Su Qing's order and begin circulating the ice-killing cold shadow technique, beast version. The same technique began to resonate. A faint ice blue line wrapped around Su Hao and the ice-scaled snake, which is known as dual cultivation, improving their cultivation efficiency. Su Hao was naturally fire affinity, so even if he practiced an ice-type technique, it wouldn't necessarily suppress his fiery nature completely. Su Cheng planned to observe Su Hao's progress first, then find a point to teach him. Circulating one full cycle should be no problem, Su Qing thought as he took out his phone and began searching for information about the Su family in Qingshan City. After a brief search, Su Cheng put down his phone. Several minutes passed quickly, and Su Hao's aura grew more stable. The spiritual energy he emitted was now of the ice attribute. Frost began to form on the ground. The first cycle of energy circulation was completed, and the second cycle began. At first, everything was normal, but gradually, Su Qing noticed something unusual. The frost on the ground was visibly melting. The ice-cold spiritual energy also began to show a hint of red. It even carried a slight burning heat. But the heat was quickly covered by the cold. Su Hao's face twisted in pain, as if he was suffering from some kind of agony. In contrast, the ice-scaled snake endured the fiery energy Su Hao was cultivating, even adapting to it. Seeing this, Su Qing immediately understood why the ice-scaled snake, which was ice affinity, had a compatibility with fire-type techniques. The ice-scaled snake had noticed Su Hao's problem. And it tried to change its own attributes to match the fiery energy Su Hao was cultivating. Still just thinking about its master. Su Hao must have a very good relationship with this little snake, Su Qing thought with a smile. A bond like that between a master and a spirit beast was exactly what he wanted to see. The cultivation continued, and the second cycle of energy circulation continued. More and more fire-type energy appeared. When the cycle ended, Su Hao could no longer bear it and broke out of meditation, waking up. The ice-scaled snake also collapsed, flicking its tongue on the ground. Su Hao immediately cradled the ice-scaled snake in his palms, a look of deep sympathy on his face. I'm sorry, Linxin, I've made you suffer again. The ice-scaled snake struggled to rise, its tongue touching Su Hao's palm. In its eyes, there was no reproach, only self-blame for not being strong enough to prevent the attribute shift from burdening Su Hao. You two seem to have a good relationship. Of course, Su Hao said proudly when talking about the ice-scaled snake. Linxin was hatched and raised by me personally. No wonder they had such a good bond. Linxin, is that the ice-scaled snake's name? It's really nice, Su Qing praised. He then got straight to the point. Has it always been like this while you've been cultivating? Su Hao didn't know why Su Qing asked, but there was nothing to hide about it. He nodded. It's always been like this. At first, I could only circulate half a cycle of energy. The more you cultivate, the more you can operate the heart method for one cycle. Now, 2 cycles are the limit, anything more would feel unbearably hot. The martial king said that it was the result of going astray into madness. Su Qing had previously learned about Su Hao's family situation. His family was a martial arts family, with their contracted spirit beast always being the ice-scaled snake. This had remained unchanged for 100 years. The cultivation method had also never changed. Su Hao was the exception. Su Qing suspected that the issue might lie with Su Hao's ancestors. Someone in his family must have had some connection with the swallowing flame python or the swallowing flame flood dragon. Su Hao's situation was a case of bloodline regression. Since his family had practiced the ice-type cultivation method for 100 years, Su Hao's practice of this method, which was burning with heat, was similar to going astray into madness. His family had never experienced this situation. So, it was mistakenly regarded as going astray into madness. The increase in cycles of cultivation had nothing to do with Su Hao, it was the ice-scaled snake that kept approaching Su Hao. This was why, after cultivation ended, Su Hao was fine, but the ice-scaled snake looked close to exhaustion. Have you ever thought that this isn't madness, but rather the heart method itself? Su Qing asked, sipping his tea. Impossible, Su Hao said firmly. This method has been tested by others in the family before. As for the fire-type heart method, I can only cultivate 1 cycle at most, and after that, my whole body aches terribly. I don't even want to talk about cultivating the scale heart method. Did you sign a beast contract back then? I did. Then there's no problem, Su Qing nodded and threw the cracked gold firebody technique at Su Hao. Try this heart method. Su Hao glanced at the heart method and immediately threw it away. At this moment, Su Hao's tone towards Su Qing changed. The fire-type heart method he had practiced earlier was of the mild type, which had caused him pain. Now, this heart method was more intense and aggressive. This was clearly going to destroy him. Su Hao had already resigned himself to the fact that he had no hope of cultivating martial arts, but he never imagined becoming a worthless person with no power at all. Heart methods were the foundation of martial arts. 14 years old was the legal age for cultivating martial arts, and 16 was the legal age for contracting a spirit beast. By now, Su Hao had already been cultivating for 2.5 years. Now, asking him to change his heart method to one that was the opposite of his ice affinity, a fire-type heart method, anyone could tell that this was an attempt to harm him. Su Hao's emotions were understandable to Su Qing. Chapter 9, Cultivation Deconstruction and Rebuilding. Su Cheng knew that having Su Hao directly cultivate the cracked gold fire body technique was impossible. He needed to start from the ice-scaled snake. Thinking this, Su Cheng spoke, "Do you know why, after every cultivation session, you only need to rest briefly to recover, while the ice-scaled snake looks completely exhausted and needs a longer time to recover? Isn't it because of my cultivation affecting it?" Su Hao replied confidently. After all, he was cultivating alongside the ice-scaled snake. "Ha!" Su Cheng laughed. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your ignorance," Su Cheng said without mercy, mocking him. "Don't you know that a spirit beast's physical strength is stronger than that of a martial artist?" "Of course, I know." Su Hao replied enthusiastically, but just as the words left his mouth, he realized something. He was a second-grade martial spirit, and the ice-scaled snake was a second-tier extraordinary spirit beast, meaning its physical strength should be greater than his. It was he who had gone astray into madness, and logically speaking, the effects should have been most significant on him. Su Hao had never thought about it before, but now, with Su Qing's mention, he realized something was wrong. "What exactly is the reason?" Su Qing's face darkened, his tone unpleasant. "If you're going to beg like this, you can go back to your class. I'm just a desk job teacher, I have no obligation to answer questions outside the textbook." Whenever it came to matters about the ice-scaled snake, Su Cheng became anxious. Su Hao didn't know why, but now he realized his attitude had been wrong, and immediately apologized. "Sorry, Teacher Su. Please tell me the reason." "You still don't understand your spirit beast well enough," Su Cheng accepted the apology and said. "The ice-scaled snake noticed the problem and has been moving toward you, but you didn't realize it. The reason you feel hot during cultivation is because your innate nature is fire, not because you've gone astray into madness." Su Hao is not foolish, he quickly understands. Yet he still has a question. "Teacher Su, since you say my nature is fire, why can I not practice fire attribute skills? Why do I feel pain all over, suffering worse than death?" "You already said that practicing fire attribute skills comes after contracting the spirit beast," Su Qing replies seriously, seeing Su Hao's question. "The ice-scaled snake has an ice attribute. After contracting it, it will affect your body to some extent. Practicing fire attribute skills right away, with the opposing attributes clashing, it's normal to feel your meridians pierced with pain all over, isn't it? Your ice-scaled snake discovered your problem and tried to get closer to you, even practicing contrary attributes. How could it not feel weak?" At this point, Su Qing can't help but roll his eyes. Su Hao would not simply believe Su Qing's one-sided words. He looks at the heart of scales in his palm and communicates his thoughts. The ice-scaled snake had indeed noticed his issue long ago. As the master who hatched and raised it, the ice-scaled snake relies on Su Hao. Spirit beasts have spirits, the ice-scaled snake wants to share Su Hao's burden. It wants to make Su Hao happy. Years of companionship, along with bullying and insults from its kind and peers, besides its parents, only the heart of scales never despised it. Su Hao had long regarded the heart of scales as family. Su Hao didn't dare to imagine, practicing contrary attributes, how painful it must be for the ice attribute spirit beast to bear the fire attribute energy, clashing ice and fire. Upon receiving the answer, this seemingly resilient boy had tears welling up in his eyes. "Heart of scales, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why endure that pain over and over?" The ice-scaled snake twists its body and comes to Su Hao's shoulder, its tongue flicking out to lick Su Hao's face, as if giving silent comfort. Even more so, it seems to say, "You are worth it." The heart of scales can practice contrary attributes and endure so much. How could Su Hao continue to wallow in despair? Su Hao turns his head to wipe away his tears and, with determination, looks at Su Qing. Su Hao bends deeply and pleads, "Teacher, please teach me to cultivate. I don't want to be a useless person. I want to change." Understanding the heart of scales, Su Hao now fully trusts Su Qing's ability, otherwise, he wouldn't know when he could understand the heart of scales' feelings. He doesn't want to let the heart of scales suffer anymore. As a teacher, seeing his despondent student rekindle hope, Su Qing feels a sense of satisfaction and calmly says, "I have already given you the answer." Su Hao thinks of something, bends down to pick up the skill method on the ground, and looks at the 5 big characters cracked gold fire body technique above. This boy from a distinguished family makes a bold decision. He presses a palm on his dantian and directly disperses his energy. Having already been looked down upon by his family, the burden of another crime against his family's teachings for not practicing the family's secret skill seems trivial. Anyway, he isn't valued in the family. Just as Su Qing is about to speak, he sees Su Hao already dispersing his spiritual energy, lying on the ground with pain etched on his face. Despite the pain, Su Hao's expression does not show suffering. Instead, there is a hint of a faint smile, and in his bright pupils reflects a beautiful blue figure like ice crystal. Only by truly empathizing can one understand another's heart. Perhaps at this moment, Su Hao also understands the heart of the ice-scaled snake. Seeing this, Su Qing remains silent. In fact, it could be said that not dispersing energy can also practice this, shattering the atmosphere with words like, "Since you are so determined, let's take a look at this before you cultivate." Su Qing hands the two-element ice-fire technique to Su Hao. What is this? Su Hao knows this is a cultivation skill, but he still doesn't understand Su Qing's reason for giving it to him. This is the skill you will later switch to. The ice-fire two-element technique can balance the fire attribute spiritual energy you cultivate with the ice attribute spiritual energy produced by the ice-scaled snake, Su Qing explains. If you want to change to another contracted spirit beast, then just pretend I didn't show you this skill. I will learn, I will study, I will look. Su Hao immediately hugs the two-element ice-fire technique close to him. He doesn't want to part with the heart of scales. Then Su Hao discovers something is off. Ice-fire two-element, a dual cultivation technique of ice and fire. Doesn't dispersing energy also allow for cultivation? Su Qing smiled and nodded. Why didn't you say it earlier? I didn't want to ruin the mood at that time, Su Qing chuckled, and besides, after you disperse your energy, practicing the Liakin fire body technique won't be limited by the internal spiritual energy, it'll go more smoothly and feel secure. Remember to pass the mental method to the ice scale snake, but don't let it practice just yet. I'll tell you when it's time for it to train. Su Hao nodded and began to learn the new mental method. He started with the Liakin fire body technique. As Su Hao opened the mental method, a wave of heat washed over him. If it were during his previous practice of the Ice Frost Shadow art, he might have resisted, but after dispersing his energy, not only did Su Hao not feel resistance, but he also felt incredibly comfortable. In that moment, it was as if he had an epiphany. The essence of the mental method didn't need much reading, he understood it naturally. He even quickly entered meditation and began to practice. Soon, Su Hao felt the sensation of qi emerge. He tried to channel the qi into his meridians to circulate around his body, and it smoothly flowed into his channels. Su Hao immediately began to circulate his qi around his body for practice. Before long, he completed one cycle, and his vanished cultivation level now reached the level of a one-star warrior. This made Su Hao open his eyes in surprise. This flow of qi was incredibly smooth. However, after the practice, his meridians felt a slight dull pain. But compared to the time he practiced the fire attribute mental method and dispersed his energy, this little pain was nothing at all. Teacher, how long has it been? Su Qing looked at the time. From the moment you entered meditation and felt your qi until now, it's been exactly 43 minutes. What? Chapter 10, No Delay. Teacher, you're not joking with me, are you? What benefit would I get from lying to you? Su Hao thought about it, but he was still shocked. 2 years ago, when he first practiced, it took him over 10 hours to feel the qi. It took him several months to channel the qi into his meridians and circulate it. Even now, if it took just 43 minutes to comprehend the qi, channel it, and circulate it, that was still surprising. Circulating the qi now took an average of 15 minutes, which meant that it took me only 28 minutes from comprehension of the qi to channeling it into my meridians, and this was only in an ordinary meditative state. You must know that the practice of the Liakin fire body technique requires the combination of spirit fruits, and it's best practiced in a winding terrain. If ordinary practice has this efficiency, then what about with spirit fruits and in the right terrain? Just thinking about it excited him. Becoming a martial king or a 5th-level spirit master no longer seemed so far away. He thought about it and knelt down beside Su Qing. Thank you, teacher, for this rebirth. In his eyes, all of this was thanks to his own genius, but he also relied on teacher Su Qing. If it weren't for the teacher discovering his talent, he would probably still be struggling in the mud. Su Qing helped Su Hao up. Since you've grasped the essence, pass the Tuyin ice fire method to the ice scale snake, and then continue practicing the Liakin fire body technique. Don't waste the talent you have now. Yes, teacher. Su Hao responded firmly. He noted down the Tuyin ice fire method and passed it to the ice scale snake. Letting the ice scale snake master it took over an hour. By the time, it was already 6 p.m. Su Hao, under Su Qing's watch, entered the state of cultivation once again. The spiritual energy circulated continuously within him, and the fiery spiritual energy began to gather at his surface, following the circulation of the qi. Antique patterns slowly appeared. Su Qing saw this and knew it was the original contract. He glanced at the time, and over 2 hours had passed. It took so long for a corner of the original contract to appear. To fully awaken the original contract would likely take a long time. After Su Hao finished another cycle of qi circulation, Su Qing told him to stop practicing. Teacher, what's wrong? Su Qing sighed, it's getting late. Ah. Su Hao was first taken aback, then remembered they were in the office. I'm sorry, teacher. I've never experienced such a comfortable cultivation environment and lost track of time. Su Qing waved his hand, he wasn't concerned about this. It's time to end class now. Go back to your dormitory and cultivate by yourself. Keep practicing the splitting gold fire body technique. As for the spirit beast, let it stop practicing the Tuyin ice fire technique for now. Even the original mental method should also be paused. Otherwise, it will affect you to a certain extent. Unless you sever the contract with it. When you feel something is about to break through your body, come find me, and I will guide you. Su Qing earnestly reminded with a serious face. Su Hao didn't ask much, since the teacher instructed this way, there must be a reason. He just needed to follow the instructions. He believed Su Qing wouldn't harm him. Teacher, I've remembered everything. That's enough, Su Qing nodded. Let's go, it's already night. You have been cultivating for so long, you must be hungry. Let's go to the school cafeteria for dinner and then return to the dormitory. With that, Su Qing led the way to the cafeteria, and Su Hao didn't refuse, obediently following Su Qing with the ice scale snake behind him. The campus at night was very quiet, most students and teachers had returned to their dorms to cultivate, with only a few wandering outside. When they saw the leader of the Demon Dan class, Su Hao, obediently following behind Su Qing, they couldn't help but show surprised expressions. The staff dormitory and student dormitory of Qingshan No. 2 High School were enveloped in a massive spirit-gathering formation. Each room was a single unit, providing all students and teachers with a serene environment for cultivation. After finishing dinner, Su Qing and Su Hao returned to the dormitory together. Once in the dormitory, Su Qing summoned the purple radiant thunder butterfly to have Yao Qing give him an electrical massage, while he leaned on the sofa and checked Su Hao's panel after cultivating the splitting gold firebody technique. Name Su Hao. Age 16. Realm 1st Grade Warrior, 2nd Level Spirit Beast-Tamer. Companion Spirit Beast Flame Swallowing Python, not awakened. Contract Spirit Beast Ice Scale Snake, Transcendent 2-star, Cultivation Mental Method, Ice Frost Shadow Technique Spirit Beast Version, Compatibility 127%. Mental Method Splitting Gold Fire Body Technique, Compatibility 213%. Martial Skill None. Defects Foundation is too weak, rebuilding after dispersing energy, but residual medicinal properties harm the foundation, lowering cultivation efficiency. Contract Spirit Beast attributes are incompatible, Contract Spirit Beast and Mental Method attributes clash, dual cultivation efficiency drops, and can cause ice and fire to collide and explode. Cultivation efficiency 168%. Comprehensive rating F+. Guidance suggestions 1. Terminate the contract with the ice scale snake. 2. Help the companion spirit beast awaken, and then find a compatible mental method for recultivation. Finally, the cultivation efficiency turned positive. However, because the contract was still in place and he had taken too many medicinal pills, his body's foundation had been damaged, so the cultivation efficiency was still affected to some extent. Now that Su Hao was cultivating the fire attribute mental method, he could try using external force to temper his body and dissolve the medicinal properties with internal fire to solidify himself. Otherwise, once the companion spirit beast awakened, and he changed the mental method, it would be hard to stabilize his foundation while rapidly increasing his strength. Find time to temper Su Hao's body. Su Qing nodded to himself as he spoke. Now that Su Hao was rebuilding, every improvement in strength would bring feedback, but the gap between Su Hao and him was too large. The initial feedback from Su Hao entering the 1st grade warrior realm was like a drop of water falling into a pond, creating no ripples at all. It would be faster for Yao Qing to cultivate for a while. However, Su Qing didn't mind, cultivation is a step-by-step process. Whether in martial arts or beast taming, it becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses, and the improvement in strength also slows. As long as he could bring Su Hao and others' cultivation back on track, there would be a continuous flow of energy entering him. The gap caused by the realm would also become smaller. Now it might not be felt yet, but if all 9 people's strength improved, the feedback would become evident. What Su Qing had to do was to be a lighthouse standing firm ahead, illuminating the path to the future for these children. How sacred and great of a thing this is. Alright Yao Qing, you can stop now. He had the purple radiant thunder butterfly stop the electric massage, using spiritual power to smooth out his unruly hair while looking at the more than 50 square meters dormitory. The dormitory was still too small, it couldn't accommodate any larger spirit beast. Yao Qing. Let us start cultivating. Su Qing believed his talent for cultivation was a bit poor, but he had a heart that never gave up, and even now with a system, as long as he trained a few students well, his strength could grow. But he himself also could not relax. The purple glory thunder butterfly nodded, flapped its wings, and began to fly around Su Qing. Purple thunderlight fell down and wrapped him. Under the shock of lightning, Su Qing also moved his heart method, and very quickly entered the cultivation state. Chapter 11 Cultivation like river water. What did you go do? On the other side, Su Hao, who was just about to return to the dorm to cultivate, was pulled inside when he passed Fang Xingkong's dorm. Su Qing did not do anything to you, right? Seeing Su Hao appear, the few people who were curled up in the dorm playing games together immediately crowded over, using worried eyes to scan Su Hao, and some even directly reached out to touch him. Su Hao stepped back one step. The teacher Hao could do anything to me, you all should not think teacher Su is that bad. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes went straight. They did not even play the game anymore, altogether they looked at Su Hao with doubtful eyes. Fang Xingkong even directly reached out. The forehead is a bit hot, looks like a fever. Sure enough, it is a fever talking nonsense. The glasses boy noticed something wrong. Haozi, I remember your family inherited heart method is ice attribute, right? The girl who just picked up her phone loosened her hand, the phone slapped onto the ground. People who cultivate ice attribute heart methods will not get fever. Haozi has fever, it must be Su Qing who did something. Crusade against Su Qing, give Haozi an explanation. I think you want to get beaten. Su Qing is a 4th rank spirit master, just his spirit beasts alone can beat all of us. Then let us still play games. A few people picked up their phones and continued playing together, throwing this matter to the back of their heads, sometimes shouting to defend the tower, sometimes fiercely attacking to start team fights. Su Hao looked at such lazy people, really wanted to defend Su Qing with some words, but thinking that before he was also lying flat and not cultivating like them, what he said would not have power, so he did not say more. Other classes returned to dorms to meditate and cultivate. Their class just plays games together, using spirit beasts like crickets to fight. They already long ago lost the passion to cultivate. Their current strength is all piled up by pills, cultivation is useless, and may even cause the level to fall back. Naturally they all gave up cultivation, using rotten lying to pass life. Anyway, the family has money, even if not cultivating, they can still comfortably and plainly pass a whole life. If not for Su Qing, he would not even be cultivating. Before he himself was like this too, what right did he have to ask others? Su Hao bitterly smiled and shook his head, but he believed that Teacher Su would not give up on them. Teacher Su could point out his own problems, and definitely could also point out the problems of the rest of Class 8. Sooner or later one day, their first year Class 8 would return to the right path, letting everyone know that they are not trash. Enjoy the last entertainment. Without saying more, Su Hao turned and left. Now his splitting gold fire body movement had just entered the door, and still needed stronger cultivation. He wanted in a short time to raise his strength, to not waste Teacher Su's teaching. He wanted to become the example taught by Teacher Su, to urge the others to cultivate together with him. Returning to the dorm, he sat cross-legged. Just about to cultivate, the door was knocked. Su Hao frowned and got up to open the door, and found it was Explosion Hair Fang Xingkong and Lin Hai. Xingkong, glasses, is there something? Fang Xingkong squeezed into the room, with a face full of worry looking at Su Hao. You secretly cultivated again, right? Before school started, Fang Xingkong had cultivated together with Su Hao, knew Su Hao's body problems. Earlier, touching Su Hao's forehead, Fang Xingkong already found the problem. Su Hao's body was no longer ice cold. The aura he released also leaned toward hot fire. So long the heat inside your body has not scattered, looks like it is much more serious than before. Classes is the only one in our class who studies medicine knowledge deeply. I let him come to look at your situation. Lin Hai pushed his glasses, face heavy. Rat, the clash of ice and fire is really serious, let me show you. By the way, I'll mention some corrections. Roll. Su Hao quickly pushed Lin Hai away. You used your own spirit beast for an experiment before, almost causing it to die. If it weren't for timely treatment, it would have been dead. Now, your spirit beast avoids you whenever it sees you. Because of that, your family beat you, and for half a month, you had to squat during class. I can't be your guinea pig. That was an accident before, I didn't control the variables well. Lin Hai pushed his glasses, his face awkward. I've thoroughly researched it now, and it definitely won't happen again. I know my body very well now, Su Hao said, walking toward the door, quickly opening it. Several figures rushed into Su Hao's dorm like a mudslide, and for a moment, screams filled the air. Ah, I'm going to die from the fall. Who's that? Stop stepping on me. Step on me all you want, but give me some air. Looking at the pile of people in front of him, Su Hao was speechless. What are you all doing in front of my door instead of playing games in the dorm? The group awkwardly scratched their heads and looked at the sky. The moon is nice tonight. Yes, we're appreciating the moon. There's no moon tonight, it's covered by clouds. If you're going to make up an excuse, at least make it a good one. Su Hao couldn't help but complain. Go back and rest, we need to get up early for class tomorrow. I know you're concerned about me, but I'm really fine. If something was wrong, I would have gone to trouble Teacher Su long ago. You all know my temper. The group thought about it, and indeed, it made sense. If anything happens, you must tell us, we're your best brothers. Even if it means going after Su Qing, we'll be with you. After leaving the reminder, everyone left. The dormitory became quiet again. Su Hao locked the door and returned to the spirit gathering array in the room, sitting cross-legged to meditate. No longer practicing reverse cultivation, the fire attribute spirit energy flowed through his meridians, and with every round of energy circulation, Su Hao felt extremely comfortable. The ice-scaled snake coiled beside him, not cultivating but simply feeling the fiery spirit energy, waiting for the master's practice to finish. The plan for the day starts in the morning. At 7 a.m., Su Qing had breakfast and walked on the wide campus road, looking at the smiles on the students' faces, listening to the sharing of their cultivation achievements, and with great anticipation, entered the classroom. Looking at the empty classroom, Su Qing shook his head. As expected, it's the magic pill class. Students from other classes have already started adjusting and entering cultivation, but Class 8, not a single person has shown up. When the sun rises, it's the time when spirit energy is most abundant, and the body's acupoints open up. Cultivating at this time nourishes the body and the efficiency of cultivation is doubled. The golden rooster viewing the sun method doubles the efficiency of cultivation. Thinking back to those years, Su Qing had to get up at 5 in the morning, spend an hour climbing the cold mountain, and start cultivating at the peak. From dawn to sunrise, the warm sun dispels the cold and absorbs the energy of the heavens and earth to improve oneself. Although his cultivation later faced setbacks, leading to his current rank of a 4th grade martial venerable and 5th stage spirit master. But morning cultivation, whether for martial artists or spirit masters, is greatly beneficial, and one cannot slack off in the slightest. Since taking over Class 8, he decided to rectify things and lead everyone on the right path, starting with morning cultivation. With this thought, Su Qing turned and walked toward the dormitory. Just as he was about to leave, Su Qing stopped. Wait, these students, aside from Su Hao, whose cultivation efficiency improved with my guidance, the rest are all negative. Although cultivation is like a boat, not advancing means retreating, but this is based on positive cultivation efficiency. These students are like the river's water, flowing faster the more they cultivate, the more their cultivation is lost. Chapter 12, Cultivation. Forget it, I'll go one by one. Let's not let them cultivate for now. After I guide each one, and pull their cultivation efficiency back on track, then they can start again. Let them enjoy their leisure time for a while longer. I'll just cultivate myself for now. With that, Su Qing walked to the class balcony. The balcony faces east, specially built for morning training. Su Qing sits cross-legged, circulating his mind technique to begin his training. The mind technique that Su Qing practices is called 10,000 Spirits Returning Spring, centered around wood and life. This is a technique he later chose to practice independently, similar to his family's inheritance, Azure Sky Transforming Dragon, and it did not scatter his energy, allowing for a direct transition. His spirit beast, the purple Yao Thunder Butterfly, practices a thunder-based mind technique called 10 Directions Annihilation, which is wild and unreasonable. As for why Su Qing and his spirit beast practice different techniques, it is his own understanding. 10,000 Spirits Returning Spring focuses on life as its core, tirelessly growing stronger through battle. 10 Directions Annihilation focuses on annihilating all things with thunder. Destruction and rebirth, these are two extremes. Tempering the energy of rebirth with the annihilating thunder grows stronger through combat. This is Su Qing's philosophy of training, a revelation he has developed over the years. This is also why, with Su Hao's companion spirit beast, the devouring flame python, and the contracted spirit beast, the ice scale snake, both having opposing attributes, he can quickly find solutions. It's because he is walking this path, a road never before traveled, personally pioneered by Su Qing himself. Creak. At 7:30 in the morning, the door of Class 8 in the first year is pushed open, and Su Hao walks into the classroom with a hint of helplessness on his face. A night of training has benefited him greatly. His strength has even recovered to a first-tier martial artist, 3 stars. This speed of training is something he has never imagined before. Su Hao believes that once the dormitory renovations are complete and the spirit fruits arrive, his training speed will further improve, and breaking into the second-tier martial spirit in half a month will not be a problem. As for why he feels helpless, it has to do with his classmates. He has already returned to the right track of training and does not want to see his good brothers remain in despair, so he went to wake everyone up for training. Not only training, but attitudes also need to be set right. He wants Teacher Su to know they still have the will to improve, and then accept the teacher's guidance, getting back to the training and showing to Qingshan No. 2 Middle School that the people of Class 8 are not useless. However, he failed to wake anyone up and even got kicked a few times. Su Hao feels helpless. He can only start training in the classroom himself and inform the teacher about the situation, so the teacher doesn't lose hope in them. Su Hao walks towards the sunlit training platform. As soon as he opens the door, a tremendous life force presses toward him, but rather than overwhelming him, it makes him feel completely comfortable, even every cell feels joyous. Su Hao is surprised and looks at the person training. Su. Teacher Su. Seeing who it is, Su Hao is shocked. Teacher Su is a dual cultivation expert, and isn't his contracted spirit beast the purple Yao Thunder Butterfly? He should be practicing a thunder-based mind technique instead. How can there be such a powerful life force? Su Hao racked his brain but could not understand, so he simply didn't overthink it and concluded that the teacher is just that capable. Moreover, he can feel that training next to the teacher will definitely speed up his training. With that thought, Su Hao does not hesitate and sits cross-legged not far from Su Qing to begin his training. The effect of circulating the mind technique is obvious. The energy within his body is growing stronger, the hunger brought on by training is easily soothed by the life force, and his circulation of energy operates on its own without him needing to actively control it, doubling the efficiency compared to normal. Feeling all this, Su Hao's heart is excited. He hurriedly clears his thoughts and starts training. Meanwhile, Su Qing remains completely unaffected. A top mind technique works this way: the energy that flows externally during training is enough for a martial artist like Su Hao to thrive. Of course, this specifically refers to Su Qing's mind technique. Life is the root of all things, affecting everything with its source power. If it were any other type of mind technique, even if it shared the same attribute, it would have no effect at all but instead negatively impact oneself. Only an identical mind technique would work. It was not until 9:30 in the morning that the students of Class 8 began to trickle into the classroom. If it weren't for Teacher Su being so strong, they would not even consider coming here now. After the 8 people gathered, someone felt confused. Where is Mouse? I don't know. Earlier, we knocked on his door, but there was no response. Probably still sleeping, I guess. No way, Fong Xingkong frowned. This morning, I was half awake and I think I heard Mouse calling me to get up, saying something about cultivation. I thought he was just messing around, but there was a feeling when he kicked me a few times. Mouse should have gotten up early. While everyone was puzzled, a young girl walked towards the sunny cultivation platform, standing on tiptoe to look outside. Hao Gu is here, and so is Su Chang. The group quickly gathered around. When they saw the 2 people sitting cross-legged and cultivating side by side, their eyes widened, but because the door had a special property, they couldn't feel anything outside. Mouse. Mouse is cultivating? Xingkong, didn't you say that Mouse would go mad if he cultivates? Lin Hai looked at Fong Xingkong. What's going on? He should have just started cultivating. It must be Su Qing forcing him, Fong Xingkong thought for a moment. Let's observe for now. If something happens to Mouse, we'll break the door and directly accuse Su Qing. Upon hearing this, the group thought it was a good idea. They quickly made a decision. Meanwhile, Su Qing on the sunny cultivation platform slightly curved the corner of his mouth. He hadn't summoned the purple radiance thunder butterfly but was cultivating the 10,000 spirits revitalization technique, so his perception of the outside world was still very clear. He could hear Su Hao's surprise when he arrived, his entry into cultivation, and the conversation of the students behind the door. But he didn't stop his cultivation. He wanted these people to see Su Hao's transformation, to let them regain their confidence in cultivation through Su Hao's situation and hold expectations for his teaching. This would help with future guidance. Half an hour quickly passed. Outside, Lin Hai pushed up his glasses. It's been half an hour, and the regular cycle should have completed twice by now. Su Hao was still sitting cross-legged, no change could be seen. Could it be because of the door? The door is special. It can isolate the fluctuations produced during cultivation. It's probably because of the door. Now, Hao Gu is forcing himself. Forcing himself will lead to trouble. Break the door open. The group quickly discussed a plan, and the boy who had locked the door immediately took out a wrench. Lin Hai saw this and pushed up his glasses. How crude. TFS glasses, what do you mean by that? Lin Hai didn't speak, directly pushed the door, and it easily opened. He adjusted his glasses, scoffed, the school didn't install a lock on this door. Didn't you guys know? Not cultivating, what do they know? But now wasn't the time to argue about glasses, because they could feel the thick, vibrant elements in the air. This energy was coming from Su Hao. They all knew Su Hao cultivated the ice element heart technique. Now, with the air rich in fire elements, it had to be a case of going mad from cultivation. Su Qing, give me back Hao Ji's life. The strong boy raised the wrench and charged towards Su Qing, wanting to avenge Su Hao who had gone mad. The others quickly moved towards the cultivating Su Hao. Humph. Chapter 13, The Temptation of the Family Tree Opening. A cold snort echoed, and the surrounding energy seemed to be controlled, forcing the charging group to the ground. Su Qing flicked his sleeve and turned around to look at the 8 people. His gaze locked on the boy holding the wrench. You think you can kill me with a wrench? Su Qing. The boy screamed, his face filled with defiance, if something happens to Hao Gu, I won't let you go. These words reached Su Hao's ears, who had just exited the cultivation state. Something happened? What could happen? Right now, he felt better than ever, and his strength had broken through to a level 4 warrior. Su Hao looked at the people lying on the ground. What are you guys doing? Seeing Su Hao finish his cultivation, Su Qing withdrew his pressure, and the 8 people immediately gasped for breath. Fong Xingkong spoke, Su Qing forced you to cultivate, causing you to go mad, we're here to save you. Ha! Su Hao was stunned and explained with a relaxed face, "Do I look like I've gone mad from cultivation right now?" The strategist Lin Hai looked at Su Hao. Now, Su Hao's face was glowing with health, his breath calm, no sweat on his forehead, and he looked refreshed after cultivation. There wasn't a hint of madness at all. Lin Hai was stunned, and the others were stunned as well. "How? Brother Hao, you haven't gone crazy, have you?" Fong Xingkong asked. "I changed my technique," Su Hao replied. "Ha!" Everyone was shocked again. Changing your technique on your own, and even switching from an ice-type technique to a fire-type one, was a major crime in the family. "Aren't you afraid the family will cause trouble?" "Let them cause trouble," Su Hao said nonchalantly. "I used to be nothing, nobody cared about me, now there's a road to the mountains, why would I keep banging my head against a dead end? I've figured it out. Cultivation is a personal matter, as long as it doesn't violate principles and there's a path to a higher realm, why can't I take it? If the family wants to make trouble, let them. Besides, we're at school. As long as no one is paying close attention, who would know I changed my technique? When I reach a higher level, the family will be shocked. By then, those old-fashioned people who only care about interests, who would still look down on the path I'm walking now." Listening to this, Fong Xingkong and the others were filled with excitement. They were once youths who worked hard in cultivation. Due to various reasons, they had fallen to this point. If a path to a higher realm were in front of them now, would they still stubbornly stick to the family's techniques? Perhaps deep down, they already had the answer. They just weren't brave enough to face it. "Brother Hao, how far can you cultivate now?" a young girl asked curiously. "Is your cultivation fast?" "Very fast," Su Hao nodded seriously, releasing his aura. "From dispersing my energy to recultivating, I'm already at a 4-star warrior of the first rank. As for how far I can go..." Su Hao looked at Su Qing, but even he didn't know. Su Qing smiled lightly. "As long as you cultivate seriously under my guidance, not to mention becoming a martial saint or martial god, even reaching level 8 or 9 as a spirit master should be possible." Martial King, level 5 spirit master. They were cultivating both martial arts and spirit mastery, their power directly comparable to a martial emperor. A martial emperor was the highest rank in their Chang Mountain city, where the city's protector was only a martial emperor. If they really reached that level, the family would be nothing. Their family tree would have to be rewritten. The temptation was undeniable. Su Qing dropped another bombshell. With enough effort, martial emperor, level 6 spirit master, isn't out of reach either. Even with the system, Su Qing didn't dare exaggerate too much. First, he wasn't a flashy person. Second, if he said too much, they might think he was bragging. So, he kept it a bit conservative. After hearing Su Qing's description, Fong Xingkong and the others became even more enthusiastic about cultivation. Most of them started to look at Su Qing with different eyes. They all wanted Su Qing's guidance. The muscular young man was so moved, he almost knelt down. But Su Qing completely ignored them. The timing wasn't right yet, he still needed to drop more heavy news. "Skipping morning training, hitting teachers, even wanting to kill a teacher," Su Qing said, shaking his head. "The mud should stay in the puddle and not dirty other people's shoes. Lunch break is almost here. For the afternoon classes, you all can self-study," Su Qing said with a face full of disappointment as he left the classroom. These kids had regained hope in cultivation, but it was because of Su Hao's change in technique that they hoped he would guide them, not because of Su Qing himself. What he wanted now was an apology. He wanted these students to get back on the right track with cultivation, but their mindset also had to be corrected. Su Qing didn't want to teach students who could harm the country. As for eating? Of course, that was real. Man is iron, rice is steel, if you don't eat a meal, you'll be hungry. After eating, he'd go to the library to pick a new technique. Among the remaining students, Su Qing felt that Fong Xingkong would be the quickest to apologize. Yesterday during class, Su Qing had already seen that Fong Xingkong hadn't given up on cultivation. After Su Qing left, the classroom of the 8th grade of Class 1 returned to a long-lost quietness, with everyone lowering their heads. No one knew what they were thinking. Only Su Hao looked up at this scene. He could tell that Teacher Su was really angry. "Why don't you all go apologize to Teacher Su? Maybe the teacher will forgive you and guide you. Why should we? We didn't do anything wrong. No one should apologize," a girl spoke with a look that said she was innocent. "I don't believe that Teacher Su would ignore the students, and the school staff would let that happen." Fong Xingkong also agreed from the side. "Right, we need to stick together. We can't be led by Teacher Su. The rat incident might just have been a coincidence. It's possible that Teacher Su just happened to have a method to solve it. Whoever apologizes is a dog. Not only Teacher Su can guide us," a boy huffed coldly. "Even without Teacher Su, I can still practice, I can still become a martial king, and it won't violate family rules." But is this really the truth? As first-hand experiencers of cultivation, they are very aware of their own situations and have some understanding of their classmates. They also know about Su Hao's situation. The one who understands best is Fang Xingkong. He has the closest relationship with Su Hao and knows that Su Hao's issues have been seen by martial kings, even specialized doctors in healing spirit beasts, and none have solved it. How could it be a coincidence for Teacher Su to solve it? Teacher Su is truly powerful, not only in cultivation but in other aspects as well. Fang Xingkong knows this very well. Fang Xingkong has already made a plan in his heart. He will take time to apologize to Teacher Su. However, except for Su Hao, not only Fang Xingkong has his own little plan, but the others also have their own agendas. But being young and proud, they have to put on a tough front. How much of a jerk they were before mischief, they can tell from the fact that Teacher Su has been their 6th homeroom teacher in half a year. Everyone is clear about this in their hearts. Chapter 14, The Great Sun Scorching Technique. After dinner, Su Qing entered the library. Fang Xingkong's compatibility with the family inheritance technique Golden Rooster observing the sun is not low, at 49%, but the cultivation efficiency is still very low, nearly breaking through -400%. A big reason for this is Fang Xingkong himself. He is too eager to progress but has taken the wrong direction. By practicing Golden Rooster observing the sun step by step, without overthinking, the cultivation efficiency could not possibly be this low. His drawbacks are somewhat similar to Su Hao's. To resolve this is simple. Find a technique with high compatibility, then let Fang Xingkong make peace with his contract spirit beast, the Nightfire Crow, and the cultivation efficiency will improve. But these are not the most important things. The most important thing is the Nightfire Crow itself. It yearns too much for the sun. This is a spirit beast's longing for its bloodline and is hard to change. This can be seen from Fang Xingkong's heart, where he moves from light to darkness to get closer to the Nightfire Crow, yet the Nightfire Crow still longs for the sun. Simply put, the Nightfire Crow is too stubborn. Fang Xingkong is easy to change, but the Nightfire Crow is difficult. Unless the Nightfire Crow evolves, shedding its dark fire and transforming into pure solar flames, Fang Xingkong's cultivation efficiency cannot be improved. It seems simple, but in reality, it is very hard. The Nightfire Crow currently has only one evolution route, called the Nether Nightfire Crow, which develops the dark fire to its utmost. To research a new evolution route is very difficult. As a nurturing master, Su Qing knows this very well. Right now, what he can do is only correct Fang Xingkong's mindset and make peace with the spirit beast, to adjust the cultivation efficiency a bit. Later, he needs to organize a beginner's gift package. His system is named Strongest Beast Master Tutor System, which includes the term Beast Master. Su Qing guesses that this system is not primarily focused on martial arts but on the way of beast mastery. The beginner's gift package might contain a solution. No longer thinking much, Su Chan walked into the fire attribute heart method area. Since he had visited once yesterday, and Su Qing has good memory, he understands most of the strengths and weaknesses of the heart methods. This makes it much easier to look for them. The first book is still Fire Wings Soaring to the Sky. The Nightfire Crow is a flying spirit beast, so the compatibility should not be low. Compatibility check in progress. As expected, the compatibility rate was high. Let's search in this direction. After searching for a few books, Su Qing discovered that Fang Xingkong had a high compatibility with fire-related mental techniques, often between 50% and 110%, while Yi Huiya's compatibility fluctuated, sometimes high and sometimes low. Fang Xingkong's mind was not focused on the blazing sun right now, and without a companion spiritual beast, the compatibility with the mental techniques was mainly affected by the spiritual beast. Correcting the idea would improve the compatibility. So, just finding a high compatibility with Yi Huiya would be enough. Thinking this way, Su Qing got a new direction. He precisely locked onto a mental technique called 10-day burning heaven decision, an ancient technique passed down from old times. It was created by observing the 10 suns hanging in the sky. The 10 suns were also known as the 10 crows, and the crows were golden crows. The golden crows transformed into blazing suns that illuminated the earth. Under the scorching light, lakes dried up, and the land cracked. A great power wielded about to shoot down 9 suns, leaving one to maintain the world's operation. The legend said that all 10 suns were shot down, but the way of heaven did not allow it. The body of one crow turned into a blazing sun to maintain the world's operation. Su Qing wasn't sure who was real and who wasn't. He only knew that this mental technique was created by observing the golden crow, and it was a top-tier technique. Su Qing had seen it in a university in Longcheng. 10-day burning heaven decision was definitely not available in Qingshan Second High, but its foundational mental technique Great Sun Scorching Heaven decision was available in the library, the third book on the second row of the left shelf. With this thought, Su Qing turned to take the book. Just as Su Qing's hand touched the Great Sun Scorching Heaven decision, a jade-like hand also landed on the book. Su Qing looked up at the owner of the hand. It was a woman, dressed in a dazzling red long gown. Su Qing had never seen her before, but judging by her appearance, she was probably a teacher at Qingshan Second High. Su Qing released his grip on the mental technique and turned to leave. He had already gotten the answer he wanted. The Great Sun Scorching Heaven decision had a compatibility rate of 271% with Yihuia. This was currently the highest compatibility rate. If Yihuia's attributes were transformed into pure fire attributes, Su Qing guessed that the compatibility rate could increase even more. These mental techniques could not be taken out of the library. It was a strict rule, and Su Qing had no intention of talking to the woman. He would wait for her to finish and then go find the transcriber to copy it. Right now, what he had most of was time. After the woman finished reading the mental technique, she returned it and picked up another mental technique to study. Seeing this, Su Qing stepped forward, grabbed the mental technique, and walked directly to the transcriber. After the transcription was done, he left immediately. After Su Qing left, the woman found the transcriber. Make a copy of the Great Sun Scorching Heaven decision for me as well. The transcriber glanced at the woman and nodded to handle it. The woman then asked, "Who was that person who copied the mental technique just now? I haven't seen him around the school." The classroom information is publicly available throughout the school, so the transcriber didn't hide anything. He's a new intern teacher. You should have heard of him, his name is Su Qing. He's teaching the group of troublemakers in Class 8 of Grade 1. So it's him. No wonder I haven't seen him. Teacher Dong was also a regular visitor to the library. The transcriber also practiced fire-type mental techniques, so they got along well, and the transcriber couldn't help but chat more. I heard that after Su Qing took over Class 8, those troublemakers have been behaving, and Su Qing doesn't have any problems with them. Oh, he sounds like someone with some skills. After getting the transcribed mental technique, Su Qing didn't return to the classroom. Instead, he went straight back to his dorm and began researching the system. Currently, the main function of the system was to check the students' information panels. It was useless for anyone other than the students, and for the contracted spiritual beasts, it could only show their strength level and the mental techniques they were cultivating. There were two tasks, one for a beginner's gift package, and the other for a teaching gift package. The latter would take some time to get. This was clear from Su Hao's situation. Su Hao's cultivation efficiency had returned to normal, but his overall score was still F+, and the cultivation efficiency of the other students was even worse. They didn't even have any plus signs, and it might still be a while before they reached a D rating. Su Qing could only start with the beginner's gift package. As for teaching, aside from the panel, it could be said that there was nothing else. In the absence of a system, Su Qing was still able to correct problems relying on his own knowledge, but it simply took a bit more time. The novice gift package should contain items related to spirit beasts, and Su Qing decided to get it as soon as possible. Thinking this, Su Qing took out his phone to buy materials. Qingshan Second High School is a place of learning. Although there are institutions studying fierce beasts, materials from those beasts can't be delivered, and must be ordered from the material shops in the city. The eyeball of the fierce beast, the Zhuyan bat, costs 20,000 for a damaged one and 30,000 for an intact one, so he bought the intact one. The cornea of the Jilling armor turtle also costs 30,000. 60,000 in total. This amount was enough to pay Su Qing's salary for a year of teaching. Having just started his job and earning no money, he had already spent tens of thousands, which made Su Qing's heart ache. Chapter 15, Changeable. The delivery efficiency of the shop in Qingshan City was quite fast. Not even half an hour after Su Qing placed his order, the goods were delivered to the school gate. As for why they didn't deliver directly to the dormitory? It was because this was a closed teaching environment. Except for summer and winter breaks and holidays, students had to have permission to leave the school at other times. This was to ensure the safety of the students. Moreover, the location of Qingshan City wasn't friendly. As the name suggests, the city was surrounded by mountains, and fierce beasts lurked outside, ready to attack at any moment. It wasn't necessarily safe inside the city either. While the federal states appeared peaceful on the surface, behind the scenes, plots still unfolded, and incidents of assassination against talented individuals from other countries happened from time to time. Also, aside from human beings, there were other races in this world, such as the demonized monsters that could transform, and the brutal demon race. These two major races were not friendly to humans. The demon race lived in the abyss of demons and rarely appeared in human cities, while the monster race, according to rumors, were the offspring of humans and fierce beasts getting involved together, or products born from cultivating mental arts that led to their transformation. In short, all kinds of bizarre rumors existed. Despite the unflattering rumors, monsters had a natural affinity with fierce beasts and were distributed all over the world. These two races had the most friction with humans. In addition, there were other races, like the Sea Tribe. As for why Qingshan City was located among these mountains, it was because the nearby mountain range produced a type of spiritual mine called Muyu. The spiritual mine was buried underground. Initially, someone discovered it and set up tents nearby to dig, and as time passed, more and more people began to dig there, and fearing the disturbance from fierce beasts, they started building defenses, gradually forming Qingshan City. Most cities came into existence in this manner. Old Zhong, I'm here to pick up a package. At the east gate of Qingshan Second High School, Su Qing respectfully said to the old gatekeeper. Although the guard was an elderly man, he was officially sent to ensure the safety of the school, with one stationed at each cardinal direction. Among them were martial artists, spiritual masters, and those who practiced both martial arts and spiritual guidance, with the lowest strength being a 4th-grade martial master. Although Su Qing was also a 4th-grade martial master and even a 5th-grade spiritual master, he treated the elder with the respect due to his age. His upbringing taught him to be polite and humble. "You look a lot like someone I know," old Zhong said with a meaningful smile, and then pulled out a package from behind and tossed it to Su Qing. "If you encounter something you can't solve, you can come find me." "Thank you, old Zhong," Su Qing said with a smile as he accepted the package and turned to leave, not taking old Zhong's words to heart. He came from Longcheng and hadn't deliberately hidden his identity. His family had someone in an official position. Although old Zhong appeared amiable, he exuded a fate aura of fierceness, making it clear he was someone who had retired from the border or even the battlefield, and was directly assigned by the officials to oversee Qingshan's second high school. It wasn't surprising he knew his family. Watching Su Qing's departing figure, old Zhong sighed. The young master of the Su family from Longcheng, he wouldn't come to a godforsaken place like Qingshan City for no reason. Something must be going on. I hope it's not a major disaster. I still plan to retire here. But old Zhong thought for a moment. Longcheng was not like Qingshan City, a small town, and the families there were not as rigid as these families. Even if an unimportant family member went out, there would definitely be someone secretly protecting them. The Su family was upright, and it was impossible for them to harm a small town like Qingshan City with a population of 10 million for their own benefit. With this thought, old Zhong felt relieved. Back in the dormitory, Su Qing tore open the package and took out the red-eyed bat eyeballs and the machine-scale armored turtle's cornea. He then opened the system task submission page. Conditions not met, cannot submit. Looking at the pop-up prompt, Su Qing was stunned. He was also a beast cultivator and knew that the beast materials could not be fake. The only reason he couldn't submit the task now was because the materials had to be obtained personally. Looks like I need to find time to leave the city. Su Qing sat up from the bed and immediately sold the 2 materials. Keeping them in his hands was useless. The selling price was directly halved. Bought for 60,000, sold for 30,000, losing 30,000 in just a few minutes. Su Qing's heart bled. This was all his hard-earned money, every penny was earned honestly. A few months' worth of teaching salary was gone. While Su Qing was buying and selling the materials, the students of Class 8 were not idle. A few of them teamed up to play Sanguizhou. The bespectacled youth, Lin Hai, started reading books. His martial arts foundation was a mess, but he was very interested in knowledge, especially about spiritual fruits, spiritual plants, and the theory of spiritual beast evolution. The beast master tradition had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. However, the evolution routes of spiritual beasts were still changing, and they were still in the development stage with many evolution routes yet to be explored. He dreamed of becoming a cultivator. Before, he had tried to evolve his spiritual beast, but failed, and almost poisoned his beast to death. So, he decided to cram as much knowledge as possible. The book he was holding was so pitiful to look at. The pages were covered in green, with large characters written on them, Complete Guide to Toxicology. Rat, attack Aerospace City. Fang Xingkong waved his phone at Su Hao. In the past, Su Hao would definitely have played games with these guys, but after receiving Su Qing's guidance and feeling the pleasure of cultivation, he now wanted to cultivate without stopping. You guys play, I'll go cultivate. Su Hao pushed the door and walked towards the balcony. Sitting cross-legged under the sun, the fire element's spiritual energy started to stir around him. On the railing next to him stood a dark red-feathered crow, Fang Xingkong's night fire crow. It was enjoying the rich fire element environment, though it felt a bit uncomfortable. The night fire crow tilted its head, facing the sun in the sky, its body immersed in the fire element, its heart not knowing what it was thinking. Watching Su Hao's smooth cultivation now, Fang Xingkong and the others couldn't hide their envy. They too wanted their families to look up to them, they too wanted their family trees to open a new page for them. I wish I could cultivate normally too. Why don't we go apologize to Teacher Su? Suddenly, the strong young man stood up and pointed at the girl. Earlier, you said whoever apologizes is a dog, and now just a few hours later you change your mind. Women are really unpredictable. Who said I want to apologize? The girl snorted, refusing to admit it. I just wanted to see if any of you would waver. Wow, this woman is really cunning. Fang Xingkong silently complained in his heart, and at the same time, he was glad that his reaction was a little slow, or he would have agreed just now. Now it seemed that no one was willing to back down. If they apologized to Su Qing in front of him, they would definitely get beaten up. So Fang Xingkong decided to go quietly at night. When his cultivation problems were solved, with his strength in the class and the night fire crow's ability to crush other spiritual beasts, as long as he improved a little, no one in the class would be able to beat him. Not even class leader Su Hao. As for being found out, that was impossible. In the whole class, only Suha was cultivating, and no one else could notice. Time quickly passed to the evening. After dinner, the students of Class 8 usually gathered in one person's dormitory to play games, but this time it was quite different. Shall we play together? Fang Xingkong, how can you still have the face to suggest playing games? The girl scolded with a dark face. I lost tens of millions of Havel coins this afternoon because of you. I'm tired of playing, I'm going back to sleep. The girl turned around and went back to her dormitory. The others also began to leave, leaving only Fang Xingkong and Lin Hai behind. Lin Hai held a poisonous substance compendium in one hand and patted Fang Xingkong's shoulder with the other. You should go back and get some sleep. After saying that, Lin Hai also returned to his own dormitory. Fang Xingkong's mouth twitched, but he said nothing more. This afternoon, influenced by Su Hao's training, he wasn't in the right state and had no feel for the game. If it were normally, he would definitely be killing it. But forget it, nobody is here, which is just right. Soon he would go find Su Qing to apologize. Chapter 16, The Primitive Contract. Although the teacher's dormitory and the student's dormitory were in the same area, they were separated in different places. To find Su Qing, Fang Xingkong and the others had to take a big detour, going around a patch of artificial forest to get there. If they wanted to be faster, they could only go straight through the forest. As a second-tier martial artist, there were no fierce beasts in the forest, so Fang Xingkong slipped out and directly entered the dense forest. Ow, who stepped on my hand? As soon as he entered the forest, a cry of pain rang out. Fang Xingkong froze, feeling that the soil underfoot felt strange, soft and squishy, and quickly stepped back. Then another surprise shout followed. What the hell? Fang Xingkong was dumbfounded. What were these people doing in the forest at night? Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they could just go to the dormitory. Is the forest somehow more exciting? Quick, move your foot. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Fang Xingkong called forth the night fire crow, igniting flames to illuminate the small forest. Suddenly, 7 figures were revealed before him. I'll be damned. Fang Xingkong was immediately startled into dropping his knife, because these people were none other than his classmates who had complained just an hour ago about his poor gaming skills and said they were going back to their dorms to sleep. What are you all doing here at this late hour? The dorm was too stuffy, so we came out to get some fresh air. Fresh air in the forest? Fang Xingkong looked skeptical. The dorm has air conditioning and ventilation, can martial artists get hot? I said it's stuffy, so it's stuffy, what's it to you? Are you questioning me? Oh, seeing the other party getting feisty, Fang Xingkong was slightly surprised. A little first-tier martial artist with a contract beast that's just a medicine rabbit thinks he can challenge me, a second-tier martial spirit? Do you have the ability? Fang Xingkong pushed hard, and the other fell on the ground with a thud, the defiance on his face disappearing in an instant. Xingkong, I was just joking, he he he. Leaning against a tree trunk, Lin Hai closed his book and adjusted his glasses. By the way, Xingkong, what are you doing running into the forest? Unlike you, I'm not so leisurely. It's late at night and I can't just hang around. I want to find Teacher Su to apologize. I want to embark on my training again. I want to open my own branch on the clan tree. Fang Xingkong laid it out directly, probably thinking the same as these guys. Please call me the Night Wolf. The Night Wolf, a spirit beast evolved from a black dog, is jet black in color, with a dark attribute, thriving in the dark, hunting at night, not a particularly powerful spirit beast, but it has one massive advantage. That is, it's extremely cool and handsome. Shameless, the girl fiddled with a spider and spoke lightly, then continued, please call me the Rose Dog, thank you. The Rose Dog, also a type of dog, commonly known as a dog. Similar to the Night Wolf, it has a beautiful design. It is quite popular among dog lovers. You still have the nerve to say that, Fang Xingkong looked disdainful, glancing at the others. What a bunch of proud idiots. Aren't you the same? You caused plenty of trouble yourself. They all rolled their eyes. After some playful banter, Fang Xingkong and the others walked together and passed through the forest to reach the entrance of Su Qing's dormitory. Fang Xingkong stepped forward and knocked on the door. Who is it? Su Qing, already aware of their arrival, opened the dormitory door and looked at the group pretending to be confused. Fang Xingkong, and you all, why are you looking for me so late at night? Hearing Su Qing's slightly unenthusiastic tone, the proud girl lifted her neck, just about to retort when someone pressed her down. We're here to apologize to you, Teacher Su. Before, we were wrong, we misunderstood Teacher and offended you. Now we deeply understand our mistakes, and we sincerely hope that you, Teacher Su, can forgive us. Fang Xingkong had a respectful attitude and sincere tone. After speaking, he bowed, showing an attitude of admitting his mistakes. The rest of the students also bent down to admit their errors. For these students, Su Chang was not angry before, he only wanted an attitude, and now he has it. Crack, crack. Su Qing nodded, stealing a glance at Xu Hao behind him, who had a face full of glee as he put away his phone. He then shifted his gaze back. I have received your attitude. As for forgiveness, let's see how you perform. Now, go back to your dorms to rest. I hope to see you in the classroom during morning practice. Fang Xingkong, you stay. To be honest, Su Qing was a little surprised. He had originally thought that tonight only Fang Xingkong would come to apologize, but he did not expect them all to come, a bunch of proud oddballs. But now, he could only select a matching heart technique for Fang Xingkong, pretending that he had only forgiven the one who took the lead in apologizing, while letting the other little guys be nervous for a while longer. He would later seek them out one by one for heart techniques to resolve any issues. After all, a person's energy is limited. Seeing the delighted face of Fang Xingkong, the others felt waves of conflicting emotions, sometimes regretful, sometimes worried, anxious, but in the end, they said nothing and left with 3 backward glances. Come in with me. Su Qing turned and entered the room. Fang Xingkong restrained his smile and followed him in, kindly closing the door. He then turned and saw Su Hao, startled. Haozi, what are you doing here? I came to ask Teacher Su about cultivation problems. Su Hao looked at Fang Xingkong with the eyes of someone who discovered a new continent. I hadn't noticed before, it turns out you're still an arrogant brat. Fang Xingkong was momentarily speechless and didn't know what to say. If a youth is not proud, then they wouldn't be called a youth, Su Qing's voice echoed, alleviating Fang Xingkong's embarrassment. Su Hao, come over and cultivate so I can observe. Seeing the teacher mention him, Su Hao didn't tease Fang Xingkong any further. He had come to the teacher to address cultivation problems, but not long after arriving, Fang Xingkong and the others showed up. Su Hao sat cross-legged and circulated his heart technique. Su Qing quietly stood by and watched, and Fang Xingkong also stayed quietly beside him, watching the fire attribute spiritual energy leap and dance. He was cultivating fire attribute heart technique, so he naturally felt at ease. The cycles of the universe continued, but suddenly the vibrant spiritual energy became agitated, like a mouse encountering a cat, frantically trying to escape. In that empty space, ancient patterns slowly emerged and intertwined in the air, revealing a corner of an ancient formation. Although the formation was incomplete, its aura was very oppressive and wild. Like a fire demon about to break free from its seal. Su Qing knew this was the original contract. He didn't expect that only a day had passed, and a third of the contract had already emerged. The energy was still so frantic, Su Qing guessed that the swallowing flame python must have awakened. But since the contract was not established, it couldn't fully appear. Having been suppressed for so long and tortured by ice attribute spiritual energy continuously, it was normal for its temper to be a bit explosive. Su Qing understood this, but Fang Xingkong couldn't comprehend it. However, while cultivating the golden rooster gazing at the sun technique, he sensed a kind of suppression from that corner of the pattern, causing his soul to tremble. Teacher, what is that? The original contract, Su Qing, as a classmate of Su Hao and a companion who would spend day and night together in the future, did not conceal anything from Fang Xingkong. What? Fang Xingkong was shocked into a broken voice. He naturally understood what the original contract represented, a companion spirit beast that would never betray its master for eternity. The companion spirit beast shares life and death with its master. Even if Su Hao's companion spirit beast is weak, it could greatly benefit his cultivation, not to mention the imposing aura it exuded even before awakening. It was clearly not a weak companion spirit beast. Su Hao actually has a companion spirit beast. This was something Fang Xingkong never expected, and now it has been discovered by Teacher Su. Seeing Teacher Su's expression, it was obviously clear. Clearly, this accompanying spiritual beast, Teacher Su had already known, and under his guidance, Su Hao's original contract had only just appeared. The teacher could tell that Su Hao had an accompanying spiritual beast. But what about him? Chapter 17, Reconciliation. Teacher, why don't you take a look at me? Fang Xingkong shamelessly leaned over, see if I have an accompanying spiritual beast. Su Qing glanced at Fang Xingkong, do you want to hear the truth? Fang Xingkong nodded, with a face full of anticipation. You don't have an accompanying spiritual beast. Fang Xingkong, full of expectation, felt as though his heart had been pierced by an icy needle, and the smile on his face instantly froze, turning into disappointment. He didn't have an accompanying spiritual beast, he didn't have an accompanying spiritual beast. These 6 words echoed constantly in Fang Xingkong's heart, just like those who once mocked him and his clan, just like they said, Fang Xingkong, you don't have talent in martial arts cultivation, and neither do you in spiritual beast mastery. Simple words at this moment were extremely heart-wrenching. His heart felt as if it was being gripped by a cold, frosty hand. Su Qing didn't expect Fang Xingkong's reaction to be so intense. Just as he was about to say something to ease the situation, he suddenly thought of something. He suddenly waved his hand at the Nightfire Crow. The Nightfire Crow with its shaved head completely ignored Su Qing. It was angry too, until Su Qing's words rang in its mind, do you still want your master to perk up? Yes, the Nightfire Crow dreamed of it. But what does this have to do with you? Wait, why can I clearly know what he is saying? The Nightfire Crow suddenly realized, showing a look of fear. Don't be surprised, it's just a simple, easy-to-learn trick, Su Qing smiled. This is a technique developed by a bunch of bored people in Longcheng, a way to communicate with low-tier spiritual beasts. Su Qing happened to have the luck to learn it. Now it's the right time to use it. I know what you're longing for. The Nightfire Crow turned its head. I don't believe it. Even my master, who's been with me for so long, doesn't know. How could you, an outsider, know? You. Su Qing deliberately paused. You want to become your ancestor. You're talking nonsense. Su Qing ignored it, continuing the communication. Your heart actually longs for the sun. You don't want to shrink in the dark like your kin, you also want to be the sun that lights up the world. Nonsense, how could you understand me? Yeah, how could I possibly understand a spiritual beast? Su Qing pulled out a lollipop and stuck it in his mouth, looking up at the night sky outside the window. These are just my guesses. The truth, only you know. If you want to stay like this, always being the crow that hides in the dark, being scorned with your master is useless, then pretend I never said these words. But if, like your master, you still want to grow stronger, then face your own heart, tell me your thoughts, and I will do my best to make you the sun in the sky. You said, Master, he still wants to grow stronger? The Nightfire Crow was eager to know the answer. Feeling the emotions from the Nightfire Crow, Su Qing knew that things were nearly settled, as long as the Nightfire Crow was taken care of. Fang Xingkong's cultivation would return to the right path. Su Qing nodded. He's a competitive young man, but you shackled him. He tried to approach you, even giving up cultivating his mental method, wanting to walk deeper into the darkness with you. But you never showed your desire for the light. Now, only you can lead him out of the darkness. After hearing Su Qing's words, the Nightfire Crow lowered its head, realizing it had always thought that the lack of progress and strength was Fang Xingkong's fault. But it now realized it was wrong. It had dragged its master down. If it had the heart to follow the light, just like the other Nightfire Crows, its cultivation wouldn't have stagnated. What should I do? Face your own heart, reconcile with your master, and pull him out of the dark mire, Su Qing said. I will handle the rest, and both of you will have a brighter future. The Nightfire Crow didn't understand. How specifically do I do that? In your own way. The Nightfire Crow flapped its wings, flying up, landing on Fang Xingkong's shoulder, and resting its head against his forehead. This was a better way for mental communication. Fang Xingkong's heart, under all the scorn, was like an ice cave. He sealed himself in the deepest layer of ice. At that moment, the ice cave began to melt little by little. Fang Xingkong felt a slight stir in his heart. It reminded him of the nights of family training. Every time he was punished during training, he stood under the cold wind, and the Nightfire Crow would bring him warmth. Though it was bitter, he was very happy. Since his training had become increasingly difficult, he transformed inside. His relationship with the Nightfire Crow was no longer friendly, and their communication dwindled. He hadn't experienced such warmth again. Now, that familiar warmth surged back. Warm Crow, is that you? Warm Crow, this was the name Fang Xingkong gave to the Nightfire Crow under the night sky. Just like how on every cold night, the Nightfire Crow stayed by his side, bringing him warmth and joy. But since their relationship soured, he hadn't called it that again. Crow. It's me, Master. The voice of the Nightfire Crow echoed in Fang Xingkong's heart. The cold ice cave melted swiftly at this moment. In the center, Fang Xingkong locked eyes with the Nightfire Crow, and they finally embraced tightly. Warm Crow, you've come to save me again. Who told you that you are my master? If I don't come, who else will? The Nightfire Crow said carelessly, but then whispered, after all, you are my only master. One person and one crow held each other, quietly without speaking. Outside, Su Qing quietly watched the scene, and at this moment, Su Hao also finished his training and opened his eyes. He stood up and looked at Fang Xingkong and the Nightfire Crow. Teacher, what happened to them? They are reconciling. Reconciliation? Seeing Su Hao's confusion, Su Qing simply explained Fang Xingkong and the Nightfire Crow's situation. The smart Su Hao quickly understood. Su Hao finally knew why the teacher had mentioned the taboo of dual cultivation in class. They had been caught in the taboo all along. Now he had stepped out of it. He believed that Fang Xingkong would also overcome his inner barriers and return to the hopeful self he once was. Teacher, about my training issue. At this moment, Su Hao finally brought up his own matter. It's nothing, that's a normal phenomenon, Su Qing replied, just train normally according to my requirements. Su Hao nodded, I understand. Inner world. After a struggle of thoughts, the Nightfire Crow no longer hid. It revealed its true feelings. Master, I actually don't want to be a crow in the shadows. Every time I see the elders of our clan evolve, I feel scared. We shouldn't always live in the yin and yang. I have the right to pursue the light. So what do you want to become? I want to become the sun. You have always been the sun in my heart. Fang Xingkong said slowly. This was his heart, the Nightfire Crow's emotions. He knew them all clearly. His silence was realizing he was wrong. He had never understood the Nightfire Crow. Earlier he had asked a question in class. What he asked was about himself, and Teacher Sue had long given him the answer, only now did he clearly understand. Isn't it just a companion spirit beast? If there isn't one, then there isn't one. Having Warm Crow is enough. Warm Crow has a heart that yearns for the sun, so why must he walk alone in the darkness, silently enduring everything? At this moment, Fong Xingkong reconciled with the Nightfire Crow. His goal slowly became clear, and there was no more gloom in Fong Xingkong's eyes. The darkness inside at this moment was swept away. Warm Crow, let's strive together to become the sun. Chapter 18, Evolution Commission. Looking at Fong Xingkong lift his head, his face returned to the sunshine. Su Qing said, have the shackles confining your heart been unlocked? They've been unlocked, thank you, teacher. Thank me for what? Su Qing looked at the Nightfire Crow. You should thank your spirit beast, it has not given up on you. Thanks to Warm Crow, and also to Teacher Sue, Fong Xingkong spoke sincerely. Warm Crow is a bit slow sometimes. I know all of this is thanks to you, Teacher Sue, and Fong Xingkong will always remember. Crow. The Nightfire Crow kicked at Fong Xingkong, seemingly venting its displeasure at him speaking ill of it. Fong Xingkong quickly countered without holding back. Even so, Nightfire Crow and Fong Xingkong both wore smiles, no longer silent, and Su Qing was also happy about it. Then Su Qing took out the Great Sun Burning Heaven decision. Before, Fong Xingkong's compatibility with this mental method was only 78%. After reconciling with Nightfire Crow, Fong Xingkong's compatibility with the mental method had risen to 213%, and Nightfire Crow's compatibility also improved, from 271% to 307%. Take this mental method and cultivate it. Fong Xingkong took the mental method, glanced at Su Hao, and suddenly asked, Teacher, do I need to disperse my energy to change the mental method? Su Hao nodded frantically beside him. The pain of dispersing energy should not be borne alone. Su Qing was speechless. You don't need to learn from Su Hao. This is a fire element mental method. You can just directly transfer. Su Hao, no. Don't feel too much pressure. I won't. Fong Xingkong shook his head. I figured it out. Even without a companion spirit beast, with Nightfire Crow, under the teacher's guidance, plus my talent, I will definitely succeed. This kid is not only proud, but also quite narcissistic. Companion spirit beast, whose is it? Su Hao asked in confusion. Fong Xingkong was taken aback, but soon he realized that since Teacher Su hadn't told Su Hao, he must want to surprise him. So, he of course would not reveal it. Don't you envy those with companion spirit beasts? I envy, of course I do. Su Hao's envy was evident, as he knew the benefits of having a companion spirit beast. Unfortunately, his Su family has a tradition of over 100 years, and no one has awakened an original contract to possess a companion spirit beast. How could he, as a descendant of the Su family, have an original contract? Fortunately, his good brother Fong Xingkong didn't have one either. Thinking this way, Su Hao's mood improved a lot. So it's settled. Fong Xingkong clapped his hands and then spread them, looking enviously at those with companion spirit beasts. His eyes were still on Su Hao. But Su Hao didn't know. Su Hao suddenly shifted his gaze to Su Qing. Teacher Su, you are so strong. Do you have a companion spirit beast? Fong Xingkong also looked curious. Su Qing smiled mysteriously. Guess? I can't guess, Fong Xingkong said. If you can't guess, then cultivate. You can dual cultivate with the spirit beast. First switch the mental method, and after the mental method is switched, I have other arrangements. Su Qing finished and looked at Su Hao, making Su Hao a bit uneasy. Teacher, it's fine. I will leave first. Su Hao said as he began to leave, but was grabbed by Su Qing. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Stay here. Oh, Su Hao had no choice but to obediently stand aside. In his heart, he was mumbling, it can't be that the companion spirit beast touched the teacher's sore spot, and the teacher wants to punish me. I don't want to receive electric therapy. However, Su Qing didn't think too much. He just wanted to use Fong Xingkong's hand to temper Su Hao's physical body, allowing him to convert the remaining medicinal properties in his body into a solid cultivation foundation. Otherwise, in a few days, when Su Hao's companion spirit beast, the swallowing fire python, awakens, it will be much more troublesome to solidify the foundation then. Pain would also increase exponentially. So, this matter cannot be delayed. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At that moment, Su Qing's phone on the table rang. Su Hao next to him noticed and said, Teacher, you have a call. Su Qing was currently observing Fong Xingkong's conversion of the mental method. Although they were all practicing fire element mental methods, there might be unexpected occurrences during the conversion, so it was better for him to keep an eye on his own student. However, Su Qing still took a moment to glance at the caller ID and found it was from the Breeder Association, probably something urgent. Help me connect, and turn on the speaker. Su Hao immediately complied. Teacher Su, sorry for calling you so late. I hope I'm not disturbing your cultivation, a male voice came from the other end of the line, strong and respectful. Su Hao was very familiar with this voice. It was Zhuang Lang, the vice president of the Qingshan City Breeder Association. When he visited his home, even the clan leader treated him with utmost respect. Now, however, his attitude was extremely humble. Su Hao, being clever, guessed in an instant that Teacher Su's identity was not simple. But then he thought, a 24-year-old 4th-grade martial artist and a 5th-level spirit master, how could a family that could cultivate such a strong person be simple? He didn't guess much. Su Qing's voice sounded, "It's not a problem, but Vice President Zhuang, calling me at this late hour must mean there's something urgent." Teacher Su was being too serious. Zhuang Lang lowered his tone, "But there is indeed a matter. Someone here wants to bother you to evolve a spirit beast, and the situation is a bit urgent. I hope you can forgive me for disturbing you so late." Su Hao was startled upon hearing this. Evolving a spirit beast. Teacher Su was still a cultivator. To have the vice president of the Qingshan City Cultivator Association show such respect and personally ask the teacher to evolve a spirit beast. How strong must Teacher Su be in nurturing? Urgent? How urgent? Su Qing asked. Well. If you don't want to say, that's fine. Zhuang Lang hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, there's nothing I can't say. It's related to the Muyu mine vein outside Qingshan City. Recently, I don't know what happened, but many fierce beasts have appeared near the mine vein in the east of the city, killing several miners, and now the entire mine is occupied by fierce beasts. The city lord's mansion issued a task to clear the fierce beasts. It's been 2 days, and several groups have gone, including some 4th-tier martial experts and 4th-tier spirit trainers, yet they haven't managed to clear them. There have even been reports of injuries. The city lord then directly sent people to exterminate them, but they still couldn't get the job done. This news reached the guards of Qingshan City, and the guards felt there was a problem, urging the city lord's mansion to expedite the extermination. The person dragging me to find you is from the city lord's mansion. This relation is important, which is why I had to find you now." Su Qing got a general idea. However, he didn't know much about the situation outside the city, but Su Hao should know. "What do you think about the situation outside?" "Me?" Su Hao pointed at himself. Su Qing nodded. "Is it true or false?" "It's not fake." Su Hao had been paying attention to it. "A few days ago, an uncle of mine also participated in the extermination. He has dual cultivation of martial and spirit, 3rd-tier martial master, and indeed suffered injuries. In this case, the matter must be true." After thinking for a moment, Su Qing replied to Zhuang Lang, "I agree to this matter. You have someone prepare the evolution materials and the reward, and have him wait for me at the Zifu Manor in the east of the city tomorrow morning." "Thank you so much, Teacher Su," Zhuang Lang said with relief, quickly expressing his gratitude. "I will definitely relay your words to the other party. Contributing to Huaxia is something I should do." Chapter 19, Solid Foundation. Influenced by his family, Su Qing still had a certain sense of justice, and there were also some of his own calculations involved. From what he knew, the Muyu mine vein in Qingshan City had veins in all directions outside the city, and the Muyu mine vein in the east was not large. Even if Muyu was effective against fierce beasts, it should be other mines that had issues. Yet, ironically, it was this not too big but not small mine that had problems. He speculated that there must be something in the mine vein that made the fierce beasts covet, like the green jade essence produced by the Muyu mine vein. The green jade essence is a type of spirit stone that contains immense life force, and its nurturing place is the earth veins rich in wood elements. The Muyu mine vein just happens to satisfy the growing conditions for the green jade essence. This inevitably made Su Qing suspicious. The 10,000 spirits return to spring technique he was cultivating was a heart method of the life attribute, and it needed green jade essence to assist in cultivation. Not only that, but there were also Zhuyan bats present in the Muyu mine vein. He had checked this out earlier. The novice task required Zhuyan bat eyeballs. Previously, Su Qing had planned to leave school to get the novice gift package and was still thinking about what reason to give the director to approve the leave. Now, the reason has come knocking at his door. At this moment, Su Qing suddenly realized that Su Hao was looking at him with a strange gaze, as if he wanted to strip him and swallow him whole. "I know you envy my cultivation talent, but sadly, that's not something you can envy." Su Hao's breathing quickened. "You're leaving school tomorrow? Didn't I say it clearly on the phone just now?" Su Qing instantly understood Su Hao's thoughts. "You want to go out with me?" Su Hao nodded repeatedly. "I do." "No," Su Qing rejected him outright. "You are a student, you should focus on your cultivation and not think about slacking off outside. You are still a teacher." Su Hao said impatiently. "What's wrong with the teacher? The teacher should focus on teaching, not slacking off," Su Hao mimicked. "And if you're leaving, who will guide us in our training? So, I decided to go with you." "No need to be moved, it's settled like that." Su Hao raised his hand in a gesture that said, "It's decided." Su Qing hit him on the head with a chestnut. Ouch. Su Hao covered his head and stepped back a few steps. I was just talking. Even if you don't take me, there's no need to hit me. Teacher, if the rat doesn't go, I'll go. Fang Xingkong, who had completed his mental technique transformation, directly hugged Su Qing's leg. Teacher, I can take a beating. You must take me out of the school. If he goes, I'm going too. Su Hao imitated Fang Xingkong, holding on to Su Qing's other leg, not letting go if he didn't agree. If you don't agree, we won't let go. Su Qing was really scared of these two lively treasures. All right, I agree. Is that okay? Both of them looked like stars were shining in their eyes. Really? Really, Su Qing nodded, but don't tell anyone about this, or I won't take any of you. And as for leaving the school, you all must listen to me and not run around. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the school gates in the future. Both of them nodded vigorously. With their legs released, Su Qing's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Taking only Su Hao out of the school wouldn't help strengthen his body, but with two people, they could strengthen each other. Fang Xingkong, is your mental technique transformation complete? Report, teacher, it's already complete. Fang Xingkong's voice became stronger as the temptation of leaving the school grew. Let me see how your training is going. Fang Xingkong immediately crossed his legs and began to train. Soon, the fire element in the air began to move again, and a shadow of a large sun appeared behind Fang Xingkong. The appearance of the large sun meant the entry into the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. When the mental technique was perfected, the large sun could become a solid entity. It could even condense into true solar fire. If the technique advanced to the 10 days burning heaven technique, condensing solar fire would only be the beginning. Condensing 10 solar fires to form a solar wheel would be the true perfection. However, until now, very few people had managed to perfect the 10 days burning heaven technique. Most people were stuck at the 9-day level. While Fang Xingkong was training, Su Qing looked at the panel. Name, Fang Xingkong. Age, 16. Realm, 2nd grade warrior, 1st level spirit master. Companion spirit beast, none. Contract spirit beast, night fire crow, awakened to 8 stars, practicing the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, compatibility 307%. Mental technique, Great Sun Burning Heaven, compatibility 213%. Martial skills, none. Defects, unstable foundation, incompatible mental technique, dull aptitude. Training efficiency, 142%. Comprehensive evaluation, F. Guidance suggestions, 1. Strengthen foundation, 2. Evolve spirit beast. The training efficiency has returned to normal, but it's still not high. This is still affected by the foundation and spirit beast, which can be corrected. But the dull aptitude is innate. There's basically no way to fix that. Closing the panel, Su Qing waited for Fang Xingkong to finish his training, then asked, how does it feel now, after training? Good, better than ever before. The mental technique is well matched, so the training goes quickly. Su Qing nodded, then changed the topic, but this is still not enough. Your bodies are affected by the pills, and your foundation is unstable. You still need to solidify your foundation. As the saying goes, a high tower must start from a solid foundation. Thinking of a high tower, the foundation must be firm. If the foundation is not solid, when reaching a certain level, not only will cultivation be impossible, but it could also cause the body to collapse and die. Fang Xingkong was still frustrated, but Su Hao already understood Su Qing's meaning. What should we do? Fang Xingkong also understood and looked at Su Qing. Do you want to know? Su Qing smiled wickedly. Su Hao had a bad feeling about this smile, but the foundation had to be solid. Please tell us, teacher. Take off your clothes. I won't sell. Su Qing's face darkened, and he didn't want to speak anymore. He turned to Fang Xingkong and instructed, run the mental technique and gather the energy in your hands. Fang Xingkong immediately followed the instructions. His snow-white palms turned red like iron that had been heated. Does it hurt? Fang Xingkong nodded, yes, it hurts. Su Qing moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he tightly controlled Su Hao, exposing his back in front of Fang Xingkong. Hit here. Hit it hard. That's not good. If it's not good, why are you hitting me? Su Hao felt fists pounding down on his back like raindrops, howling in pain. Su Qing said nothing, lifting Su Hao and spinning him around, just like kneading dough, making every inch of Su Hao's skin receive Fang Xingkong's loving punches. Although Su Hao was only a first-grade warrior now, due to the reconstruction of his martial arts, his physical condition was comparable to a second-grade martial spirit. So he wouldn't die, at most, he would be in pain for a few days. If he used a gentle medicinal bath to recover, with a warrior's physique, he could be back to normal in half a day at most. Teacher Su, I'm sorry. I really made a mistake, ugh. Painfully dizzy, Su Hao started to beg for mercy. Su Qing gave Fang Xingkong a look, and Fang Xingkong understood instantly, immediately increasing the intensity. Su Qing frowned. What are you doing? Fang Xingkong was surprised. Didn't you tell me to use more strength? I meant to tell you to gradually stop. Fang Xingkong reluctantly stopped, having been beaten by Su Hao at school before, now finally getting his revenge. Su Qing set Su Hao down. Operate your mind techniques to cultivate, don't rely on external things, use the residual medicinal properties in yourself to activate, burn with internal fire, and then use it to heal your injuries. Su Hao saw the smug face of Fang Xingkong and angrily said, just wait, once I improve my skills, I will definitely beat you. Teacher, I apply to help Su Hao train. Fang Xingkong raised his hand to propose. Since he would get beaten later anyway, he might as well enjoy it first. Moreover, he was currently the strongest in the class, practicing normally. In the future, who would beat whom was still uncertain. Chapter 20 Leaving School. Teacher, please don't agree to Fang Xingkong's suggestion. Just as Su Hao was about to cultivate, he jumped up suddenly. You just focus on your cultivation. Su Qing pushed Su Hao back down. Xingkong, your proposal is approved. From now on, you will be responsible for toughening up Su Hao's body and ensuring he lays a solid foundation. After saying this, Su Qing looked at Su Hao. I'm doing this for your future. I guarantee I will complete the task. Fang Xingkong rubbed his hands, looking excited. Brother Hao, I'm doing this for your own good, so please don't resist. If I can't handle my strength and hurt you, that wouldn't be good. For your future, Brother Hao, I plan to move in with you to constantly spur your growth. Brother Hao, don't be too moved. Seeing Fang Xingkong's smug look, Su Hao knew too well his intentions, but he couldn't refuse. With the reconstruction of his martial arts, he was no longer the top student in class. He was in a situation where escape was impossible. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, just wait, Fang Xingkong. When my skills are fully developed, I will definitely get my revenge. How could that be? We're good brothers, Su Hao forced a smile. As a good brother, can you please go a bit easier? My body isn't doing too well lately. No way. If I slack off, it would be irresponsible towards you, Brother Hao. To give the teacher a satisfactory answer, let's head back to the dormitory to cultivate. Don't disturb Teacher Su here. After saying this, Fang Xingkong ignored whether Su Hao agreed or not and pulled Su Hao out, remembering to say goodbye and thank you as they left Su Qing's dorm, shutting the door behind them. Seeing Fang Xingkong so energetic, Su Qing felt assured. But Su Hao, don't worry, this pain will not be in vain. Once your spirit beast awakens, it would be Fang Xingkong's turn to toughen you up. Not long after, the student dormitory echoed with howls. Despite the excellent soundproofing of the dormitory, they could still be heard from outside. Su Hao's body training foundation was indeed resolved. At the same time, the next day, Su Qing received several complaints saying that students from their class were howling and screaming in the dormitory all night, disturbing students from other classes' cultivation. Your class's students are seriously affecting the cultivation of my class. If this continues, I will have to report it to the director. Teacher Su, please manage your students well. The name of the troublemaker class in Grade 1, Class 8, was known throughout Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, but many people found it hard to provoke them. They could only complain to Teacher Su, the class teacher. I will definitely manage them strictly. Definitely. Su Qing could only smile and send the person off. After the teacher left, Su Qing checked the time. It was time for the morning exercise. He needed to see if the students had arrived. When he reached the classroom, Su Qing found that everyone was there. Su Hao had a greenish face. But Fang Xingkong wasn't much better either, with bruises all over his face, looking like he'd been beaten up badly. However, no one was practicing cultivation. Su Qing understood this. Practicing cultivation at such a time would cause their progress to regress faster. But the fact that they had shown up meant their attitude was still correct. You all coming to the classroom for morning exercise makes me very pleased, Su Qing said. I know your situation, so I won't set any strict requirements for now, but I hope you can keep this up. After speaking, Su Qing looked at Su Hao and Fang Xingkong. What's going on with you two? Don't you know students shouldn't fight each other? Get out here, the rest of you study on your own. Su Qing pretended to be angry and turned to leave. Su Hao lowered his head, looking like he had done something wrong, and Fang Xingkong, with a grim expression, walked out too. Damn it, he had forgotten that Su Hao's power had weakened. His contracted spirit beast, the eye-scaled serpent, was still at the second-tier extraordinary level, and its attributes suppressed him, leading to a heavy beating. But Su Hao didn't come out unscathed, so it wasn't a complete loss. Taking the two of them back to the office, Su Qing began preparing the leave documents. If it were just for him, it wouldn't have been necessary. But this time, he had to take 2 students out of school. The paperwork had to be in order. Luckily, at Wuyu Academy, there were cases where teachers took students out for training, so it wasn't too troublesome to prepare. Once the materials were ready, Su Qing got up. As for Su Hao and Fang Xingkong's injuries, he didn't ask. Body training required mutual forging, and although the focus was on Su Hao's training, Fang Xingkong could still slowly continue as well. Later, they would focus more on building a solid foundation. Taking students out of school for training? Huang Shi took Su Qing's leave request, glanced at Su Hao and Fang Xingkong's bruised faces, and asked cautiously, "Teacher Su, are you sure you want to take these two out for training?" Su Hao glared, as if to say, "What, is it not allowed?" Fang Xingkong wasn't going to back down either. But under Su Qing's gaze, both of them immediately became obedient and stopped being playful. Su Qing said, "Is it not allowed? I saw that Qingshan No. 2 High School has teachers taking students out for training." "It's not that it's not allowed," Huang Shi said with a troubled look. "But usually, it's the second and third year teachers who do this. Never mind, I'll approve your request. But recently, both inside and outside the city haven't been peaceful. You need to watch these two carefully, don't let anything happen." "You don't need to worry, Director," Su Qing patted his chest and promised, "although they've been a bit mischievous before, they're listening to me now." "Su Hao, Fang Xingkong, you two say so, right?" "We'll listen to Teacher Su," both of them replied obediently. "If teacher asks us to go east, we will never go west." Seeing this, Huang Shi didn't say anything else and quickly approved the request. "Do the students staying behind need my supervision?" "No need, I trust they won't break the rules again." Su Qing took the leave request and left the academic affairs office with the two of them. When they reached the east gate, the guard was still Old Zhong. Su Qing called out, "Old Zhong." Old Zhong opened his eyes, quickly scanning Su Qing and the two students. His voice carried a lazy tone. "Little Su, what's up?" At the glance from Old Zhong, Su Hao and Fang Xingkong both shrank back and hid behind Su Qing. They had caused trouble before, recognizing the demon pills, fighting teachers, chasing away their head teacher, skipping classes, but they had never managed to climb over the wall to leave the school. Every time, they got beaten so badly they couldn't sit down. The guards at the school gate were sent by the authorities, and even their families had to show respect to them, so they naturally feared them. After all, they had been beaten more than once. Just a week before Su Qing arrived, the two had tried climbing over the wall and got caught, earning another round of beatings. Their butt still ached slightly. "I'm going out of the school for a while, it might take some time. Here's the leave request." Su Qing handed the leave form to Old Zhong, who didn't even look at it before putting it away and reminding, "Be careful." His gaze then landed on Su Hao and Fang Xingkong. "Don't cause trouble for your teacher." Used to being beaten, Su Hao and Fang Xingkong were still a little unaccustomed to being treated like this by Elder Zhong, but they responded politely anyway. "We won't cause trouble for our teacher. You have a good teacher, this is your chance. Make sure to cherish it, don't miss it and regret it later," Elder Zhong said as he stepped down from the battlefield. He, too, practiced both martial arts and martial spirit, and due to the two's extremely mischievous nature, his attention to them was greater. He also knew a little about their family. The two's transformation naturally couldn't escape his sharp eyes. Su Hao and the others also noticed the change in Elder Zhong. In their impression, wasn't he supposed to be a stubborn old man? Why was he so gentle and kind today? Could it be that he took the wrong medicine? Chapter 21, A Grand Introduction. The door opened, and as Su Hao and the others stepped outside, they were dazzled by the busy, flashy world outside the school, not thinking much about it. Under Su Qing's lead, they left the school gate. As soon as they stepped out, the two started looking around, acting like they had never seen the world, like country bumpkins descending from the mountains. "Wow, that person's legs are so long, so white. Did you see that spirit beast? So cool, with its dark green scales, strong limbs, and even breathing out fire." Where? Spirit beast, where?" Su Qing turned his head and looked. He saw a spirit beast covered in dark green scales, shaped like a horse but unusually tall, with a single horn on its head, and bright red mane flying in the cold wind like flames. It stood not far away, looking cool and striking. Beside the Yulin Yanma stood a middle-aged man, holding a phone, occasionally glancing toward the school gate. Su Qing recognized the spirit beast. It was called the Yulin Yanma. It evolved from a fire horse, with strength typically ranging from extraordinary to war general level. However, this Yulin Yanma was a surprise. Its strength had reached the level of a first-star lord. Such power was rare in Qingshan City. Su Qing was simply curious and looked at it for a few more moments before retracting his gaze. For students, as long as they didn't run around causing trouble, he let them look as they wished, since it had no real impact. Just as Su Qing was about to take out his phone to order a taxi, the man beside the Yulin Yanma suddenly locked his eyes on Su Qing and walked straight over. "It's coming, the horse is coming." Su Hao and Fang Xingkong were excited. Although they came from prominent families, both had their own spirit beasts, and they knew their family beasts the best. Their cultivation had stagnated, which led to them no longer being very knowledgeable about spirit beasts. Only Lin Hai, who was interested in breeding, probably knew its name. They only knew that this horse-like spirit beast was very handsome and cool. While the two were talking, Su Cheng also noticed and put his phone away, looking at the approaching man. However, he wasn't nervous as he was just curious about what this person wanted. The man reached Su Cheng and asked, "Su Cheng? That's me. What is it?" After confirming the identity, the man changed his attitude and became respectful. "Hello, Teacher Su. I am Ma Yixing, Vice Captain of the 3rd Squad of the Qingshan City Guard Army. Under the orders of our captain, I am here to take you to Zifu Manor. Our captain, along with the Vice President of the Qingshan City Breeders Association, Zhuang Lang, has been waiting for you at the entrance of Zifu Manor." So it was Zhuang Lang who sent him. No wonder the spirit beast could swagger around in such a law-abiding city. The evolution must have been quite urgent. Zhuang Lang really had good intentions. Su Cheng nodded and pointed at Su Hao and Fang Xingkong, whose eyes were nearly glued to the Yulin Yanma. "These two are my students, and they are coming with me. Please take care of them, Captain Ma." Teacher Su is too polite. "This is my duty," Ma Yixing said respectfully, without asking further, and immediately signaled the Yulin Yanma to kneel down. "Please, Teacher Su, you and your students, get on the horse." "I see that the Yulin Yanma can only carry 3 people, Su Cheng said as he looked at the Yulin Yanma. "If we get on, what will you do?" "The captain's business is more important." "The Yulin Yanma knows the way and will take you to Zifu Manor," Ma Yixing smiled as he replied. "I'll take a taxi there later. Teacher Su, please go ahead." Seeing this, Su Cheng didn't say much and mounted his horse. The Jade Scale Flame Horse is a gentle spirit beast, unlike the Purple Yao Thunder Butterfly that is covered in lightning, making it quite comfortable to ride. Su Hao and Fang Xingkong, both feeling excited, also hopped on. Once everyone was ready, after a few instructions from Ma Yixing, the Jade Scale Flame Horse galloped away, leaving behind their excited shouts, "This is so damn awesome. I also want to ride a spirit beast in the future." Although Su Hao and Fang Xingkong came from wealthy families, their family's spirit beasts were all small and couldn't be ridden. At most, they had ridden llamas at a spirit beast theme park. Feeling the wind rush past their ears, the two were beyond thrilled. This was a sensation they had never experienced before, and the spirit beast was so cool. This trip out of school was really worth it. In contrast to the two, Su Cheng appeared calm. "Don't get too reckless. If you fall, I won't be responsible." Fang Xingkong immediately straightened up, while Su Hao's eyes lit up, even trying to find a safer way to jump off the horse. "Su Hao, if you dare to jump, I'll zap you." Su Cheng looked ahead, his voice calm as it drifted back. Su Hao instantly behaved, but his face still held excitement. The Jade Scale Flame Horse ran fast. In just over 10 minutes, it took them from the school in the city center to a large estate near the East City Gate, filled with purple trees and blooming flowers. Inside the estate, there was not only a villa but also a spacious lawn, a giant pond, and a spirit herb garden. This was Su Cheng's home in Qingshan City. Upon arriving at the estate's gate, Su Cheng immediately spotted 2 people waiting in front, a strong middle-aged man wearing the badge of the Breeder Association, Zhuang Lang. The other was a woman. Dressed in the same uniform as Ma Yixing, her uniform fit well, accentuating her elegance, giving off a heroic vibe. She must be the one looking for him to evolve spirit beasts. Su Cheng dismounted and greeted, "President Zhuang, sorry to keep you waiting." "Not at all, we just arrived," Zhuang Lang politely replied. Just as he was about to introduce the woman, she stepped forward for her introduction, "Captain Xiaomeng of the 3rd Squad of the City Guard." "So impressive?" "He can't fall behind either." Su Cheng took a deep breath and formally introduced himself, in turn teacher Su Cheng from Qingshan City's 2nd High School, and the homeroom teacher of Class 8 in the 1st year. He thought this introduction would sound impressive. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a flop. Su Hao and Fang Xingkong gasped, how could someone introduce themselves like this, especially to a beautiful woman? In their eyes, Su Cheng clearly lacked any flirting skills. Su Hao and Fang Xingkong exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Su Cheng was definitely a straight guy. Straight guys are not good at finding girlfriends. In that moment, Su Hao even thought about which of his beautiful cousins would match with Teacher Su. Xiaomeng also couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Teacher Su is truly interesting. Su Hao and Fang Xingkong were stunned. What? She actually smiled? Is this the highest level of flirting? The two fell into a moment of self-doubt. Ah well, Su Cheng chuckled, then opened the estate's door and strode in, casually summoning the Purple Yao Thunder Butterfly. "Yao Qing, go play. I'll find you later." Then Su Cheng turned to everyone, "Stop standing outside, come in. We can talk about the details inside." Xiaomeng looked at the Purple Yao Thunder Butterfly flying freely inside the estate, glowing with electricity. She didn't expect that Su Cheng's contracted spirit beast was the same as hers, also a Purple Yao Thunder Butterfly. But thinking about the evolution path of the Purple Yao Thunder Butterfly, she understood. Chapter 22, Breeder Su Cheng. Inside the villa of the estate, Su Qing seated the others and noticed the luxurious decorations, making Xiao Meng and the others sit a bit uneasily. Even Su Hao and Fang Xingkong felt a bit shy. Their own homes weren't decorated as lavishly, that sofa was clearly made from lord-level blue cowhide. Just sitting up there, the heart method was self-operating, and the speed was still quite fast. And that decoration, emitting a Beast King level aura, was obviously made from Beast King level spirit beast materials. Each piece could buy their lives right now. Not long after taking a seat, a woman dressed in a blue palace outfit, with a cold and determined demeanor, appeared holding several cups of hot tea. Su Qing immediately said, "Thank you, Auntie Qing." "No trouble at all," Auntie Qing said as she served the tea, smiling gently and kindly at Su Qing, asking, "How long are you planning to stay this time, little Qing, so I can prepare in advance?" "I'll leave as soon as I finish my work here, won't stay long," Su Qing replied, and then asked, "It won't trouble you, Auntie Qing?" Auntie Qing nodded and said no more, turning to leave. It might seem rude, but Su Qing was not angry, because Auntie Qing was not a servant. She had been there since his birth, watching him grow up, and he had long regarded her as family. Su Qing took a sip of tea and said, "Are all the materials ready?" "Ready," Xiao Meng said, pulling out a spatial ring and placing it on the table. "Inside are all the materials needed for the spirit beast's evolution, and a bank card with 20 million rewards." "Put, how much?" Hearing the reward amount, Su Hao, who had just taken a sip of tea, and Fang Xingkong were both startled and sprayed their tea out. "Did you say how much the reward is?" Both of them widened their eyes, but seeing the three who were unusually calm, they realized something was wrong and quickly used their clothes to wipe the tea off, repeatedly apologizing, "Sorry, sorry." You all continue. Su Qing picked up the spatial ring, and with his mind, he checked the materials one by one. After confirming there were no problems, he stood up. "No problems, come out with me." In trading with such a person, one can feel at ease. Xiao Meng and Zhuang Lang did not hesitate and followed him. Su Hao and Fang Xingkong immediately put down their teacups and followed too. Naturally, they had no interest in evolving ordinary spirit beasts. But this evolution reward was 2 million. 2 million. This could directly buy a spirit beast with bloodline potential reaching the Beast King level. Take Fang Xingkong's family as an example. Their contracted spirit beast was the Night Fire Crow, which had a general level potential. Evolving into the underworld Night Fire Crow, a king beast type. The so-called king beast type does not rely on evolution or training, it grows naturally to become a Beast King level spirit beast. The Beast King is the top strength in Qingshan City. There are only a few families like theirs. Now Xiao Meng was spending the money that could buy a king beast type spirit beast to let teacher Su evolve a spirit beast. This spirit beast must be extraordinary, and the two of them had to go see what the situation was. The evolution location was at the back of the manor, by a round stone platform by the pond. The stone platform had special reinforcements, and tools for mixing the evolution liquid were placed beside it, clearly designed specifically for evolution. "Please, summon the spirit beast." Xiao Meng immediately summoned the spirit beast. Su Jia and Fang Xingkong focused their eyes, wanting to see how extraordinary this evolved spirit beast was compared to their family's underworld Night Fire Crow and Icehorn Python. Lightning flickered behind Xiao Meng. Fang Xingkong said, "Haozi, don't you think this summoning looks a bit familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere." Su Hao uttered two words, "electric therapy." Fang Xingkong's eyes widened instantly, he was too familiar with the words electric therapy. Only this time, the lightning-type spirit beast summoning was like this, manipulating the wandering lightning elements to form a formation to summon the spirit beast from the space. It might be another lightning-type spirit beast. Until the purple glorious lightning butterfly appeared. Fang Xingkong rubbed his eyes, "Haozi, am I seeing things? Why is the summoned spirit beast the purple glorious lightning butterfly?" "You are not seeing things, it is indeed the purple glorious lightning butterfly. Doesn't the purple glorious lightning butterfly have only one evolution route? I checked before, that breeder hadn't disclosed it." After saying this, Fang Xingkong understood. The evolution route of the purple glorious lightning butterfly was not disclosed, which meant only the breeder who researched this evolution route could evolve it. Now Teacher Su was evolving the purple glorious lightning butterfly. Teacher Su is the developer of the evolution route for the purple lightning crazy wind butterfly. Su Hao, Fang Xingkong both exclaimed in surprise. Beside them, Zhuang Lang added, "The purple radiant thunder butterfly is also a masterpiece of your teacher Su." Hearing this, the two were stunned once again. But Zhuang Lang was amused, he loved seeing the astonishment on these students' faces. If it weren't for the fact that they only knew about the purple radiant thunder butterfly, he would have wanted to mention some of Su Qing's other works to further shock them. Sometimes Zhuang Lang couldn't understand. How could such a young person have such a brilliant mind, developing an evolution path like the thunderstorm butterfly? To be honest, he felt a bit envious. As for jealousy or hatred? Impossible, unless one was foolish. Zhuang Lang was also a breeder. As the breeding path was still in the development phase, seeing such an upstart like Su Qing, he was delighted. Why would he ever think of causing harm? Even if he did, if some old-timers from the association found out, he would be reduced to ashes. While everyone was in shock, Su Qing had already started examining the purple radiant thunder butterfly. Evolution was not something that could happen casually, it required meeting many conditions, or else failure was likely. Purple radiant thunder butterfly, use thunderstorm. The purple radiant thunder butterfly did not comply, its master was Xiao Meng, and it only listened to her commands. Xiao Meng, follow his orders. Under Xiao Meng's command, the purple radiant thunder butterfly's body flickered with lightning, and the clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. Su Qing held a stopwatch and started timing as the thunderstorm was unleashed. Soon, countless violent bolts of lightning rained down. Su Qing pressed the stopwatch, quietly observing the thunderstorm, while Su Hao and Fong Xingkong were already scared and hiding behind Zhuanglang. A few seconds later, Su Qing said, "All right." The purple radiant thunder butterfly stopped the thunderstorm, and the sky returned to calm. Su Qing looked at the stopwatch time, thunderstorm duration, 2.37 seconds. Speed is not fast enough, control and manipulation of elements are average. The lightning seemed fierce, but its power was insufficient, it had a strong exterior but was weak inside, and there were significant flaws. Listening to Su Qing's words, Xiao Meng felt a bit nervous. She knew very well that if the evolution conditions were not met, the probability of failure was very high. Once evolution failed, not only would she lose the reward, but the materials worth millions would also vanish. This was nearly all her possessions. If evolution failed, everything would start over, and she would still have to nurse the spirit beast back to health. Does my purple radiant thunder butterfly meet the conditions for evolution? It barely passes the threshold. Upon hearing this, Xiao Meng breathed a sigh of relief. If it passed, the success rate of evolution would be very high. As for raising the purple radiant thunder butterfly to evolve again? She could wait, but the city lord could not. The mining vein in the east of the city had been occupied by ferocious beasts for several days, and the city lord had issued a deadly order: it must be recovered within 3 days. And she happened to be selected for this mission. The mission rewards were quite generous. So, the purple radiant thunder butterfly must evolve. Of course, if the evolution conditions were not met, Xiao Meng would not let the purple radiant thunder butterfly take the risk and would abandon the mission directly. The rewards were good, but one still had to prioritize their own safety. Chapter 23, Evolution of the Purple Thunderstorm Butterfly. Teacher Su, I'll trouble you with the evolution of my purple radiant thunder butterfly, Xiao Meng said solemnly while handing it over. It's what I should do. Since Xiao Meng had made her decision, Su Qing naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, who would turn away from money? He walked directly to the dispensing platform to prepare. Su Hao, Fong Xingkong, and Zhuanglang also gathered around. Zhuanglang wanted to observe. As for secretly learning and then helping others to evolve for profit? He'd have to be genuinely seeking death to try that. The Breeder Association's rules were extremely strict. Without obtaining patent authorization, one had no right to evolve corresponding spirit beasts. Once discovered violating this, the lightest consequence would be losing one's job and ending up in prison, and at worst, losing one's head with no distinction between life and death. Even when using publicly available evolution paths, other breeders have to pay a certain fee to the patent holder. This is gratitude for their research path. As for Su Hao and Fong Xingkong, they just wanted to watch. As for secretly learning? If they could easily learn. The number of cultivators in this world could not possibly be so few. Wow. Oh. Damn. Every time Su Qing took out a spirit plant, spirit fruit, or evolution material, Su Hao and Fong Xingkong would gasp in amazement. It was as if they were a hype team. Do you know them? Calling out like that? I don't know, Fong Xingkong boldly replied, but if it can evolve the purple radiant thunder butterfly, it must be extraordinary. I know this one, Su Hao pointed to a purple fruit and said, this is called thunder heart fruit. It looks like a heart, shines with purple lightning, is crystal clear inside, and contains thunder elements. Su Qing nodded, well said. How can you recognize it? Fong Xingkong exclaimed, grabbing Su Hao by the neck and shaking him vigorously, showing no shame for his ignorance but only dissatisfaction for his brother's secret study. We agreed to be useless together, yet you secretly learned without me. Zhuanglang was sweating. Is this really Su Qing's student? How can he not even understand the most basic knowledge of spirit herbs? Su Qing ignored these two clowns, finished organizing the materials, and began to prepare the evolution liquid. He smashed the thunder heartfruit and heated it to extract its essence, combining it with purple heartgrass, stirring it together, incorporating the lightning from the spirit hook thunder crystal, and adding wind spirit grass and pure wind crystal to mix. He maintained a balance between wild thunder and gentle breeze, then added powder from wind disaster butterfly wings and the inner core of the wild wind serpent, suppressing it with external force, and finally, balanced the two elements with a yin-yang approach. When the potion formed a purple-green tai chi, it was done. The entire preparation process flowed smoothly, with no unnecessary movements, leaving Zhuanglang wide-eyed. He had to admit Su Qing's mastery of medicinal properties in fusion. This potion looks pretty nice. Fang Xingkong continued to perform steadily, it smells good too. Just don't know how it tastes. You blockhead, Su Hao slapped Fang Xingkong on the head, you have no basic knowledge. This is an evolution liquid for spirit beasts. If a person drinks it, they will die. If you want to drink it, you have to dilute it first. Su Qing wanted to praise him for the first half of the sentence but had to swallow his words in the second half. He picked up the evolution liquid and handed it to Qiao Meng. Give it to the purple radiant thunder butterfly to drink, let it carefully feel the state of the spiritual liquid. Thank you, Teacher Su. Qiao Meng took the evolution liquid and conveyed the message. After hearing this, the purple radiant thunder butterfly extended its antennae and quickly drank the evolution liquid. As the delicately balanced evolution liquid entered the purple radiant thunder butterfly's body, the violent energies instantly became wild, causing the butterfly to convulse, and wild thunder struck down continuously. Su Qing quickly led Su Hao and Fang Xingkong far away from the evolution center to avoid the wild thunder injuring them. If they got hurt, it would be his responsibility. Zhuanglang didn't dare to stay longer, only Qiao Meng, as the master of this purple radiant thunder butterfly, remained by its side. Only by experiencing it personally could she empathize. One could tell she was a good spirit master. But evolution isn't just child's play. Earlier the wild thunder was small because the purple radiant thunder butterfly was trying its best to suppress it. Now it couldn't suppress it any longer, the thunder became more violent. The stone platform was scorched by the lightning, and Qiao Meng was struck by the wild thunder. Practicing the thunder-based heart law, she managed to disperse most of the lightning, but still some bolts left her hair messy, and her arm wore the city guard uniform was ripped, exposing her snowy white arm. She looked a bit flustered. But outsiders couldn't intervene in evolution. Once they did, it would affect the evolution. The best result would be to halt it. The bad result would be the spirit beast exploding. The lightning kept dancing wildly, and the wind howled along, with the reckless thunder and fierce wind colliding. The purple radiant thunder butterfly's dominant power was unleashed wildly in all directions. Su Qing even felt a bit pressured. Su Hao and Fang Xingkong were already pressed to the ground. Zhuanglang was surrounded by white light, trying to resist. The three kinds of violent energies continued for over 10 minutes before gradually calming down. A swirl of purple and green spiritual energy formed above the purple radiant thunder butterfly, resembling a Tai Chi. As the developer of the purple thunder wind butterfly route, Su Qing knew what the evolution meant. The hardest part, the purple lightning butterfly, has made it through. The evolution will soon come to an end. The essences of thunder and wind began to surge into the purple lightning butterfly, its body started changing, slowly growing larger, and blue-green wind patterns began to appear. Wind-like patterns formed on its purple wings, a gentle breeze rippled around the purple lightning butterfly, and its aura began to grow. In just a few breaths, it reached the peak of the Lord level. The drifting essences continued to pour into the purple lightning butterfly. The surrounding pressure suddenly lessened greatly. Su Hao, overwhelmed, and Fang Xingkong got up, muttering, "That guy, he's just too much. Just wait until I'm that strong." Before Fang Xingkong could finish speaking, the aura of the purple lightning butterfly surged like a flood breaking a dam, instantly overwhelming them. This pressure was even greater than before, its breath made them submit. Even Su Qing couldn't help but take a few steps back, surprised. It actually broke through to the Beast King level. What? It broke through to the Beast King level? Doesn't that mean Qiao Meng is now a king-level beast master? Su Hao and Fang Xingkong were shocked again, but now they were unable to speak due to the pressure, they could only endure it. Su Qing also saw this scene and spoke up. Operate the mental method, wear down the drug effect, and strengthen the foundation. Now this pressure was perfect for solidifying the foundation. Hearing Su Qing's words, Su Hao and Fang Xingkong quickly tried to operate their mental methods to practice, but just as they started, they were interrupted. After several attempts, only then did they finally enter a state of practice. The energy brought by the breakthrough was unstable, and adapting to it took time, while the return energy was also enormous. Qiao Meng had also started her practice long ago. From the slight rise in her aura, it was smooth, and the emitted breath was not weak, equivalent to a 4th-rank martial sovereign, at the same level as Su Qing in martial arts, yet much stronger. Observing Qiao Meng's current state, Su Qing speculated that she was likely trying to take this opportunity to directly break through to the 5th-rank martial king. Looking at Qiao Meng, she was not much older than him. If she could break through to the 5th-rank martial king and then, with the strength of a 5th-stage king-level beast master, her potential in Qingshan City would be described as brilliance, but in his eyes, it was just alright. Because he had seen too many geniuses stronger than Qiao Meng. Chapter 24, Breathing Space. The evolved purple lightning storm butterfly stood 2 meters tall, with its wings spread reaching 6 to 7 meters, its whole body was purple, with light blue wind-like patterns traced on it, and purple lightning coursed through it, mixed with gentle breezes. Crackling sounds occasionally echoed. Thunder and wind perfectly fused in its form, and as it flew, its figure was graceful yet retained the majesty of a beast king. It gave off a feeling of strength and beauty. Now, the evolved purple lightning storm butterfly had preliminary control over its own energy, and the aura of the beast king had been reined in. Su Hao and Fang Xingkong also resumed their training, getting up tired. While solidifying the foundation was good, it was very uncomfortable. As for Qiao Meng, she was still in a state of practice, her strength still at the peak of the 4th rank martial sovereign, and breaking through to martial king was basically hopeless. This was because she was practicing a thunder-related mental method. The attributes of the purple lightning storm butterfly had shifted to dual attributes of thunder and wind, and the return energy also mixed in with wind attributes, making it almost impossible for her to completely absorb it. Unless she immediately switched her mental method. But that would also take time. After a little while, Qiao Meng ended her practice, and as Su Qing had thought, she did not break through to the 5th rank martial king, but she was already very close, and once she switched her mental method, she could easily break through. Congratulations, Miss Qiao, you are only one step away from martial king. She is still at the peak of the 4th rank martial sovereign? Su Hao and Fang Xingkong exclaimed, and Su Hao quickly added with admiration, Sister Qiao doesn't look very old, yet she actually dual cultivates martial arts, just one step away from martial king, and now is even a 5th stage king level beast master. Truly terrifying. But congratulations, Sister Qiao, congratulations. After the shock, Su Hao did not forget to congratulate. This is the 2nd-tier combat strength of Qingshan City, leaving a good impression is always right. You speak so nicely, little brother, Qiao Meng said happily, laughing, I think your face looks familiar. Which family in Qingshan City are you from? Sister Qiao, my name is Su Hao, and I am from the Su family. Su Hao introduced himself, and not forgetting his brother, he wrapped his arm around Fang Xingkong and said, This is my good brother, Fang Xingkong. Fang Xingkong understood well and quickly praised, Congratulations, Sister Qiao, on your spirit beast evolving to a tier 5 king level spirit master. Su Hao, Fang Xingkong, thank you for your praise. I remember you both, but this is all thanks to your teacher, Qiao Meng said, pleased that the Xiao Thunder Butterfly had successfully evolved. As she spoke, she looked at Su Qing, bowing in gratitude, Thank you, Teacher Su, for helping my spirit beast successfully evolve. Thank you. It's what I should do, Su Qing replied politely and added, I heard from President Zhuang that you sought me out for spirit beast evolution because you were in a hurry. If you're busy, go ahead, I have other things to do. Su Qing's words hinted at a dismissal. Qiao Meng understood, and knowing her time was limited, she retracted the Zile Quangfeng butterfly back into the spirit beast space and took her leave. After Qiao Meng and Zhuan Lang left, Su Cheng took Su Hao and Fang Xingkong directly to the training room underground in the villa and took out the fire crystal he previously used for cultivation, which he no longer needed. I plan to leave the city to handle some matters. You both stay here to cultivate and don't move. When I come back, I will buy you oranges to eat. This is a cultivation room I use. These are fire crystals with fire attributes. You both cultivate fire attribute martial arts, and you can use them. You should hone your foundations together, don't try to leave, as I will have someone keep an eye on you. The two nodded repeatedly, with the situation outside the city changing. One was a first-grade warrior, and the other had just entered the second-grade martial spirit. Their spirit beasts were not strong, going out would completely be a burden for Su Qing. They still had that self-awareness. Suddenly, Su Qing remembered something, if you use the fire crystals, remember to pay for them. The cultivation room is free for you. The two nodded again obediently, although Teacher Su had just earned 20 million, that money belonged to the teacher. They were just teacher and student, so there was no reason not to pay, and they were not short of money either. Seeing how obedient Su Hao and Fang Xingkong were, Su Qing had reason to suspect that they were holding back and waiting for him to leave before doing something bad. But in the Zifu manner, he was not worried. Teacher, you must come back safely. You two are worried about me? Su Qing shook his head and left the underground training room to find Aunt Qing. Aunt Qing, remember to keep an eye on those two guys. Planning to leave the city? Aunt Qing asked. Yes, Su Qing generously admitted. Previously, with outsiders, he couldn't ask too much, but now that it was just him and Aunt Qing, Su Qing still inquired about the family's situation. Aunt Qing, how has the family been recently? Everything is fine, Aunt Qing said. It's just that Madam has been thinking about you, make sure to give her an update when you have time. I will find time to call her. Aunt Chang, I will leave first and come back later, Su Qing said as he stood up to say goodbye, finding Yao Qing outside before leaving the manor. Meanwhile, in the underground training room, Su Hao and Fang Xingkong exchanged glances. Start cultivating? Cultivating is a waste, Su Hao said. It's fine to cultivate at school, but why cultivate now that we are out? Fang Xingkong nodded, I agree. How about going outside for some fresh air? Let's go. The two instantly agreed, walking up arm in arm. It wasn't that they didn't want to cultivate, it was that they had finally gotten out of school, so they naturally wanted to have some fun before getting back to serious training. With the teacher out of the school and not returning for a while, as long as they didn't cause trouble, they could return before the teacher came back. Where do you plan to go? The two had made it to the surface without obstruction and were just about to go out when a voice suddenly startled them, causing them to shiver. Turning around, they realized it was Aunt Ching. They weren't afraid of anyone but Teacher Sue. The nature of the demonic pill was instantly revealed. Why do you care? Don't block the road, we just want to go out and have some fun. We're not causing trouble, we'll be back later, or else don't blame us. Ching Yi couldn't even be bothered to listen to their nonsense. With a lift of her finger, Su Hao and Fong Xing Kong instantly flew up uncontrollably, and were sent back to the underground training room step by step as the door closed behind them. I don't have Xiao Qing's good temper. Xing Yi's voice came through the wall to the ears of the two. Considering this is your first mistake, I won't hold it against you. However, before Xiao Chang returns, I do not want to see you in any location outside the training room. The voice echoed in the training room, lingering for a long time before fading away. Su Hao and Fong Xing Kong looked at each other. Fong Xing Kong said, "What should we do now? Barge in. If you want to break in, go ahead, I'm not going. I want to train." Su Hao shook his head repeatedly, feeling a chill just thinking about it. Even as the clan leader of the Su family, he couldn't do what she did, and even the ancestor might struggle. That person called Ching Yi was stronger than a martial king. He had seen the door to the training room. It was made of special alloy. Its weight is something even ordinary martial sovereigns would struggle to move, and the switch was inside. That person had closed the door without even seeing them. Her strength even surpassed that of a 6th-rank martial emperor. Barging in? That would just be asking for a beating. With Teacher Sue's relationship, even if they weren't beaten to death, they would definitely hurt for a long time. These high-level martial artists were not gentle in their actions. As long as you don't die, they would beat you to the brink of death. Chapter 25, Black Evil. At the east gate of Qingshan City. The manor was not far from the city gate, and Su Cheng arrived shortly. At this moment, he was squatting on the curb, chewing on a green apple-flavored lollipop, watching the city guards interrogate people leaving the city. Qingshan City was surrounded by mountains, and there were many ferocious beasts outside the east city gate. In consideration of the public safety, the inspection was very strict. Going out alone was not allowed. Don't ask Su Qing how he knew this. He had just been blasted back. Su Qing had revealed his identity as a 4th-rank martial sovereign and a 4th-rank spirit master, yet he was still sent back under the guise of safety. Clearly, the situation outside the city was more serious than he had imagined. Even low-ranking 5th-rank martial kings ran the risk of falling. At that moment, Su Qing suddenly remembered that didn't the city lord issue a bounty, organizing demon hunting teams to eliminate the ferocious beasts in the Eastern Wood and Jade Mine? Couldn't he just sneak in? This way, he could follow the team directly to the mine and avoid a lot of trouble on the way. This idea is good. Su Qing immediately stood up and walked towards a nearby demon hunting plaza. Such plazas existed at all 4 gates of Qingshan City, mainly for people to team up for demon hunts outside the city. With the incident at the Eastern Mine, the most demon hunters gathered here, and many were looking for teammates to leave the city. Su Qing quickly blended into the crowd. Because of his young appearance, no one sought him out. Su Qing was not in a hurry. What he wanted to join was the demon hunting team that would delve deep into the mine, so he could better obtain the eyes of the crimson-eyed bat and uncover the secrets deep within the mine for profit. Newcomer demon hunting team recruiting, mainly to clear the outer ferocious beasts of the mine. Anyone above 3rd-rank martial disciple, come on. Blood Rose demon hunting team recruiting. Black Evil demon hunting team recruiting, we delve deep into the mine to exterminate. Anyone below 4th-rank martial sovereign need not apply, preferably a dual cultivator. We already have 5 members, just need 1 more to leave the city for demon hunting. Listening to the shouts around him, Su Cheng quickly found his target. It was this Black Evil demon hunting team. He weaved through the crowd toward the hunting team, but along the way, he was stopped by someone. "Little brother, do you want to join the Black Evil demon hunting team?" Su Qing looked at the scarred man. "How did you know?" "I can tell at a glance," the scarred man smiled. "Only young martial artists like you, with some strength, but not knowing about Black Evil, think they must be powerful and join. In reality, they consider you cannon fodder." "Oh? How so?" Su Qing stopped his footsteps. He naturally sensed that the Black Evil demon hunting team was not ordinary. According to logic, to venture deep into the mine, the team must be quite strong, and there were plenty of martial sovereigns above level in this plaza. But no one dares to approach the Black Shale team. There must be some reason for that. Su Chang was naturally not afraid, but that didn't stop him from wanting to know more. A 4th-tier dark system, ferocious beasts inner core. Damn, I thought it was free. Su Qing complained inwardly, and immediately lost interest in listening further, heading straight for the Black Shale demon hunt team. The scarred man, however, was not angry. Instead, a grin appeared on his face as a short, dark figure approached him. Scar, did you manage to con another one into joining Black Shale? He wants to join on his own, the scarred man said with a sinister smile. I just happened to leave a mark to earn my keep. The short man chuckled, you rascal. The Black Shale team had 4 members, led by a burly man with a scar running through his left eye. On his right stood 2 slender figures, spinning 2 black short blades. On the left, sitting on a crate, was a woman with a graceful figure, her eyes scanning the demon hunters around like a poisonous snake. The moment these 4 stood there, it was clear they were not to be trifled with. Su Ching squeezed out of the crowd, and the burly man looked over, sensing the mark left by the scarred man. Do you want to join our demon hunting team? The burly man's voice was powerful, his fierce gaze like that of a beast, locking onto Su Ching as the other 3 members of the team cast scrutinizing looks at him. The woman even licked her red lips. What a handsome young man. Su Ching ignored the temptation and boldly nodded, yes, I want to join your Black Shale team. I believe I have the strength. Saying this, Su Ching revealed his 4th-tier martial lord aura. At the same time, a summoning formation appeared behind him. After showcasing his power, Su Ching withdrew his entire presence and looked at the 4 with an assessing gaze, but it seems I should question whether you have enough strength to enter the depths of the mine. Ha ha ha, the burly man laughed. In the past, they had always looked down on others, but now a young guy was looking down on them. This was honestly amusing. Let him see our strength. Saying this, the burly man took the lead, a wave of 5th-tier martial king energy radiating from his body. The other 3 followed suit. The 2 short brother men were spirit masters, their contracted spirit beasts unknown, but from their aura, they appeared to be 4th-tier spirit masters. The graceful woman was a 5th-tier martial king. Although her power wasn't as strong as the burly man's, she was still a certified martial king. Not bad, you do have some strength, Su Ching nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, I will join you. My name is Su Ching, Ching is in blue sky. Su Ching's tone had a hint of playfulness, and the burly man frowned slightly. However, their team hadn't recruited anyone in a long time, and now that they had encountered such a juicy piece of meat, they naturally couldn't let him go. He introduced himself, Wang Biao. Chen Long, Chen Hu, the 2 brothers said coolly. The graceful woman, on the other hand, jumped off the crate to approach Su Ching, teasingly touching his neck. Su Ching frowned and took a couple steps back. Oh, look who's shy, the graceful woman laughed, little brother, my name is Zhou Ling, remember it. Zhou Ling, don't be too forward, Wang Biao's slightly dissatisfied voice rang out. Because of Zhou Ling's behavior, several newcomers had been stirred to leave the team before. Now Su Ching, at first glance, looked like a rich kid, a piece of delicious meat they couldn't let escape. Since we've found our new member, let's head out of the city. Wang Biao led the way towards the city gate, followed closely by Chen Long and Chen Hu, while Zhou Ling hesitated momentarily before ultimately following. Su Ching walked last, observing everything with keen eyes. This team wasn't as reliable as he had imagined. With a light chuckle, Su Ching patted his face and shoulder. The scarred man at the demon hunting square suddenly changed his expression. The mark he had left on Su Ching had just disappeared. He looked in the direction the Black Shale team was leaving and just happened to see Su Ching turn his head. He saw Su Ching's silencing gesture. The scarred man was instantly frightened and fell to the ground. He knew that was meant to show him. The short, dark man noticed this and inquired. Scar, what is wrong with you? You look uneasy and restless. Scar thought that Su Ching was the prey of Wang Biao and his people, but he did not expect Su Ching was the hunter, who could easily erase his mark, and had been watching him all the time. Wang Biao and his people were probably in deep trouble. The Black Fiend demon hunting team may disappear. How is that possible? The short man laughed lightly. Wang Biao and their strength is obvious to all, unless the City Lord Mansion or the Qingshan Guard takes action. How could something happen to Wang Biao? You are worrying too much. Scar also clearly knew the strength of Wang Biao and his people, but he trusted his own mark even more. He just did not say more. Saying more might bring disaster to himself. Chapter 26 Instant Kill. Joining the demon hunting small team, Su Ching successfully left the city. Only when leaving the city he felt the guard looked at him with an odd gaze. It seemed to be pity, regret. Su Ching naturally knew what that meant. But who is the hunter is still not certain. We go directly to the mine cave where the wood jade vein is, Wang Biao suggested, and looked at the Chen Long, Chen Hu brothers. Summon spirit beasts, open the road and push straight through. The 2 brothers looked at each other. One of them immediately summoned a spirit beast. A dark black contract formation appeared. A huge python with a fully pitch black body, scales like ink, more than 10 meters long appeared. Su Ching recognized this spirit beast at one glance. Shadow devouring python, dark type spirit beast, good at night camouflage, sneak attack, and strangling targets. Dark spirit energy and venom both have corrosive nature. Looking at the raised bump on its head, it is also one that is about to transform into a flood dragon. Its strength is at Lord Peak. This spirit beast potential is just like this. Wanting to continue to increase strength can only evolve. Now within the Qingshan City territory, there are rarely powerful ferocious beasts appearing. Most are awakening level ferocious beasts, with the shadow devouring python opening the road in front. Su Ching and the 5 people moved forward without obstruction. This smoothness made Su Qing unable to help but praise. Having helpers is really good. Just after the Black Fiend team left not long ago, another team that had shouted at the demon hunting square before appeared outside the city. This team was named Rose Blood, composed of 5 women, each with graceful and enchanting figures, an existence coveted by many demon hunters. At the same time, there was also a trace of fear toward them. Because this team was also not weak, the captain's strength was almost equal to the Black Fiend team captain Wang Biao. Hurry and follow them. The Rose Blood captain, a woman as beautiful as a thorny rose, stared at the direction the Black Fiend team left. Wang Biao and his people planned to go deep into the mine cave. This is a rare opportunity, we cannot let him leave the deep mine cave alive. Beside her a woman with a bright red fire scorpion standing on her shoulder said coldly, let that become their burial place. Our target is only the Black Fiend team. Disputes between demon hunting teams appearing is very common, but the Rose Blood demon hunting team had a clear target, that is Wang Biao and the others. Inside this there are team disputes, but more is personal hatred. Such a good opportunity cannot have accidents. Only aim at the target, do not create more trouble. The mine veins outside Qingshan City are very large, spreading very wide. After so many years of mining, the digging is far from the city. The vitality of this world is also extremely rich. Mine pits and mine caves left in the past are now full of tall trees. Many abandoned mine caves have now become ferocious beast nests. Now Su Qing and his people are walking above ferocious beast nests. Because the depth distance is too far, close to the main mine cave position, the number and strength of ferocious beasts begin to increase. The Lord Peak Shadow Devouring Python gradually struggles. The thin and small Chen who just wanted to summon a spirit beast to reduce pressure for his brother's Shadow Devouring Python, after all this was done before. However, just as he had movement he was pressed down by Wang Biao. Wang Biao looked at Su Qing, newcomer, this whole way over, we have been doing the work, now it is also time for you to perform. So eager to consume my strength already? Roar. Just as Su Qing was thinking this, a bloodthirsty roar sounded from a discarded mine cave ahead. The sound was vast and loud, stones of the mine cave fell one after another. Even the ground was slightly trembling. Soon, a beast resembling a crocodile turtle, standing 3 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long, with a shell as thick as rock and numerous brown bumps on its back, crawled out from the abandoned mine cave, staring at Su Qing and the others. In their hearts, a name echoed. Machina-scaled tortoise. A turtle-like spirit beast famous for its defense, with a shell harder than steel, incredible biting force, and exceptionally sharp protrusions on its back, its strength usually ranging from warrior to lord level. The one in front of them was at the upper lord level. Not yet at its peak. Even so, against that peak lord level shadow-eating python, the Machina-scaled tortoise was likely to win. This was something Wang Biao and the others, who often roamed the wilds, were well aware of, yet when they saw the Machina-scaled tortoise charge forward, they remained unfazed, with Chen Long even calling the shadow-eating python back to his side. The few simply watched Su Qing quietly. Su Qing's expression was calm. He had originally thought he would first find the crimson-eyed bat in the mine before spending time looking for the Machina-scaled tortoise. Unexpectedly, before reaching the mine, the Machina-scaled tortoise had come to him directly. It was as if heaven was assisting him. Su Qing swiped his hand across the space ring, and a blue longsword appeared in his grasp. Want to see my performance? Then let me show you. Without any fancy swordplay, Su Qing simply raised his sword and swung it. The blue lightning transformed into a crescent and flew toward the Machina-scaled tortoise. Wherever it passed, grass and trees flew away. The Machina-scaled tortoise continued forward, regarding the sword light as if it were nothing. It was very confident in its defense. But as the sword light approached, it sensed the breath of danger and death. At this moment, trying to defend was already too late. The sword light was like a sharp blade. The Machina-scaled tortoise's proud defense was cut open like tofu beneath the sword light. In the blink of an eye, the sword light flew past. The Machina-scaled tortoise halted its advance. In the next second, it was split in half, with a confident smile on half of its face that had not yet fully transformed into fear. Su Qing waved his long sword, performing a flourish, his face unfazed. If he, with equal strength and martial skills, could not slay a ferocious beast with one sword, then he truly was not suited to be a warrior. No one in Qingshan City would say anything. But in Longcheng, he would only be left to be laughed at. Putting away the longsword without asking the others' opinions, Su Qing stepped forward to store the Machina-scaled tortoise's corpse in his space ring, turning to say, the beast I personally slew, its corpse belongs to me, is that all right? Of course, there is no problem, Wang Biao said with a big smile on his face, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally glancing at the longsword in Su Qing's hand. And that space ring. The longsword looked remarkable at first glance. That space ring could directly hold the Machina-scaled tortoise's massive corpse, which meant its internal space was certainly not small, and it must contain many treasures. Even without the ring, it was worth a lot. They had indeed caught a big fish this time. It's been a few months since we last opened for business, let's haul in a bountiful catch this time. Continue forward, Wang Biao ordered. Chenhu, you should summon your spirit beast too. We have tails behind us, so speed up a bit. The things in the mine are ours for the taking. Chenhu did not speak but instead summoned his spirit beast. Once again, it was a black contract formation. What appeared was a completely black tiger-type spirit beast, 6 meters long, 3 meters tall, surrounded by black mist. Dark-eyed evil tiger. Also in dark attribute spirit beast, the night was advantageous for battle. Like the shadow-eating python, the attack's dark attribute spiritual energy had corrosive effects, but the dark-eyed evil tiger was more adept at frontal combat. This dark-eyed evil tiger was at the upper lord level. Similar in strength to the deceased Machina scaled tortoise. Both the bloodlines were consistent with the shadow-eating python, they could only grow to the peak lord level, and to become a beast king, evolution was needed. Shenlong, Shenhu, the spirit beasts, a snake about to transform into a dragon, and a majestic tiger, seemed well-matched. Chapter 27, The Clam and the Gull Fight. Despite having 2 upper lord-level spirit beasts clearing the path, the road ahead was not easy, as from time to time, lord-level ferocious beasts appeared. The shadow-eating python and the dark-eyed wicked tiger were also somewhat injured. There are more ferocious beasts than before. Their strength is also greater, Zhou Ling frowned, already holding a bone whip in her hand, clearly planning to strike. This is just outside the mine, the beasts inside must be even stronger. There must be a beast king organizing so many ferocious beasts. There may be more than one. Zhou Ling was a bit worried, wondering if their small team's strength could really handle whatever was deep in the mine. But Wang Biao's expression remained calm. He already knew there were good treasures at the bottom of this wood and jade mine. The more ferocious beasts there were here, the stronger they were. This indicated that the value of that treasure must be quite high. It's nothing, Wang Biao said confidently, I've broken through to the late stage of a 5th grade martial king. As long as we don't encounter a beast king at the same late stage, this trip to the mine will be fine. However, in order to preserve our strength, Wang Biao glanced at Su Qing, Zhou Ling, before we meet the beast king, the ferocious beasts on this journey will need you to deal with them alongside Qianlong and Qianhu. His suddenly improved attitude surely had ulterior motives. But they were already here, there was nothing to fear. Alright, leave it to us, Su Qing said with a righteous look, and Zhou Ling and the others felt they couldn't say much more. If even a newly joined recruit wasn't afraid, how could they be? After a simple plan was set, the 5 of them headed towards the mine. As soon as they stepped out of the forest, they were immediately discovered by several lord-level ferocious beasts. With their master's command, the shadow-eating python and the dark-eyed wicked tiger charged out. Seeing this, Zhou Ling also didn't hesitate and swung the bone whip at a lord-level beast. Su Qing casually found a beast to fight against. However, compared to before, this time Su Qing didn't exert much effort and took several minutes to kill the beast. The corpse still went into his ring. Wang Biao noticed this and frowned but said nothing. He could see that Su Qing was deliberately conserving strength, he clearly sensed his calculations, but now was not the time to confront him. He thought that a 4th grade martial honor and 4th level spirit master would not cause much of a stir in their hands. Let's go, enter the mine. Zhou Ling, Qianlong, and Shenhu were busy extracting valuable parts and inner cores from the beast's body, packing them into their space equipment as they disappeared into the mine entrance. Once inside the mine, it was pitch black. Su Qing immediately took out a lantern. The mine was instantly illuminated. Wang Biao frowned, what are you doing? It's so dark in the mine, and the light used for mining went out. I can't see anything, I'm lighting the way, Su Qing explained as if it was obvious. This will attract the ferocious beasts. But aren't we here to clear out the ferocious beasts? Su Qing said, puzzled, isn't it good if they come over themselves? Wang Biao was momentarily at a loss for words. Their purpose was never the ferocious beasts, it was the thing that appeared at the bottom of the mine. But this couldn't be said out loud. He and Zhou Ling were 5th grade martial kings, and the darkness wouldn't affect them. Qianlong and Qianhu were spirit masters, and their contracted beasts were of the dark element, unafraid of the dark as well. Only Su Qing was an exception. Forget it, let's continue deeper. Seeing Wang Biao at a disadvantage made Su Qing want to laugh. In fact, he wasn't afraid of the dark, but he just wanted to stir things up. The red-eyed bat hadn't appeared yet. The mine was large and complex inside, with the Qin brothers' spirit beasts leading the way, killing any ferocious beasts they encountered. Zhou Ling would step in if things got troublesome, while Su Qing leisurely followed behind, holding the lantern. He looked as if he was taking a stroll in the mine. He occasionally touched the walls and kicked stones. It was as if he hadn't come to exterminate ferocious beasts but rather to go on vacation. Even though Su Qing was making noise, the others, who were focused on their surface goal of exterminating beasts, couldn't demand Su Qing to be quiet. They all advanced harmoniously like this. Suddenly, Su Qing stopped. It has finally appeared. As soon as he spoke, a violent sound wave attack surged towards Su Qing and the others from all sides of the mine. Su Qing had long been prepared and put on special earplugs. He wasn't just wandering around. He was observing the mining cave. As a teacher, his understanding of spirit beasts' habits was naturally not low, and his target, the crimson-eyed bat, was something he focused on understanding. The crimson-eyed bat likes to live in dry caves. Just now, he was touching the cave wall to feel it, kicking stones, making noise, and checking for bat droppings. Both of these were satisfied here. From the traces on the cave wall, it could be seen that there were quite a few crimsonite bats nearby, and when he kicked the stones, he signaled the bats. As a lord-level spirit beast, the crimsonite bat was quite intelligent. They were extremely sensitive to sound, and with Su Qing as the source of the signal, they quickly formed an encirclement. So they were surrounded. Su Qing was prepared, which didn't affect him, but he still pretended to be in great pain. Qianlong and Shenhu, the pure spirit beast masters, were even more in agony, and Zhou Ling and Wang Biao were also affected. Damn it, it's the crimsonite bats. As soon as they finished speaking, countless bats flew out from the cave around them. Some were several meters tall, and some were dozens of centimeters in size, with the only thing in common being that each had just one eye, a blood-red eye. This was the ferocious beast, the crimsonite bat. We are surrounded, Su Qing said as he struggled to stand up, stating the obvious in a confused manner. I'm not blind, Wang Biao shouted. If it weren't for Su Qing holding a lantern and constantly kicking stones, how could they have fallen into the encirclement of the crimsonite bats? But that was his tacit approval. Now was not the time to discuss this. These crimsonite bats are not very strong, kill them quickly, Wang Biao said as he acted decisively, completely shedding his previous calm demeanor, obviously a bit anxious. Without saying a word, Zhou Ling started to kill. Qianlong and Shen, who also commanded their spirit beasts to protect themselves while engaging in battle with the crimsonite bats. Su Qing also began to kill, but he was a bit lazy about it. He didn't want it to end so quickly, it would be better to drag it out a bit longer to let more ferocious beasts appear. When the team faced defeat, Wang Biao's true purpose would also appear. Meanwhile, outside the mining cave, a well-trained force dressed in uniform Qingshan city guard attire appeared here. Leading them was Qiao Meng, who practiced both martial and spiritual arts. Following behind was the vice-captain, Ma Yixing. Around them, besides the Qingshan city guards, there were quite a few idle demon hunters who had accepted the reward orders issued by the city lord's mansion. They had come clearing along the way and were still purging the ferocious beasts around the cave. Because two demon hunting teams led by martial kings had already gone ahead, this journey had been very easy. The surrounding ferocious beasts had also been mostly cleared. Only the mining cave had yet to be cleared. At this moment, a scout rushed over, Captain Xiao. A large number of ferocious beast corpses were found at the cave entrance, with no humans, and the state is tragic. A demon hunting team must have gone deep into the cave. In Qingshan City, there are 3 teams that are this strong. They are known as Black Sha, Blood Rose, and Light Sword. The Light Sword team did not leave the city, while Black Sha and Blood Rose left one after the other before we exited the city, so it is preliminarily inferred to be them. People from Black Sha and Blood Rose? The Black Sha team is no pushover. Xiao Ming's expression became serious. In the Purple Mansion, she was an ordinary cultivator working for a breeding master, but here, she was the captain of the 3rd City Guard team, under the City Lord's Mansion of Qingshan City. Everything was to serve the interests of the City Lord's Mansion. She wasn't foolish, she knew there were beast kings commanding ferocious beasts, knew that good things appeared in the cave, and understood Black Shaw's intentions. The wood and jade mine belonged to the City Lord's Mansion. Wanting to covet treasure and seize the rewards. These demon hunting teams had some audacity. Send the order, for the 3rd team of the city guards, leave 10 people to guard outside with the demon hunters involved. If there is any disturbance, we will suppress it with force, and if necessary, we may directly kill the troublemakers. The rest, follow me into the cave to purge the ferocious beasts. Xiao Meng knew the grudges between Black Sha and Blood Rose well, entering the cave together would surely lead to a deadly struggle, and she only needed to be the fisherman who benefits from their conflict. In the mine, Su Qing was still slacking off. Not only that, Su Qing also discovered that the 5-rank martial king named Zhou Ling was also slacking off, clearly possessing the strength of a 5-rank martial king, yet still facing the strongest threats from the lord-level beast, the crimsonite bats, with reluctance. Their speed in killing the beasts was only a bit faster than his. It should be noted that he was actually just being lazy. Wang Biao, Qianlong, and Shen Hu were working hard, and for a moment, they had no time to pay attention to the two of them. Su Qing also noticed how smart Zhou Ling was. When Wang Biao approached, he would instantly exert himself, pretending to fight fiercely against the beasts, and as soon as Wang Biao's eyes shifted away, he would start slacking off again, clearly with other intentions. Qianlong and Shen Hu remained unchanged throughout, obviously part of Wang Biao's crew. Moreover, Su Qing discovered several hidden figures in the mine behind him, all with decent strength. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang in Su Qing's ears, and he turned to find that, he didn't know when, a few crimsonite bats had broken through the defense of the shadow-eating python, leaving bloody claw marks on Qianlong's chest. Shen Hu nearby was not doing well either, he was standing next to Qianlong and had also been injured by several crimsonite bats, though not severely. At the same time, Su Qing realized that Shen Hu was actually a 3rd-rank martial zone, yet earlier on the road, he had only mentioned being a spirit manipulator, clearly, he was hiding his true strength for some reason. most likely for himself. Now, as the crimsonite bats broke through defenses, Qianlong, not wishing to be injured, revealed his strength, realizing his brother had exposed himself, and similarly unleashed the aura of a third-rank martial zone to start fighting the crimsonite bats. Seeing this, Su Cheng exclaimed, "Good guy." However, after Qianlong and Chen Hu revealed their strength, a large number of crimsonite bats attacked the two, and Su Cheng felt less pressure. But the two were not easy prey either. With tacit cooperation, they fought back the crimsonite bats step by step. The number of crimsonite bats sharply decreased, while Su Cheng focused on a corner of the rock wall above, where a crimsonite bat with 3 eyes was quietly watching every move below. The three-eyed crimson bat. This was a mutated form of the crimsonite bat, slightly weaker in combat power but possessing exceptional vision and high intelligence, playing the role of a strategist among the crimsonite bat group. The three-eyed crimson bat hid very well, and hardly anyone knew of its existence, even Wang Biao and the others had not noticed it. Seeing that the group of crimsonite bats could not subdue the few, the three-eyed crimson bat suddenly opened its mouth to release sound waves. The sound waves did not harm Su Cheng and the others but made the remaining crimsonite bats even more frantic. At the same time, the sound of flapping wings echoed throughout the cave. In just a few seconds, another large group of crimsonite bats appeared, most of which were at the Lord level, with several at the peak of the Lord level. With the addition of this group of crimsonite bats, Wang Biao and the others felt greatly increased pressure. The shadow-eating python was battered under the assault of the crimsonite bats, with its scales shattering and blood flowing, while the body of the dark-eyed evil tiger was also covered in deep claw marks, staggering as if it had drunk fake wine. This was due to the influence of the sound waves from the crimsonite bats. Qianlong was caught off guard and had one of his arms ripped off by a crimsonite bat. Seeing his brother injured, Chen Hu panicked, and a Lord-level crimsonite bat immediately seized the opportunity, charging forward with sound waves and its figure. The sound waves arrived first, shaking Chen Hu's body. Just as he regained his senses, the crimsonite bat was right in front of him, caught completely unprepared. Chen Hu was pierced through his body and flung into the air by the crimsonite bat. The pain and wailing went unnoticed under the sharp cries of the crimsonite bat. Chen Hu crashed heavily into the ground. Several bloody wounds erupted on his chest. As a warrior, Chen Hu had only half a life left at this moment. He raised his hand, pointing towards Wang Biao, trying to call for help. However, before he could utter a word, he was detected by the crimsonite bat. Several crimsonite bats charged down instantly, tearing him apart under that immense force, scattering Chen Hu throughout the entire mine. "Biao Gu, save me!" With his brother dead, the dark-eyed evil tiger was affected, its strength sharply reduced and was killed by the crimsonite bats, and the pressure on the shadow-eating python increased again. More red-eyed bats surged towards Qianlong, and the injured Qianlong cried out for help to Wang Biao. "What a pair of useless fools!" Wang Biao's cold voice echoed, knowing that delaying further would only harm him. His true objective was not here anyway. They were already in the mine. Ahead lay the bottom of the mine pit. His goal was right there, and with renewed determination, Wang Biao swiftly pierced through the red-eyed bats before him, abandoning Zhou Ling, Qianlong, and Su Cheng as he charged towards the bottom of the mine. Without Wang Biao's support, Qianlong looked towards Zhou Ling, begging her for help, but was met with Zhou Ling's cold bone whip. Qianlong stared at the bone whip at his chest. With great difficulty, he gasped out, "Why?" Zhou Ling did not answer. Instead, she raised her hand and summoned a blood-red contract formation, a scorching wave sweeping through the cave. A giant red fire scorpion appeared. Blood-colored dragon scorpion. This was a fire-type spiritual beast containing dragon blood, with a head resembling a dragon, covered in sharp protrusions, its body wrapped in red armor, and a long scorpion tail whipping through the air. With every strike, it took the life of a red-eyed bat. This was a peak lord-level blood-colored dragon scorpion. Its fire attribute inherently suppressed the red-eyed bats that thrived in the darkness, and the dragon blood made it even stronger. A single blood-colored dragon scorpion was enough to obliterate the red-eyed bats. The outcome was highly likely to result in severe injuries. However, with Zhou Ling, a 5th-grade martial king, controlling it, the demise of these red-eyed bats was merely a matter of time, and the blood-colored dragon scorpion wouldn't suffer any severe wounds, or even minor injuries. It's you. Seeing the blood-colored dragon scorpion slaughtering the red-eyed bats, Qianlong's pupils shrank. He recognized Zhou Ling's identity in that moment. She was here for revenge. 10 years ago, he, Chen Hu, and Wang Biao had deceived Wen Xayan's family, killing them halfway under the guise of protecting them, but they had underestimated the strength of the man who died trying to hold them off, allowing 2 little girls to escape. Each of those girls had a fire scorpion spirit beast, and while not as powerful as the current one, it was indeed a blood-colored dragon scorpion. After killing that man, they had pursued the girls. But the chosen location was remote and rarely visited, surrounded by fierce beasts. At that time, they were not strong enough, believing the 2 little girls had perished in the jaws of a beast and abandoning the chase. Since then, they had moved to another city. This was now Qingshan City. Never did they expect to be pursued here. If given a chance to start over, they would have to investigate thoroughly before acting, ensuring no one was left alive. Qianlong had no regrets. From the moment he chose to live by plundering, he knew this day would come. He had originally thought that today's job would make enough money to find a trainer to evolve his spirit beast and break through. Only to find that before he could implement it, he was on the brink of death. And he never expected Wang Biao would ruthlessly abandon him to rush deeper into the mine. Indeed, profit was too tempting. Zhou Ling, he should have figured it out earlier. Don't let Wang Biao escape, he is. Qianlong wanted to say more, but before he could finish, hope slipped away completely as Zhou Ling coldly withdrew her bone whip. You don't need to say anything, I will kill Wang Biao. Zhou Ling vowed coldly, then turned to search for Su Qing's figure. She had joined the Blackshaw Demon Hunter team for many years solely for revenge, not wishing to harm anyone else outside her target. Su Qing was merely caught in the fray. Even if she couldn't kill Wang Biao, she had to save Su Qing. Yet, as Zhou Ling scanned the area, there was no sign of Su Qing, only countless red-eyed bat corpses. And the blood-colored dragon scorpion still fighting. Su Qing must have already run away. Thinking of this, Zhou Ling felt no anger. Instead, she was glad Su Qing was clever. From the very first encounter with the red-eyed bats, she had known. Despite Su Qing fighting fiercely, he had never summoned his spirit beast. Now having escaped, he probably wouldn't venture deeper into the mine. With his strength, he would surely be able to leave safely. With that thought, Zhou Ling no longer hesitated and unleashed her full power against the red-eyed bats, pretending to hold back earlier only to conserve strength for her revenge. Now she stops pretending, also for the sake of revenge. Chapter 29, The Three-Headed Beast King. In the deep corner of the mine entrance, Su Cheng holds the three-eyed blood bat, leaning against the cave wall with a green apple-flavored lollipop in his mouth. He slaps the three-eyed blood bat with his hand over and over, muttering constantly. Little guy, it's not good to leak secrets, you know? Because of you, I was attacked by several red-eyed bats. My clothes are all torn now. This uniform is from work, do you understand? If it's ruined, I have to pay for it. The three-eyed blood bat in Su Qing's hand is like a chicken chick, with no ability to resist. Not far from Su Qing, several members of the Blood Rose demon hunting team hold their breath, hiding in a dark corner. They frown at Su Qing's actions. Getting too close could expose them, potentially causing misunderstandings. Now they pray that once Su Qing finishes his antics with the bat, he will leave quickly. The battle below is still ongoing. Soon, the three-eyed blood bat is killed. The members of Blood Rose let out a sigh of relief. Then they see Su Qing pull out the corpse of a red-eyed bat, leisurely prying open the eye of the red-eyed bat with a small knife. Even an old man would be faster than him. One of the members of Blood Rose, with a fiery temper, is about to burst out, but is silenced by the Blood Rose captain's glare. Su Qing, with his back to them, raises a hint of a smile. These guys are quite able to endure, but since they haven't shown any killing intent towards me, I will stop teasing them for now. After all, from Zhou Ling's teasing at the beginning to the various happenings in the mine, it's clear that Zhou Ling's heart is not actually bad. Aren't you going to go help? Su Qing's voice is not loud, but the members of Blood Rose are very close, still in the mine, so they hear him clearly. One girl whispers, "Is he talking about us?" The others shake their heads, indicating they don't know. "I'm talking about you." The voice strikes just right, and the Blood Rose members are startled, looking up to find Su Qing has turned around at some point, smiling and staring at their position. The Blood Rose members no longer hide. The Blood Rose captain, who resembles Zhou Ling somewhat with a slender and graceful figure, glares intently at Su Qing. "When did you realize? Do you believe me if I say just now?" Seeing Su Qing's signature peaceful smile, Blood Rose captain Zhou Yu shakes her head. "I don't believe it." She realizes Su Qing is not simple. He might have discovered them long ago. "If you don't believe it, then forget it." Su Qing has no intention of explaining, his gaze shifting behind them. "If you plan to interrogate me here, that little girl might get hurt. Go." Zhou Yu does not hesitate and turns with the Blood Rose members, while one girl glares fiercely at Su Qing as she leaves. Su Qing simply smiles at this. The smile quickly fades as he looks behind him. That is towards the mine exit. So many people want a piece of the pie. There are this many 4th-rank martial venerables and 5th-rank martial kings, making it hard for me, a mere intern teacher. Su Qing shakes his head and disappears from the spot. Now the materials needed for the newbie gift package are enough. He plans to first find a quiet place and see what's going on, letting these mantises, cicadas, and yellow sparrows fight it out first. And I will just be a human. In the depths of the mine, at the corner of the pit, Wang Biao, who escaped from beneath the red-eyed bat, is now hiding here, closing his breath and observing the situation below. Below is a huge, irregular-shaped hollow. Rocks protrude and intertwine everywhere. 3 giant spirit beasts stand or hang above. Their aura makes Wang Biao understand this is the 3-headed beast king level ferocious beast, one of which is a dark purple bat. That is the king of the red-eyed bat tribe. Its name is the red-eyed bat king. This is a ferocious beast tribe that conquers its clan with strength and breaks through bloodline limitations with faith. Survival of the fittest is the law of life for ferocious beasts. Aside from the red-eyed Bat King, the other two beastly creatures consist of one wrapped in flames. Above, a golden emblem of power adorned the head of a majestic tiger spirit beast. Wang Biao, who had mingled in Qingshan City for many years, recognized this spirit beast, having dealt with it multiple times. It was the Flame Zhang Tiger. This was a Flame Zhang Tiger King. Next to it was a ferocious hound beast, its body pitch black, with black crystalline substances covering its joints. It had 2 horns and an unusually large nose, also covered in crystal-like substances. This was a Beast King-level Black Crystal Hound King. Beneath the 3 Beast Kings, there were numerous Black Crystal Hounds and Flame Zhang Tigers, all digging frantically for something. Seeing this scene, Wang Biao understood what was happening. Black Crystal Hounds were famous for their acute sense of smell, usually employed as treasure-hunting dogs. The Black Crystal Hound King's innate ability was clearly even stronger. It was highly likely that it had discovered a vein of ore. It appeared that the treasure had not yet been found. Seeing this, Wang Biao continued to hide, waiting for the right moment. He developed a plan in his heart, noting that the 3 Beast Kings were all at the early stage of the 5th level, while the Black Crystal Hound was at the mid-stage of the 5th level. His strength surpassed that of all 3 Beast Kings. Even though fierce beasts of the same level were stronger than humans, the Black Crystal Hound was not good at fighting, which meant its strength could be further suppressed. This was equivalent to 3 early-stage 5th-level Beast Kings. As a late-stage 5th-tier martial king, he was unafraid, and his goal was not the Beast Kings, but the treasures beneath the vein. Once the treasure appeared, he would seize it and leave. Time ticked away, and Wang Biao kept observing. Suddenly, he noticed that the Black Crystal Hound resting in the distance had moved. Its jewel-like eyes opened and scanned its surroundings. Wang Biao remained motionless, fearing discovery. Before long, the Flame Zhang Tiger King and the Scarlet-Eyed Bat King also opened their eyes, while below, a wave of pure life force emanated from the vein. A Black Crystal Hound howled, relaying information. The Black Crystal Hound King responded but remained unmoved. The Black Crystal Hounds below worked hard, excavating a piece of crystal about the thickness of a human arm from the large wood ore, which instantly raised the concentration of life in the air. This was precisely the spirit or green jade milk. The Black Crystal Hound clamped the green jade milk in its mouth, leaping up exuberantly. Just as it was about to approach the Black Crystal Hound King, the hidden Wang Biao moved. He shot out like an arrow, straight at the Black Crystal Hound. By the time the 3 Beast Kings sensed him, Wang Biao was already in front of the Black Crystal Hound, his fist the size of a sandbag crashing heavily onto the Black Crystal Hound. The hound's skull burst open as Wang Biao swiftly grabbed the green jade milk and stuffed it into his spatial ring. Using the rocky outcrop for leverage, he charged toward the cave entrance. Before he could reach it, he was intercepted by the Scarlet-Eyed Bat King. The Scarlet-Eyed Bat released a sonic wave, and the Black Crystal Hound King and Flame Zhang Tiger King quickly closed in. They had expended so much effort over several days digging for this life-based ore, which could not only enhance their strength but also possibly allow true evolution. How could they let someone steal it? Attacks with 3 different attributes surged toward Wang Biao. With a furious roar, he activated his heart technique and martial skills at the same time, a shadow of a dark tiger appearing behind him, directly charging through the blocking Scarlet-Eyed Bat King, continuing towards the cave from which he had come. As long as he reached the cave, his strength would be enough to shake off these 3 Beast Kings and leave with grace. Just as Wang Biao approached the cave, a bony whip, carrying blazing flames, struck directly at his face. Unprepared, Wang Biao was immediately drawn back into the mining pit, and the 3 Beast Kings, regardless of who had attacked, all charged toward Wang Biao, wanting to snatch away that spatial ring. The Black Crystal Hounds and Flame Zhang Tiger group quickly pounced. Chapter 30, The True Eye of All Spirits. Conditions have been met, Beginner's Gift Pack has been issued. Would you like to open the Beginner's Gift Pack? Upon hearing the system prompt, Su Qing nodded. Open. You have gained the mythical exclusive skill True Eye of All Spirits, 2 drops of true blood from the Azure Dragon, and 1 drop from the extinct Thunder Butterfly. Wow, this reward is indeed bountiful. Skills are categorized from low to high as ordinary, intermediate, advanced, rare, epic, and mythical, and starting off with a mythical skill, plus 3 drops of Spirit Beast True Blood, was truly an incredible windfall. As a beast cultivator, Su Qing understood all too well what Spirit Beast True Blood represented. This sound quality is not ordinary. Quickly check 3 things. Universal True Eye mythical skill, exclusive binding for the host, can see through illusions, observe all things in the world, and can view basic information, evolution paths, evolution requirements, evolution methods, and even the evolved spirit beasts when used on spirit beasts. After reading the skill, Su Qing's pupils instantly shrank. This skill can only be described as defying the heavens. You must know, to accurately determine a spirit beast's basic information, bloodline potential, etc., breeders need to spend a long time researching and analyzing, and the evolution path is even more complicated. It requires a lot of spiritual fruits, herbs, and minerals to experiment with spirit beasts, observing their reactions to spiritual items, whether the spiritual items are compatible, what reactions occur when mixed, and what changes happen after feeding the spirit beast, etc. In short, it is extremely complex and mentally exhausting. Just taking Su Qing's researched purple radiant thunder butterfly evolution path as an example, he first found several thunder flash butterflies to assist in the research. During this period, the cost was no less than 10 million, spent on researching the reactions of thunder flash butterflies to spiritual items and their state after consuming them. This was just the minimum cost for the first step. Subsequent miscellaneous expenses added up to over 100 million Chinese yuan, taking nearly a year to come up with this evolution path of the purple radiant thunder butterfly, while researching the purple thunder raging wind butterfly consumed even more. If I had the universal true eye, I could skip the research step and directly jump to the final evolution. This could save a lot of time. The purple radiant thunder butterfly might even have a new evolution path suitable for cultivating my technique, universal rejuvenation decision. After all, Su Qing's original goal in researching the evolution path of the purple radiant thunder butterfly was just to use radiant tilt to forge himself with the extinguishing thunder to speed up cultivation. The same goes for the purple thunder raging wind butterfly. It's just that the purple thunder raging wind butterfly is not very compatible. True blood of the Azure Dragon, the true blood of the divine beast Azure Dragon. Giving it to serpent spirit beasts will directly transform them into jiaos. For those with what attributes, jiao dragons and dragon types can evolve towards the divine beast Azure Dragon. Note, the effect is best for dragon-type spirit beasts. True blood of the extinguishing thunder butterfly, the true blood of the divine beast extinguishing thunder butterfly. Giving it to butterfly-type spirit beasts can improve their bloodline. Isn't this true blood prepared for radiant tilt? Seeing this, Su Qing had to say that this system truly deserves to be the strongest beast master tutor system. Everything related to spirit beasts is here. With this universal true eye, evolving spirit beasts and arranging a new compatible evolution path for the purple radiant thunder butterfly, solving the student's spirit beast issues, and evolving the night fire crow would be simple, wouldn't it? Good system, I really love you. Su Qing felt an immense joy in his heart. However, they were still in the mine, not the time to feed the extinguishing thunder butterfly true blood to radiant tilt, that would be discussed after returning to the manor. Moreover, a battle had already broken out below. At the depths of the mine, a great battle was coming to an end, with protruding rocks shattered extensively. Underneath were the corpses of black crystal hounds, flame savage tigers, and a giant broken dark purple batwing. The scarlet-eyed bat king was now on the brink of death. The strongest beast king, the black crystal hound king, already had a large hole pierced through its chest, nailed to the edge of the mine by a rock pillar. To catch the thief, first capture the king; to subdue the beasts, find the strongest. Clearly, Wang Biao had applied this to perfection. As the Black Crystal Hound King died, the entire Black Crystal Hound clan lost their leadership and began to retreat. As long as they could escape alive, their clan had a chance to recover and another king could emerge. However, this group of Black Crystal Hounds did not know that the forest outside the wood crystal mine had already been set with a net to capture them all. Whether they could even get out of the cave was a question. At this moment, the protagonist of the scene, Wang Biao, was standing in front of the Scarlet-Eyed Bat King. His black arm plunged into the Scarlet-Eyed Bat King's body, pulling out a dark red heart. The heart was still pulsating. The Crimson-Eyed Bat King has already died. At this moment, only the fiery striped Tiger King among the three Beast Kings was still alive, but in poor condition, with injuries all over its body, and its left foreleg was even caved in, crushed by Wang Biao's fists. Wang Biao was in bad shape too. One man fought against the three Beast Kings and many ferocious beasts, and even with his strength, he was heavily injured. However, his eyes remained sharp like those of an eagle. All his companions had died, and many from his tribe had perished. At this moment, even the fiery striped Tiger King, despite being a Beast King, had lost the courage to fight again and turned to flee toward another exit of the cave. Wang Biao did not chase after him, he needed rest. But would Zhou Ling give him time to rest? The answer was no. Wang Biao was very clear about this. He took out a pill and tossed it into the air, coldly watching the approaching entrance. Come out, I know why you are here. We can split the Qingyu shards. No, you do not know. Zhou Ling's voice came, cold and bone-chilling, and her figure appeared at the cave entrance, looking down at Wang Biao from a high position. That gaze seemed to be looking at a dead person. Beside Zhou Ling were 5 members of the Blood Rose Demon Hunter team, including Zhou Ling's sister, the captain of the team, Zhou Yu, whose gaze remained icy. Seeing them, Wang Biao's pupils contracted. Especially Zhou Ling, who had removed her disguise. Her appearance was almost identical to that of Zhou Yu, and in an instant Wang Biao understood. Zhou Ling, ha ha ha. So it turns out to be the 2 little girls who escaped from me back then. I didn't expect you to survive until now and set me up to this extent. But do you really think you can kill me? Whether you can be killed will be known with a try. Zhou Yu summoned her spirit beast. Sisters, do not give him a chance to catch his breath. As soon as she finished speaking, two peak blood-colored Scorpio leaders charged toward Wang Biao, while Zhou Yu and Zhou Ling unleashed their 5th-grade Martial King aura to attack, and the other members of the Blood Rose Demon Hunter team also surged forward. Looking at their momentum, they were all 4th-grade Martial Venerables. Moreover, there was one 5th-grade Martial King among them. 3 low-tier Martial Kings, 3 Martial Venerables, plus 2 peak blood-colored Scorpios whose battle power was comparable to a Martial King. How could they not kill a heavily injured 5th-grade Martial King? When everyone thought this way, the besieged Wang Biao grinned savagely. It's great to have everyone here, I don't even need to look for you. Let's resolve the grudges of the past here and bury the troublesome Blood Rose Demon Hunter team in this cave. Zhou Ling would not be influenced by such trash talk. After many years of interaction, she knew Wang Biao had no spirit beasts contracted. Come out, Ghost Prison Titan. Wang Biao roared, and ancient black patterns rapidly interwove in the dark cave, forming an ancient contract. Seeing the contract, Zhou Ling's expression changed. This is the original contract. You really have some knowledge. Wang Biao's face was now full of ease. He had always been hiding. Even Zhou Ling, Qianlong, and Chen who did not know he had a companion spirit beast, only Qianlong might have sensed he had a spirit beast. But Qianlong was already dead. Now, everyone in the cave has to die. As long as they are all dead, no one will know he has a companion spirit beast. Outside, he remained a 5th-grade martial king who only cultivated martial arts. Ghost Prison Titan, kill them all. Before the spirit beast appeared, its aura had already filled the cave, a presence even stronger than the Black Crystal Dog King. This was a companion spirit beast at the late stage of the Beast King. Retreat, Zhou Ling immediately turned around. Run, everyone run outside. Even if we die, we must let the news about his companion spirit beast spread. The members of the Blood Rose Demon Hunter team did not hesitate and immediately turned to flee. Do you really think you can escape? Thump, thump, thump. Roar. The sound reverberated in the cave like thunder, and then a roar echoed as a black titan over 8 meters tall, muscles bulging, entirely black, with armor covering its body, appeared with a mighty presence. Under the enormous roar, spatial pressure suddenly increased. Zhou Ling and the others, leaping upward, all fell downward. This was the gravitational field skill of the Beast King, the Ghost Prison Titan. If placed in the outside world, the effects might not be so strong, but in this mine, with its natural advantages, the gravity field covers all positions outside the tunnels, and they cannot escape. Zhou Ling and the others soon realized this point. No escape, then kill. Even if hope is slim, they must still kill. The Blood Rose Demon Hunting team turned around, charging towards the Ghost Prison King Kong, but they were no match for it. Just one encounter sent them flying, crashing against the mine wall, where the thick rock cracked under the impact, revealing just how great the force was. Yet, the bodies of martial artists are not weak. Zhou Ling and the others wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and stood back up, but there was fear in their eyes as they looked at the Ghost Prison King Kong. This was a fear of the giant. It was also a dread of power. Wang Biao commanded the Ghost Prison King Kong to attack Zhou Ling and the others, but at that moment, a tiger roar echoed. It was the fleeing flame desolate Tiger King. Then, a mocking voice rang out. Internal strife among humans? It's always been so entertaining. The voice was exceptionally charming, sending a chill down the spines of Wang Biao and the others. The injured Wang Biao immediately summoned the Ghost Prison King Kong back to his side, and Zhou Ling and the others quickly helped their companions regroup. Then they all looked up together. They saw the earlier fleeing flame desolate Tiger King had returned, and on its back sat a human-shaped figure in a meditative pose. He had the form of a human, but his face was covered in fur, a king character on his forehead, draped in beast skin. Underneath was a body as explosive as a bomb. With human-like arms, he was a tiger demon. How could a demon clan appear here? This was a common thought in Wang Biao in their minds, but Wang Biao had other thoughts as he looked at Zhou Ling and the others. You hold back this tiger demon, I will go find reinforcements. After saying this, Wang Biao mounted the Ghost Prison King Kong and charged straight towards a cave exit, but Zhou Ling and her team changed their expressions. The demon clan and the human clan have always been mortal enemies. Now that they weren't a match for Wang Biao, they were even less a match for this tiger demon. They couldn't stop Wang Biao if he wanted to leave. It wouldn't be so easy for them to escape either. This was still a dead end for them. Did I agree to let you go? The tiger demon frowned, a 5th-grade martial king peak aura revealed, raising his hand to form a gigantic tiger claw to block the Ghost Prison King Kong. The Ghost Prison King Kong roared and charged. But it was slapped into the stone wall. The tiger demon raised his hand, and several red lights shot towards the Ghost Prison King Kong, pinning the struggling figure against the wall, its limbs and veins severed by the red light, leaving just one life trapped in the rock. The Ghost Prison King Kong had become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Wang Biao also fell to the ground. His already injured body was now even more severely wounded, making movement difficult. The strongest one had been controlled, the remaining ants were not to be feared. The tiger demon had a mocking expression as his gaze swept over Zhou Ling and the others. Are you ready to embrace death? The flame desolate Tiger King also let out a roar. Injustice and unwillingness were vented before it. A mere tiger demon dares to speak so presumptuously. Everyone looked up and found a figure in a green shirt standing on the rocky ledge above them. It was Su Qing, who had left earlier. Su Qing looked mockingly at the tiger demon. "Who are you?" the tiger demon asked. "Me?" Su Qing pointed at himself, then arrogantly said, "A little tiger demon isn't worthy of knowing my true name." "Su Qing, run! You are not his match." Zhou Ling shouted to Su Qing. She knew he had some strength, but he was still young and definitely not a match for the peak martial king tiger demon. They needed to relay the information for a chance to survive. The tiger demon's face turned cold. He had never been looked down upon like this. He patted the flame desolate tiger king beneath him. "Go, kill him for me." The flame desolate tiger king charged towards Su Qing to show loyalty. Zhou Ling didn't think and rushed toward the flame desolate tiger. "Su Qing, hurry and run." Unaware of his own death, the tiger demon's face turned cold as he moved to cut off Zhou Ling's path, kicking her away. At this time, the flame desolate tiger king had also come in front of Su Qing. Facing the flame desolate tiger king, whose strength was higher than his own, Su Qing did not dare to be careless for a moment, raising his hand and striking down with a sword. The flame emperor tiger king spat out a fireball. The sword light was easily blocked, but by the time the flame emperor tiger king passed through the explosion smoke, Su Qing's figure had already disappeared. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside the flame emperor tiger king, "Are you looking for me?" The flame emperor tiger king turned its head and was hit solidly by a sword. However, the flame emperor tiger king's reaction speed was noticeably fast, stronger than the previously easily butchered machine-scale turtle. Su Qing's sword only left a deep wound on its chest, visible to the beating heart inside. Seeing the flame emperor tiger king retreat, Su Qing sighed, "What a pity I couldn't pierce the heart." This was heard by Zhou Ling, who had just been helped up from the rubble. Looking at the bleeding wound on the flame emperor tiger king's chest, Zhou Ling was shocked. "A 4th-grade martial venerable almost killed a 5th-grade beast king with one sword. You really surprised me," the tiger demon couldn't help but praise. "But that's not a reason for you to provoke me." The tiger demon charged directly, and Su Qing raised his hand and shouted, "Wait!" Miraculously, the tiger demon stopped. "What, are you begging for mercy? If you keep doing this, I'm going to call people." "You dare to toy with me?" the tiger demon glared furiously, pushing off the ground, its speed increasing again, shattering the earth beneath its feet. Su Qing's expression remained unchanged. Blue spiritual energy emerged from behind him, quickly intertwining. In just one breath, it formed a contract array. Unlike the violent thunder when summoning the purple radiant thunder butterfly, this array was extremely gentle, although the beings inside were not gentle. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar echoed from the contract array, and the dragon might of a peak beast king emanated from within. Then, a dragon, sculpted from green jade, over 20 meters long, with dragon horns on its head and golden eyes with white whiskers, burst forth, enveloping the entire cavern. Its name is Changlin Long Jiao. This was Su Qing's initial contracted beast. Its strength was that of a peak beast king, just a step away from becoming a beast emperor. This was also the key to Su Qing becoming a 5th-grade spirit master. Changlin, strike it. Chapter 32, Opportunities, Fleeting. The Changlin Long Jiao glanced at the rushing tiger demon, swinging its tail. The tiger demon had nowhere to evade and was struck solidly by the tail. Its figure uncontrollably flew backward, crashing toward the bottom of the mine pit, stirring up dust and debris, causing many wood and jade ores to shatter, their value and effects greatly reduced, even becoming ineffective. Su Qing pointed downwards, saying, "I told you I was going to call for help, but you didn't believe me. Now you've been flung away by my treasure, Changlin, feeling good?" Hearing this, the Changlin Long Jiao rubbed its head against Su Qing. Su Qing petted it as if he were stroking a cat. A man less than 2 meters tall petting a dragon over 20 meters long, the dragon looking quite pleased while Su Qing pointed down. This scene caused Zhou Ling's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Had she known that Su Qing had this power, why would she have gone to take a beating? Now she was hurt instead, and that injury could cost hundreds of thousands to millions, requiring months of recovery to heal. At least she was alive. In contrast to Zhou Ling and the others' relief, Wang Biao appeared somewhat nervous. After all, he did not have pure intentions toward Su Qing. Su Qing surely knew this. Regardless of Su Qing's feelings, this time he was definitely doomed. "I'm going to kill you." A howl came from the bottom of the mine pit as the half-demon tiger charged toward the Changlin Long Jiao, then, it flew again. Its speed was even faster than before. The Changlin Long Jiao let out a dragon roar, as if saying, "It's hard to find time to cuddle with the master, and you come to make trouble? You forced me to do this." The tiger demon's voice rang out again, and for the first time, a serious expression appeared on Su Qing's face. In the demon race, there was a secret method that, once activated, could temporarily enhance one's strength. The cost was also extremely high. This tiger demon itself was at the peak of a human warrior of the 5th rank. With its demonic physique, if not for Qing Lin being a dragon, also at the peak of a 5th grade beast king, it truly wouldn't be able to suppress it. If the tiger demon really used the secret method, its strength could break through to the 6th rank martial emperor, or at least reach half a step to that level. Even if the Azure Scale Dragon has arrived, there will still be some trouble. Hey, tiger demon, I'm giving you a chance. Don't use your demon clan secret techniques, then go to Qingshan City to admit your mistake, being studied for years and sitting in jail for a lifetime. I can spare your life. Otherwise, you definitely won't see tomorrow's sun. The tiger demon said nothing, only burned its essence blood to use secret techniques, continuously increasing its strength. The flame-roaring Tiger King roared beside it, and to the tiger demon, Su Qing seemed to be showing weakness. It was afraid of Su Qing using secret techniques. It absolutely would not let Su Qing have his way, it burned its essence blood. Even if it couldn't kill the Azure Scale Dragon, killing a 4th grade martial sovereign would be enough. When its strength reached the limit its body could bear, the tiger demon rushed directly at Su Qing, its speed like a streak of light. Just as it approached Su Qing, a blue light suddenly shot out from the side space. The blue light, carrying an unstoppable momentum, instantly killed the aggressive tiger demon. Its corpse, moving with inertia, landed in front of Su Qing, just stumbling over a stone on the ground. The corpse was in a kneeling position. With the death of the tiger demon, its momentum dissipated completely. Su Qing saw this and was not the slightest bit surprised. He pointed at the tiger demon's corpse. I said it in advance, you just had to seek death. Truly, and even after dying, you bring me such a big gift. Looks like you truly recognized your mistake. But daring to threaten me? Go to hell. Su Qing raised his foot to kick the corpse away. Just as he lifted his foot, he stopped, took the space ring off the tiger demon's hand, and then kicked the corpse towards the mine pit without hesitation. Zhou Ling and the others were already so stunned that they couldn't speak. They thought there would be a shocking battle, one that would cause the mine pit to collapse, ultimately leading to the tiger demon being suppressed by the guards of Qingshan City. Unexpectedly, the half-step martial emperor tiger demon just died so lightly. Killing a mere chicken really wasn't that easy. The flame-roaring Tiger King had been scared out of its wits and turned to run. Another blue light shot out, killing it on the spot. Its body vanished after the blue light disappeared, leaving only a few drops of tiger blood on the ground. Su Qing jumped onto the Azure Scale Dragon's head. Azure Scale, go down. The Azure Scale Dragon bent down, arriving in front of Wang Biao. Su Qing jumped down and extended his hand to Wang Biao. Hand it over. Hand over what? Su Qing raised his hand and gave him 2 slaps. The things obtained from the mine pit. Wang Biao knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He probed into his space ring with his mind and respectfully handed that piece of Qing jade marrow to Su Qing. You scoundrel, only willing to hand it over after getting beaten. Su Qing cursed as he took the Qing jade marrow. Wang Biao's face turned ugly from the scolding, but the situation was stronger than him. If he didn't bow his head, it would lead to a dead end. Give me the space ring. Wang Biao's eyes widened as he looked at Su Qing reaching out again. Su Qing urged, what? Are you thinking about how much chance you have to kidnap me at such a close distance? Or are you saying you'll only give it up after being beaten? Wang Biao had no choice but to hand over the space ring. He had indeed been thinking about the possibility of kidnapping Su Qing, but it was exposed, and that possibility was nearly zero. After putting away the ring, Su Qing turned to Zhou Ling. Considering that in the beginning when you joined the team, you advised me in a special way to avoid being corrupted by Wang Biao and the others, this Wang Biao will be handed over to you. But remember to be quick. The people from the City Lord's mansion are probably arriving soon. After speaking, Su Qing did not leave but returned to the Azure Scale Dragon's head, quietly waiting at the top of the mine pit again. Killing a demon clan member was indeed a great achievement. The bounty for exterminating ferocious beasts had yet to be claimed. As for Wang Biao, he had already been surrounded by Zhou Ling and the others. Wang Biao desperately fought back. It must be said that even though he had been severely injured by the tiger demon, he still hadn't been killed in a short time. He even had the time to glare fiercely at Su Qing. Because Wang Biao had already sensed that a team was approaching the mine cave. If they were indeed the people from the City Lord's mansion, then he likely could still live. Thinking this, Wang Biao began to use his agility to avoid a direct clash with the Blood Rose Demon Hunting Team. The members of the Blood Rose Demon Hunting Team were also injured, and he truly managed to hold them off until the 3rd squad of the City Guard arrived. After clearing the fleeing black crystal dogs, Yan Zhenhu's Qiao Ming appeared at the cave entrance with several members of the City Guard. Looking at the ruined mine and the few people still fighting below, continuing to damage the wood jade or veins, Qiao Ming raised his hand, and the City Guard swiftly took action. Faced with the people from the Lord's Manor, Zhou Ling and the others could only suppress the anger in their hearts and stop this farce. Clear the ruins, count the corpses of the fierce beasts, and assess the damage to the wood jade or veins, then report back to me, Qiao Ming calmly ordered. After speaking, his gaze fell on Zhou Ling and the others. Thank you for helping to eliminate the fierce beasts. If you need the beast corpses, you may take them. If not, the Lord's Manor can directly recover them. The corpses will be accounted for, and rewards will be given. This is the basic principle of killing fierce beasts. Here, after killing fierce beasts, the beast corpses don't automatically belong to the Lord's Manor, and these people only get the bounty. Zhou Ling and the others were very clear about this. They looked at Wang Biao with eyes full of killing intent. Xiao Meng didn't care about their grudges. You settle your grudges outside. This or vein belongs to the Lord's Manor. For the sake of you helping to eliminate the fierce beasts, I won't pursue the losses caused by the wood jade or vein. But if you continue to damage the mine in front of me, I will have no choice but to count the losses against you. Soon, the explorers found the killed tiger demon at the bottom of the mine and also discovered the situation with the green jade marrow. Xiao Meng received the news and looked at the group. Please hand over the items that don't belong to you. Otherwise, don't blame me for using unconventional methods. The items aren't with us, Wang Biao sneered. Since he couldn't get them, neither could Su Qing. The items were taken by that person. Before Wang Biao could finish, the blue-scaled dragon serpent, which had been circling above without being detected, swooped down. Xiao Meng and the others immediately sensed the danger. When Xiao Meng saw the figure above the blue-scaled dragon serpent's head, he immediately raised his hand to stop the city guard's actions, allowing the dragon serpent to swoop down and land in front of Wang Biao. Su Qing jumped down from the dragon's head. Looking at Wang Biao, Su Qing said, "You're really dishonest." So what? Wang Biao grinned viciously, not believing that Su Qing would dare to kill him in front of the city guard. So what? Of course, you die. Roar. As soon as the words were spoken, the full force of the blue-scaled dragon serpent's king-level aura erupted, pressing Wang Biao to the ground. Su Qing looked at Zhou Ling. I told you to kill quickly. Now look. You want to kill but don't dare, and now I have to do it. A righteous member of the city guard spoke up. Sir, don't you think it's inappropriate to kill someone in front of our city guard? Su Qing furrowed his brow and looked at the person who spoke. What I do, Xiao Captain and Ma Captain have said nothing. Who gave you the right to say anything? Or do you want to die too? As Su Qing's voice fell, the blue-scaled dragon serpent turned its head and released its pressure towards the speaker. With a loud thud, the person couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt to the ground. Xiao Meng furrowed his brows. Mr. Su, for your sake, I will overlook Wang Biao's death, but please don't go too far. He is, after all, affiliated with the Lord's Manor now. The implication was clear, this person now belonged to the Lord's Manor. Killing him would be equivalent to offending the Lord's Manor. The others, however, were free for Su Qing to deal with as he wished. If it were someone else, Xiao Meng would have directly suppressed them. Even if they were no match, the matter could be reported to the Lord's Manor, and if the Lord's Manor didn't intervene, it could be reported to the defense of Qingshan Town. Afterwards, there was the official authority of Huaxia. No matter how you look at it, breaking the rules, especially serious rules, would result in being labeled as a traitor and hunted down. If it came to that, the entire Huaxia nation would not tolerate Su Qing, and Su Qing knew this very well. Don't take it so seriously. It's just a little joke. I'm a teacher, how could I casually kill someone? Su Qing said with a relaxed smile, easing the tense atmosphere. He then looked at Zhou Ling and the others. Next time, if you get the chance, remember to act quickly. Zhou Ling immediately understood, pulling out a dagger and walking toward Wang Biao. Wang Biao showed a look of terror, looking at Xiao Meng, but under the suppression of the Qinglin dragon, he couldn't say anything, only begging for mercy with his eyes. Xiao Meng directly turned her head and did not look any further. The other members of the city guard also turned around, those with recording devices aiming at the pit below. It was not until the dagger cut through the throat that Xiao Meng turned back. Did you kill that tiger demon? Chapter 33, Exploding Flame Fire Crow. I didn't sit down, Su Qing shamelessly admitted. Although he didn't kill the tiger demon himself, at least it died before him, and who would dare to say otherwise? This is related to the demon race. I will bring the body back and report to the city lord. Xiao Meng didn't doubt her words, as she saw Su Qing's identity from the Qinglin dragon. You probably don't need this body, right? No need, Su Qing shook his head. The bodies of the demon race had almost no use, they were not as useful as an equally fierce beast. The spatial ring had already been taken away by Su Qing. Not only that, but there was also a piece of jade essence, which Xiao Meng also knew about, but she did not mention it. Clearly, she tacitly approved of Su Qing's actions. The subsequent rewards will be deposited into your bank card, and if there are any additional rewards, I will personally hand them to you. As for the rest, just leave it to us to handle, Xiao Meng said calmly. Then I will take my leave first. Su Qing nodded and said goodbye. His goal had already been achieved, and he had gained the benefits he wanted, so there was no need to add trouble here. As for why demons appeared here, let the city lord worry about that. Anyway, Su Qing didn't believe that a piece of 4th-grade jade essence would provoke a peak 5th-grade martial king demon to take action. Even going so far as to call upon 3 beast king tribes. There must be other schemes, possibly concerning the entire Qingshan city, or something even better than jade essence. Su Qing leaned more towards the latter. But that had nothing to do with him anymore. If the Qingshan city was involved, there would be people ensuring they would not return, and they might even take this opportunity to launch a demon extermination campaign within Huaxia, resulting in even more demons dying. After leaving the Muyu mine, it was already dark outside. Su Qing was about to ride the dragon away when he was stopped by the city guard stationed outside, but they only asked a few simple questions for registration and then let Su Qing leave after confirming nothing was wrong. Riding the Qinglin dragon to a place not far from the eastern gate of Qingshan city, Qinglin knew the reason when Su Qing asked it to stop. Reluctantly nudging Su Qing's face. Alright, I'm just letting you return to the beast space, it's not like we're saying goodbye forever, I'll let you out when I have time. Suddenly, Su Qing remembered something. He took out a glass bottle, inside which a blood-red little dragon was swimming. This was a drop of true blood from the Qinglong. Upon seeing the true blood, Qinglin instinctively moved closer to it. The pulsation of its bloodline told Qinglin that this thing was very important for it. If it swallowed this blood, it might surpass that proud one. Master, I want this. Feeling the emotions coming from the contract, Su Qing patted Qinglin's head. This is for you, eat it, and then go back to the beast space to absorb it. When you finish absorbing, I will let you out again. Qinglin nodded repeatedly and swallowed the true blood along with the bottle. Su Qing then returned Qinglin and headed back to Qingshan city. Under the astonished gaze of the city guard at the gate, Su Qing entered the city, marking the formal end of this demon hunting journey. After entering the city, Su Qing did not linger and headed straight back to the Zifu manor. Aunt Qing, where are those two guys? Su Qing asked Aunt Qing, who was making dinner in the kitchen. While I was away, did they cause any trouble or go out? They planned to go out when you left. Aunt Qing sorted the ingredients, but I scared them a bit and sent them back. They've been in the underground training room since. Okay, I'll go down and have a look. Arriving at the underground training room, as soon as Su Qing opened the door, he saw Su Hao and Fang Xingkong lying on the ground, looking bored. The body was covered in bruises, clearly a sign of mutual physical training. Upon seeing Su Qing appear, the two instantly stood up. Teacher Su, you finally came back. Teacher, we waited so long for you. Crying, they rushed towards Su Qing. Don't try to get me all emotional, Su Qing said, not buying into it. Report your training results for the day. Hearing this, the two's faces immediately fell. Asking about the training situation right after coming back was like asking for grades right after an exam, or inquiring about savings during the Happy New Year. It was really a mood killer. If they knew they had to keep training after leaving school, and couldn't slack off, still training in the Signal S basement, they would never leave the school. At least when Su Qing wasn't around, they could play games and chat with classmates when they were tired from training. Su Qing continued, if you perform well and satisfy me, after dinner, you don't have to rush back to school. I can take you to Qing Mountain City to have some fun for a few hours. Teacher, let me go first. Su Hao reacted quickly and immediately used his mental method to reveal his strength, raising it to a first-grade martial artist with 7 stars, and he could return to the second-grade martial spirit level in just a week. Don't be fooled by how fast he was training. Su Hao had practiced before and didn't need to expand his meridians, he just needed to gather energy into his body, store spiritual power, and strengthen his physique. When his strength returned to the previous level, the training speed would return to normal but would still be faster than training the ice attribute mental method. The primal contract appeared above his head. At this moment, the primal contract was already visible to more than 3/4, and Su Qing guessed that the contract awakening was close at hand. He needed to prepare in advance. Not bad, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Fang Xingkong, it's your turn. Fang Xingkong also operated his mental method to show his cultivation. Fang Xingkong did not break his power to retrain, the progress in strength was due to self-exploration. Previously, he had reached the second-grade martial spirit with 1 star but was about to fall back to a first-grade martial artist. Now, his strength had stabilized and even broke through to 2 stars of the second-grade martial spirit, but his spiritual energy was a bit scattered. It was obvious that he had just broken through not long ago. Next, Su Qing looked at the panels of the two, the issues remained the same, and the residual medicinal effects had not been fully resolved. However, the training efficiency had increased a little bit. Overall, it was still pretty good. That's enough, Su Qing nodded and asked Fang Xingkong to summon the Night Fire Crow. He wanted to test the new skill, the True Eye of All Spirits. By the way, he needed to address the issue with the Night Fire Crow. Under the True Spirit Eye, the information of the Night Fire Crow appeared. Species name, Night Fire Crow. Strength, Awakening 9 stars. Attribute, Fire. Status, Dark Devouring, Healthy. Bloodline potential, Mid-level General. Cultivation mental method, Great Sun Burning the Sky decision. Skills mastered, Fireball technique, Fire Feather, Night Eye. Looking at this translucent panel visible only to him, Su Qing's eyes lit up, like watching a transparent electronic screen. It was remarkable. After the surprise, Su Qing studied the information carefully. He found that the potential of the night fire crow was quite good. It could reach the general level without evolving, but the status was a bit off, caused by conflicts in the mental methods leading to dark fire devouring the heart. It could be said that when the night fire crow was practicing the spiritual beast version of the great sun burning the sky decision, its heart was constantly being tormented. This would greatly slow down the speed of strength improvement. Su Qing directly looked at the evolution path of the night fire crow. Evolution path: Night fire crow, underworld night fire crow. Night fire crow, mysterious feathered dark crow. Night fire crow, explosive flame fire crow. Night fire crow, mysterious feather fire crow. The night fire crow had no less than 4 evolution paths. The first path, underworld night fire crow, was a route that Fang Xingkong's family had always used but had not made public, aiming to develop dark fire to its extreme for evolution. The mysterious feathered dark crow directly abandoned the fire element, allowing the night fire crow to fully merge into the darkness, becoming a dark type evolution path. The explosive flame fire crow was just the opposite. This route was suitable for practicing the great sun burning the sky decision, and it could also alleviate the suffering the night fire crow experienced from the dark devouring. It can greatly speed up the training speed of the night fire crow and Fang Xingkong during their dual cultivation. In addition, there are several evolution paths. Chapter 34, Spirit Food. These evolution paths are available for evolution, but many of the evolutionary conditions are not met. However, the true eye of all spirits directly provides a solution, taking the dark fire crow evolution path as an example. To evolve the dark fire crow, the night fire crow needs to purify the dark attribute flames. The closer it is to pure yang fire, the better. In addition, strength must reach above extraordinary 5 stars. And master the earth level skill, blazing sun. These 3 conditions, among them, improving strength is the simplest, purifying flames comes second, and mastering the earth level skill blazing sun is the hardest. It is known that many lord-level spirit beasts mostly have profound-level skills. To have an earth-level skill is such a luxury, let alone the fact that the blazing sun skill itself has limitations. Pure fire attribute spirit beasts learn it best. For non-pure fire attribute ones, the success rate is halved. What about a spirit beast like the night fire crow, which has a fire corruption effect? The success rate is less than 20%. The stricter the evolution conditions for a spirit beast, the stronger its power and greater its potential after evolution. The potential of the dark fire crow goes without saying, just look at the other 3 crows, its suffix being crow indicates this. It may eventually evolve into a golden crow. The night fire crow is Fang Xingkong's contracted spirit beast. Su Qing cannot make the decisions for it, so let Fang Xingkong choose for himself. Xingkong, the teacher has a question for you, Su Qing said after closing the panel. If there are 2 suitable spirit beast evolution paths in front of you now, one that can evolve directly without any effort, and another one that requires a lot of effort but has a low success rate, yet has great potential after evolution, which would you choose? Fang Xingkong tilted his head. This question is a bit complex, and Fang Xingkong's simple mind momentarily crashed, mainly due to Su Qing's previous riddles, making him think the question was not simple. As a result, the more he analyzed, the more confused he became. Su Hao could no longer stand Fang Xingkong's foolishness and translated, what teacher Su means is that there are 2 evolution paths, one strong and one weak. The weak one requires no effort, while the strong one needs effort to succeed. Would you choose the strong or the weak? Now Fang Xingkong understood and blurted out without hesitation, of course I would choose the strong evolution path. Fang Xingkong was born to admire the strong. He also wants to become strong. He promised to chase the sun with the warm crow and become the sun, so how could he be defeated by mere setbacks? No wonder you are my student, ambitious, Su Qing patted Fang Xingkong's shoulder with satisfaction. Since you've made your choice, I'll tell you about your upcoming training direction. Fang Xingkong's expression was serious, listening attentively. First, like Su Hao, temper your body, refine the residual medicinal power in your body, and solidify your foundation. Next is the training of the Nightfire Crow. First point, help the Nightfire Crow purify its flames. The method is to slowly incorporate the dark attribute energy produced by the Nightfire Crow into your body during dual cultivation, then refine it with your own spiritual energy. Second, raise the Nightfire Crow's strength. Third, let the Nightfire Crow learn the earth-level fire skill Blazing Sun and master it to a certain extent. Listening to these training directions, Fang Xingkong's expression changed from serious, I can definitely do it, to a hesitant, I should be able to do it, and finally to, Your Majesty, I cannot do it. Although Fang Xingkong's mind was a bit slow, he understood the classification of spirit beast skills, which range from low to high, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, holy, and divine levels. He also knew the fire attribute skill Blazing Sunday. To have the dark fire attribute Nightfire Crow learn the pure fire attribute earth level skill, isn't that making it difficult for an honest person? Teacher, is it too late to back out now? It's not too late, Su Qing said nonchalantly. This training method is only for you. You are human, an independent individual, and you can choose however you want. I just made a suggestion. But when you choose to give up, I will apply to the school to transfer you from Class 8 in your first year of high school. The future Class 8 will be a class filled with courage to face difficulties and rise up. You giving up is equivalent to being unsuitable. Fang Xingkong had once given up on cultivation, that was out of helplessness at the time. Now that he was back on track with his cultivation, if he gave up again when faced with difficulties, it would show that his heart was not yet strong enough. Someone like that would give up again when encountering difficulties later on. Now Su Cheng had given Fang Xingkong a choice, to give up. That was not just giving up on cultivation, but also on the future. Choosing to face challenges head-on meant his heart was steadfast, clinging to a sunlit heart. Even if he couldn't complete the task Su Cheng assigned, Su Cheng would still find a way to make him stronger. I will not give up. Fang Xingkong shouted. He did not want to be looked down upon anymore, he wanted to become strong. Not giving up is not just something you say, you need to take actual action. Su Cheng's expression remained unchanged, unperturbed. He had already passed the age of youthful enthusiasm. Let me see your determination, young man. Teacher, what about me? Su Hao asked, since Fang Xingkong already had a cultivation goal, what about him, the teacher's oldest disciple? You? Let's talk about it later, Su Cheng said, turning around and waving at the two. Stop dawdling, let's go upstairs to get ready for dinner. Fang Xingkong, filled with fighting spirit, quickly followed. Su Hao walked slowly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes, but he quickly rallied again. His teacher wouldn't give up on him. Without guidance, it must be that the time wasn't right, or his cultivation wasn't diligent enough. As long as he practiced hard and let the teacher see his efforts, the teacher would set a cultivation direction for him. In the dining area of the villa, a large table was already set with many colorful and fragrant dishes, such as roasted tiger paw and stir-fried tiger heart, among others. Seeing Su Cheng return, Aunt Ching called out. You're back, come sit down and eat. Su Cheng let Su Hao and Fang Xingkong find a place to sit, then said to Aunt Ching, you should eat with us too. There's one more soup, just wait a moment. When the last tiger bone soup was ready and everyone was there, Su Cheng started to eat, with Fang Xingkong quickly following. Fang Xingkong took a bite of the tiger meat, his eyes shining. So delicious, better than spirit food. Aunt Cheng smiled brightly upon hearing this. Su Hao expressed doubt, until he too took a bite of the dish. The immense spiritual energy swirled in his mouth, warm but not hot, making him feel extremely comfortable. Su Hao confirmed this was spirit food. He had the fortune of eating it a few times with his family, but none was as delicious as this spirit food. Moreover, he realized that this was spirit food made from the flesh of a fire attribute ferocious beast, because the energy circulation in his body was in full operation, but he didn't know what this beast was or its strength. Spirit food is a kind of delicious meal cooked with ferocious beast meat, paired with spiritual fruits, vegetables, and herbs to maximize the medicinal properties. It is rich in spiritual energy, greatly benefiting martial artists' training. But this is not something that can be cooked casually. It requires certain culinary knowledge, as well as a clear understanding of spiritual fruits and herbs. Cooking carelessly could turn it into a deadly poison instead of spirit food. The difficulty is comparable to cultivating a spirit beast. Fang Xingkong was dazzled by the food and, realizing too late, asked, what ferocious beast is this from? It's really delicious. Aunt Ching tasted her dish and looked at Su Cheng. Xiao Cheng, what do you think this ferocious beast meat is? It should be from a flame-howling tiger, or even a beast king-level flame-howling tiger king. Am I right, Aunt Cheng? Su Cheng's words were both an answer and a question. Aunt Cheng nodded slightly in response. Fang Xingkong was stunned, dropping his chopsticks to the ground. He had planned to ask how to make it so he could replicate it later, but now it seems better to forget it. Chapter 35, Dragon Envoy. After dinner, the outside world had already turned pitch dark, and Su Cheng kept his promise, taking Su Hao and Fang Xingkong out the door. Walking in the night market of Qingshan City, Su Cheng, eating skewers, looked at the two of them. What do you want to eat? I'll pay for it. Su Hao and Fang Xingkong shook their heads repeatedly. After eating spirit food made from Beast King's meat, they felt no appetite at all for the skewers they used to love. Perhaps they were too full. Teacher Su, you have to be responsible for me. Fang Xingkong suddenly made a move, and Su Cheng's mouth stiffened. What kind of words are these? You are a young man, not a young girl. And what have I done to you? This is so damn ridiculous. Su Cheng bit into the squid meat. What do you mean by that? Fang Xingkong looked seriously at the squid in Su Cheng's hand, saying, after eating that spirit food, I lost all appetite for this food. I can't eat anything, and you have to take responsibility. Su Cheng rolled his eyes. I thought you were talking about getting your belly big. Well, being too full might count. I treated you to spirit food, and I ended up making a mistake. No, Fang Xingkong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, I just saw that so much spirit food was left uneaten, and Aunt Qing was the only one at Zifu Manor. I was worried she wouldn't be able to finish it and that it would go to waste. I was also thinking about the brothers and sisters in our class. We are out here enjoying good food and drinks while they are inside sitting in jail. I wanted to bring some back for them to taste. Su Qing saw through him but didn't expose it. Alright, I'll have Aunt Qing make a few more spirit foods for you to take back to them. Thinking that it's good to bring them something nice to further strengthen the bond, Su Qing took out his phone. Teacher, you are so kind, Fang Xingkong's face was full of smiles, and he continued, actually, the leftovers are just fine. Leftovers? Those might have been fed to the dogs. Su Chang replied, leaving Fang Xingkong shocked. The dogs at the manor eat this well? Su Hao asked, Teacher, does the manor lack dogs? Su Qing didn't lie, spirit food was Aunt Qing's hobby. When she was bored at Zifu Manor, she made spirit food to pass the time, mostly making just a taste. Eventually, feeling it was too wasteful, she got a dog. Su Qing had seen that dog a few times. It was impossible to tell its strength, but it should at least be above Beast King level. Aunt Qing wouldn't look at anything too weak, and it was hard for such low-level creatures to digest the spirit food. You can't handle it, Su Qing shook his head and seriously explained, your strength is too weak. Sometimes Aunt Qing would innovate dishes, and if there's a problem, they're fed to dogs. The dogs will be fine. If you eat it, you'll die. Then forget it. Su Hao immediately backed down. He just wanted to eat more spirit food to speed up his cultivation, never thinking of looking for death. Suddenly Su Hao remembered something and asked, Teacher Su, you were so strong, and a breeder with a good family background. Why did you become a teacher at Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, especially in a non-teaching position? Fang Xingkong was also curious. Su Qing was stunned for a moment. Why did he become a teacher? When he first came to Qingshan City, it was mainly for cultivation, the spirit beast issue, and his situation was quite similar to Su Hao's. It was just that his family had a bit of capability, spending a big price to get a destiny-type spirit beast to deduce the opportunity for cultivating, and to solve the spirit beast issue, he finally ended up in Qingshan City. More precisely, it was a secret realm. The exact timing was unclear but should have been in recent years, so Su Qing came. As for why he taught at Qingshan No. 2 Middle School? Just looking for something to do. By the way, getting an official position. I heard Qingshan No. 2 Middle School has a famous principal in the field of spirit beast research, and I was also seeking knowledge. Su Qing spread his hands and explained. This was his purpose. He just couldn't find the notes, ended up developing a system, and now understood everything about spirit beasts. He even got bound to Class 8 of the first year. The future was bright ahead. Su Hao stared wide-eyed. Is it that simple? It's that simple, Su Cheng nodded. Looking ahead again, there are Jianbing Wuzi, Chinese crepes with fried dough sticks. Want to get one? My stomach hasn't digested yet. The two shook their heads, but still followed along. The three strolled around the city for a while, ate barbecue, drank drinks, and watched dancing before returning to Zifu Manor, taking Aunt Qing's newly made spirit food, and headed toward Qingshan No. 2 Middle School. Meanwhile, the follow-up handling of the wood and jade mine outside the city was also nearing completion. The handover personnel arrived, and Xiaomeng took the members of the city guard team 3 straight back to the Lord's mansion. However, it wasn't long before Xiaomeng received a summons. It was said that the Lord wanted to see her about something. Without thinking much, Xiaomeng immediately went to meet the Lord. I wonder why the Lord has summoned me at night. The Lord sat high on a wooden chair. I heard someone say that during this operation, for some personal reason, you let an outsider kill someone, and that someone was even a martial king. You also allowed him to take away the spiritual ore, the green jade essence, which originally belonged to the Lord's mansion. Is this true? Xiaomeng furrowed her brow. She remembered warning everyone in the team before leaving not to disclose anything that happened in the mine. How did the Lord still find out? Suddenly, Xiaomeng recalled that there was a team member equipped with a recording device who had retorted against Su Qing and had been scared half to death by that Qinglong, thinking he wouldn't mention it. Unexpectedly, he went and reported it. What a good team member he was. Xiaomeng felt furious inside, but her expression remained unchanged. To report back to the Lord, this indeed happened. However, if you were present at that time, Lord, you would have also tacitly accepted the other party's actions. What identity does that person have? The Lord questioned, confused. How could he be important enough for me, Chang Mountain City, to give away the green jade essence for free? His name is Su Qing, and his spirit beast is the blue scale dragon flood dragon. I don't care about Su. The Lord was about to curse when suddenly he froze and confirmed. Are you sure the spirit beast is the blue scale dragon flood dragon? Xiaomeng nodded, absolutely certain. You did well in this matter and deserve to be rewarded. The Lord's expression changed immediately. I observe that your spirit beast has evolved, but you have yet to find a matching mental cultivation method. Just so happens, my Lord's mansion has a few advanced cultivation methods. When the time comes, you can choose one suitable for reforming. Xiaomeng was delighted. She initially thought it was bad news, but unexpectedly it turned out to be good news. Changing cultivation methods wouldn't cost her anything, saving over $1 million. Thank you, Lord. If there's nothing else, Xiao Meng takes her leave. After Xiao Meng left, the Lord adjusted his subtle expression and stood up, walking towards the bookshelf. He pushed and pulled the books, and the bookshelf moved. A secret passage appeared before him. The Lord entered the secret passage, and the bookshelf returned to normal. At the bottom of the secret passage was a vast blood pool. Thick blood filled the entire space, making even the night pearl appear blood red. In the center of the blood pool sat a young man whose body was covered with dragon scales and who had dragon horns on his head, sitting cross-legged, bare-chested. This was a monster, a dragon monster. The dragon monster did not open its eyes. Upon sensing the Lord's arrival, it slightly opened its mouth and said, "Have you found out the cause of my second brother's death?" Reporting to the Kuan dragon envoy, it has been confirmed. The Lord, who had just been high and mighty, was now bowing and bending his back in deep respect. It was confirmed that it was done by Li Qingshan, the guardian of Cheng Mountain, and it is my negligence. I asked the Kuan dragon envoy to punish me. Chapter 36, Deputy Guardian. He Shang, you dare to lie to me. Upon hearing this, the Kuan dragon monster suddenly became furious, and the entire blood pool began to boil. The immense pressure forced the peak martial King Lord He Shang to the ground. How could the Qing Mountain Guardian easily leave the city? He Shang's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he struggled to hold himself up, laboriously explaining, "This concerns two powerful demon hunting teams in Qing Mountain City. Each of them has a peak martial king, along with a companion spirit beast that has reached the peak martial king level, forcing the tiger envoy to use secret techniques." After being noticed by the Qing Mountain Guardian, the matter with the demon was serious, which caused the Qing Mountain Guardian to leave the city. As a result, the tiger envoy met with misfortune, but he also wiped out a hunting team. Everything I said is true. Heaven and earth bear witness. If you don't believe the dragon envoy, you may send someone to investigate, and I shall clear my name. The Kuan dragon envoy fell into thought. He didn't know whether what He Shang said was true or not, but the tiger envoy indeed used secret techniques. He had some connection with the tiger envoy's cultivation. The Kuan dragon envoy understood the situation in Cheng Mountain City well. Only Li Qingshan had the strength to kill the tiger envoy after he used secret techniques, and Li Qingshan must have been injured. With the plan being prior, he had to take it seriously. What is Li Qingshan's condition? He Shang immediately replied, "The Qing Mountain Guardian fought with the tiger envoy and is currently severely injured, healing in the Qing City Tower." The Kuan dragon envoy nodded, which was in line with expectations. Since the Qing Mountain Guardian is injured and cannot monitor Qing Mountain City, then let's take this opportunity to give me more blood from the warriors. My second brother is dead, I need to speed up the progress. He Shang will definitely take this opportunity to bring more human warrior blood for the dragon envoy, wishing the dragon envoy's grand plan to succeed. After finishing, He Shang respectfully retreated. After He Shang disappeared, Kuan the dragon envoy opened his eyes, looking at the ascending stairs. He Shang, you are quite greedy. You dare to kill my second brother. If it weren't for the plan in place, allowing me to ascend and possess the qualifications for the throne, I would have killed you by now. But since you are helping me find the blood, I'll let you live a few more days. Kuan the dragon envoy closed his eyes again, continuing to absorb the blood of the warriors. Recently, this blood is becoming less pure. Leaving the dark chamber, He Shang stepped outside and lit a cigarette. After just a couple of puffs, a figure in a green shirt stepped through the air next to him. Qingshan asked, "Did you go to see that dragon demon again?" Yes, He Shang nodded, "That guy is getting stronger. His aura almost crushed me, but thankfully I still have some use." But he has opened his mouth wider again. It seems the dragon demon's plan is almost ready. After finishing the cigarette, He Shang looked at the man. "Li Zhenshou, I suddenly have a new plan. Do you want to hear it?" The man in the green shirt was none other than Li Qingshan, the commander of Qingshan City who belonged to the official military of Huaxia. Li Qingshan took out a cigarette and lit it, taking a deep puff. Without much care, he asked, "What did you discover?" "There are people from the Su family of Long City in Qingshan City." "Whom? Aren't you surprised?" "Why should I be surprised?" Li Qingshan asked in confusion, "Don't you know why Su Qing came to Qingshan City?" "Should I know?" "Oh right, I forgot you were just the city lord. You wouldn't be involved in such matters." Li Qingshan suddenly remembered that He Shang was not yet a commander. He Shang, angry, puffed his beard and glared at Li Qingshan, pointing at him and cursing, "You good-for-nothing Li Qingshan. I humbled myself for this matter, endured great grievances, and after finally coming up with an idea, you tell me you knew from the beginning. Do you know how much I have suffered? If it weren't for the dragon demon being unaware of the outside world and my sharp tongue, I would have been killed when I first entered the dark room. You owe me compensation." "Hey, calm down, Li Qingshan handed over a cigarette to comfort him. "The more you think, the easier it is to expose yourself, you know? Just know that if you deal with that dragon demon, the higher-ups will agree to reward you generously, and at that time, they will ensure you break through to the martial emperor. Then I will personally recommend you for a promotion to become a deputy commander. Then, I will continue to protect you. He Shang's expression changed, taking the cigarette, flicking it to light it and taking a puff. Is this true? Let me be the deputy commander. The position of deputy commander in Qingshan City had been vacant for a long time. He Shang had long coveted it. Not just He Shang, almost every family leader in Qingshan City was eyeing this position because the city lord was recommended. Even the deputy commander, despite being a deputy, was an official personnel. Li Qingshan nodded. As an official, he knew much more than He Shang did. The position of deputy commander in Qingshan City was originally reserved for He Shang and was still in the assessment period. However, He Shang had not realized it. Now that this matter can be smoothly accomplished, He Shang could naturally become the deputy commander. What he said was just to inform He Shang of what was already decided, giving him a reassurance, making things go even smoother. Seeing things confirmed, He Shang smiled, all previous grievances swept away. As long as Li Qingshan recommended him, how could those family people compete with him for the deputy commander position? What did the dragon demon ask for? It wants more blood from the warriors. Just go get it, Li Qingshan said nonchalantly. Anyway, it's all mixed with the blood from the fluff pigs. Give it whatever it wants, just don't make it too fake. If anything gets discovered, it will be bad. After finishing, I'll cover the expenses. With your words, I feel at ease. In the dormitory of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, Fang Xingkong brought spiritual food, traversing through the 8th class dormitory, and found everyone in Lin Hai's dormitory. Fang Xingkong went over and kicked the door open. Brothers and sisters, your brother is back. A playful voice rang out, and everyone in the dorm turned their heads in unison, quickly surrounding Su Hao and his companion like hungry ghosts. 2 fists could not match 4 hands, and in an instant, they were subdued. An intense interrogation was unfolding indoors. They pinned Fang Xingkong down, and a girl, holding a long-handled axe with one hand, pressed it against Fang Xingkong's neck with a serious expression. You disappeared for a day. Tell me, where did you go to play with Teacher Su? Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll be treated harshly, the spider girl threatened while holding a spirit beast. If you don't tell the truth, I'll let little spider bite you. No, it doesn't need to be so serious. Fang Xingkong struggled a bit and then gave up. I brought you some delicious food. The girl pressed him. Answer my question. Beside them, Lin Hai adjusted his glasses and said, we didn't see teacher for a day. We went to the education office, and the director said Teacher Su took leave and left the school. Did you two follow him out? You all know this? Everyone showed a knowing expression. You didn't tell us about such good news of leaving school. Brothers and sisters, beat them up, and anyone who dares to resist will be thrown out. Everyone started punching and kicking Su Hao and Fang Xingkong. Su Hao immediately focused, practicing his heart method. He had already gotten used to the feeling of being beaten. Fang Xingkong was still trying to make excuses. Actually, it was teacher's instruction not to tell. If you want trouble, go find Teacher Su. Still daring to argue, it seems we went too easy on you. If we dared to hit Teacher Su, we would have gone by now. What nonsense are you talking? After receiving a heavy beating, Fang Xingkong wanted to justify himself with spirit food, but he realized he was unintentionally focused on practicing his heart method. Wasn't this a good time to burn off the remaining effects of the medicine? Thinking of this, Fang Xingkong got a bit tough. It was me who insisted not to tell you. If you don't like it, go ahead and hit me. The few people who were about to stop immediately got angry, their fists pouring down on Fang Xingkong like rain, and as they hit, they realized something was off. Wait, stop for a moment. Everyone halted, noticing Su Hao and Fang Xingkong were sitting cross-legged, their faces not showing any signs of pain from the beating but rather looking like they were enjoying it. Are they using us to speed up their cultivation? I can't take it anymore. Thinking about how their own cultivation was going poorly while Fang Xingkong used them to vent and assist his own cultivation, the girl immediately couldn't hold back and was about to chop down with the axe. Sister, you can't do that. One chop down might take a life. They restrained her, and after some persuasion, the girl's anger subsided by half. I'm so angry. Hearing her words, the others felt uneasy too. Their class was originally doing well, but now 2 people were cultivating and doing it successfully, which made them all frustrated. But there was nothing they could do about it. Hey, why have you stopped? Feeling the pain disappearing, Fang Xingkong opened his eyes and looked at everyone, and when he saw they weren't moving, he started being cheeky. I'm at fault, come hit me hard. Everyone exchanged glances and stood up simultaneously. Fang Xingkong had a look that seemed to say, come hit me. Everyone had clear roles, holding Fang Xingkong's hands and feet to prevent him from entering the state of cultivation, then started to hit him hard. Fang Xingkong yelled in pain. After they had enough, they finally stopped. That was refreshing. Chapter 37, Tool Cat. Damn it, that was brutal, Fang Xingkong grimaced, holding his face and constantly complaining as Lin Hai and the others turned back again. Don't hit me, I surrender. Fang Xingkong quickly raised his hand in surrender and then pulled out some packaged spirit food from his space ring. I brought you something to eat. Everyone took one look and turned away with no interest at all. It's just meat, it's not like there isn't any at school. You go outside and don't even bring something good. You really have no sincerity. Is spirit food made from Beast King meat called insincere? Fang Xingkong wanted to hit them, but more than that, he wanted to sneakily keep the spirit food for himself. But for the sake of class harmony, he opened the lid, letting the fragrance of the spirit food spread out. Suddenly, the aroma filled the room. Just from the smell, their heart methods started running. Those who had just complained immediately turned back, their mouths watering as they looked at the bowl of meat. They were all knowledgeable people. This is spirit food. Which master did it come from? This is not ordinary spirit food. Seeing everyone's expressions, Fang Xingkong raised his head proudly, as if it were made by him. This is spirit food made from the Beast King's meat. Hey, don't fight for it. Damn, leave me some. It's all gone, completely gone / Under a group of gluttons, several portions of spirit food were instantly devoured, the soup not a drop left, and the plates licked clean. Looking at the empty plates, Fang Xingkong wanted to cry without tears. If he had known, he would have eaten some first. As a result, there was nothing left. He didn't get to eat a single bite. Don't look at me like that, there was only that much spirit food, really, it's all gone. Seeing the girl Zhao Wei walking over with an axe, Fang Xingkong raised his hands in surrender, truly afraid she would chop him with it. Zhao Wei planted the long axe into the ground. Tell me, who made this spirit food? I want to be their apprentice. You? Fang Xingkong looked at Zhao Wei with doubt. The spider girl played with her spider and came to Zhao Wei's side, looking at Fang Xingkong. What's wrong? You think my sister Wei isn't worthy? Oh, don't make trouble. Zhao Wei pushed the spider girl away. She still had some self-awareness. Being able to use the Beast King as an ingredient, the strength and status of that spirit chef must be extraordinary. Her Zhao family head probably wasn't even qualified. Her words were just to express admiration. Tell me who that person is. I don't know, Fang Xingkong shook his head. Seeing Zhao Wei's expression change, he quickly said, I really don't know, we met her at Teacher Su's estate where the spirit beasts evolved. I only know the teacher calls her Aunt Ching. You'll need to ask the teacher for specifics. Seeing Fang Xingkong's expression, Zhao Wei knew he wasn't lying. It was late at night, not the time for tricks. She would go ask Teacher Su tomorrow. As for Lin Hai, having heard the other information in Fang Xingkong's words, he instantly appeared in front of Fang Xingkong. You said the teacher evolved spirit beasts? At 6:30 a.m., after having breakfast, Su Chang went straight to the classroom, ready to wait for the students to start morning exercises. When he arrived, he found someone was actually there. Who is it, to be so proactive? Su Qing pushed the door open, initially expecting it to be Su Hao, whom he had instructed, or at least Fang Xingkong. He didn't expect it to be Lin Hai. This surprised Su Qing a little. You came quite early. No, actually, he hadn't slept all night. After learning that Su Qing was a breeder and the researcher of the evolution routes of the purple radiant thunder butterfly and the purple thunder gale butterfly, Lin Hai came directly to the classroom. All for the moment to meet Su Qing. Lin Hai didn't care about the scholar image he had before, sliding to his knees in front of Su Qing. Teacher, I have never begged anyone in my life, now I beg you to teach me breeding, to evolve spirit beasts. What's wrong with this kid today? Who knew he would breed spirit beasts? Su Hao, Fang Xingkong revealed this? It should be. Su Qing being a teacher was to correct these students' training and issues with spirit beasts, having no obligation to teach them abilities beyond cultivation, spirit beasts, or basic knowledge. Of course, breeding spirit beasts was included. If he taught, wasn't he just looking for trouble for himself? There wouldn't be a pay raise or feedback. However, using this as a reason to urge Lin Hai to practice didn't seem impossible. After thinking for a moment, Su Qing spoke. Lin Hai, you are knowledgeable, you should understand how difficult each evolution route is for breeders, and the time and energy it consumes. Patents are the hard work of breeders. So, I cannot directly teach you the evolution routes, I will only give you guidance, and you need to find your own path. Thank you, Teacher Su, Lin Hai said, then bowed. Don't rush, Su Qing quickly stopped him. Guidance also has conditions, and that is your martial arts practice cannot fall behind. But I get weaker the more I practice. Lin Hai scratched his head, his eyes filled with confusion. I will solve your training problems. Su Qing looked around, not seeing any spirit beasts. Where's your contract spirit beast? Summon it out, let me see. Su Qing had seen Lin Hai's information panel before. Lin Hai's training problems were similar to Su Hao's, or rather, everyone in Class 8 of the first year had similar training problems. This is the problem with the martial arts and beast-mastered dual cultivation. Many people who practice both martial arts and beast mastery face problems because of this, and those martial artists who sever the contract with their spirit beasts, only cultivating martial arts or only nurturing spirit beasts can easily resolve it. The issue with Class 8 is even more serious. Overuse of pills damages the foundation. This is the most basic problem. In addition, issues like incompatible mental methods, conflicting philosophies, poor talent, unawakened spirit beasts, bloodline stimulation, treating spirit beasts as tools, leading to spirit beast stress. In short, there are all sorts of problems. Lin Hai is a typical case of treating spirit beasts as tools. This is a taboo of martial arts and beast mastery dual cultivation. Su Qing had talked about this in class before. His philosophy has always been to live peacefully with spirit beasts, treating them as partners rather than tools. Because of this, he had little fondness for Lin Hai. If it were someone else, Su Qing wouldn't even spare them a glance, but since Lin Hai was his student, Su Qing would try his best to help him correct his ways and treat his spirit beast as a partner. The spirit beast is not in the beast master space, Lin Hai stammered. I don't know where it went. Huh? Whether it's martial arts and beast mastery dual cultivation or being a beast master, it's normal for spirit beasts to be always by your side, deepening the bond. Now you tell me the spirit beast is not in the beast master space, and you don't even know where it went? It's okay, teacher, even without the spirit beast, I can still cultivate. Lin Hai's face froze, and the words, not even treating the spirit beast as a partner, made Su Qing's forehead twitch. Su Chang wanted to curse out loud. Without a spirit beast, what are you cultivating for? If you broke the contract, just cultivate by yourself. But his professional ethics told him not to say that. Su Qing calmed himself and asked, since you don't want a spirit beast, why did you choose the path of martial arts and beast mastery dual cultivation? If it weren't for my family, I wouldn't want to sign a contract with that cat, Lin Hai said with a look of disgust. To him, all cultivation problems were caused by that cat. It's all its fault. The problem is very serious. Chapter 38, Martial Arts and Beast Mastery Reform. Hearing Lin Hai's words, Su Qing's previously calmed emotions immediately became agitated. Lin Hai's problems were even worse than he had imagined. Su Qing suppressed his emotions and said, go find it, bring your spirit beast here. Lin Hai, even though stubborn, could tell that Su Qing was somewhat angry, and dared not say anything more. He turned and left. After Lin Hai left, Su Qing took a few deep breaths to calm himself, trying not to be so angry. Initially, when Lin Hai came to ask him for guidance, Su Qing had planned to select an appropriate mental method for him, point out the path for cultivation, and help nurture his spirit beast, getting Lin Hai's cultivation efficiency back on track. Now, it seemed that he needed to find someone else. Lin Hai's problems were too severe. He had to first resolve Lin Hai's relationship with his contracted spirit beast, changing his perception of treating the spirit beast as a tool. Only by addressing the root problem could he teach him. If it wasn't resolved in a day, no guidance could be given. Now there were still many other students in the class with unresolved cultivation issues. Su Qing thought to himself as he sat down. During morning practice, whoever arrived earliest, he would choose the mental method to improve their issues. This was not just Su Qing sulking. Rather, martial arts and beast mastery dual cultivation was undergoing a reform. Qingshan City is too small enough that every family in the city is centered around itself, using Qingshan City as a base, and keeps a certain distance from the outside world, with very few connections to the outside. They also reject the entry of families from outside the city. And due to the restrictions on spirit beasts, up until now, Qingshan City has not had a 6th level martial arts and beast mastery dual cultivator who is a royal level beast master. This is not just the case with Qingshan City, many cities in China are in this state, unwilling to let others enter their small territory, fighting over that already limited cake. And the reform is the rise of martial arts and beast mastery dual cultivation. The key to the reform is that the beast master and spirit beast should be like family, communicating with each other heart to heart. This cannot be seen before a 5th level royal beast master, but once martial arts and beast mastery dual cultivation reaches royal level beast mastery, it will become evident. By then, the spirit beast will no longer be an independent entity and can be linked through dual cultivation. Transformed into a weapon in the hands of a martial artist. It is a true weapon in every sense. But regarding spirit beasts as mere tools is impossible. When this reform is fully revealed, martial and spiritual cultivation will become mainstream, and spirit beasts will receive deeper attention. This is also why Su Qing strongly urged Lin Hai to retrieve the spirit beast, change perceptions, and repair their relationship. All for the future of these children. Time flies quickly, as the dawn light rises in the east, and the hallway outside the classroom is filled with student discussions. Many diligent students are heading to their respective classrooms, preparing to start morning exercises. When passing by Class 8 of the first year, they would pause for half a second. They saw Su Qing inside. Did Class 8 change their ways today? There's actually someone in the classroom so early, looks like they're still cultivating. Stop talking nonsense, that's the teacher. I said Class 8 isn't that proactive. This teacher will probably be waiting in vain. Listening to the discussions outside the classroom, Su Qing remained unfazed, knowing that Class 8's mischievous reputation had already been deeply imprinted in the hearts of all teachers and students within just 6 months. But he believed this would change. Before long, the classroom door was pushed open, and Lin Hai, with messy hair covered in leaves and his body soaked with dew, entered the classroom with a white cat by its scruff, looking somewhat disdainful. "Teacher, I brought the spirit beast." He tossed the spirit beast onto the floor, looked at Su Qing, and spoke as if it was natural. "Now can you teach me how to cultivate spirit beasts?" Su Qing opened his eyes, looking at the white cat, which was hunched over and appeared to be distressed, shaking his head with disappointment. "I am not obligated to teach you how to cultivate spirit beasts. You clearly promised me." Su Qing stood up, reached out to stroke the white cat's head. The cat reacted nervously and scratched his palm. Su Qing remained calm, the wound healed quickly, and he gently petted the white cat's head, soothing its agitated emotions. The white cat seemed to sense Su Qing's feelings, its hunched body relaxed a little, inching closer to Su Qing's hand, and when it looked toward Lin Hai, Su Qing could clearly feel its trembling. "I did promise to guide you in cultivating spirit beasts, but I promised to a Lin Hai who sees spirit beasts as companions," Su Qing said while cleaning the dirt from the white cat's fur. "Look at its wounds and dirt. How long has it been since it was bathed? As a master, is this how you treat your spirit beast? Do you think you are the Lin Hai I speak of? Anyone who doesn't take their contracted spirit beast seriously is not qualified to be a proper cultivator. What do I need to do for you to teach me?" Su Qing looked at Lin Hai, not wanting to explain too much. "How I treat you depends on how you treat your spirit beast. Come back to me once you've thought it through. Until you do, you don't need to come for morning exercises, and you already know the basic knowledge, so you don't need to attend the subsequent classes either." Saying this, Su Qing waved his hand at Lin Hai. Lin Hai didn't say a word, grabbing the white cat by its scruff and turning to leave. "It's just giving the spirit beast a bath and treating it better, right?" Leaving with the spirit beast, Lin Hai headed straight back to the dormitory. After bathing the white cat, he would bring it to find the teacher. Then he would see how the teacher would refuse. The white cat struggled continuously, and in a moment of Lin Hai's negligence, it wriggled free and turned to face Lin Hai in a warning posture. Lin Hai furrowed his brows. "Hurry back with me to take a bath." With a shout, the white cat ran away. "You dare to run?" Lin Hai's anger flared up immediately. "If I catch you, I will have to beat you to make you behave." While Lin Hai chased, the old wounds on the white cat opened up, blood staining its white fur. Lin Hai ignored it and, to prevent the white cat from escaping again, locked it in the beast space. On the other side, in Class 8's classroom. "Good morning, teacher." Students entered the classroom one by one, greeting Su Qing, who sat by the door with a nod in response. Before long, all the students arrived. Su Qing stood up. "Everyone is here, let's start morning training." "Ha?" Su Hao scanned the room and noticed there were only 8 people. Lin Hai was absent. "Teacher, Lin Hai hasn't arrived yet." The others also realized, where did Lin Hai go? When I came to the classroom, I seemed to see Lin Hai catching his spirit beast, the white fluff cat, in the grass. "He probably got delayed by that," Fang Xingkong suggested. "Shall we wait for Lin Hai?" Su Qing angrily waved his sleeve. "No need to worry about him." After saying that, Su Qing walked toward the balcony. This scared the others into silence. There must be a reason for Teacher Su's words, so they just followed suit. The spider girl walked at the back and poked the girl next to her, Zhao Wei. "Aren't you going to ask the teacher about the spirit chef?" I. Zhao Wei lowered her head, fiddling with her zipper, losing the boldness from last night. "I don't dare." The spider girl was taken aback and whispered, "You weren't like this before." The teacher wasn't as strong as Teacher Su is now. "He clearly is still angry," Zhao Wei muttered softly. "If it were you, would you dare to go ask the teacher a question now?" The spider girl shook her head repeatedly. "I wouldn't dare." "What are you two whispering about? Hurry and come for morning training." Su Qing's voice exploded in their ears, startling Zhao Wei and the spider girl. They looked up to find they were the only 2 left. Su Hao and the others were by the balcony, looking at them with sympathetic eyes. "Wow, they actually abandoned them, traitors." If it were any other teacher, not to mention Zhao Wei, even Fang Xingkong and Su Hao would have said a few harsh words to the teacher. If worst came to worst, they might even retaliate. But now the teacher was Su Qing, so they only showed sympathy. Mainly, they couldn't possibly defeat Su Qing. Even if they tried, Su Hao and Fang Xingkong would protect Su Qing now. After all, Su Qing was their respected teacher. "We're coming, teacher." The 2 jogged to the balcony. Su Qing sat cross-legged in the sun, waiting for them to settle down. Su Hao and Fang Xingkong positioned themselves on either side to provide protection. Being close helped their own training speed up. Zhao Wei and the others also found their spots and began to adjust their breathing. As the sun appeared, the blue jade spirit appeared in Su Qing's hand. He activated his heart technique and began to absorb the energy from the blue jade. The life force in the air gradually became vibrant. Feeling his heart technique running on its own, Su Hao and Fang Xingkong didn't hesitate and immediately activated their own techniques to start training. The night fire crow also perched on the railing to train. Only the ice scale snake watched from a distance, wanting to dual cultivate with Su Hao, but it couldn't do so without permission. Although Zhao Wei and the others were training at an efficiency between -300% to -450%, under Su Qing's universal recovery technique, their techniques also began to operate slowly. Everyone's faces showed shock. Their techniques could operate on their own, they only felt this during the spirit food meal last night. Now, their teacher was training, and they were watching from the side, and their techniques were surprisingly functioning on their own. Zhao Wei and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Instantly, their gazes towards Su Qing changed, as if at this moment, the teacher was no longer a teacher but like a miraculous medicine. Until Su Qing's voice rang out. If you don't train now, I will seal your spirit power and let you experience the joy of free falling from the 4th floor. At over 10 meters high, with sealed spirit power, would they have to lie down for days after falling? Also, their teacher could still talk while training and knew what they were doing. Is this what a high-level martial artist is like? So cool. With that thought, Zhao Wei and the others didn't waste time, they immediately closed their eyes and activated their techniques, but soon some showed difficulty. This training was really painful. More uncomfortable than being constipated and going 5 times in 10 minutes. Zhao Wei had some distractions, and her training wasn't going smoothly. For a while, she became somewhat absent-minded. What could be finished in 15 minutes took her half an hour without completing a single cycle. This training is going really well. This was Fang Xingkong's feeling at the moment. Suddenly, Fang Xingkong remembered the teacher's words from last night. Naturally, training alone wouldn't work. He needed to become stronger. He had to work harder. The power of the warm crow can be set aside for now, its strength can be boosted through dual cultivation. With the current smooth path of cultivation, it can help purify the flame's purity. What was the method again? Connect the dark attribute spirit energy cultivated by the warm crow with the dual cultivation technique and absorb it into the body, using one's own fire attribute energy to eliminate it. It sounds quite simple. After returning to a proper cultivation path, and with the support of Su Qing's techniques, Fang Xingkong's confidence soared at that moment. Watch me refine the dark attribute energy in the blink of an eye. Thinking this, Fang Xingkong began to communicate with the night fire crow, which was also cultivating. Both man and beast cultivated simultaneously, their techniques resonating, quickly entering a state of dual cultivation. Under the influence of their life force, their dual cultivation speed and efficiency greatly increased. But why is there no dark attribute energy? Fang Xingkong furrowed his brows. His teacher could guide him on problems, and there was surely no mistake. That dark attribute energy must be with the warm crow. Dual cultivation means that both the warrior and the spirit beast cultivate the same technique, expanding their circulatory system to absorb more energy. Generally, this energy flows back to the warrior, the master. The master benefits the most, the largest. At this moment, Fang Xingkong directed his energy towards the night fire crow. Under this energy perception, he felt a cold and dark sensation. This should be the dark attribute energy. Fang Xingkong continued to circulate his energy, taking a strand of dark attribute energy, following the great circulatory route, and entering his own body. Everything was going very smoothly. Is this all there is to the dark attribute energy? Just as Fang Xingkong was happy, the dark attribute energy entered his controlled circulatory route, and the originally peaceful energy could not withstand the heat in his body, starting to rampage through his meridians. Fang Xingkong's face instantly turned red like liver. The pain in his meridians made him sweat profusely, but he remained silent, gritting his teeth, desperately suppressing the dark attribute energy. Using his own fire attribute spirit energy to eliminate it. The opposing energies began to collide. Fang Xingkong's meridians and skin began to crack, with blood spilling out, staining his white shirt. At this moment, an extremely gentle life energy surged into Fang Xingkong's body, and his life force began to repair his meridians. Fang Xingkong knew this was his teacher Su's help. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly suppressed that dark attribute energy, using his own yang fire to slowly refine it. As the dark energy dissipated, his complexion returned to normal. Damn, this refining is really uncomfortable. If it weren't for the teacher, I might have ruined my meridians and become someone who can't cultivate. Thankfully, there's teacher Su around. Fang Xingkong felt fortunate in his heart, but he also had a new thought. It must be that the dark attribute energy just now was too much, making it hard to suppress all at once. A smaller amount should be fine. So, Fang Xingkong began again. This time, he not only wanted to absorb dark attribute energy into his body but also wanted to see just how much dark attribute energy was inside the warm crow. Taking a look, Fang Xingkong was stunned. It felt like facing an endless abyss. The dark attribute energy was bottomless and inexhaustible, continuing to accumulate bit by bit with the night fire crow's cultivation. When will this all be refined? Damn it, forget it, I'll refine it no matter what. Thinking that he couldn't become stronger without refining, Fang Xingkong's stubborn temperament surged, and nothing could stop him from getting stronger. Aw, teacher, help. Life energy surged again. After easing, Fang Xingkong's temper didn't decrease. Instead, because the teacher was by his side, he began to try to absorb more dark attribute energy into his body for refining, to alleviate the night fire crow's suffering. Sensing Fang Xingkong's intent, Su Qing's face darkened. This guy really wanted more, thinking he could use him like a spirit herb? Even a warrior cultivating life attribute techniques, the life attribute spirit energy cultivated can greatly help the warrior and heal injuries, but it's not for you to just take like this. Su Qing complained silently, with thoughts in turmoil. Plucking my wool, I'll make you hurt a little longer. This time, Fang Xingkong took in a large amount of dark attribute energy into his body, the pain several times more intense than before, shooting through every meridian of his body. He gritted his teeth and held on, waiting for the teacher to make a move. However, after waiting for a long time, no life energy intervened. Fang Xingkong knew things had gone wrong, but it was too late to regret. He could only grit his teeth, cut off the dual cultivation, and began to forcefully operate his mind method, struggling against the violent, unruly energy running rampant inside him. Ah! Chapter 40, The Bagua. Fang Xingkong could no longer bear it, letting out a wail to relieve the pain. This cry startled Zhao Wei and the others, who were already in a shallow cultivation state, and they all broke out of their meditation. The spider girl cursed loudly. Fang Xingkong, what are you going crazy for? I finally got a chance to cultivate. Before she could finish speaking, the spider girl was scared by Fang Xingkong's current condition. At that moment, Fang Xingkong's entire body was covered in cracks on his meridians and skin, with blood flowing out uncontrollably. His white shirt had already turned blood red, his face was covered in blood, and his cries of pain were terrifying to look at. If an ordinary person saw this, they would probably faint. The spider girl was so frightened that she couldn't say a word. Her previous dissatisfaction turned into concern when she saw Fang Xingkong like this. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak. What's happened to him? Forget about that for now, wake the teacher up, Zhao Wei said anxiously, if this blood keeps flowing, he won't be able to hold on. The others also realized the severity of the situation too late. Just as they were about to push Su Qing, they remembered that the teacher was still in cultivation. Forcing an interruption could make the Zhou-Tian operation stop prematurely, disrupting the flow of spiritual energy and damaging the meridians. For a moment, Zhao Wei and the others stopped again. What do we do now? At this moment, everyone was caught in a dilemma. On one side was Fang Xingkong, who was losing too much blood, and on the other was Su Qing, who was in a cultivation state. Under the emotional influence, they had completely forgotten that Su Qing could sense the outside world while cultivating. Fang Xingkong's life is more important. If the teacher blames me, I'll accept it, Zhao Wei gritted her teeth and reached out to push Su Qing. Before her hand could touch Su Qing, it was pushed away. You can't touch Teacher Su, Zhao Wei was startled, and hearing Fang Xingkong's wails, she became extremely anxious. What should we do? A sudden idea flashed in Zhao Wei's mind. She drew out her long-handled axe and aimed it at Su Qing, intending to use external force to wake the teacher. As the axe fell, a hand stopped it. Zhao Wei turned her head. Su Hao, what are you doing? Su Hao looked at the axe aimed at Su Qing and asked in return, what are you doing attacking the teacher? Aren't you worried about Fang Xingkong? Aren't you good friends? Look at him now. Zhao Wei pointed at Fang Xingkong and said, I'm doing this to wake the teacher up and help. Do you think the teacher doesn't know? Oh, right, the teacher can sense the outside world. Realizing this, Zhao Wei's face turned red, and she quickly put the axe away. She bowed deeply to Su Qing and sincerely apologized, sorry, teacher, I was too anxious and forgot you can sense what's happening outside. If you want to punish me, I accept it. But please, help Fang Xingkong. The spider girl and the others also spoke up, asking Su Qing to help Fang Xingkong and alleviate his suffering. Although Class 8 was mischievous, that was only towards the outside world. Internally, they were all good friends, good brothers and sisters. So many of them pleaded for Fang Xingkong, and Su Qing, not being heartless, raised his hand and placed it on Fang Xingkong's shoulder, sending his gentle life energy into Fang Xingkong's body. Under the nourishment of the life energy, Fang Xingkong's meridians and skin began to heal, but the pain and wails on his face did not disappear. This was the work of the dark attribute energy inside him. This was something Su Qing was powerless to fix, and only Fang Xingkong could handle it himself. Fang Xingkong's skin cracked and healed again. With Su Qing's life energy stabilizing his meridians, the two opposing energies did not destroy his meridians, preventing Fang Xingkong from becoming useless. Fang Xingkong also quickly operated his mind method, beginning to refine the large amount of dark attribute energy he had absorbed from the Night Fire Raven's body. This process lasted more than 4 hours. Time went straight to noon before Fang Xingkong finished refining all the dark attribute energy inside his body. He was also completely exhausted and quit the cultivation state, directly turning into a pool of soft flesh and falling straight down. But the blood on his body, under the burning of fire attribute energy, dried up, did not splash everywhere, and was much easier to clean. Su Qing looked down at Fang Xingkong from above. Pulling my wool, was it fun? Fang Xingkong forced a smile, opened his mouth weakly. Teacher, I will never dare again, I know I was wrong. Your determination I have already seen, the cultivation method you should also know now. Later you work hard by yourself. After speaking, Su Qing looked at Su Hao and the others. The remaining time is self-study, I will leave first. After speaking, Su Qing walked toward the cafeteria. Being pulled for wool was very uncomfortable. He wanted to turn it into appetite, eat a lot, then go to the library to choose a heart method. Watching Su Qing leave, Zhao Wei opened her mouth, but still could not ask her question, and did not dare to chase after him, could only turn her head to look at Fang Xingkong. You pulled teacher's wool? Su Hao and the others also gathered around with faces full of curiosity. They all wanted to know how Fang Xingkong pulled the wool. Fang Xingkong still had a confused face. Pulling wool he understood, but the cultivation method the teacher talked about, he was still completely lost. What are you confused about? The teacher said the cultivation method is given to me, but my head is now all dizzy, I cannot think it through. You tell the process of pulling teacher's wool once, we analyze it for you. We have so many heads, one person analyze one sentence, maybe we can know, Zhao Wei asked unwillingly. Fang Xingkong showed a face of disdain. I think you are just gossip. Zhao Wei raised her head, her face full of refusal to accept. So what if gossip? I just like to hear gossip. If you don't say it, with your brain, even if you think until your head breaks you still won't know the cultivation method, the teacher said. The spider girl nodded. Say it out, we think together. Fang Xingkong felt it made some sense. After all, 3 smelly cobblers are worth a king of Chu, maybe they really could think it through. This is the cultivation way the teacher told me. Fang Xingkong told the whole matter slowly. Zhao Wei and the others listened seriously, even more serious than when listening to class. Very soon Fang Xingkong finished telling the process. Zhao Wei and the others suddenly understood. Fang Xingkong, you are really something, you actually dared to pull teacher's wool to speed up cultivation. Looks like bleeding was deserved. It's all your fault. If not for you, how could I have taken an axe to chop the teacher? Zhao Wei lowered her head. Now I must have been remembered with hatred by Teacher Su. I haven't even started cultivating yet. Woo woo. Teacher Su is now even guiding Fang Xingkong's spirit beast. My cultivation strength is even going backward. When will these days end? Looking at the crowd who both marveled at him pulling teacher's wool and also worried about themselves, Fang Xingkong was still lying down, his face full of anger. Are you guys actually helping me think of a cultivation method or not? Ah, what cultivation method? Don't know. My brain is stupid, I can't think it through. Looking at the few people shaking their heads again and again, Fang Xingkong knew these guys were unreliable. He still had to rely on his own smart brain. Circulation of the heavens to absorb chi and refine. Cola roasted chicken skewers with chili? Ah, suddenly became very hungry. Really want to eat spirit food made by the Beast King. No, I am thinking about things. But, what was I thinking about to come here? Fang Xingkong narrowed his eyes, kept thinking. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly, I know. Zhao Wei looked over. Know what? The teacher must have gone to eat. Chapter 41 Dong Jia's Warning. Fang Xingkong and the others were all fooling around. Only Su Hao, the intelligence representative of Class 8, was still analyzing Fang Xingkong's gossip. He felt that the cultivation method was inside it. Fang Xingkong refined dark attribute spirit energy. Attribute collision would damage the meridians. The teacher used life energy to stabilize and repair. Yes, it is life energy. I know. Facing Su Hao's shout, Zhao Wei and the others had little interest. We know Teacher Su went to eat, you don't need to say it. I know Fang Xingkong's cultivation method. Fang Xingkong turned over and wanted to get up, but the pain in his body made him twitch like a salted fish, jumping once before giving up. He looked at Su Hao with a face full of anguish. Hurry, help me up, I twisted my waist. Zhao Wei and the others helped Fang Xingkong up. Fang Xingkong asked, hurry and tell me. Su Hao coughed lightly a few times, acting with a pose. Fang Xingkong understood immediately, sitting up straight, as obedient as a student. Zhao Wei and the others looked at him with disdain but still listened attentively. When you refine that dark attribute energy, your meridians will get damaged. The life energy used by the teacher will help you recover. When the time comes, get a wooden barrel, get some mild medicinal liquid, and soak yourself in it to train. The problem with your meridian damage will be solved, right? Fang Xingkong's eyes lit up after hearing this. No wonder you're the brain of Class 8, your mind really works well, how come I didn't think of this? Su Hao raised his head with a smug look. Do you think the class monitor title is just for show? Zhao Wei and the others analyzed it and felt it made perfect sense. They immediately let go of Fang Xingkong and surrounded Su Hao. How go, look at me, what kind of mental method should I use? How should I cultivate? Before, they had been calling him Mouse, Mouse. Now they were calling him Hao Gu because they had a request? Although I don't know how to improve your cultivation issues, it doesn't stop me from feeling comfortable hearing Hao Gu over and over again. Su Hao slightly raised his eyelids. Want to know? Zhao Wei and the others nodded vigorously like smashing garlic. Wait until the day I take over Teacher Su's body. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Wei and the others immediately felt like they had been tricked. They raised their fists and rushed toward Su Hao's body, while Su Hao shouted I was wrong, but his mental method kept running, refining the residual medicinal properties. This was seen by Fong Xingkong, who couldn't help but shout. No wonder you're called Mouse, impressive. After saying that, he still didn't forget to take out his notebook to record, but then realized that their class didn't even have textbooks. How could they possibly have paper and pens? Oh no, wait, I can use my phone to take notes. I'm so smart. After lunch, Su Qing, who had calmed down, was humming a song as he walked towards the library, this time to pick a mental method for Zhao Wei. She was the first to enter the classroom this morning. From the incident with Fong Xingkong, it was clear how friendly she was to her classmates. She didn't hesitate to use an axe to chop her teacher for the safety of her classmates. Her character was pure and kind, and she was friendly to spirit beasts. She deserved this third teaching slot. Ding ling ling. Come to the academic affairs office, there's something. Director Huang Shi's tone was not good. The call ended quickly, leaving Su Qing confused. He couldn't remember offending the director. Could it be because of that two-pattern body refining pill? It shouldn't be such a small thing to get upset over. Su Qing couldn't figure it out, but since the call had come, it must be something urgent. He decided to put the library visit aside and go to the academic affairs office first. There was no harm in a little delay. Su Qing turned and walked towards the academic affairs office. Inside the academic affairs office, Huang Shi hung up the phone and looked at a red-dressed teacher beside him. Teacher Dong, I've already called Su Qing. He should be coming soon. Teacher Dong nodded without speaking, stroking a white cat in her arms. Her eyes were full of compassion. In a corner of the office, Lin Hai, wearing glasses, was standing there being punished. Lin Hai's face was full of dissatisfaction and resentment. He had only been educating his spirit beast, but he didn't expect that this meddling teacher would bring him to the academic affairs office. And now they had even called Su Qing over. It was so annoying. Knock knock. As soon as he entered, Su Qing noticed Lin Hai and the red-dressed teacher who was tenderly holding the white furry cat. Su Qing vaguely remembered this teacher from when he had seen her at the library, though he didn't know her name. Director, what did my student do wrong? Huang Shi pointed to the red-dressed teacher. You should ask Teacher Dong Jia about this. She's the one who came to me to notify you. Su Qing looked at Dong Jia, and before he could speak, Dong Jia asked, Teacher Su, I want to ask. Aren't you a student who teaches martial arts and spiritual mastery, abusing and neglecting your own spirit beasts? Su Qing was even more confused, he hadn't taught anyone about such things. Can you explain what happened? Su Qing asked, feeling lost, I still don't know anything. Dong Jia huffed, too lazy to explain. Huang Shi sighed helplessly, these students had such big tempers, but he couldn't provoke them. Fortunately, Dong Jia had told him about the events beforehand. Here's what happened, Teacher Su. Every day, aside from the officials stationed at the 4 gates, we also have teachers patrolling the school to maintain order. Today, it just so happened that Teacher Dong Jia was on patrol. When she passed by the student dormitory, she discovered that this Lin Hai was abusing his spirit beast. Although the Huaxia country hasn't clearly defined requirements for this, as a warrior of both martial and spiritual mastery, one should have compassion and not bully the weak, even if it is one's own spirit beast. Teacher Dong Jia is also a warrior of dual cultivation. She treats spirit beasts as if they were her own. Seeing Lin Hai abuse his spirit beast, she was furious and brought him here. After understanding the situation and knowing Lin Hai, Su Qing realized that this was indeed something Lin Hai would do. What should he do? Punish or scold him? Su Qing thought not, after all, he was Lin Hai's teacher. Helping outsiders punish his own student didn't seem right. Moreover, he indeed had some responsibility in this matter. He hadn't expected Lin Hai to be so extreme. I'm sorry, Su Qing bowed and apologized. Why are you apologizing to him? It's her meddling, I did nothing wrong, Lin Hai shouted angrily upon seeing Su Qing bow his head. Shut up. Su Qing huffed, and the aura of a 4th-grade martial master immediately pressed down, silencing Lin Hai, who tried to retort, while Huang Shi trembled in fear. He's not really going to hit me, is he? I can't fight back if he does. Dong Jia's eyes narrowed, growing increasingly curious about Su Qing. A 4th-grade martial master this young was rare to see. After subduing Lin Hai, Su Qing withdrew his aura, turned to Huang Shi and Dong Jia, and sincerely apologized for Lin Hai's actions. I'm sorry, it's my student's behavior that troubled you. I also acknowledge my neglect as a teacher. I won't excuse myself from this responsibility. I will forego this month's salary as payment for this matter and will definitely train them strictly to prevent this from happening again. Dong Jiao looked at Lin Hai and then at Su Cheng. Teacher Su, you are a capable and responsible teacher. Teaching Class 8 of the first year is beneath your talents. I can request the principal to transfer you from Class 8 so that you won't have to deal with students like this. May I know your thoughts on this, Teacher Su? Su Cheng politely declined. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Dong, but I believe they are just temporarily mischievous. Their hearts are not bad. Dong Jia shook her head, displaying regret. But she couldn't make the decision for Su Cheng. Dong Jia looked at Lin Hai. Kid, for your teacher's sake, I won't pursue this matter of abusing spirit beasts this time. I hope you truly are not a bad person, otherwise, next time it won't just be a simple reprimand, I would directly have the school expel you. Don't doubt my ability. After speaking, Dong Jia placed the white fluffy cat into Su Cheng's arms, turned, and left the office, quickly disappearing from sight. Chapter 42, Lin Hai's Resolve. You wait outside for a bit, I need to talk to Director Huang, Su Cheng said to Lin Hai after Dong Jia left. Lin Hai walked out of the office with his head down. Closing the door, Su Cheng looked at Huang Shi. I'm sorry, Director Huang, my student caused you trouble. Wasn't Class 8 of the first year always problematic? They almost made mistakes every day. It's fine, I've gotten used to it, Huang Shi smiled, not taking it to heart. Then he reminded, Teacher Su, you are also a martial arts dual cultivator and should know some of the taboos of dual cultivation. These students need to be watched closely, especially Lin Hai. This isn't the first time he has done this. Once before, I almost harmed this white fluffy cat, previously suppressed by me. Now it has been discovered by Teacher Dong Jia, who takes the spirit beasts very seriously. She will definitely keep an eye on this matter. If she discovers Lin Hai abusing the spirit beast again, she will surely forcefully dismiss him. Huang Shi is also in a difficult situation, caught in the middle. On one side are the kids of families donating to the school for building repairs, and on the other side is Dong Jia's fierce reputation from Qingshan No. 2 Middle School. He can't offend either side, making it tough for him. It was fine before, as these two had no intersection, but now they have collided. If a mistake happens, he may have to abandon Lin Hai. Is Dong Jia very influential? Su Cheng frowned. Teacher Dong is a specially recruited teacher, Huang Shi explained with a nod. Her strength is not weak, and the class she leads has always been a sprint class, considered the elite class of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School. An elite class carries significant weight. Indeed, she has the power to dismiss students. Su Cheng understands this logic and nods. I understand, Director. I will do my utmost to restrain Lin Hai. You've really worked hard, Huang Shi patted Su Cheng's shoulder, feeling somewhat guilty. If it's too difficult, as Teacher Dong suggested, maybe you should change to another class. Placing you in Class 8 of the first year is truly underestimating you. Director, if you say the same thing, I would be upset, Su Cheng replied. Since I have become their teacher, I will not neglect them. I will definitely lead them back onto the right path. If you feel guilty, just give me more rewards to comfort my wounded soul after I guide them back. No problem, I promise you. Seeing Su Cheng's resolve, Huang Shi could no longer persuade him. I don't ask for their strength, as long as you correct their character and prevent them from becoming harmful to society or the country, I will apply for Qingtang liquid for you. Qingtang liquid is a life attribute essence made from the juice of special plants, mixed with other spirit fruit juices. It is effective for both martial artists and spirit beasts. The plant that yields the juice is a type of vine, and as the mixture is green, it is named Qingtang liquid. Its effect is comparable to the 4th grade spirit mine, Qing Jade Essence, and even easier to absorb than Qing Jade Essence in terms of energy. At Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, it is a top-tier reward, one that even Dong Jia may not be able to obtain. This shows the sincerity of Huang Shi. That's great, Su Cheng smiled. If there's nothing else, I will take the students and leave now. Thank you for your understanding regarding Class 8. Leaving the academic affairs office, Su Cheng held the white fluffy cat and looked at Lin Hai. Let's go, tell me what happened. The two walked side by side towards the teaching building. Lin Hai kept his head down and said nothing. Did you abuse the spirit beast again? No, Lin Hai shook his head and explained, I was giving it a bath, and when it misbehaved, I taught it a lesson. I didn't expect Teacher Dong Jia to see. Have you ever thought about why it didn't obey? Su Cheng threw out the lethal question. Other masters get along harmoniously with their spirit beasts. Why does it always become a problem with you? Lin Hai knew it was because of his previous failed evolution. I'm sorry, Teacher Su, I disappointed you, Lin Hai said, lowering his head. He couldn't face Su Cheng. If it weren't for him, Teacher Su wouldn't have humbly apologized to Dong Jia. Lin Hai knew that nurturing masters were all proud, let alone Teacher Su, who had researched the evolution path of the purple radiant butterfly and the purple thunder gale butterfly, a master of nurturing. To have such a teacher bow down to someone else for him was unheard of. He had never felt such care before. Lin Hai didn't know what this feeling was, he just felt uncomfortable and wanted to prove he wasn't that terrible. But, he was just a worthless person. A completely worthless person. You indeed disappoint me greatly. As they passed by the lake, Su Ching walked towards a lakeside chair, gazing at the lake and the spirit fish swimming within. But do you know what specifically makes me disappointed? I'm disappointed in my dull cultivation, disappointed in my attitude towards the spirit beasts. Lin Hai thought for a moment and said tentatively. Don't you already know? Even though the atmosphere was tense, Su Ching had no choice but to continue speaking emotionally. He patted the space next to him, and after Lin Hai sat down, Su Ching slowly said, there is indeed a part of the reason you mentioned. More importantly, I am disappointed in your attitude. I understand the pride and high spirits of youth, but you are heading in the wrong direction. Whether as a martial artist or a spirit master, one should have compassion, and not take pleasure in bullying the weak. A spirit master must regard spirit beasts as kin, only by treating them as companions can one sustain a long journey. I am disappointed by your lack of ambition. I will ask you just one question, do you want to become strong? Yes, Lin Hai nodded. Lin Hai had never yearned for strength as he did now. Before, it was to gain respect from his clan, and later at school, it was to be recognized by teachers and peers. But he had failed to achieve either. But I am already a failure. Su Cheng pulled out a green apple-flavored lollipop and put it in his mouth, then handed another one to Lin Hai. When you say that, it shows that your heart has not completely lost the faith to become strong. As long as you don't lose the desire to grow stronger, go and change. I will solve your training problems, but before that, I hope you can change your attitude toward the white fluffy cat. It is not a tool, it is a companion on your future path to success, just like Su Hao and the others in your class. Can I really do it? Lin Hai fell into self-doubt. Su Ching did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the white fluffy cat in his arms and used a little technique to communicate with spirit beasts. After some communication, the white fluffy cat agreed. It agreed to give Lin Hai another chance. If Lin Hai could not seize this opportunity, Su Ching would keep his promise and let the white fluffy cat leave Lin Hai, even going directly to the Lin family, giving the cat a comfortable future. Su Ching placed the white fluffy cat into Lin Hai's arms. The cat instinctively resisted but gradually stopped struggling. Lin Hai felt stunned by the white fluffy cat in his embrace. He looked at Su Ching, who slowly spoke, even your spirit beast still believes you can do it, do you really want to give up? I will try to change, Lin Hai said earnestly. Life is tough, just like the sour taste of a green apple-flavored lollipop. If you can bear the sourness, what awaits you is sweetness. Su Ching stood up, threw the lollipop to Lin Hai, and turned to leave. Lin Hai, I hope you won't disappoint me. Looking at Su Ching's back under the shade of the tree, Lin Hai's eyes gradually became determined. Teacher, I will not let you down. The vine juice, I will fight for you. Vine juice is very expensive but also quite cheap. With Lin Hai's family background, he could easily buy it and give it to Su Ching, but that wouldn't prove their change. Only the one applied for by the director is a true proof. The education office's room was not soundproof. Lin Hai could hear Su Cheng and Huang Xi's conversation very clearly. He knew that if he didn't work hard, the teacher would leave for a better class, and they would solidify the title of Devil Pill completely. He didn't want to let down the teacher's expectations. He needed to change completely. Lin Hai looked at the white fluffy cat in his arms. Thank you, little Bai, for giving me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Meow. Chapter 43, Ignite the Classroom. In classroom 8 of the first year of high school, after Su Ching left, Su Hao returned to the balcony, cleaned up the blood left by Fang Xingkong, and sat cross-legged under the sun to begin his training. Now, although the cracked gold fire body technique was not being practiced in the renovated dormitory, it was much faster than training in the cold classroom, and he could feel the heat in his body. At the same time, he sensed something gathering, but that feeling would completely disappear at the end of his training. He asked Fang Xingkong, and he said he didn't know. However, the teacher gave him 2 books of mental techniques, one for the current training of the cracked gold fire body technique and the other for the 2 instruments ice fire method. The second book must be related to himself. Called the 2 instruments ice fire method, it was clearly a combination of ice and fire, and then Lin Xin could also practice, which would greatly increase the speed. The teacher often gave hints. When the feeling of gathering during cultivation gathers, the breakthrough the teacher mentioned will definitely happen. At that time, the cultivation method will be changed, and the progress will be faster. Sooner or later, I will surpass Fang Xingkong. Just thinking about how Fang Xingkong even has the teacher's guidance in training his spiritual beast made Su Hao feel a surge of anger in his heart. He was the teacher's top disciple, he couldn't let Fang Xingkong steal it away. Train hard. Su Hao directly turned it into cultivation motivation, and for a moment, he felt that his cultivation speed had increased a little. Compared to Su Hao's efforts, Fang Xingkong was fiddling with his phone. With Su Hao's analysis, he was ordering medicinal herbs to assist in cultivation. He also bought a huge wooden tub. On the other side, Zhao Wei and the others were sitting together discussing. The more they cultivated, the more their strength seemed to decline. They were reflecting on it, and also wondering why the teacher hadn't forgiven them yet, and where Lin Hai was. Are we really not going to care about Lin Hai? It seems Lin Hai made the teacher angry. I guess it's because of Lin Hai and the white velvet cat, Zhao Wei said. Although she wasn't very smart, she did listen in class. A few days ago, the teacher had specifically talked about the taboo of dual cultivation of martial arts and spirituality. Considering Lin Hai's situation, it wasn't hard to figure out. Not even a fool would miss it. How did you figure that out? Equals underscore. Is that a person? Why don't we go to the dorm and check on Lin Hai? What if the teacher suddenly comes back and finds we're not here? We just made the teacher angry before, and she hasn't forgiven us yet. Let's ask later tonight. Hey, have you guys noticed the air in this classroom has gotten really hot, the spider girl said, fanning the air with her hand? Now that you mention it, it does feel a bit hot. The classroom had clearly been cool before, but now, even with the air conditioning on, Zhao Wei and the others felt really hot. Fang Xingkong, who was practicing a fire attribute cultivation method, thought it was perfect and even started talking to them. The group quickly found the source of the heat. It was Su Hao, who was cultivating on the balcony. This temperature doesn't seem right. What's that above Su Hao's head? Zhao Wei looked at the formation above Su Hao's head, which was about to form a full circle, and felt an ancient aura. That thing seems like the formation of a contracted spiritual beast. I know what that is. What is it? Fang Xingkong said solemnly, the primordial contract. Originally, Fang Xingkong thought Zhao Wei and the others would be shocked and praise him for knowing so much. But instead, they asked. The primordial contract? What's that? You guys don't even know what the primordial contract is? Fang Xingkong looked at them in surprise, but the only response he got was Zhao Wei raising her axe and putting it on her shoulder. If you knew, why would you ask me? Su Hao has a companion spirit beast. Now I get it, Zhao Wei nodded. She obviously didn't understand at first, but when she realized, her face was full of shock as she shouted, "What did you say? Su Hao has a companion spirit beast. No need to get so worked up. How can I not be excited?" Zhao Wei grabbed Fang Xingkong by the neck and shook him continuously. "We were clearly doing fine before. After Teacher Su came, Su Hao, and you all got guidance one after another. Now you're telling me that Su Hao has a companion spirit beast. How are we supposed to survive, who are getting worse the more we cultivate? Answer me, answer me." At that moment, Zhao Wei seemed to have lost her mind. Fang Xingkong was also struggling to breathe. At the same time, while cultivating the Yang Heart method, he sensed something wrong with the air around them. Privately, Fang Xingkong had exchanged with Su Hao. He knew that Su Hao was cultivating the cracked gold fire body technique, a fire-based body technique. The spiritual power cultivated from it should be gentle, even with the influence of a companion spirit beast. It shouldn't be as violent as it was now. Not to mention, he had been in the same room with Su Hao the night before, cultivating and honing their bodies together. He understood Su Hao. Right now, the ice-scaled snake hadn't cultivated either. Wait, it seems the mouse's cultivation has a problem. After Fang Xingkong said this, Zhao Wei quickly suppressed her anger. They knew how to control themselves when it came to teasing each other. They wouldn't joke around with a classmate's cultivation. Life makes a joke. Where did you see that? Fang Xingkong expressed his feelings, and also talked about Su Qing giving Su Hao 2 meditation books. 2 meditation books, what can you see? What did you see? Fang Xingkong scratched his head. I just feel something is wrong, so I spoke up to make you think about it, but it seems you all don't know. Fang Xingkong, do you dare to play with us? Just as Zhao Wei resisted with an axe, the furious fire elements around suddenly ignited, and a roaring flame erupted around Su Hao, scaring Zhao Wei and the others to retreat in panic, while Fang Xingkong wore a proud expression. See, I told you something is wrong. We're not blind, Zhao Wei slapped down. Is this the time to talk about that? Hurry and think of a way to fix this. I have Teacher Su's contact number. Fang Xingkong rubbed his head and took out his phone, finding the contact he had used to transfer fire crystal money to Su Qing, and quickly sent a message asking for help. He also attached 2 pictures of Su Hao. Teacher, help. Su Hao is practicing fire and is about to burn down the classroom. Come back quickly. Or tell us what to do. On the other side, Su Qing had just arrived at the library entrance when he opened his phone and saw the pictures sent by Fang Xingkong. He saw the close-up of the original contract in the pictures. The contract was about to complete its loop. How did it awaken so quickly? Su Qing's eyes widened. According to his calculations, it should take Su Hao 2 more days to close the original contract loop and awaken the accompanying spirit beast. How could it suddenly awaken out of nowhere? And it even ignited the drifting fire elements. It looked like some kind of omen was about to come. The awakening of the accompanying spirit beast and its omen, the bloodline of this swallowing flame python, isn't low. There might be a trace of dragon bloodline in it. Thinking of this, Su Cheng dared not delay and rushed toward the classroom, mumbling nonstop, "What's with this day?" First Lin Hai was caught in the academic affairs office, now Su Hao was burning down the classroom. These students really are a handful. Chapter 44 Communication Meeting. It's still comfortable watching the gate. At the east gate of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, old Zhong leaned on the security chair, holding a thermos cup, sipping red dates and goji berry tea, looking at the bustling traffic outside, with a satisfied expression. This is the retired life I should have. Boom! Suddenly an explosion sounded from the teaching building, and blazing flames shot up into the sky, dyeing the horizon red. The drifting fire elements quickly gathered. The tranquil campus suddenly erupted with this explosion, startling old Zhong so much that he shuddered, nearly dropping his thermos cup on the ground. He looked towards the teaching building and stood up. Just as I was saying the retired life is peaceful, trouble comes my way. Old Zhong sighed, grabbed the great director Huangshi who was about to step out. "Huang, keep an eye on the entrance, I'm going to see who is causing chaos on campus, disturbing my peace." Huangshi raised his hand and opened his mouth, only to watch old Zhong leave, unable to defy anyone, whether it be Dongjia, old Zhong, or Su Qing from Class 8, ultimately sighing in resignation. "I, the director of the first year, have served for more than 10 years, and anyone can give me orders. Am I still really a director? This is the worst year. No, there are still 2.5 years left. Outside Class 8 of the first year." Under the explosion, Fang Xingkong and the others were knocked into the corridor by the shockwave, each covering their bodies as they stood up, facing the students and teachers coming out from nearby classes. Fang Xingkong cursed. "What are you looking at? Never seen an explosion before? I'm talking about you, dare to stare at me? What do you want? You want to fight? If you're not satisfied, go to the martial arts field and have a match." Fang Xingkong's tone was very arrogant, not putting anyone in his eyes at all. Even though the opponent's strength was above his, this matter was related to Su Hao's training. If it was discovered, so be it, it wasn't a big deal. But if Su Hao changed his meditation method, that's a big taboo in the family. If their class knew, everything would be fine. But if someone from another class, or even from the Su family in Qingshan No. 2 finds out, they would definitely take advantage of the situation. Passing the matter to the family will cause trouble for teacher Su later. Now they are still too weak. So weak that anyone can bully them. Under Fang Xingkong's temper, Zhao Wei and the others also reacted, blocking the students and teachers from other classes, not letting them approach Class 8 of the first year, not letting them see the situation inside. Although they were not guided by the teacher. But this time it was also for the teacher's good. Perhaps the teacher would forgive them for their previous actions for protecting Su Hao, guiding them to improve their training issues. Then they would be able to take off. Thinking this, Zhao Wei slammed the axe to the ground, pointing at a middle-aged man who wanted to check the internal situation, shouting, "What are you doing? This is the territory of Class 8, who gave you the right to come and see? You say you are the teacher of the next class? So what if you are a teacher? It's not like I haven't beaten one before. Don't come forward. If you come closer, I'll chop you." The spider girl and others also started to stir hatred. Among them, the one they hated the most was Fang Xingkong, who had already been taken to the school's training ground for a good beating. Su Qing, like lightning, arrived outside the classroom and heard the commotion in front of Class 8 from afar. The corridor was already crowded with people. Only in front of Class 8, thanks to Zhao Wei and their obstruction, there was still no one close by. Su Chang jumped and landed steadily beside Zhao Wei, looking around and asking, "What's going on?" Before Zhao Wei could speak, the teacher who was threatened by Zhao Wei spoke first. "Teacher Su, look at your students, threatening teachers, still wanting to hit teachers, do you think this makes sense?" Su Qing ignored the teacher's words and looked at Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei whispered, "They want to sneak a peek at Su Hao's practice." With just that one sentence, Su Cheng understood what was happening. They were protecting their class, preventing Su Hao's methods from being exposed, which would cause him trouble. Su Qing looked at the teacher who was speaking. "What happens in our class, even if the classroom is torn down, it is not up to you to meddle. It's class time now, aren't you supposed to be teaching? Practicing? Do you need me to report it to the administration?" Previously in the administration office, Su Qing bowed his head because Lin Hai was in the wrong. Now they really thought they could bully him? The teacher's face turned green with anger and then flushed red. "You say I'm skipping class? What about you, Teacher Su, returning from outside during class time? Your problem seems even worse than mine." Oh, Su Qing looked indifferent. The mischievous spirit of Class 8 was now showing. Having any teacher to teach at all was good enough. "If you're not satisfied, go report me to the administration." "You hum." The teacher snorted coldly, knowing that reporting to the administration was useless. "A week from now is the monthly martial exchange meeting. At that time, I will personally apply for my class to be your class's exchange partner." The middle-aged teacher angrily waved his sleeves and turned away. His students looked at Zhao Wei and them, making threats. It's inevitable to get hurt in the exchange match, just make sure you don't run into me. If you do, you'll suffer badly, haha. After saying that, the man released his aura, revealing himself to be a second-rank martial spirit, with strength in the mid-tier, and he was also a second-tier spirit user, much stronger than Class 8. The martial exchange meeting is an event every school must have, mainly examining the growth of students' strengths while also testing the quality of teaching by the teachers, equivalent to a monthly exam. There are no rewards for the monthly exam, but there are rewards for the exchange meeting. It is to motivate both teachers and students. As for Class 8 now, only Su Hao's strength has recovered to second-rank martial spirit, or if Fang Xingkong's Night Fire Crow breaks through, they might stand a chance. The others have no hope at all. Thinking this, Su Qing shook his head, but when he looked at Zhao Wei and the others, he found they were not afraid at all. Aren't you afraid of the exchange meeting? Afraid of what? Isn't it just getting beaten? We're used to it once a month. Zhao Wei looked up, seemingly proud. The others felt the same way. They are still a group of poor children. Just as Su Qing sighed, he heard Zhao Wei and the others say, but we will remember those who beat us, they will surely be alone at some point. If we can't win one-on-one, can't we win with a group? Fighting privately and breaking the rules, aren't you afraid of punishment? Oh, the whole class is like a magic circle, then it's all good. Su Qing smiled wryly and shook his head, reaching out to ruffle Zhao Wei's hair. Zhao Wei kept retreating, saying, if you ruffle my hair, I won't grow tall. Su Qing looked at Zhao Wei, comparing her with the other few beside him. Except for the strong boy, you are the tallest, you must be about 1.7 meters, and you are still worried about not growing tall? Aren't you tall enough? Since you are defending Su Hao so much, I won't hold the previous things against you, but you have to be more obedient, I will help you with the training issues. Zhao Wei and the others' eyes lit up instantly, thank you, teacher, we will definitely be obedient and not cause you trouble. Zhao Wei even leaned her head forward. Teacher, you can ruffle my hair, I'm not scared. Su Qing's mouth twitched, what kind of bold words are these? But he still tousled Zhao Wei's hair, then walked into the classroom. Chapter 45, Listen to Me. The classroom was a sea of fire. Luckily, the teaching building was made of special materials, preventing it from being completely ignited by the fierce flames. Only the desks and chairs had burned down. This is not a big deal. Su Qing glanced at the worried faces behind him, raised his hand to release a green light that wrapped around them, allowing Zhao Wei and the others to feel everything, then Su Qing looked at a snake in the sea of fire. It was Su Hao's contracted spirit beast, the ice scale snake. At this moment, the ice scale snake was bearing the flames, trying to reverse its attributes. Under the flames, its blue scales had burn marks, and pain was inevitable, yet the ice scale snake continued to persist. Su Qing shook his head and raised his hand to isolate the flames, saying, really, no need to suffer like this. In Su Qing's plan, the ice scale snake did not need to switch to a fire attribute, it would still cultivate mainly in ice, practicing the ice attribute mental method along with the ice-fire duality method, providing Su Hao with ice attribute spiritual energy. The swallowing flame python had the fire attribute mental method. With the support of both, efficiency would greatly increase. Su Qing had sensed Su Hao's original contract while outside, it had not completely closed yet, and awakening would still need a little more time. However, this fire could not be eliminated yet. Without the flames, the time for the original contract to close would be extended, and the birth time of the swallowing flame python would also increase. At the same time, the unusual phenomenon could not let the outside world see. The best method was to set up an isolation formation. Su Qing happened to understand a little about formations. But he didn't have materials on hand. Previously, he had taken 2 spatial rings, and he would need to see if those 2 spatial rings had materials, otherwise, he could only use a bigger commotion to suppress the awakening of the swallowing flame python. Su Qing immediately checked the spatial rings. Wang Biao's ring had nothing useful, just some spirit beast materials, and some spiritual plants and fruits, mostly of the dark attribute. But the ring of the tiger demon had formation materials. He took out the materials and operated his spiritual energy, using it to lift his hand and set up the formation eye, then using beast blood as ink to draw the formation patterns. In less than 2 minutes, an isolation formation rose up. The anomaly caused by Su Hao's cultivation was instantly covered, and the temperature inside the formation began to rise. This, however, had no effect on Su Qing. Instead, it was Elder Zhong who rushed over and, seeing Su Qing's series of actions, had his mouth agape in disbelief. Is this what the offspring of a big family is like? He raised his hand to arrange a 3rd-level isolation formation. Elder Zhong recalled the years when he was Su Qing's age. What could he do? Comparing it, he felt a bit ashamed. Damn it, it's really not comparable. Elder Zhong, since you are here, there is no need to hide. Su Qing also sensed Elder Zhong's presence. As long as you don't speak of this matter, I won't say anything either, openly. Your perception is really strong. Elder Zhong appeared and pointed at Su Qing, his face full of praise and amazement. It's all right, Su Qing replied humbly. Not comparable to the prodigies of Long City. Elder Zhang nodded in agreement. Longchang is the center of Huaxia, a big city with hundreds of millions of people, where the spiritual veins are strong, and geniuses emerge one after another, with 24-year-old martial emperors everywhere. Moreover, some have already broken through to martial emperor. There are also many royal and imperial spirit masters. Along with the massive resources of mental methods and martial skills, even the weakest among them can crush the entire Qingshan city. That is the depth of Huaxia. Old Zhong looked at the commotion-causing figure, and when he saw that face, he froze for a moment. He recognized Su Hao, a boy from the Su family, who had just dispersed his power to rebuild a few days ago, and old Zhong already knew this yesterday. But even if he had just dispersed his power to rebuild, it shouldn't cause such a big noise, right? Until old Zhong saw the ancient contract hovering above Su Hao's head, he was not like Zhao Wei and the others who lacked knowledge. This is an original contract? It is still a fire attribute original contract. If it is an awakening of the original contract, then making such a big noise is indeed reasonable. No wonder a barrier formation had to be arranged. But where did the Su family get a companion spirit beast from? Looking over 100 years of history, to better enjoy retirement, old Zhong has investigated every family in Qingshan City. Except for a few families, where individuals might awaken companion spirit beasts, the rest of the families don't have any cases of companion spirit beast awakening, including the Su family. Now suddenly a companion spirit beast has emerged, and it is a fire attribute beast contrary to the family's mental method. This seems like an excessive regression. Old Zhong, what's wrong with you? Seeing old Zhong's expression of shock, Su Qing asked. Old Zhong also realized something was wrong, cleared his throat a few times to compose himself, and looked at Su Qing. Su boy, if there's anything difficult to solve, or something you can't handle personally, feel free to seek me out. I still have a bit of reputation in Qingshan City. Su Qing nodded and did not refuse this time. Old Zhong also shifted his gaze to Su Hao. With his sharp eyesight, he could see that Su Hao was still contracted with that ice-scale snake. An awakened fire attribute companion spirit beast. How would Su Qing resolve the conflict between ice and fire? However, seeing Su Qing's confident demeanor, old Zhong didn't ask further and quietly waited aside. Time passed, and the contract closed. The surrounding flames seemed to be summoned and began to gather towards the original contract. Within a few breaths, the fire gathered completely onto the contract, leaving behind a charred classroom, with flames surging and twisting, a fire lotus suspended in the air. For a moment, the fire lotus filled the room, and a fire dragon continuously swam among the fire lotuses, a faint dragon might spreading around. With the barrier formation covering, the strange phenomenon was hidden. The outside world remained clear and cloudless. It seems that something wants to break free from the body. Su Hao, focused on his cultivation, was unaware of the changes outside, only knowing that something was about to emerge. This should be the feeling the teacher mentioned. He stopped his cultivation and decided to go find his teacher. Su Hao remembered Su Qing's teachings, but when he tried to stop cultivating, he found that the mental method was uncontrollably operating, which startled him, and he hurried to control it, but still couldn't stop. Could it be that I'm really losing my mind? Stop for me. The more Su Hao resisted, the faster the mental method operated, as if the more he struggled, the more excited it became. Soon, Su Hao sensed a cool breeze coming. This feeling was very comfortable and also familiar, a response brought by the scale heart cultivation, which meant the scale heart had noticed his problem, using coolness to alleviate his hot temper. Su Hao felt warmth in his heart, but his meridians ached. This was the backlash from the conflict of ice and fire. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Su Hao cursed in his heart, not understanding what was happening. If the mental method couldn't stop, then let it run and suppress this pain. However, the more he operated the mental method, the more obvious the pain became. This seemed to be a clash of attributes. Am I going to die? Su Hao, listen to me. Just when Su Hao was close to despair, Su Qing's voice echoed in his mind. Teacher, is that you? Listen to me, Su Qing's voice rang out again. To transmit his voice while a person was cultivating the mental method, Su Qing had already done his utmost. As for conversing, that was simply wishful thinking. Do you remember the heart method I showed you before, the dual element ice and fire technique? Try to replace it and use it to adjust the energy within you, letting it rotate in the manner of Tai Chi. If you survive this calamity, your future will be smooth sailing. Chapter 46, The Swallowing Flame Python. Smooth sailing, smooth sailing. These words echoed in Su Hao's heart, and in that moment, he thought of Fang Xingkong and Night Fire Crow. They had already received their teacher's guidance. Now, it was time for my opportunity. Dual element ice and fire technique is opening. With a shout in his heart, Su Hao began to recall the operational patterns of the dual element ice and fire technique, trying to force a replacement. What he got in return was a shattered meridian. Ah, it hurts so much, so painful. No, I can't fall here. If Fang Xingkong can hold on, then I, Su Hao, can definitely do it too. Why is the Su family boy self-destructing his meridians? Outside, seeing Su Hao's actions, blood flowing from his shattered skin, old Zhong asked in confusion. Probably just a bout of teenage angst. Young people, that kind of angst is quite normal. Su Qing shook his head helplessly in his heart. These guys really are nothing but trouble. First, there was Fang Xingkong reaping what he sowed, and now Su Hao unexpectedly forced a replacement of his heart method. Both resulted in shattered meridians and blood spilled. Truly, brothers indeed. Su Qing shook his head and could only once again channel his life attribute spiritual energy to stabilize Su Hao's damaged meridians. His gaze fell on what was behind Su Hao. There was a 3-meter-long python, entirely resembling a sculpture made of magma, with a bulging red head, which was Su Hao's accompanying spirit beast, the swallowing flame python. After being suppressed for so many years and enduring the stimulation of ice attribute spiritual energy, it was now roaring. It was venting years of pent-up dissatisfaction. Stop hissing and listen to me. The venting swallowing flame python turned to Su Qing and spat a mouthful of magma, which Su Qing dispersed with a single slap. His martial sovereign aura pressed down directly. Despite being 3 meters long upon awakening, it was still just a child. Even with the bloodline of the swallowing flame dragon, its strength was only at the awakening stage and was directly pinned to the ground by Su Qing's imposing presence. But the swallowing flame python was not willing to accept this in its heart. It had been tormented for so long, nearly falling into eternal sleep. Now that it had finally awakened, how could it submit? You want to die right after awakening? Don't think I didn't say anything. If you don't want to die with your master, then listen to me. The swallowing flame python hissed a few times and turned its head to look at Su Hao. As an accompanying spirit beast, some memories were etched in its bloodline. For example, if the master died, the accompanying spirit beast would die too. Hiss, what should I do? Su Qing took out the dual-element ice and fire technique and gradually transmitted it to the swallowing flame python. Just follow the operation and cooperate with your master. The swallowing flame python was very clever, or rather, as an accompanying spirit beast with impressive bloodlines, spirit beasts were generally intelligent. Within half a minute, the swallowing flame python understood the principle and coiled its body to begin cultivating. Under the connection of the contract and the mutual attraction of the same heart method, the breaths of Su Hao, the ice-scaled snake, and the swallowing flame python soon connected. The benefits of cultivating both martial arts and spiritual energy were now displayed. With the awakening of the accompanying spirit beast and the enhancements brought by consuming flames, along with triple the training speed, Su Hao's breath gradually stabilized, and his strength began to rise steadily. After a little over an hour, his strength reached the first tier of a martial artist, and the pain on Su Hao's face completely disappeared at this moment. Su Hao opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. I almost died here. Thank you, teacher, Su Hao said to Su Qing. Then he felt a connection within himself and, following that feeling, saw the coiled swallowing flame python. What is this thing? Why do I have a connection with it? The swallowing flame python opened its eyes and charged at Su Hao. Clearly a bit angry. But before it could charge in front of Su Hao, a blue figure flashed by. It was the ice-scaled snake, and the two, a snake and a python, instantly tangled together in a fight. Even though the swallowing flame python had the advantage in size, the hard strength was there. In just a few seconds, it was completely suppressed by the second-tier ice-scaled snake. The blaze python felt deeply dissatisfied. It was clearly the one that came first. The ice-scale snake pressed the blaze python down, looking at Su Hao, and Su Hao looked at Su Qing. Teacher, how should we handle this flame snake? Your cultivation problem is completely solved. From now on, focus on the two instruments ice and fire technique. You can try learning the body technique part of the split gold fire body technique as well. Also, continue with body training to strengthen your foundation. As for your companion spirit beast, deal with it yourself. Now that Su Hao's issue was resolved, Su Qing had to get back to his own tasks. So much time had been wasted, and he hadn't even entered the library yet. Oh, then should I kill it? What? My companion spirit beast? I have a companion spirit beast? Su Hao was about to say something like kill it and eat the meat, but suddenly froze. His face was full of confusion, but after a careful sense, he realized that this python was indeed connected to him, more closely than even the contract with the ice-scale snake. After the shock, Su Hao's face lit up with joy. He finally understood why his cultivation had been going so poorly before. It turned out he was a genius with a companion spirit beast. And it was a fire attribute spirit beast. It was all thanks to teacher Su's sharp eyes, recognizing his innate talent, and guiding him to focus on cultivation, helping him escape from his struggles. With the companion spirit beast in hand, Su Hao knew he would soar from now on. I, Su Hao, will forever be teacher's loyal dog. Looking at the python, it was clearly extraordinary. Lingxin, why are you pressing down on our future companion? Su Hao quickly lifted the ice-scale snake and placed it on his shoulder, happily stroking the blaze python's fiery red and scorching scales. The boy's joy was completely unhidden. The blaze python exhaled hot air through its nose, sharply turning its head away from Su Hao, clearly upset with Su Hao's attitude. Hiss! Daring to show Su Hao an attitude, the ice scale snake on his shoulder flicked its tongue, releasing an icy cold aura that enveloped the blaze python. The blaze python was also bad-tempered, turning its head and hissing non-stop. The two snakes couldn't stand each other and immediately went at it. Stop fighting, you're both friends. Su Hao desperately tried to mediate from the side, but neither the blaze python nor the ice scale snake cared about his words, and they continued fighting, leaving Su Hao looking like an incompetent husband, helplessly pacing around. You're going to have a hard time with this little guy in the future, ha. Old Zhong watched the snakes fight, happily laughing. Now that the situation was stable and there were no issues with demon or magic beasts, there was no need for him to stay. He patted Su Hao on the shoulder to offer comfort, then turned and jumped out of the window. Zhao Wei and the others watched Su Hao, who was still trying to mediate between the fighting snakes, enviously. They also wanted to have a companion spirit beast. Could it be that Su Hao's cultivation issues were influenced by his companion spirit beast? Could our problems also be because our companion spirit beasts haven't awakened? I think we should check our family's genealogy. Someone casually mentioned this. Zhao Wei and the others thought it made sense, so they immediately ignored Su Hao and started searching their family trees on their phones. To be honest, we're basically useless right now. We might as well change our mental techniques. If we find a suitable one, wouldn't that mean we could cultivate normally without troubling teacher? Zhao Wei and the others paused and looked at the young man. The young man's face brightened. Do you think what I'm saying makes sense? Let's all pick some alternative mental techniques. Are you out of your mind? Have you not considered attribute conflicts? Look at Su Hao, Fang Xingkong, even with teacher around, they're covered in blood. Do you really want to die? Is that really the case? The young man scratched his head. Zhao Wei and the others exchanged looks of disbelief, then turned their heads away in unison, acting as if they didn't know him. Chapter 47, Thunder Forging the Body. The library at Qing Mountain No. 2 High School. Su Cheng arrived and stood outside for a minute, confirming that nothing unusual had happened before entering. This time, the lucky one was Zhao Wei. On the way here, Su Cheng had thoroughly checked Zhao Wei's situation. She was practicing the Zhao family's secret technique, Thunder Flash, a lightning-based technique focused on agility. It was one of the gentler lightning techniques aimed at speed, and her contracted spirit beast was a Thunderlight Fox. The compatibility between the technique and the spirit beast was quite high. The compatibility with Zhao Wei is not very low. As for why the cultivation efficiency is negative, the main issue lies with Zhao Wei herself. She is inherently too violently attuned to the lightning element. From the weapon she uses, a long-handled axe, it's obvious that she is a girl similar to a battle maniac, quick to anger over minor disagreements. Now that Su Qing is the head teacher, his strength suppresses her, and this is not apparent. However, Su Qing has learned that before he arrived, Zhao Wei was the fiercest in fights, unafraid even with lower strength. 4 out of the 5 previous head teachers have been beaten by Zhao Wei. Like Fang Xingkong, she also has no accompanying spirit beast. The lightning method is suitable, but does not adapt well to agility types. It leans more towards the cultivation of the 10 directions of silence used by the purple lightning butterfly. At the same time, years of backlog have caused certain issues with her body. Su Qing speculated that if Zhao Wei cultivated the Thunderbolt Flash method, she wouldn't have a negative efficiency problem. Something must have happened to Zhao Wei. This led to her disorder in the lightning affinity. It shouldn't be hard to alleviate. Changing to a destructive lightning method and pairing it with a special medicinal bath would help. Having a direction makes it easier to find a method. Su Qing directly entered the lightning method area and started to select from the beginning. The first method he picked was purple lightning forging, which belongs to the lightning body cultivation category and is suitable for strong men. After cultivation, the body becomes as strong as a ferocious beast, able to shatter mountains with fists and feet. The cultivation method is simple. It involves forging the body with lightning. In simpler terms, it means getting struck by lightning. This method shouldn't have a high compatibility, he thought. This method is more suitable for boys, but he still picked it up to test it. Compatibility detection in progress. Detection complete. The method Purple Lightning Forging has a compatibility of 291% with Zhao Wei and 237% with the Lightning Fox. What the heck? Such a high number right from the start? This compatibility startled Su Qing. Previously, when selecting methods for Su Hao and Fang Xingkong, it was already good if the compatibility reached 100%. But this first one directly soared to 291%, and the Spirit Beast compatibility is also high. Is this system really not malfunctioning? Or is Zhao Wei inherently suited for body cultivation? Is body cultivation really suitable for girls? Just thinking about having Zhao Wei cultivate this method, developing muscle all over her body, combined with her height of 1.7 meters, and still being a girl, seems a bit strange no matter how you look at it. Zhao Wei has a compatibility of 78% with Thunderbolt Flash. This high compatibility should be an issue of her natural affinity for lightning. Su Qing temporarily categorized it under that. He continued to examine other lightning methods, whether speed types, body movements, or fierce attacks. He looked through them all. After reaching a conclusion, Su Qing fell silent. The compatibility for body cultivation methods is even higher, not just a little more but significantly so. In fact, after looking through over 1,000 fierce attack lightning methods, the highest compatibility was only 210%. Yet with the body forging method, Su Qing has not seen a single one with compatibility lower than 200%. There is one called Devouring Thunder Forging with a compatibility of 430%, a height never before reached. Zhao Wei seems to be born for body forging. The most important thing is that this Devouring Thunder Forging, when cultivated to perfection, can summon lightning from within the body, forming a lightning shield on the skin surface. The lightning shield enhances defense and strength. Even speed will be increased. However, this method must be paired with Thunder Fruit for use. The highest it can be cultivated to is the late stage of a third-grade martial artist. To improve further, one would have to switch to the advanced method Wandering in Thunder. The Thunder Fruit belongs to second-grade spirit fruits. Due to the extremely unstable internal lightning attribute energy, it is often known for its explosions. Eating it directly could injure even a third-grade martial artist. It is also very expensive. Cultivating the Devouring Thunder Forging requires one fruit nearly every day and enduring the pain of wild lightning ravaging the body, which is something most people cannot afford or endure. Body cultivation is indeed stronger, this is without a doubt. The consumption of cultivation is also tremendous. Now, there is no method more suitable for Zhao Wei than this Devouring Thunder Forging, and the compatibility is so high, there shouldn't be any issues. Thinking this, Su Qing began to copy the method down. When the scribe saw this Devouring Thunder Forging method, without immediately copying, but instead advising, "Teacher Su, you should change to another martial arts technique, this one is not suitable for cultivation." Su Qing frowned, "What do you mean by that?" The recorder showed a bitter expression, then began to operate the technique. Visible lightning gathered on his body surface but soon scattered and disappeared. Did Teacher Su notice anything? Your meridians are destroyed, Su Qing nodded. Now you can manipulate lightning because of the residual lightning energy in your body. The recorder nodded, you're right. The energy of the thunder fruit is wild. When I consumed it while I was a second-grade martial spirit, just one fruit shattered my meridians, turning me into the useless person I am now. If I weren't a body cultivator and my body could still store energy, even working as a recorder would be impossible. It's undeniable that body cultivators are strong, but Teacher Su, how many body cultivators have you seen stand out or even reach the peak? Su Qing knew the answer was very few. Currently, there are 7 publicly acknowledged martial gods in China, 3 having dual cultivation of martial and spiritual paths, 2 practicing martial arts solely, and 2 spiritual masters. None of them are body cultivators. Perhaps those 2 spiritual masters have trained their bodies, but that is merely to enhance their strength and increase self-defense abilities in combat. They have not reached the level of body cultivator to martial saint or martial god. What the recorder said indeed had a point. But it did not shake Su Qing enough. However, having the recorder as a precedent, he would be more cautious with Zhao Wei's cultivation, at least guarding her during her first practice. He would confirm there were no issues before allowing Zhao Wei to cultivate. If it really didn't work, then they would change the martial arts technique. There are many thunder attribute body techniques, not all relying on the thunder fruit, this wild spiritual fruit for cultivation. Seeing Su Qing finish his contemplation, the recorder asked, Teacher Su, how are you considering it? If you've decided, there's still time before closing, you can choose another suitable martial arts technique. No need, just this one. The recorder wanted to say something more, but upon sensing Su Qing's aura as a 4th-grade martial master, he immediately shut his mouth. With that power, you can say anything, it made me worry for nothing. The recorder complained in his heart, his hands moving quickly to transcribe the thunder-swallowing body cultivation technique and hand it to Su Qing, his attitude changing significantly upon realizing Su Qing's strength. Teacher Su, here is the technique you wanted. Thank you. After receiving the technique, Su Qing left directly. Chapter 48, The Gap. In Class 8's classroom, after a burst of self-excitement, Zhao Wei and the others looked at the pitch-black classroom with dark expressions. The classroom was specially constructed by the school, and now, having been burned by a fire, the walls were blackened, the chairs and benches were gone, even the simulated forest had turned to ash. All of this needed to be rebuilt. These things, as long as they do not involve the fundamentals, like damage to load-bearing walls, the school would not interfere, leaving the class to deal with it. This means that the classroom needed to be fixed by themselves. Or find someone to clean it up. Watching a python and a snake twisting from one end of the classroom to the other, Zhao Wei and the others gritted their teeth in anger. Su Hao, control your spirit beasts. If I can't control them, I'll throw them all out to you. The thunder python and ice-scaled snake heard this and stopped fighting, glancing at each other and rushing towards Zhao Wei and the others, as if to say, what does this have to do with you? Oh, really giving you two-face, huh? Brothers, let's take them on. Zhao Wei and the others were already holding back their anger, and now could not endure any longer, quickly taking out their weapons and summoning their spirit beasts. A fierce battle broke out in the classroom. Although two fists can hardly withstand four hands, in the entire Class 8 of Year 1, only Su Hao's ice-scaled snake was a second-grade extraordinary, all of the Bonder's spirit beasts were first-grade awakened, and their martial arts were just entering the second grade. With his spirit beast being bullied, Su Hao certainly couldn't just sit and watch. For a moment, the battle was fierce and hard to part. Su Hao, I'll chop you. Just as Zhao Wei found an opportunity, driven by the martial arts technique Thunder Flash. A white lightning wrapped around the long-handled axe and struck down towards Su Hao. A cold snort came from outside the classroom. What are you doing? Hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Wei, Su Hao, and others froze in their spots and quickly turned to look at the classroom door. Su Qing stood there with a cold face. He looked at Zhao Wei and said, "Is this what you call obedience? If I hadn't come back, would you have torn down the classroom?" Teacher, we. Zhao Wei lowered her head, tongue-tied and unable to speak. Su Qing looked at the dark classroom and then glanced at the time. There's still an hour until class ends. Now, immediately clean the classroom. I don't want the classroom to be like this tomorrow morning during practice. Zhao Wei, come with me to the office. After speaking, Su Qing turned and left, which made Su Hao feel a bit anxious. Zhao Wei glared fiercely at Su Hao and said, "It's all your fault." After saying that, Zhao Wei angrily followed him, leaving Su Hao and a few others there, staring blankly. The spider girl, Mi Xiaoya, wiped the soot off her face, making it messier, and looked at Su Hao. Are we still fighting? Fight? Head. Clean the classroom. Oh, Mi Xiaoya put away her spirit beast. In the office, as soon as she entered, Zhao Wei began to admit her mistake. I'm sorry, teacher. It was my impulse that caused what happened just now. Punish me, and I won't resist. Why did you fight? Why the fight? I don't know. Zhao Wei scratched her head and thought carefully before saying, we were angered by Class 7 of the first year. They insulted us verbally, and then we saw the classroom in a mess, and those two snakes started fighting, so we just... It was those two snakes who started it first. If it weren't for them. Zhao Wei grew more and more agitated, and there was still some unwillingness on her face from not having fought back, but seeing Su Qing's increasingly cold face, she immediately lowered her head and said, Teacher, I was wrong. Mistakes must be punished. Su Qing took out a thunderfruit and also pulled out the recorded mental method Thunder Devouring Body Refinement. I'll punish you to be the first to fight Class 7 in a week's exchange meeting. In any case, you will have to take a beating. You just became the first one to do so. It won't be a problem, it will just hurt for a few hours. Zhao Wei thought to herself and nodded repeatedly, Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely not back down, and I won't lose too disgracefully. Su Qing waved his hand. What I mean is, your punishment will be decided by the exchange meeting. If you knock down one opponent, your punishment is lifted. If you knock down two, I will help you with your training issues. If you knock down 5, while solving your training issues, I will evolve your Thunder Light Fox once. If you lose, your punishment will be to take a lightning strike. Listening to the rewards for victory, Zhao Wei's eyes sparkled, solving her training issues and getting to hit Class 7. If she is strong enough, she could also evolve her Thunder Light Fox. As for evolving along the family's evolution path, it's far less powerful than having Teacher Su, who raised the Purple Thunder Gale Butterfly, evolve it. As for family rules, Zhao Wei had already thrown that aside a long time ago. She understood family matters clearly. For those of them with low power, rules were like regulations, always restricting them. But if you are strong enough, those rules are like drafts. Families admire the strong, they look at your contributions to the family. If you change your mental method and evolve your spirit beast outside the family rules without any achievements, you are violating ancestral teachings, let alone being killed. You would definitely be backstabbed by others, and your lineage would forever be unable to hold its head high in the family. But as long as you are strong enough, then when you change your mental method and evolve your spirit beast, that is the blue surpassing the blue, integrating and finding your own way, the family will not only avoid backstabbing but will also stand behind you as support. The world is this realistic. But could she defeat the people from Class 7? The answer is definitely no, and not to mention that they just had a feud with Class 7 today. They would love to beat them up, and she would be the first to suffer the consequences. It would be better to just accept the punishment directly. Isn't it just taking a lightning strike? She had suffered a divine lightning strike when she was young. Was she afraid of the lightning from the purple thunder butterfly? Teacher, just punish me directly. I really am useless. Su Qing already knew it was like this. Without hurrying to punish, he asked, Do you want to beat up the people from Class 7 who talk about you? Really allowed to say? Zhao Wei tested. Speak boldly, Su Qing gestured. Yes, I dream of it. Zhao Wei was no longer timid. They from class 7 often look down on us, talking behind our backs. I've wanted to beat them up so badly that even their parents wouldn't recognize them. Not just class 7, but all classes. In the entire Qingshan No. 2 middle school, except for teachers like you, I want to beat up anyone who looks down on our class 8. But, I don't have that strength. As expected of someone born with affinity for thunder, this temper is explosive, yet she also knows her own limitations, not overly arrogant. You have responsibility, good, Su Qing nodded, tapping the copied heart method with his finger. If I tell you in advance the winner's reward, do you have the confidence to fulfill what I previously said? Winner's reward? Zhao Wei was a bit confused, but when she saw the special leather paper Su Laosher was tapping, she instantly recognized it. Isn't that the special beast skin used to record heart methods? Does the teacher already have a solution to my training problem? After today, I, Zhao Wei, will soar. But there are only 6 days left until the exchange meeting, and my strength is only a first star level 2 martial spirit. My spirit beast, Thunderlight Fox, is merely a first level awakened 7 star. Even though class 7 is the weakest in the first year, every student has strength at level 2 martial spirit, many are mid-level 2 martial spirit, and their spirit beasts are all second level extraordinary. The gap in strength is a bit too large. Chapter 49, Counterattack. Thinking of the gap, Zhao Wei lowered her head again. She did not have absolute confidence, nor did she want to deceive the teacher to get the heart method and solve her training problems. This is a matter of principle. Zhao Wei was a very stubborn girl. If she had the ability, she would do it, and if not, she would simply accept her failure generously. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Lacking confidence in yourself? Su Qing saw Zhao Wei's hesitance and asked, "Shall I lower the difficulty for you?" No, Zhao Wei immediately rejected. This is a punishment, not a reward for her. This girl is quite stubborn. So you don't have confidence in me? No, Zhao Wei waved her hands repeatedly. I'm afraid of disappointing you, teacher. I'm worried I can't do it. Su Qing stood up and shoved the heart method into Zhao Wei's hand. Having this intention is enough. As for the rest, just do your best. As long as you try, it won't be a disappointment. Feeling the special beast skin in her palm, Zhao Wei gritted her teeth and tightened her fist. Since her training went wrong, no one had demanded anything from her regarding training. More often, she faced ridicule and contempt. This was the first time in her training journey that she received such trust. It was trust without demands. The teacher trusts me so much, I will definitely not disappoint you. I must beat down 5 people from class 7 at the exchange meeting. I must do it. Without much more reply, Zhao Wei opened the heart method to check. When? I will keep you safe and sound, but it will hurt a lot. If you are ready to consider this, then cultivate here. I am not afraid of pain. After hearing Su Qing's words, Zhao Wei did not hesitate and directly picked up the thunder fruit plate to sit and adjust her breath. Suddenly, Zhao Wei opened her eyes. Do I need to disperse my energy? No need, just switch directly. Su Qing shook his head. Besides, you yourself are dissatisfied with Thunder Flash, aren't you? A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Zhao Wei's eyes. Indeed, as the teacher said, she was somewhat dissatisfied with the speed-focused mental method Thunder Flash, because she believed that lightning should be filled with destruction, strong beyond reason. As the most aggressive natural element, it should not be based on speed but on crushing everything. That was the reason why she resisted it. But she did not have the courage to change her mental method like her second uncle. She did not want to become useless. Yet under endless mockery, she felt that this was almost the same as having severed meridians and being looked down upon by the family. With Su Hao and Fang Xing's case of changing mental methods, this was also the main reason Zhao Wei accepted Devour Thunder Body. But Zhao Wei remembered that she had never revealed her dissatisfaction with the mental method Thunder Flash to anyone, not even to her most trusted father, second uncle, or teacher. How did they find out? Zhao Wei couldn't figure it out. Otherwise, how could it be said that it was Teacher Su? His insight is sharp. Zhao Wei stopped thinking too much. Her mind delved into Devour Thunder Body to begin learning. An image suddenly unfurled before her. In the picture, a figure was cultivating, and its meridians were clearly visible. As the thunder fruit was swallowed, lightning rampaged within the body. Force the body with wild thunder, purify the meridians with lightning, allowing the meridians and flesh to be filled with chaotic thunder attribute energy. The essential points of the mental method, the information was entering her mind at a strange speed. The more Zhao Wei looked at the figure demonstrating the cultivation of the mental method, the more familiar it seemed. The outline slightly resembled her second uncle. It should just be a coincidence. After understanding all the information, Zhao Wei began to sense her internal energy, and her breathing gradually fell into a special rhythm. Silently feeling every meridian and muscle change in her body, a tingling, slightly painful sensation surged, inexplicably bringing her an unprecedented sense of calm. A whole new energy was born within her. Did the energy sensation just appear like this? Feeling the slightly chaotic energy within her, Zhao Wei was both surprised and delighted. How long had it been that she had this energy sensation? Am I really a genius? Was I just misled by the mental method before? Zhao Wei was overjoyed, quickly calming her emotions to begin circulating her energy. As long as she completed the circulation, it meant she had entered the realm of the mental method. Then she merely needed to assimilate and devour the energy cultivated from Thunder Flash, and she could completely replace it with Devour Thunder Body. As Zhao Wei attempted this, the energy within her began to flow along her meridians, but the sharp pain became increasingly intense. Cultivating the body, this should be a normal phenomenon. Thinking this, Zhao Wei didn't take it to heart and continued to circulate her energy. She aimed to master Devour Thunder Body within an hour. In the office, Su Qing's brows furrowed. Because Zhao Wei's physical condition was very unusual. Since she started cultivating, the surrounding thunder elements began to become chaotic. Su Qing, who was tempering himself with 10 directions of silence, knew this all too well. Moreover, not long after, every inch of Zhao Wei's skin and pores began to seep blood, and within the blood was rampant lightning. Zhao Wei was already filled with a massive amount of thunder. This was indeed Zhao Wei's problem. But why was there lightning within Zhao Wei, and such chaotic lightning at that, while she herself was fine? Even natural affinity with lightning wouldn't allow for this. This lightning was not ordinary lightning. It was more like heavenly thunder from nature. Whoosh! Just as Su Qing was frowning in contemplation, Zhao Wei suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, forcibly withdrawing from her cultivation. Su Qing hurriedly circulated his energy to stabilize Zhao Wei's condition. After Zhao Wei took a while to recover, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, revealing a bitter expression as she looked at Su Qing. Teacher. Am I really so useless? I cannot even do the heart method beginner step in 1 hour, and I was even hit by backlash. Su Qing knew Zhao Wei was comparing herself with Su Hao and the others. This has nothing to do with you. Su Qing shook his head, looking at the purple lightning flashing in the blood on the ground. Zhao Wei, you yourself have a problem. Lightning exists in your body, can you feel it? I cannot feel it, Zhao Wei shook her head and said again, but I can feel that every inch of my skin is full of power. Try to move it, see if it can work. Zhao Wei did it at once, soon her face showed pain, she shook her head. Teacher, I cannot sense their existence. Give me your hand. Chapter 50 Thunder Beast. Su Qing put his hand on Zhao Wei's wrist. Very quickly Su Qing found something wrong. This girl body strength is far too high. Her realm is only 2nd grade martial spirit, but her body is already like 3rd grade martial master. When using chi to sense, not sure if it is lightning self-protection or something else, lightning was attacking his chi. Many times it directly split his chi apart. This wild lightning exists in every inch of Zhao Wei's skin, just staying there quietly to improve her body, at the same time rejecting any invasion of outside energy. Once invaded it is destroyed, the scattered energy turns into food to keep feeding the body. This is also why the more Zhao Wei cultivates, the more her strength goes backward, all energy is used to feed the body. No wonder the fit with body forging heart method is so high. She is simply a born body forging genius. He withdrew his hand. Su Qing asked, when did this feeling start, or after what thing did it appear? Zhao Wei thought and replied, my Zhao family mainly cultivates lightning heart methods. The higher the mountain, the closer to the sky, the more dense the lightning element. Once I went to the mountain top to cultivate, heavy rain fell and I hid under a tree. Then the tree was struck. Strangely enough, after the tree was struck by lightning I was actually fine, only later it became like this. Lightning attribute affinity, and heavenly lightning entered the body. But judging from the backlash when cultivating swallow thunder body forging, it is still because the heavenly lightning inside the body still exists. Solve the heavenly lightning and it can be handled. Now the heavenly lightning is still a protection mechanism, protecting Zhao Wei, then there is no need to use medicine bath to remove it, directly cultivate, turn the heavenly lightning into something she controls, strength can even rise. Cultivate swallow thunder body forging one more time, this time directly eat the explode thunder fruit, do not be afraid, I will protect you. Is there really no problem? Just now without eating the explode thunder fruit I was already hit like this, now directly eat the explode thunder fruit, will it not blow me to death? Zhao Wei thought this in her heart and felt some fear. But seeing Su Qing's confident look, Zhao Wei bit her teeth, picked up the explode thunder fruit and wiped it, directly swallowed it, then quickly found the chi sense and began to move it for full circulation. Zhao Wei thought this time would be very painful. But what she did not expect was, only at the moment the explode thunder fruit entered her mouth there was some sharp pain, after that the full circulation was extremely smooth. There was not even a tiny bit of blockage, it went on smoothly. Not only that, normally full circulation increasing chi sense costs a lot of physical strength and makes people hungry, now she instead felt energy endlessly rushing to every inch of her skin. Only after a dozen minutes swallow thunder body forging entered beginner stage. This made Zhao Wei's heart explode with joy. No pain, the heart method even entered beginner stage, teacher is really too powerful, easily resolved the wild lightning of the explode thunder fruit. Teacher Su, you are my god. However the truth was not like this. This was brought by Zhao Wei herself. The heavenly lightning in her body treated the energy of the Explode Thunder Fruit as invasion and began to resist. Because the Explode Thunder Fruit was damaging Zhao Wei meridians in body, the heavenly lightning self-protection mechanism started, protecting the meridians while energy collided. This kind of thing consumes the heavenly lightning greatly. But Su Qing discovered, this heavenly lightning without supply was actually eating the energy of the Explode Thunder Fruit little by little to recover. Originally Su Qing's plan was to use the wild energy of the Explode Thunder Fruit to smash the heavenly lightning. In the end he would protect Zhao Wei meridians and fully cancel the Explode Thunder Fruit energy. Cultivation problems can be solved. Now it seems a bit fanciful. However, this is not a bad thing for Zhao Wei, as Su Qing has sensed the strength of this heavenly thunder, which is only at the peak of rank 3 martial master. This means that before Zhao Wei reaches the peak of rank 3 martial master, directly consuming the thunder fruit to assist in cultivation is perfectly fine. Of course, this refers to the improvement of meridians, strength, and physique. If she doesn't consume the thunder fruit for cultivation, her feeling of qi during the process will be regarded as an invasion by the heavenly thunder, leading to an initial backlash. At the same time, she cannot use spiritual energy in battle. She must rely on her physical strength to fight. With the heavenly thunder protection mechanism in place, once Zhao Wei gets lucky, and there is no thunder fruit energy to obstruct, the heavenly thunder will attack the cultivation of the body. She temporarily cannot utilize qi. This situation will only exist before she reaches the peak of rank 3 martial master. Once Zhao Wei reaches that peak and breaks through to rank 4 martial sovereign, she will be able to directly assimilate the heavenly thunder into her own power. At that time, she will be able to use spiritual energy. Just right, devouring thunder body refinement can be cultivated to the late stage of rank 3, and when that happens, she can condense thunder armor and break through her heart method. Watching the energy of the thunder fruit being consumed, Zhao Wei is still immersed in cultivation. Su Qing directly transmits his own spiritual energy to stabilize the heavenly thunder, while squinting his eyes. Heavenly thunder of quality is not something one can see casually, it must be triggered by something. The power of the heavenly thunder is not strong. There is a high probability that it is caused by the birth of a spiritual beast, and the birth comes with heavenly thunder, most likely a thunder beast without a doubt. The thunder beast, a thunder-type spiritual beast nurtured by heaven and earth. It resembles a dog, covered in scales and armor, with split horns on its head, a tail like a whip, entwined with lightning, devouring thunder to grow. If it really is a thunder beast, then this heavenly thunder is likely not striking trees, but rather nourishing the thunder beast, only to be intercepted by Zhao Wei, and because Zhao Wei has a natural affinity for thunder attributes, the heavenly thunder poses no harm to her. Instead, it exists in a special form within her body to provide protection. Su Qing feels that his analysis makes a lot of sense. How exactly this works, Zhao Wei needs to investigate. If it really is a thunder beast, then it is bound to Zhao Wei, and the two paired together will allow Zhao Wei's strength to rise even faster. The faster Zhao Wei's strength increases, the stronger the feedback from the system will be, and at that time, her pace of power enhancement will truly soar like a rocket. Only whether the thunder beast is alive remains unknown. After all, the nourishment for its birth has been intercepted by Zhao Wei. Time flies, and over 3 hours have passed. Even though Su Qing is a rank 4 martial sovereign, continuously supplying his own spiritual energy as nourishment for Zhao Wei's strength increase is somewhat exhausting. Fortunately, Zhao Wei finally stopped her cultivation. Zhao Wei opened her eyes and saw Su Qing looking a bit tired, thinking he was just bored. Teacher, I can now cultivate normally, and my strength is increasing so fast that I have broken through to rank 2 martial spirit, 2 stars. You've almost drained me dry, how can it not be fast? Su Qing nodded in understanding. What you need to listen to next is important, it relates to your cultivation before reaching martial sovereign. Teacher, please tell me, Zhao Wei said seriously. Fearing that she might forget, she took out her phone to record. Normal cultivation is what she dreamed of, and she doesn't want to waste this opportunity, thus adding trouble for her teacher. Each time you cultivate, you must use the thunder fruit to assist in your training. If the energy of the thunder fruit is exhausted, immediately stop cultivating. Why? Zhao Wei asked. She had already wasted half a year in her previous cultivation. She didn't want to delay her chances again, wanting to make up for lost time. Your body is special, there is heavenly thunder within you for protection. Without the assistance of the thunder fruit, cultivating will incur backlash, just like the first time you cultivated, Su Qing patiently explained. But just now, nothing happened. Su Qing's face darkened. That's because I saw you so immersed in your cultivation that I didn't want to disturb you, and I kept using my spiritual energy to support you. No wonder the energy felt continuous during cultivation, it turned out to be the teacher's doing. Zhao Wei suddenly felt embarrassed at the thought of Su Qing's fatigue, turning her face bright red. Hurriedly apologizing, I'm sorry, teacher. I shouldn't have doubted your words. Chapter 51, Drafting the Evolution Route. Su Qing waved his hand dismissively. These expenses could be recovered quickly, and since the secret realm hadn't opened and the item hadn't been obtained, his cultivation wouldn't matter. Taking the thunder fruit for cultivation won't affect your speed. If you don't take it, you'll face backlash. Just remember my words, and also, don't use your own spiritual energy without my permission, otherwise, you'll be struck by heavenly lightning. Zhao Wei tried to manipulate her spiritual energy, and a sharp pain hit her instantly. It really was just like the teacher said. So doesn't that mean I can only fight with my fists and feet? Zhao Wei's face showed bitterness. How can I defeat the people from Class 7 to complete your task, teacher? Why don't you just strike me with lightning directly? You are now a physical cultivator, a physical cultivator. Ah, Zhao Wei paused for a moment, looking a bit silly. Alright, I've changed my cultivation method, I'm a physical cultivator now. Su Qing didn't know how to respond. As expected, what a dull-witted person. It's getting late, let's eat and then head back to the dormitory to cultivate. If you perform well at the exchange meeting in 6 days, I'll give you a special 2-day leave to go home and have some fun. Really? Zhao Wei's eyes lit up in an instant. Seeing Su Qing nod, Zhao Wei happily went to the dormitory, even remembering to order thunder fruits on her phone. For these children of wealthy families, although cultivation was not prosperous, they still had plenty of pocket money to spend on items that aided cultivation, so Su Qing wasn't worried about that. It's time to eat again. Su Qing got up, closed the door, and headed to the cafeteria. On the way, he opened the system and found that after obtaining the beginner's gift pack All Spirits True Eye, he could directly check the information of students' spirit beasts. This only applied to students. Other spirit beasts, like his purple radiance thunder butterfly, could only be checked when they were in front of him. Su Qing first took a look at Su Hao's Flame Eater Python. Species name, Flame Eater Python. Strength, Awakening 4 stars. Attribute, Fire. Status, Healthy, Unyielding. Bloodline potential, Upper level War General. Cultivation method, 2-phase Ice-Fire method. Skills mastered, Tail Whip, Serpent's Breath, Coiling. As a newly born companion spirit beast, having 2 skills is quite good, and its strength is decent as well. It's just that the skill mastery level isn't very high. Having just awakened, that's not too much to ask. With diligent practice, its proficiency can be improved later. Then Su Qing looked at the evolution route. Evolution route, Flame Eater Python Flame Eater Jiao. Flame Eater Python 2-headed Fire Python. Flame Eater Python Ice Fire 2-headed Jiao. The evolution routes were still numerous, with 2 routes where it could evolve directly if strong enough. The Flame Eater Python itself possesses dragon bloodlines, so it can evolve directly into the dragon-type Flame Eater Jiao. The 2-headed Fire Python simply has an extra head, which can also evolve directly, but it will give up some dragon bloodlines. This kind of evolution would be disadvantageous for Su Hao's cultivation. As for the Ice-Fire 2-headed Jiao evolution route, Su Qing could only say it was hard to evaluate. If all goes well, he wouldn't let the Flame Eater Python evolve into an Ice-Fire 2-headed Jiao but rather evolve directly into Flame Eater Jiao, while the Ice Scale Snake would evolve separately. However, right now, the Flame Eater Python's strength is too low, it's still newly born and doesn't meet the basic evolution requirements. On the other hand, the Ice Scale Snake meets the conditions. With the exchange meeting approaching in just a few days, and with some conflict with Class 7, if only Zhao Wei were to handle things, their class might face some difficulties. So, he needed to boost the students' strength just a bit. As for the other unresolved cultivation issues, it wasn't necessary to evolve the spirit beasts for now, but rather choose from the 3 options. Zhao Wei was the first to eliminate, as Fang Xingkong's Night Fire Crow wasn't suitable for evolution yet, leaving only Su Hao's Ice Scale Snake to evolve. First, let's take a look at the evolution route and set it. Evolution route, Ice Scale Snake Ice Scale Python. Ice Scale Snake Ice Crystal Horn Python. Ice Scale Snake Ice Fiend Python. Ice Scale Snake Ice Fire 2-headed Python. The Ice Scale Snake's evolution routes are also quite varied. There are currently 3 routes that can directly evolve: Ice Scale Python, Ice Crystal Horn Python, and Ice Fiend Python. Among them, Ice Scale Python is a conventional route. Ice Fiend Python is a dedicated evolution route for the Su family. This route was developed by Su family's cultivators and belongs to the publicly named evolution route, but its evolutionary process has not been disclosed. The subsequent evolution routes are temporarily unknown. The Su family has not published them, and they may still be under research. Su Qing directly skipped the evolution route of Ice Fiend Python because its attributes were not suitable. Ice Fiend Python carries a dark attribute, which does not match with the mental method Su Hao is practicing and may even cause a conflict of spiritual energy. Moreover, evolving a spiritual beast for a family member controlled by the family would anger the family further. If he were to evolve into a route not made public by the Su family, it would also involve the cultivator's patent. This could lead to a case in the cultivator's court. The consequences are serious, and Su Qing does not want to touch this. The Ice Scale Python route is too conventional, and after evolution, it only grows a few sizes larger with no significant changes. However, that Ice Crystal Horn Python, this evolution route. Su Qing took out his phone, logged into the Cultivator Association's official website, and found that this evolution route has not been publicly researched. It is a completely new evolution route that hasn't appeared on known Earth. Its potential is pretty promising, too. It can further evolve into Ice Crystal Dragon Eel. This is the evolution route. I'll tell Su Hao tomorrow to prepare the materials for the evolution. After leaving the office, Zhao Wei was so excited, her cultivation problem was finally resolved. It was still the thunder-based body cultivation that hit hard. She could hardly wait for the thunder fruit she ordered to arrive, then return to her dorm to practice and show off at the exchange meeting, giving Class 7 of Year 1 a good beating and relieving her anger. Just thinking about beating Class 7 and then going home after school made Zhao Wei feel so joyful. She bounced along, humming a song as she walked towards the classroom, but halfway there, she was stopped. Looking ahead at the Class 7 homeroom teacher and two students blocking the way, Zhao Wei frowned slightly. "Step aside, you're blocking my way." Previously provoked by this girl, the Class 7 homeroom teacher was filled with anger. "Did you build this road? I should say you're blocking our way. Moreover, you are just a student, you don't greet your teacher when you see them? Is this how your teacher teaches you?" Originally, Zhao Wei was happy because her cultivation problem was resolved and didn't want to fight, but saying the teacher was wrong was indeed too much. Just as Zhao Wei was clenching her fists, a voice sounded from afar. "As a teacher, is it appropriate to make things difficult for a girl student while leading students in the hallway? Du Xiaoliang, are you from the underworld?" Du Xiaoliang glanced at Su Ji at the staircase corner, snorted coldly, and muttered busybody before leading his people away. "Thank you," Zhao Wei said. Su Ji was somewhat surprised. He recognized this girl, a student from Class 8 of Year 1, who had been quite mischievous before. Now she actually said thank you. "It's nothing, just a small effort." Su Ji waved his hand and said, "If you encounter this kind of thing again in the future, there's no need to take it seriously, just call the principal, and someone will help you deal with him." Chapter 52 Congratulations. In the classroom, Su Hao and the others were already finishing up the last cleaning tasks, with everyone covered in dust. Mi Xiaoya had become a little calico cat. Even Fang Xinkong, who had returned after being beaten, was limping along, dragging his body across the floor. From the bruises on his face, it was clear that he had been beaten quite badly, and his speech had become a bit slurred. Seeing Zhao Wei return, Mi Xiaoya immediately rushed over to ask and touch her. Zhao Wei didn't mind. "Little Wei, are you okay? Old Su didn't hurt you, right?" "Ouch, that hurts." "Little Wei, you have electricity on you, it shocked me." Mi Xiaoya sucked her finger, in pain. "I'm fine, the teacher is guiding me in my cultivation," Zhao Wei said with a smile. "I can cultivate normally now." Mi Xiaoya was shocked. "What?" The others also put down their work and gathered around. Fang Xinkong looked at the freshly mopped floor, now covered with a trail of black footprints. Hey, what are you doing? You're ruining the fruits of my labor." However, no one paid attention to Fang Xinkong. Fang Xinkong could only continue mopping the floor with a dark face. "Zhao Wei, has your cultivation really recovered?" The muscular boy Shi Jian grabbed the flower-scented rabbit on his shoulder and wiped the soot from his face. The white rabbit was now completely black, and he said excitedly. Now another student's cultivation had returned to normal, and as a brother of the class, Shi Jian was happy for them. He was also curious. Did the teacher say anything else? Did he mention us? Mi Xiaoya and the others also looked curious. They wanted to know who would be the next to receive guidance. The teacher didn't say anything. Zhao Wei shook her head. "The teacher only said that I would be the first to fight against Class 7. If I fight well, I'll get 2 days off to go home." He. Everyone let out a wail. Zhao Wei got all the good things. They also wanted to cultivate normally. They also wanted to beat Class 7 and slap their teacher in the face, making Teacher Su proud. They wanted a vacation to leave school and have fun. "Don't rush." Su Hao stood on top of the flame-eating python, holding a brush and scrubbing the ceiling. "Do you really think the teacher is a god? Can solve cultivation problems that even the martial king couldn't? This takes time. Teacher Su told me he wouldn't give up on you. Listen to him, the next one might be you." Shi Jian and the others turned to look at Su Hao. "Is this true?" "True. Didn't Zhao Wei already set an example?" Su Hao patted the flame-eating python. "Move a bit to the left." Shi Jian and the others thought about it. Yes, Zhao Wei had been unfocused in her cultivation from the morning, and then led a fight. But in the end, the teacher still solved her cultivation problem. This couldn't have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was clearly premeditated. The teacher had been preparing Zhao Wei for a long time. Could it be that they're next? Thinking of this, Shi Jian and the others felt reassured. They also realized they needed to calm down. Otherwise, if the teacher changed his mind suddenly, it would be bad. With their worries eased, Shi Jian and the others looked at the classroom with renewed energy, determined to clean it up. They all turned around and grabbed their cleaning tools, starting to clean, while Fang Xingkong, who had just mopped, wiped his sweat. But in the time it took to wipe his sweat, another pile of black footprints appeared. Underscore? Try stepping on my floor again. Zhao Wei looked at Nishoya, who had not yet left. Xiaoya, do you have anything else you want to ask or say? If not, I'll go clean. Did you ask the teacher about the spirit chef? Zhao Wei froze, realizing she had forgotten to ask about it. It was mainly because the rewards the teacher gave were so abundant that it had blinded her, and with her cultivation returning to normal, she had been so happy that she forgot about it. Moreover, the spirit chef seemed not too important. For now, cultivation is more important. The spirit chef can be discussed later. After the relentless efforts of Class 8, the soot in the classroom was finally cleaned up, and everyone gathered in the cafeteria to eat. Then, they went together toward the Lin Hai dormitory. I hope Lin Hai is alright. Old Su is still easy to talk to, Fang Xingkong responded. He didn't hurt me even when he punished me. This was something Zhao Wei and the others could also tell. Xiaobai, come try this. If you don't like it, try this red fish, it's really delicious. As they reached the door of Lin Hai's dormitory, Lin Hai's voice came from inside, somewhat fawning and flattering. Xiaobai, they all knew, was Lin Hai's contracted spirit beast, the white fur cat. But after nearly killing the white fur cat last time, hadn't Lin Hai cut ties with it? And even his personality and temper had become strange. Why was he now still flattering the white fur cat? Su Hao, Zhao Wei, and the others exchanged glances. Has Lin Hai's brain been damaged? Maybe he's turned over a new leaf? Fang Xingkong's eyes twinkled. Do you think the Xiaobai Lin Hai is talking about is not the one we know? Is it another Xiaobai? Please speak plainly. That girl is called Xiaobai, Fang Xingkong said. Usually, when doing, they tend to call each other Xiaoming. It shouldn't be possible. But whether it's possible or not, let's find out by opening the door, Su Hao said as he stepped forward to knock. The door was quickly opened, revealing Lin Hai with fish scales stuck to his face, dressed in casual clothes, peeking half of his body out to look at the crowd at his door. Why are you guys here at this late hour instead of cultivating or playing games? You're disturbing me while I'm nurturing my relationship with Xiaobai. See, I told you. Hand over that girl called Xiaobai. What girl? What are you talking about? Lin Hai looked puzzled. Are you going to meddle in my relationship with a spirit beast? Spirit beast? I don't believe it. Su Hao opened the door wide, and at once the scene inside Lin Hai's room came into view. The first thing seen was a large bucket, water splashing inside. Upon closer inspection, it was a bucket full of fish, boasting all kinds of colors. On a table next to the bed, a fluffy, somewhat lazy white cat was leaning against a cushion, unfazed by the staring crowd, and casually scratched its belly while yawning. There were even fish scales left over around its open mouth. Clearly, it had just eaten fish meat. Looking at the bed, there were still impressions and water stains with fish scales, likely from when Lin Hai was feeding it. After witnessing all this, everyone's eyes widened. Su Hao stepped forward to touch Lin Hai's forehead and then his own. Neither was hot, no fever at all. Why have you suddenly changed your ways? Weren't you on good terms with the white cat? Why is it so well behaved now, accepting the fish meat you fed it? I've turned over a new leaf, is that not good? Lin Hai felt a bit angry and began to close the door. If you have nothing to do, just go back to your dorms. I still need to cut fish meat for Xiaobai. I heard that Dong Jia got you into trouble with the education office. Is it because of Lao Su? Su Hao pulled the door, and Zhao Wei and others also began to ask questions, even openly bringing up the education office matter. Lin Hai realized he couldn't hide it anymore. He simply admitted it generously. I caused this myself, not Lao Su's fault. If it weren't for the teacher intervening, Xiaobai wouldn't have been willing to be good with me. I just knew it was your fault. Since Xiaobai is willing to forgive you, don't mess things up and make Xiaobai dislike you. Treat your spirit beast well, and don't forget the taboo taught in Lao Su's class about dual cultivation. Su Hao advised like a concerned father. Congratulations on reconciling with Xiaobai. Zhao Wei and others also smiled about this. They all cherished their spirit beasts and held their feelings dearly, even if cultivation had issues. Lin Hai was just a bit extreme, and they had advised him at the time, but it hadn't worked. Now Lin Hai's torn relationship with Xiaobai had healed, which was what they wanted to see. Congratulations, Lin Hai. Lin Hai was moved, his eyes glistening. Thank you. Chapter 53, Unable to Understand. After confirming Lin Hai was okay and had even received Lao Su's forgiveness, Su Hao and the others didn't disturb Lin Hai and the white cat from re-establishing their bond and wisely left. Are we still meeting at Aerospace City tonight? Su Hao shook his head. Now that my cultivation issues are completely resolved, there's going to be an exchange meeting in 6 days. I need to focus on cultivation to restore my strength to the second level martial spirit and train the engulfing flame python to show off in the exchange meeting and give our teacher some face. This was Su Hao's short-term wish. He looked at Zhao Wei and the others. Don't play too late, we still need to get up on time for morning training. Keep an earnest attitude, perhaps Lao Su will solve your cultivation problems next. After gaining some goodwill with Lao Su, Su Hao returned to the dorm, looking at the undulating decorations of the dormitory. Shouldn't this be changed? Lao Su said I could learn the split gold fire body technique for movement. Well then, let's leave this place as it is for now. Saying this, Su Hao summoned the engulfing flame python. Once it appeared, the engulfing flame python quickly began to look around, soon spotting the ice scale serpent, its scales quivering in defiance as a hot wave swept through. Smack! Su Hao slapped it down immediately. Scale flame, settle down, don't go looking for trouble. Do you even know your own weight? If it weren't for me letting Scale Heart spare you, you'd have been beaten black and blue already. The scales have fallen off and become disabled. Now I want to cultivate, you too should cultivate with me. If you want to fight, I'll take you to the training room later. Su Hao's arrangement for tonight was particularly clear. First, cultivate for a few hours. Practicing can be like sleeping, then in the later half of the night, I'll take Lin Yan and Lin Xin to the training room to enhance their skill mastery. In the training room, they can fight however they want. The more intense the practice, the better they will grasp their skills. They can also accumulate practical experience. By then, they'll be ready for the exchange meeting at No. 2 High School. Moreover, after the exchange meeting, within 3 days, the 3 schools of Qingshan will hold a joint outdoor drill. At that time, I must show off, letting everyone know I am no longer useless. Feeling the emotions from the contract, the swallowing flame python and ice scale snake quieted down and cooperated with Su Hao to begin cultivating. After Su Hao, Fang Xingkong hurriedly rushed to the school gate. The bathtub he ordered, along with mild life potion and the fire element advanced skill book Sunfire had arrived, and he needed to pick it up. Outside the dorm, Zhao Wei and her 5 companions headed towards Shi Jian's dorm. Miss Xiaoya was surprised to see Zhao Wei following. Zhao Wei, you're not going to cultivate with Su Hao and the others? The teacher said my situation is special, and I must cooperate with the thunderfruit to cultivate. I ordered quite a lot, so it won't arrive until tomorrow, Zhao Wei replied. Tonight, I can still hang out with you. Whoa, Zhao Wei, I really don't want to part with you, Miss Xiaoya cried, burying her face in Zhao Wei's chest. Zhao Wei was about to say some comforting words, but Miss Xiaoya looked up, pulled Zhao Wei, and headed for the dorm. Let's cherish this last night of gaming. Come on, I'll take you to Crush Aerospace City. Zhao Wei's words got stuck in her throat and she couldn't speak. In the end, she swallowed them down and started the game. At the east gate of Qingshan No. 2 High School, Fang Xingkong rushed over. The security guard, Elder Zhong, narrowed his eyes, and the shadow on the ground instantly grabbed Fang Xingkong's ankle, lifting him into the air. Kid, aren't you supposed to carry someone when climbing over the wall? Fang Xingkong was very familiar with this scene, he was not there to climb over the wall. He shouted, Elder Zhong, I'm wronged. Truly wronged. I came to pick up my package I ordered online. Elder Zhong shifted his gaze to the huge bathtub next to the security booth, along with the life potion and spirit beast skill book. As an officially dispatched security personnel, Elder Zhong had the right to check what packages students and teachers purchased to protect the safety of Chinese students. He knew that inside was an advanced skill book, Sunfire. Elder Zhong also looked at the Night Fire Crow. Was that Spirit Beast skill book assigned to you by your teacher, or did you decide to learn it on your own? The Spirit Beast skill book is similar to the martial skills learned by warriors and is recorded on special pages by breeders or highly intelligent spirit beasts for easier learning by spirit beasts. Martial skills and skill books are nearly indistinguishable. One is for beasts, the other is for humans. Fang Xingkong covered his chest. Elder Zhong, can you let me down first before we talk? I might throw up dinner like this. Elder Zhong retracted the shadow and let Fang Xingkong down. On solid ground, Fang Xingkong patted his chest, taking a while to say, this skill book is naturally for my teacher to let the Night Fire Crow learn. Without the teacher's permission, I wouldn't dare to do so. Elder Zhong's eyes narrowed. Have you changed your cultivation method? No, Fang Xingkong waved his hands continuously. The cultivation method is a family heirloom. How could I change it easily? I am still practicing my family's inherited method, Golden Rooster watching the sun. Fang Xingkong lied without turning red or feeling his heart race. He really didn't want to cause trouble for old Su. Besides, Golden Rooster watching the sun and Great Sun burning heavenly decision are both fire attribute cultivation methods, who could tell at first glance. Changing cultivation methods is just changing cultivation methods. Young man from the Fang family, there's nothing to hide about this. I won't be idly spreading rumors, Elder Zhong said. In Longcheng, there are many descendants from families who don't practice the family's cultivation method. There is nothing that cannot be said to the outside world. In my opinion, you families have been too conservative, insisting that the younger generations practice only your family's heart techniques. How many potential talents have been tarnished by this? To me, this is a bad habit. Only families that embrace everything, like the ocean accepting all rivers, can last long. This conservatism in the family may have its own persistence, but it is ultimately not a long-term plan. Old Zong, you must be joking. Fang Xingkong felt that Old Zong made some sense, but he certainly could not admit it. How can our small family in Qingshan City compare to the families in Longcheng? When he becomes the patriarch, he will definitely not make the family members all practice the golden rooster watching the sun technique. They can practice whatever they want. Whatever heart technique suits them best, they will practice that. As for spirit beasts, it has been hundreds of years. His Fang family has always contracted the Nightfire Crow, not that the Nightfire Crow is bad. But its growth limit has already been set. The strongest Nightfire Crow can only reach the peak of the Beast King. It's also because the family's breeders have been useless, taking the Fang family's money without any achievements, and decades or even hundreds of years have passed, while the evolution paths of outside Beast King species have appeared in thousands. The evolution path of the Nightfire Crow hasn't even pointed out a direction. If he were the patriarch, the first thing he would do is to rectify these breeders and make them spit out all the resources they've greedily consumed over the years. A bunch of useless people who just eat and do nothing. Old Zong was too lazy to play riddles with Fang Xingkong, directly binding him with shadows and pulling him in front of him. You keep pretending. You really think that all that practitioners are only using fire attribute heart techniques and I can't see through it? Do you really think I have lived for so many years in vain? What are you saying? I don't understand. Chapter 54 Breakthrough. Once upon a time, I also researched the skill Blazing Sun, and thought, if you switch to the heart technique of utmost rigidity and utmost yang, teach me, Old Zong said, shaking his head with regret. Since you practice the family's gentle heart technique golden rooster watching the sun, then forget it, your spirit beast is not suitable for learning. Take your stuff and leave quickly, don't linger here. Old Zong waved his hand, showing an impatient look. Wrong, Old Zong, I was wrong. With such a good opportunity, Fang Xingkong didn't want to let it slip away. I was just joking earlier. Actually, I have switched to a heart technique for both myself and my spirit beast. Not pretending anymore? Old Zong looked at him with a half-smile. Fang Xingkong scratched his head and said nothing. What heart technique are you practicing now? Great Sun Incineration Decision, Fang Xingkong answered truthfully. Upon hearing this name of the heart technique, Old Zong had a realization. The Nightfire Crow, a variant of the crow, could also be called a black crow, practicing pure yang heart techniques. This was on the way to create a golden crow. But is there an evolution path to become a golden crow? In Huaxia country, there indeed exists an evolution path for a golden crow, but those are descendants containing the bloodline of the golden crow. This Nightfire Crow has nothing to do with any bloodline. No matter how you look at it, it cannot become a golden crow. However, Old Zong didn't understand breeding. He was just a martial artist with 2 contracted beasts, and only knew how to cultivate spirit beasts. About evolution, he knew nothing. Perhaps the Nightfire Crow could indeed become a golden crow. What did Su Qing tell you to practice? Fang Xingkong recounted his training method. Old Zong widened his eyes, purifying flames, then learning the skill Blazing Sun. How clever. The purification method is also clever. It not only solves the problem of the Nightfire Crow learning a modified human heart technique but also sharpens Fang Xingkong's control over the spiritual energy in his body. How did this method come to mind? Such a perfect method, how can he teach it? Earlier, he had already put on airs and said it. Old Zong coughed lightly a few times. Your teacher's method is very good, just cultivate like that. First reduce the dark attribute energy in the Nightfire Crow, then let it learn the skill Blazing Sunday. Can't it learn it right now? This earth-level skill is very expensive. Purchasing it used up all his pocket money. If it can't be learned, wouldn't that be a waste? It's not that it can't be learned, but learning after reducing the dark attribute energy is much easier. Old Zong stroked his beard and said slowly. If you want the Nightfire Crow to learn now, you could try gathering dark energy into the yin sun, just like gathering young fire into a blazing sun. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. I still recommend following your teacher's method. Fang Xingkong, confused and clueless, nodded, stuffing the items into his space ring, and returned to his dorm with the Nightfire Crow. The single-person dorm was well-equipped. He prepared the bathtub, filled it with hot water, and took out the life potion. This thing has no instructions on how much to use, but it's painful to cultivate, so I'll start with 2 bags and see how it goes. After setting everything up, Fang Xingkong undressed and stepped into the tub, while the Nightfire Crow shyly turned its head away. Fang Xingkong, with a dark expression, said, "You're still shy now. Warm Crow, come to the edge of the bathtub." The Nightfire Crow flapped its wings and landed. Fang Xingkong took out the skill book. You're going to learn now. I didn't understand what Old Zhong said, but I believe you're smart, Warm Crow, and you'll get it. Try using Old Zhong's method of Yin Sunday. Nightfire Crow, caw. The Nightfire Crow was a bit confused, but the skill from the book began to flood into its mind, with a Fire Crow demonstrating it. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. After many attempts, the Nightfire Crow began to try using the skill, manipulating the young fire inside its body, which still worked smoothly. However, as the young fire was manipulated, the dark energy inside started to surge. Dark red flames appeared around the Nightfire Crow's body. The Nightfire Crow's expression turned pained. Fang Xingkong, worried, watched closely. After a brief thought, he began to run his cultivation method, starting to absorb the dark energy into his body and refine it, sharing the burden of mastering the Blazing Sun skill for the Nightfire Crow. The method was effective, but the dark energy he absorbed into his body was nothing compared to the energy inside the Nightfire Crow, like a drop in a pond. A drop of water in a vast lake, almost having no effect. Just as Fang Xingkong was about to absorb more dark energy, the energy inside the Nightfire Crow was mobilized and began to gather above its head, slowly forming a black spot. The fire attribute spiritual energy that Fang Xingkong was cultivating was also mobilized, flowing through the contract, the dual cultivation method rushing towards the Nightfire Crow. Fang Xingkong didn't understand the Nightfire Crow's intentions. He only knew that he didn't need to absorb the dark energy into his body, but to refine it with his own spiritual energy. It was much easier to just provide energy to the Nightfire Crow. It wasn't painful, so he continued supplying energy to the Nightfire Crow. The Nightfire Crow was also operating the cultivation method. The cultivation method communicated, entering into dual cultivation. This time, the dual cultivation was focused on the Nightfire Crow's body, with all the benefits going to it. Fang Xingkong was more like a generator, supplying the Nightfire Crow with energy. The Nightfire Crow didn't understand. It only felt that moving the dark energy outside its body and condensing it into a ball was much more comfortable than having the dark energy conflict with the cultivated energy inside its body. As for the cultivation route, it seemed like this was how you condensed the blazing sun. The Nightfire Crow couldn't figure it out but just felt that this way worked for it. It felt good, so it was enough. Everything else could be dealt with later. When the time comes, it would let the master find that man. The dark red feathers began to fall, as the dark energy slowly gathered outside the Nightfire Crow's body. The pure fire energy inside was circulating, and the Nightfire Crow only felt warm and comfortable, its strength also increasing. Unbeknownst to it, dark red feathers were also shedding. The Nightfire Crow's size was slowly increasing, from the size of an adult pigeon to the size of a wash basin. The new feathers were more vibrant and smoother, with an even richer fire red color. But these new feathers were still sparse among its other feathers, like a spot of black in a colorful mix, a touch of oddity. This added a unique quality to the Nightfire Crow. What's going on? Fang Xingkong, who was cultivating in the bathtub, froze for a moment. He felt an energy rushing towards him. It wasn't the usual flow from the dual cultivation method, but from deeper within his heart, the spiritual beast contract. Had the warm crow broken through to second tier? Fang Xingkong thought it was likely, quickly absorbing the energy brought by the contract. The power slowly climbed upwards. Peak of second rank martial spirit, 2 stars. Fang Xingkong opened his eyes after absorbing the energy, feeling the abundant energy within him, murmuring while clenching his fist, feeling a bit confused but more excited. Warm crow, what happened? Just when Fang Xingkong wanted to share his joy with the Nightfire Crow, he turned around and found a dark red big chicken standing by the bathtub. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his Nightfire Crow. There was also a black energy ball above the Nightfire Crow's head. Fang Xingkong reached out to touch it, but before he got close, he felt a chill. Is this a dark attribute energy ball? Chapter 55, Training Room. Fang Xingkong squinted at the ball, his mind racing. 2 minutes later, he suddenly realized and shouted, "In Sun." Is this what Elder Zhong referred to as In Sun? Haha, I knew my warm crow is a genius, haha, Fang Xingkong laughed wildly, looking up at the sky. In just 1 hour. Oh my, how is it already midnight? He thought he had only practiced for a little over an hour, but when he picked up his phone to check the time, he found it was already 3 a.m. This truly shocked Fang Xingkong. In the past, his training felt like a long agonizing year, every minute and second was torture. He thought he had practiced for hours, only to open his eyes and see that only a few minutes had passed. But this time, he felt that he only stopped when the warm crow broke through. He didn't expect that over 7 hours had already passed. If the warm crow hadn't broken through, would he have trained until day turned to night? No, this won't do. Training is training, but morning practice cannot be forgotten. I must set an alarm for future sessions. Old Su, Elder Zhong, you are my gods. Fang Xingkong knew who cared for him. Without his teachers, he wouldn't have been able to train properly. Without Elder Zhong's guidance, the warm crow wouldn't have condensed in sun and achieved a breakthrough. Now that the Nightfire Crow was still training, Fang Xingkong didn't disturb it. He looked down at the bathtub. In the beginning, he had absorbed a lot of the Nightfire Crow's dark attribute energy into his body, with meridians damaged and then repaired. The life potion in the bathtub was almost used up. The water had also turned cold, so Fang Xingkong got out of the bathtub, rinsed off, and put on his clothes. However, the current state of the Nightfire Crow was different from what Old Su had said, and he didn't know if it was good or bad. He would ask Old Su during morning practice tomorrow. Not long after, the night fire crow stopped training, taking the condensing sun back into its body, tightly wrapping it with young fire. This was how the night fire crow handled dark energy. After condensing in sun, the effects were better than before, even the conflicting pain caused by dark energy had disappeared. Warm Crow, how do you feel? Crow. I feel unprecedentedly good. There's no need to worry about dark energy stimulating my body. The training method has no side effects now. I feel I can even bring out that dark ball to attack others. You can control it freely? The night fire crow nodded, then with a thought, the Yin sun instantly appeared behind its head, moving as per its will. But the room was too small for a direct feeling. Let's go, Warm Crow, to the training room. It was already 3 a.m., and in a few hours it would be time for morning practice. Fang Xingkong decided not to sleep and took the Warm Crow to test the strength of the Yin sun. Martial artists can stay up all night without any problems. The night fire crow retracted the Yin sun back into its body and landed on Fang Xingkong's shoulder as usual. Fang Xingkong only felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned his head and bumped into the night fire crow's feathers. Warm Crow, why don't you stay in the beast space for a while? Now that your strength has broken through and your size has grown, it's really not suitable to stay on my shoulder. Your feathers have changed quite a bit, and it's different from the usual night fire crow. If someone notices, it might bring trouble to the teacher. Crow. No. I'm not bothered by being heavy. Don't say that. No, I'm not dismissing you for being heavy, I just don't want to make things hard for the teacher, Fang Xingkong quickly denied. I just don't want the teacher to have a hard time. After a round of persuasion from Fang Xingkong, the night fire crow returned to the beast space. He dealt with the water in the bathtub before stepping out the door, just as another dorm room next door was also opened. Su Hao and Fang Xingkong stared at each other wide-eyed. Not sleeping at 3 in the morning? What are you going to do? Su Hao asked first. Fang Xingkong came back to his senses and asked back, I was just about to say, why are you going out so late at night? Do you want to climb over the school wall again, then get caught by old Zhong and beaten? I plan to go to the training room to train spirit beasts. Fang Xingkong could not hide the feelings in his eyes. Su Hao saw it and asked, you are not also planning to go to the training room, right? How did you know? You are also going to the training room, then let's go together. Just right to use your night fire crow as an opponent for Swallow Flame Python and the others. When the time comes, don't cry when you get beaten. The night fire crow broke through to second rank Transcendence, and also mastered the skill Dark Sun transformed from the earth rank skill Blazing Sun. Now Fang Xingkong was a bit arrogant. Su Hao was also very confident in his own spirit beasts. A first-rank awakened night fire crow, what is there to be arrogant about? If Swallow Flame Python is not enough, he will use Scale Heart to forcefully suppress it. The two each had their own schemes as they went toward the training room. The training room at dawn was very quiet, no students, no teachers, and it was inside the school, with Chinese official martial lords guarding on all sides. The door was never locked, convenient for hard-working students to enter. But at this moment, the training room at night welcomed two unexpected students, Su Hao and Fang Xingkong from the Demon Pill class. The training room was very big, as large as 2 football fields, with complete internal facilities, special simulated fields for battle, and also mechanical puppets to test strength. The normal strength of the mechanical puppets was peak first-rank warrior, the strongest could reach 3rd rank. Su Hao and Fang Xingkong both came for spirit beasts, so they directly went to the spirit beast captain's simulated forest field. Su Hao summoned Swallow Flame Python first. Come on, let your night fire crow come out. Heh, it will scare you later, Fang Xingkong hummed proudly. Then a red formation appeared, scorching heat rushed in. Su Hao, who was just about to say something, froze his expression. This summoning was different from before. The aura it brought was hotter, worthy of being a spirit beast guided by Old Su, but my Swallow Flame Python is also not weak, although just awakened. It already has first rank awakened 7-star strength, and has Flood Dragon bloodline. As long as the Night Fire Crow is still first rank awakened, there is nothing to fear. Caw! A crow cry sounded. The night fire crow spread its wings and flew out, its body size so big, its color so bright that Su Hao was dumbfounded. The night fire crow broke through? Heh, Fang Xingkong crossed his arms, his face full of pride. Before he could finish being proud, the night fire crow heavily landed on his shoulder. How is it, scared? Not bad, Su Hao nodded and admitted generously, he had no grudge with Fang Xingkong, they were still good brothers. Let your night fire crow fight Swallow Flame Python, hold back a bit, don't hurt it. Su Hao lowered his head in another way. Fang Xingkong became even more proud. Don't worry, I know the measure. Warm Crow, go play with that python. The night fire crow flew to the field, stood on a tree branch, and looked at Swallow Flame Python from afar. Swallow Flame Python attacked first. Its body moved, rushed toward the night fire crow, flames gathered in its mouth, a pillar of fire sprayed out, the skill Snake Breath. Skill, this was an ability spirit beasts are born with. But Swallow Flame Python's control over breath was too low, and the strength gap was there. Night Fire Crow also had an air advantage. It flapped its wings and flew up to dodge the attack, swung its wings, fire feathers shot out. Swallow Flame Python quickly twisted its body, dodging under the tree. The Night Fire Crow looked down from above, its eyes glowing as the skill Dark Eye activated. The Swallow Flame Python moving under the tree had nowhere to hide in its eyes, fire feathers shot out directly sealing all paths. In just half a minute, Swallow Flame Python was subdued. How about it, still fighting? Chapter 56 Detection. Fight, Suhao nodded, looked at the Scale Heart on his shoulder. Scale Heart instantly understood the meaning and went toward the simulated forest ahead. When passing by Swallow Flame Python, it even flicked its tongue to mock. Hiss hiss. Watch sister teach it a lesson. Hiss hiss. Pull out its feathers. Swallow Flame Python flicked its tongue in response, did not argue with Ice Scale Snake. Losing is losing. It twisted its body and went toward Suhao. Facing outsiders, Swallow Flame Python and Ice Scale Snake showed unusual unity. Ice Scale Snake still attacked first, its snake tail swung. Several ice spikes shot out, followed by a breath, and the ice mist spread. The Night Fire Crow flapped its wings and shot out a fireball. Under the restraint of attributes, the ice spikes vanished. The Night Fire Crow once again released Night Eye, its eyes glowing with light, but the ice mist was not made of ordinary trees. It contained the ice attribute energy of the ice-scaled serpent. Under equal strength, it was difficult for Night Eye to see through. The fire feather shot towards the ice mist. The Night Fire Crow hoped to directly force the ice-scaled serpent out, but the ice-scaled serpent was small and fast, creating ice mist while dodging the attacks. Before long, the ice mist spread before the Night Fire Crow. At this moment, the ice-scaled serpent stopped hiding intentionally and twisted its body, moving quickly within the mist, approaching the Night Fire Crow rapidly. The Night Fire Crow sensed this and did not stay in place. It flapped its wings and flew high, directly increasing the distance from the ice mist. The advantage of flight was displayed perfectly. But the ice-scaled serpent was no pushover. It quickly wrapped around a tree stump and climbed upward. Ice spikes shot out, and the ice-scaled serpent's figure moved quickly between the ice spikes, flying towards the Night Fire Crow. A fireball flew from the Night Fire Crow. The ice-scaled serpent's eyes flashed with light, and it spat out ice mist. The scattered mist quickly gathered, forming a protective layer around the ice-scaled serpent's body. The fireball instantly dissipated under the ice mist and ice spike attack. Under the protection, the ice-scaled serpent was unharmed and continued to fly towards the Night Fire Crow in a shooting posture. This was the ice-scaled serpent's usual attack method, the same way it had struck the Night Fire Crow months ago. Seeing victory in sight, Suhao's mouth curled into a smirk. So what if it could fly and had broken through to second-tier transcendence? Wasn't it still going to be taken down by my ice-scaled serpent? Suhao turned his head, about to comfort Fang Xingkong, when he saw Fang Xingkong's mouth also curl into a smirk, smiling at him. Rat, you don't really think my Night Fire Crow has only broken through, do you? If it's just a breakthrough, would I come to the training room? Suhao's pupils constricted. You still have a trump card? The Night Fire Crow was completely calm. It separated the flames and a black ball, Inri, suddenly appeared, smashing towards the ice-scaled serpent. The ice-scaled serpent was a snake, not a winged serpent, so it had no wings. In the air, it had no support point and could only rely on inertia to fly. Facing Inri, the ice-scaled serpent once again threw out ice spikes. However, those ice spikes that could stop fireballs instantly shattered when they encountered Inri. It couldn't even cause the slightest impact. Just as Inri was about to smash into the ice-scaled serpent, it suddenly shifted and smashed into the ground below. No loud sound erupted. Only the specially crafted ground, which could withstand the attacks of a third-grade martial sect and a third-tier battle beast, was now dented by several centimeters under Inri. The ice-scaled serpent, which had fallen on top of the Night Fire Crow, looked at the round hole and felt the terrifying aura. It didn't dare to imagine how gruesome its death would be if that black ball had hit its body. The moment the black ball came close, it truly thought it was going to die. Fortunately, this was just a sparring match. If it were a real life and death battle, it would have been killed by the black ball just now. Hiss, so hot. Feeling the heat from the Night Fire Crow's body, the ice-scaled serpent flicked its tongue and quickly darted towards Suhao. Suhao moved forward to catch it and looked at Fang Xingkong. Thanks for showing mercy. It's just a spar, why thank me? We're all brothers. Though he said that, Fang Xingkong's smile couldn't be contained, no matter how much he tried to suppress it. Over the past 6 months, his Night Fire Crow had fought Suhao's ice-scaled serpent countless times, and without exception, it lost every time. Today, he finally won, and the feeling was so great. Suhao nodded. Xingkong, so you came to the training room to test the power of that black ball? What black ball? Fang Xingkong panicked. That's Inri, derived from the Earth-tier skill Lai Rai, and it condenses the dark attribute energy within the Night Fire Crow. This was achieved with the Night Fire Crow's intelligence and my careful guidance. Suhao knew Fang Xingkong was boasting, but there was no need to expose it. Let him be happy. But didn't the teacher ask you to teach the Night Fire Crow the skill Lai Rai? You made this Inri instead. Fang Xingkong scratched his head. He also felt he should ask the teacher, but admitting it now would be really embarrassing. You don't need to worry about that, just say the skill is Shadow Sun. Awesome, Su Hao nodded in agreement. Lin Xin told him, if it weren't for that black Shadow Day changing direction, Lin Xin would have already died, along with the pit on the ground. The night fire crow's fiery feathers hadn't even landed firmly, yet it had already made a pit. Could the power of that skill not be strong? Do you want to test the skill's strength? Su Hao suggested. In this training room, there were special testing machines. They could measure how great the strength of the skill was. Test it, Fang Xingkong nodded. He came here specifically to test. The testing device was a massive circular semi-open can, with a pressure plate at the back connected to the central computer. When the spirit beast entered, it could test the strength of its body. Attacking the pressure plate would display the strength of the attack, indicating what level of spirit beast attack the skill could match. Having tested the night fire crow a few times, he was very familiar with it. It flew to the testing device and started the testing process. The glass cover dropped down, enveloping the night fire crow, while a special solution was injected to begin body testing. Before long, it produced physical information. This was the regular second-tier extraordinary spirit beast physique, nothing unexpected about this. Then came the skill strength test. Warm Crow, first test the strength of the fire feather. The night fire crow nodded, flapping its wings. Several fiery feathers shot out and struck the pressure plate. A few seconds later, they fell off and disappeared. The central computer displayed the data information. Skill, fire feather, shark feather attached with flames. The flames are pure, able to shatter the shell of a second-tier extraordinary 1-star ink shell turtle. Strength second-tier extraordinary 1-star, attack high. The ink shell turtle is a common spirit beast known for its strong defense. It can grow to lord level without evolving, and this spirit beast has a characteristic where each time it increases by 1 star, its shell will shed once. It does not shed in pieces, but rather whole chunks, leaving only the soft tissue inside, which then quickly grows back the shell. Due to this characteristic, the ink shell turtle's shell was used as a measure for spirit beast skill capabilities. Though there have been improvements, it is still measured against the hardness of the ink shell turtle's shell. In general, under the same level, skills of regular spirit beasts have a hard time penetrating the defense shell of the ink shell turtle. Breaking it means being excellent. Seeing the words high attack, Fang Xingkong was overjoyed. Chapter 57 Extreme. You should know, the last time the night fire crow was tested, its strength was at the first tier awakening 6-star, and the skill fire feather was evaluated as low. It did not possess the ability to break through the defense of the 6-star awakening ink shell turtle's shell. This time, it directly shattered it. Obviously, the night fire crow's strength had broken through, condensing the Shadow Day. Not only had its strength increased, but the attack strength of the fire feather had also significantly risen. How great could the power of that Shadow Day be? Warm Crow quickly released the Shadow Day at maximum power against the pressure plate. Fang Xingkong was eager to know the power of the Shadow Day. The night fire crow did not hesitate, summoned the Shadow Day from within, and smashed it hard against the pressure plate. The Shadow Day fell like a meteor, crashing down on the pressure plate, which let out a creaking wail. Data on the central computer skyrocketed. It took a full 2 minutes to stop, at which point it displayed the attack power. Skill. A compressed sphere of dark attribute energy, capable of easily shattering the shell of a second-tier extraordinary 9-star ink shell turtle. Strength second-tier extraordinary 1-star, comprehensive attack power, extreme. Extreme, did you see that? It's extreme. Seeing the word extreme, Fang Xingkong was so excited that he grabbed Su Hao's arms and shook them to show his enthusiasm. Su Hao, shaken to the point of a headache, could not break free as his strength had not yet reached the second-grade martial spirit level. However, from the 2 instances of Shadow Day, he noticed a slight difference. That Shadow Day seemed to have faded a bit. Stop shaking, I'm getting dizzy, Su Hao shouted, unable to endure any longer. Also, there's a problem with your Shadow Day. Hearing this, Fang Xingkong stopped. Problem? What problem? The Shadow Day faded after being released twice. Is it lighter? Fang Xingkong leaned in for a closer look but couldn't see any change. Why can't I tell? Just try a few more times, and we'll know the power, right? Fang Xingkong thought Su Hao made sense. Su Hao was also one of the smartest in their class, next to the knowledgeable Lin Haiwei. So, the night fire crow continued its tests, trying 3 times in a row. The first 2 times brought no surprises, it was all peak performance. But when the Yin Sun attacked for the 3rd time, the evaluation changed. It was easily breaking the turtle shell before, but this time, it only broke the shell, losing the word easily. The difference was obvious. The Yin Sun really has become lighter. What's going on? You asking me? Su Hao looked doubtful. Alright, Fang Xingkong suddenly realized, mercilessly mocking, if you knew, it would be smoke coming from our ancestors' graves. Do you want to hit me? Seeing Su Hao's clenched fist, Fang Xingkong said, I'll tell you, I am not the same me from a few nights ago. Right now, my strength crushes you, and my spirit beast crushes you too. Hey, I was just joking, Su Hao relaxed and laughed. He did want to punch Fang Xingkong earlier, but if he acted on it, it would turn into one-sided punishment. After confirming the Yin sun had become lighter and its power had decreased, Fang Xingkong didn't let the night fire crow continue testing. To him, this was very normal. Using skills consumes energy, so what if the power drops a little? With a second-tier extraordinary, 1-star strength, he could break the shell of a second-tier extraordinary, 9-star turtle, known for its defense. What more could he possibly want from this skill strength? At that moment, Fang Xingkong even started to look forward to the upcoming exchange meeting. He couldn't wait to beat up those high-minded folks from Class 7 and let them know Class 8 was no longer the group that could be bullied as before. Thinking about showing off at the exchange meeting, Fang Xingkong couldn't help but smile, making Su Hao raise an eyebrow. What are you thinking about? Thinking about how to show off and look cool. Su Hao. Ha? You see, in our school, only those seniors in grade 3 have the strength of martial sects and 3-star battle general level contracted beasts. Most of the second and first-year students are at second-tier extraordinary, second-grade martial spirits, or even first-tier awakening, first-grade warriors. Isn't the Yin sun sweeping all of them? Even against the senior students, it could still hold its ground. The exchange meeting is still an inter-class exchange. Dealing with grade 1, isn't this Yin sun as easy as cutting vegetables? Don't you remember how our Class 8 was viewed before? Didn't we always get pushed around? This sudden rebound will catch them off guard. Wouldn't we want to show off a bit? Fang Xingkong spoke each word directly into Su Hao's heart. If he had the strength of the night fire crow, wouldn't it be a shame not to show off? Thinking of this, Su Hao immediately pulled out his phone. What are you pulling out your phone for? Buying spirit fire to enhance the strength of the swallowing flame python, Su Hao replied without looking up. Such a great opportunity to show off can't just be for you. I want to shine at the exchange meeting too. But, the first is Zhao Wei. Oh right, I forgot about that. Su Hao paused for a moment but soon started again. What's there to be afraid of? Zhao Wei just got corrected on her cultivation issues by old Su today. Can her strength really improve faster than ours? But, Zhao Wei can take hits. Every exchange meeting, Zhao Wei and Shijian were the toughest. They could understand Shijian's strong build. But Zhao Wei? They just couldn't comprehend. After each beating, it would take them days to recover, while Shijian recovered in half a day, and Zhao Wei would bounce back right after getting hit, looking a little dirty, then blocking the door and venting against those who had beaten her. At first, they were shocked. But later, they got used to it. Even Shijian had gone to ask Zhao Wei for advice on body strengthening, but when he did, Zhao Wei looked completely lost. In the end, nothing came of it. Well, I'm not afraid. Su Hao's eyes darted around. Zhao Wei may take hits, but maybe by luck, she could defeat a few from Class 7. With the character of Class 7, they definitely won't let Zhao Wei get too proud. Once she fails, they will surely send out strong fighters. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Zhao Wei's defeat is only a matter of time. When the time comes, my brother and I will take the stage and knock those guys down. We'll wear cooler outfits then. The effect will definitely be awesome. You too, hurry and get a set of clothes for showing off later. Fang Xingkong listened and found it reasonable. What style are you getting? Let's coordinate, so we don't end up looking the same. I'm going for black, paired with the ice blue of the scaled snake. When we go out with the fire devourer, that will have some serious momentum. Su Hao imagined it and thought it was cool. For you, go with white, and we'll be the perfect black and white duo. This set is nice, the sleeves are long, and when I swing. The two kept discussing, and soon they ordered 2 sets of clothes, preparing to wear them at the exchange meeting to give the whole school a shock. Aren't you going to inspect your fire devourer? No need, Su Hao shook his head. Wait until the scaled flame breaks through to second-tier extraordinary to maintain it. Right now, the strength is too low to be useful. Fang Xingkong thought it made sense. A first-tier awakened spiritual beast would be like chopping vegetables at the exchange meeting, except it wouldn't be the axe or knife, but the vegetable being chopped, and the produce. There might be a chance to fight against martial artists, but Class 7 might not give that chance. They would definitely send out those who practice both martial and beast skills. So what should we do now? Train the spiritual beasts. Su Hao scratched his head while looking at Fang Xingkong. Did you come to the training room just to test? I was going to sleep after the test. Chapter 58, Efficiency 300. If you want to train, I'll join you, Fang Xingkong said generously, though he was actually worried about Su Hao getting overly competitive. Then let your Nightfire Crow be the sparring partner. Su Hao took out a few purchased skill books. Old Su didn't mention the Fire Devourer, but for the Ice-Scaled Snake, there were no limitations. Learning skills is what matters. The more skills, the more paths. Or let the Nightfire Crow learn skills, aiming for the Fire Devourer and Ice-Scaled Snake, and at this point, Su Hao specifically reminded, don't use Shadow Sun, don't hurt my treasure. Then let the Nightfire Crow continue learning Blazing Sun. Fang Xingkong nodded. Let's aim for it to learn before the exchange meeting. Earth-level skills are quite impressive. At the Awakened and Extraordinary level, such skills are rare at the exchange meeting. Most skills are yellow level. Having an Earth-level skill would be shocking to the entire crowd. Just thinking about it made Fang Xingkong feel fantastic. The practice time flew by. After Su Hao and Fang Xingkong's cultivation returned to normal, they began to enjoy the feeling. When time reached 6 a.m., Xingkong, let's go, eat breakfast and then head to the classroom. The two headed to the cafeteria together. On the other side in the dorm, Su Qing got up looking at the alarm clock. He picked up a green apple-flavored lollipop, enjoying it while communicating with the beast space, walking towards the cafeteria. The green scales and Yao Qing were still absorbing true blood, not responding to him, but the bonded contract sent a message wanting to go out. Wants to come out for some fresh air? Want to play a little? You'd better save that, your bloodline issue isn't resolved yet. You really shouldn't be showing up in Qingshan City. No negotiation, don't act pitiful. Unable to sort it all out, Su Qing simply cut off the flow of information from the bonded contract and leisurely made his way to the cafeteria. Qingshan No. 2 Middle School cafeteria isn't big, only 3 floors. The first floor has regular food, like fried chicken. The second floor has food made from fierce beast meat, not reaching the level of spirit food, but rich in energy and quite expensive, with a plate of chicken costing tens of thousands. The third floor has only one window selling nutritional porridge made from fierce beast sharp-toothed sea eel meat and spiritual vegetables. It's the closest thing to spirit food. Su Qing wouldn't waste money on nearly spirit food nutritional porridge. It's not as good as the spirit food An Qing makes. He ordered a bowl of white porridge, a plate of pickles, and a few fragrant meat buns. That was Su Qing's breakfast. Just as he sat down for a short while, Su Hao and Fang Xingkong, each carrying a large plate of fried chicken, came over. Old Su, teacher? Su Qing looked up at the two, somewhat surprised that they got up quite early. Sit down and eat a bit with us? Su Hao and Fang Xingkong were not afraid. Su Qing, also thick-skinned, picked up a crispy chicken leg from Su Hao's plate and took a bite. What made you come to the cafeteria today? For kids from families like theirs, even if not favored, their families would still provide some cultivation resources, and nutrient solutions that are both filling and rich in energy must be abundant. We just came from the training room, Fang Xingkong replied with his mouth full of chicken leg, mumbling indistinctly. Coming from the training room, so they must be working hard. Let me see the results of your hard work then. Name, Fang Xingkong. Age, 16. Realm, 2nd rank martial spirit, 2nd level spirit master. Companion spirit beast, none. Contracted spirit beast, night fire crow, extraordinary 1-star, cultivation method, great sun burning heaven decision spirit beast version, adaptability 377%. Cultivation method, great sun burning heaven decision, adaptability 311%. Martial skills, none. Flaws, unstable foundation, dull aptitude, incompatible spirit beast attribute with cultivation method, conflict. Cultivation efficiency, 317%. Overall evaluation, F+. Suggestions, 1. Temper the foundation, 2. Evolve the spirit beast. Oh, the night fire crow's strength has broken through, but isn't this cultivation method adaptability a bug? Why is it so high? Su Qing remembered that the adaptability of the Great Sun Burning Heaven decision with the Night Fire Crow was only 271%, so how did it directly increase by 100%? Has it mutated, and the problem solved? But there's still the suggestion to evolve the Spirit Beast. Then Su Qing looked at the Night Fire Crow's panel. Besides the strength improvement, it also gained a new skill. Eclipsed Sun, Earth level using the Fierce Sun's form, condenses its own dark attribute energy to form an offensive sphere. Wasn't it supposed to learn the skill Fierce Sun? What is this Eclipsed Sun? Su Qing was somewhat puzzled, also realizing that this must be related to the improvement in compatibility of the cultivation method, but to know the specific reason, he needed to look into the skill Eclipsed Sun as well as the situation of the Night Fire Crow. Teacher, I have good news for you, Fang Xingkong said, suddenly remembering that old Su was right beside him after finishing 2 chicken legs. Isn't it better to ask directly now? Su Chang was drinking porridge, not even looking up. The strength of the Night Fire Crow has broken through? Fang Xingkong was surprised. How did you know? He remembered he didn't mention it to anyone, and only Su Hao knew about his Night Fire Crow's breakthrough. How could old Su know? Guessing? It's impossible to be so precise. Teacher, you really are amazing. That's right, just a few hours ago, my Night Fire Crow broke through to extraordinary, Fang Xingkong said proudly, and it even defeated Su Hao's ice-scaled snake and swallowing flame python. Hearing this, Su Hao clenched his fist and took a deep breath. It's one thing to break through, but why expose his shortcomings? It's really true that when one wins 100 times, no one asks, but after one defeat, everyone knows? How ironic. Not bad, not bad. Su Qing drank porridge and ate vegetables, nodding, unsure if he was praising the porridge or the strength of the Night Fire Crow. In any case, Fang Xingkong thought the Night Fire Crow was great. Teacher, actually, besides the breakthrough, the night fire crow has appeared to have a tiny issue, Fang Xingkong said, showing a slight gap between his thumb and index finger, repeatedly reminding Su Qing that this issue was not serious. Then summon the spirit beast so I can take a look. Here? Fang Xingkong looked at the cafeteria, which was starting to get crowded. Let's wait until we get back to the classroom. The night fire crow has changed a lot, and I'm afraid if some people see it, it might cause unnecessary trouble for the teacher. Alright, Su Qing didn't insist. Seeing Su Qing put down his empty bowl, Su Hao and Fang Xingkong also accelerated, finishing the chicken on their plates in just a couple of minutes. After spending another 10 minutes, the three arrived at the classroom. Fang Xingkong quickly drew the curtains and closed the door, confirming that no one was watching before starting to summon the night fire crow. The summoning formation appeared, weaving fiery patterns, which stirred the fire elements in the air. Su Qing carefully sensed the fire elements. Compared to the fiery feathers released by the night fire crow at that time, this flame was even hotter and purer. Soon, the night fire crow, with a wingspan of 1 meter, appeared. Su Qing was first attracted by its brilliant red feathers, which, although not many, seemed a bit awkward against its dark red body. Overall, it looked a bit out of place, but Su Qing could feel that the fire elements in those brilliant red feathers were even hotter. The dark red feathers carry a slightly gloomy feeling. But this gloom does not spread outward, instead, it gathers within the body of the nightfire crow, all heading toward one point. Chapter 59, Million. Warm Crow released the Shadow Sun. The Nightfire Crow swiftly peeled away the fire elements and released the black ball of Shadow Sun from its body. Fang Xingkong looked at Su Qing. Teacher, this is the change. This skill was learned by the Nightfire Crow during the training of the skill Fierce Sunday. It is a ball condensed from internal dark elements using the operation rules of the Fierce Sun. The dark elements are quite rich, mixed with a little fire element, but it's not known how powerful it is or what its quality is like. Thinking of this, Su Qing directly reached out to grab it. Teacher, no. Fang Xingkong shouted promptly. Su Qing turned his head. What's wrong? Fang Xingkong quickly explained, we tested this in the training room. This Shadow Sun, with the full power of the Nightfire Crow, can easily penetrate the shell of a Tier 2, 9-star ink armor turtle. Its power is very strong. Quite good, Su Qing nodded, and then? Thinking of Su's hands-on approach when catching the Nightfire Crow's fire feathers, his martial arts strength must be no less than a Tier 3 martial sovereign. He felt he was worrying for nothing. Fang Xingkong thought, it's fine. The Shadow Sun felt cold at first, then dark and violent energy surged, constantly impacting Su Qing's palm. But this power could not harm Su Qing. The power is quite good. Let's test the quality. Su Qing pinched it. It felt a bit bouncy. It seemed fine, but a trace of energy was flowing outward. Ask the Nightfire Crow, how does it feel? Fang Xingkong immediately inquired, then turned back to answer. Warm Crow says it feels nothing special, just that the Shadow Sun is hard to control. Let it control the Shadow Sun and fly it around. With Fang Xingkong's signal, Su Qing immediately felt a force come through, not very strong, only at the mid-level of a Tier 1 martial artist. Combined with the energy strength, it's a decent offensive method. Looking at the intensity, Su Qing gradually applied more force with his palm. When the force reached the mid-level of a Tier 2 martial spirit, the Shadow Sun in his hand started to collapse downward, but it could still hold. When he increased the force to the early level of a Tier 3 martial sovereign, a huge wave of energy surged from his palm. Shadow Sun, explode? Just like that, it got crushed? Su Hao and Fang Xingkong looked shocked. They had tested the power of the Shadow Sun in the training room, and it just got crushed like this? Seeing the teacher's relaxed appearance, it seemed like nothing happened at all. Su Qing shook the dust off his hand and looked at the black smoke. It actually exploded under such great force. Its power can injure a Tier 3 martial sovereign at the early stage. This ability is not bad. Let the Nightfire Crow condense another one. Or condense several at once. Fang Xingkong quickly conveyed, but when he heard the Nightfire Crow's description, his face fell. It's all gone, completely gone. My show-off plan hasn't even started and it's already ruined, boo-hoo. What's gone? Su Qing frowned. Don't tell me this Shadow Sun is one-time use and then it's completely gone. Fang Xingkong nodded, simply translating the Nightfire Crow's earlier words. Warm Crow told me that the Shadow Sun is made from all the dark element energy within Warm Crow. When you crushed it, that energy was completely used up, and it needs to be recultivated to condense again. No wonder the power was so great. It turned out to be a collection of all the dark element energy from the Nightfire Crow. Once it exploded, it was gone. So, right now, the Nightfire Crow has no dark element energy, only pure fire attribute energy? Fang Xingkong nodded, that's right. Then why are you sad? Su Qing couldn't help but give Fang Xingkong a couple of taps. How did I tell you to cultivate the Nightfire Crow and you forgot? Now that it has only pure fire elements, isn't that better for learning Fierce Sun? It's true, Fang Xingkong did not deny, but I already bought clothes and was just waiting to show off at the exchange meeting. Now, I've lost the means to show off. Hearing this, Su Qing shook his head. This guy, indeed, had a youthful mentality, only looking at the present and not the future. However, if Fang Xingkong could see the future, he wouldn't be called Fang Xingkong. If you want to show off, then you must not slack off even more. There are still 6 days until the exchange meeting. Hurry up and let the Nightfire Crow learn the skill Solar Flare. As long as you teach it, I will directly give it the evolution. When that time comes, you will surely be able to defeat Class 7. Hearing this, Fang Xingkong's face froze, and he asked seriously, Teacher, you aren't lying to me, are you? Why would I lie to you? I will write down the evolution materials for you. Once the Nightfire Crow fully masters the skill Solar Flare, just bring the materials to me, Su Qing said, looking around for paper and pen. Teacher, stop searching, our class doesn't have paper and pen. Even if we did, they were all burned up by fire yesterday, Su Hao said. Is this a high school class? Su Qing thought. Fortunately, he had previously seized 2 space rings. Su Qing rummaged through Wang Diao's space ring and found a small notebook and a pen. He took it out and opened it, revealing some writing. Su Qing was not interested in this and was about to tear it out and throw it away when his eyes suddenly fixed on the word Secret Realm written above. Secret Realm, this is a treasure land. Whether it's a high-level secret realm or a low-level one, there might be some never-before-seen spirit beasts and some special spirit fruits, spirit plants, and spirit ores inside. Su Qing carefully examined the paper and discovered that it actually recorded a secret realm that the Black Fiend team had recently discovered near Qingshan City. The location was hidden, and they hadn't had time to explore it before encountering fierce beasts occupying the wood jade or vein. But who would take notes about a secret realm? Could it be that Wang Biao could not remember things? Su Qing expressed deep suspicion but decided he would ask the remaining member of the Black Fiend team, Zhou Ling, about this secret realm's existence. He tucked the paper into his pocket, took out the pen, and wrote down the materials needed for the Nightfire Crow to evolve into the Xianyu Fire Crow. After finishing, he tore it off and handed it to Fang Xingkong. This is the evolution materials for the Nightfire Crow. Whenever it masters the skill Solar Flare, come find me. Fang Xingkong took it, and Su Hao also leaned forward to take a look. The materials for evolution were 3 fire sun fruits, 1 luyang flower, 2 shadow-eating stones, 3 golden branch fire tree twigs, and 1 third-stage rose flame. These materials aren't cheap. Su Hao murmured, and Fang Xingkong also knew that just 1 third-stage rose flame could drain all his pocket money. The other materials were also not inexpensive, adding them up would cost at least 100 to 200,000. These spirit fruits were not inferior to the eyes of the crimson-eyed bat, they were excellent items that could help people cultivate and were even more expensive. Teacher, how much is the evolution fee? Fang Xingkong certainly needed to gather these materials and knew that hiring a trainer for spirit beast evolution would cost money. The stronger the trainer, the higher the cost of evolution, and the higher the success rate. Although the teacher didn't mention the evolution fee, he had to ask, they were just teacher and student, not family or close friends. Let alone, even biological brothers keep accounts clearly. Let's say 1 million, Su Qing pondered and said, you don't have that money now, so just remember it, and pay me when you have it. Chapter 60, A Path Walked into Darkness. Evolving the Nightfire Crow into the Xianyu Fire Crow does not significantly enhance its bloodline essence, it merely eliminates the dark elements of the Nightfire Crow, retaining pure fire elements to become pure fire type. This is to align with the cultivation mindset. Also to prepare for the future evolution into the Golden Crow. Usually, for spirit beasts at this evolution stage, Su Qing doesn't quote a high price, after all, it doesn't take much effort and is quite easy. Charging 1 million as a fee seems reasonable. Fang Xingkong, on the contrary, felt the price was low, because, generally speaking, a breeding master like Old Su, who could cultivate the Purple Thunder Gale Butterfly Emperor Beast's evolution route, should ideally price their services above 1 million. If Old Su only charged him 1 million, it must be because of their teacher-student relationship. Old Su was too good to them, and if anyone said Old Su was not good, he would definitely be the first to defend him. Teacher, I will give you the money as soon as possible. The spirit beast hasn't even evolved yet, and you're already in a hurry to give me money? Su Qing joked, aren't you afraid I might fail in the evolution? What cultivator hasn't failed in evolving a spirit beast? Fang Xingkong spoke the truth, saying that it was already a great favor from the teacher to solve their cultivation problems for free. If the evolution failed, they would just take care of the spirit beast and buy materials to find the teacher for another attempt. The evolution fee would still need to be paid again. He didn't believe that the teacher would intentionally let the Nightfire Raven fail just for 1 million, the teacher surely wasn't that kind of person. Where did you get the method for condensing the Yin Sun? At that moment, Su Qing suddenly asked. He didn't believe that Fang Xingkong could be so smart to make the Nightfire Raven condense the dark elements it cultivated inside into a ball. It had to have been someone else who told him. Who would be so kind to tell Fang Xingkong about this? As for the Nightfire Raven understanding it by itself? Su Qing thought that was even less likely. If the Nightfire Raven were that smart, would it have created a rift with Fang Xingkong? It was old Zhong who told me. Fang Xingkong explained how old Zhong had grabbed him while he was going to get the life potion and the bathtub, and how he optimized his image a little before telling Su Qing. Then he asked, "Teacher, is the potion still useful?" So it was old Zhong's advice. No wonder the night fire raven could condense the yin sun. Truly, age brings wisdom. It wasn't just talk. It was referring to certain people, not generalizing everyone. Su Qing hadn't thought of the method to condense the yin sun. Now that he thought about it, it was certainly more convenient than his method of slowly refining the dark energy into his body. This method could directly purify the flame. The dark energy could also be used for attacks. When it's not needed, just release it, find someone, and crush the yin sun. The problem would be solved. The root cause was that Su Qing thought too much. When the Xianyu Fire Raven evolution path was in front of him, he only saw the surface and didn't think that the dark energy was also cultivated by the Night Fire Raven. The Night Fire Raven could control it, but it was slightly resistant. Regarding Fang Xingkong's question, Su Qing shook his head and said, "There's no need to refine the energy into your body now, so the meridians won't be damaged. The life potion is naturally useless. It's still good for soaking in a bath." "Then didn't I just waste money on it?" Fang Xingkong said with a sad face. He had bought many life potions for cultivation, and anything related to life was expensive. Each of those dozens of bags of potion cost over 10,000 each, and that money would have been enough to buy some materials needed for evolution. You can sell the potions, though the price will drop. Su Qing was still very clear about this. Not long ago, he had encountered a similar situation. Fang Xingkong sighed. Now, this was the only way. At least he could get back some of his money. Otherwise, it would be a waste to leave it in the dormitory. Though he could use it, anything not usable for cultivation was a waste in his eyes. "Teacher, how about you take a look at my spirit beast?" After Fang Xingkong's problem was solved, Su Hao felt a bit tempted. "No need to look," Su Qing said decisively. Su Hao's face darkened. As expected, he wasn't as favored as Fang Xingkong. His status as the eldest disciple had been wrongly placed. "I also have plans for your spirit beast," Su Qing continued. "For the flame-devouring python, let it continue cultivating in its current form. For the ice-scale snake, I'll write down the evolution materials for you. Once you gather them, come find me." Saying this, Su Qing quickly wrote down the materials and tore off the paper. Su Hao looked at Su Qing, then looked at the paper in his hand. He immediately took it, and when he saw the evolution materials above, he felt thrilled. As expected, the teacher still cared about him. Wait, something felt off. Never mind, as long as the teacher didn't give up on him, he, Su Hao, would follow old Su from now on. "I am old Su's. Teacher, these evolution materials are different from the ones for my family's evolution materials." Su Hao, his excitement clouding his judgment, compared the materials with the ones for the family's evolution of the ice-scale python and asked, "Do you want to evolve into an ice-scale python?" "That's fine too." The evolution path for the ice-scale python wasn't a big deal and wouldn't affect Su Hao's cultivation, but Su Qing wasn't too keen on seeing it. He wanted to see the evolution path that hadn't appeared yet. But if Su Hao insists, it's up to him. As long as it doesn't affect the overall progress of cultivation or the feedback from strength improvement, Su Qing is happy to let the ice-scaled serpent evolve into the ice-scaled python. No. Not at all. After feeling joy, Su Hao immediately waved his hands. Having already violated the family's ancestral teachings once, violating it again wouldn't be that scary. It would just mean being scolded a few more times. If it's serious, he could be kicked out of the family. None of that matters in this seemingly harmonious, but in reality, strength-based world. Only those with power can reason. Forget about the cultivation problems earlier. Now that cultivation has recovered and there's the possibility of reaching higher levels, how could he give up? He's decided to walk this path to the end. His requirements for himself aren't high. As long as he reaches the 4th rank Martial Venerable, and his spirit beast strength improves to a 4th rank Lord, becoming a 4th rank spirit beast master, that's enough. He just doesn't want his family to criticize him behind his back or for his parents to suffer from his impact, being pointed at by the family. Being expelled from the family? That would be even better. Since he's already changed his cultivation method, at most he would swear not to share it and return the resources from these years of training. With a gritted teeth, he could still hang on. Su Hao estimated that the time wouldn't be too long. After the exchange meeting in a few days, he would have to accept judgment from the family. The exchange meeting would definitely expose things. The Su family members from Qing Mountain Second High would surely report it. The family is like this. Besides family members, no one hopes for your success. If there's an opportunity, they'll suppress you until you can't get up, especially since his branch is already not well received in the Su family. They won't let such an opportunity slip by. He must prepare for the worst. Once this thought occurred, Su Hao made plans for the week ahead, focusing on hard cultivation, letting the scales evolve, and dazzling at the exchange meeting. After all, only with strength could one argue. Teacher, are there any prerequisites for the evolution of the scales, like Fang Xingkong's Night Fire Crow, which must master the skill Scorching Sun? Your ice-scaled snake evolution has no restrictions. As long as the materials are complete, it can evolve directly. Su Qing thought for a moment and added, the evolved ice-scaled snake will be a bit different compared to the ice-scaled python evolved by your family. Hope you're mentally prepared. It's fine, I trust you, teacher. Su Hao said seriously, fully trusting Su Qing, but still cautiously asked, is the evolved scale strong? Su Qing scratched his pocket, thought for a moment, and took out a lollipop to suck on. It should be quite strong. After all, it hasn't appeared in the Federation yet. It's a new type of spirit beast. It has horns but no feet, and belongs to the python species. A new evolutionary path. Su Hao guessed that not only his ice-scaled snake, but also Fang Xingkong's Night Fire Crow evolution path had never appeared before. This is the foundation of a big family? From the Purple Mansion estate outside the city to the Aunt Qing, who considered herself the housekeeper within the estate, to the spiritual food, and various other things, it clearly showed that teacher Su must come from a prominent family. Su Hao understood this deeply. Looking at the evolution materials, he started to feel eager. But soon, his expectation was dashed. Because the materials required for the evolution were 300 pounds of ice crystal jade ore, 1 pound of 3rd rank ice jade essence, 3 ice crystal fruits, 1 section of 3rd rank ice serpent horn, 5 pounds of ice sand, and 2 drops of 3rd rank ice serpent blood. This was far more than the materials needed for the Night Fire Crow's evolution. It even required dragon blood, dragon horns. Anything related to dragons is expensive. With his current financial ability, he couldn't afford such huge resource consumption. Even if he sold all the cultivation resources sent by the family every month, he would still be far from enough. Qing Mountain Second High is also in a closed management system, so it's unrealistic to go out to make money, and almost no one can lend money inside the school. No one would lend money, wait, no. Su Hao suddenly thought of something, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a strange arc. Fang Xingkong's heart skipped a beat. Su Qing couldn't be bothered to guess what Su Hao or Fang Xingkong were thinking. What he needed to do now was wait for the students to arrive and start the morning practice. Then look for a way to solve the problem. Still the door principle, the proactive ones go first. Lin Hai is excluded. Now Su Hao, Fang Xingkong, and Zhao Wei's cultivation problems are basically solved, they just need to be urged to cultivate. Xia Qing felt this was unnecessary. The feeling of recovering the ability to cultivate is very strong, and these guys are determined to grow stronger. The oppression from their family and kin has become their motivation to cultivate now. This can be seen from Su Hao's continuously rising strength. He estimates that before the exchange meeting starts, Su Hao's strength will definitely return to the 2nd rank martial spirit level, or even higher. It's still early, there's no rush. Thinking of this, Xia Qing casually found a spot to sit down, looking at the empty but not dark classroom, feeling quite satisfied. These guys were quite diligent yesterday. Su Hao went straight to the balcony. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate but took out his phone, grinning mischievously. The oppression he experienced before will now turn into materials for the evolution of his spirit beast. Rat, why are you smiling so happily? Seeing Su Hao arrive at the balcony, Fang Xingkong followed, initially thinking Su Hao was starting to cultivate early. Little did he know he was grinning. Seeing Fang Xingkong arrive, Su Hao's eyes turned. Fang Xingkong was in a similar situation, now also short on money, so they might as well pull each other down together. At least there would be a companion if they got beaten. Xingkong, have you found a way to get evolution fees? Upon hearing this, Fang Xingkong's face fell, shaking his head. Not yet. With my current savings, I can't even gather the evolution materials, let alone that 1 million evolution fee. If it really comes to that, I can only ask my dad for it. They are the ones who treat me the best in the family. If they know I can cultivate normally, they will definitely support me. Su Hao thought of this too. Parents are like that. No matter how the child is, they will always hold the highest place in their hearts. Even if he asks his parents for money, he would only get a few questions in return. And the cold several million Chinese yuan. The goal of evolving the spirit beast can be achieved, but this affair will definitely be known by the family, and then his parents will surely be criticized. After all, 1 million is not a small amount. Rat, I see you smiling so widely. Did you find a quick way to make money? Fang Xingkong's eyes rolled around, looking at Su Hao. Your build is indeed capable. Su Hao was confused. Where was Fang Xingkong going with this? Did he think he was going to a red light district? Damn it, I wanted to tell you about the method, but you think of me like this? No, this way of getting beaten has a bit too high a risk. I have to pull Xingkong in. Do you want to know a way to make money? It's not selling myself in a red light district, nor selling materials from spirit beasts. If you dare to do it, 1 million is not a dream. Su Hao set the bait, leading him step by step. I never do illegal things, Fong Xingkong shook his head, and I won't break school rules now. He has already reformed and wants to be a good kid. No, it's a legitimate way, no violations. It might get them beaten, Su Hao thought. Then tell me, Fong Xingkong became interested. Su Hao said surprisingly, borrowing from loan sharks. Isn't that still illegal? Fong Xingkong instantly lost interest, preparing to call his dad for coins. Don't be impatient, let me explain slowly. Su Hao pressed down Fong Xingkong's phone. This isn't internet lending, it's targeting our kin, those brothers and sisters, they will definitely lend us. That's not better than internet loan sharks, said Fong Xingkong, thinking that these kinfolks have dark hearts. They would be more than happy for you to borrow money off them. Then they'd have an excuse to deal with you. You are mistaken, Su Hao said with a profound expression, smiling. If you don't pay back internet loan sharks, it affects your credit. If you don't pay back kin loan sharks, then you really don't have to pay it back. But you'll definitely get beaten badly. Don't interrupt, Su Hao continued. Have you ever heard a saying, the one who owes money is the big shot? And don't forget, why are we borrowing money? It is to improve one's own strength. Why do those guys bully us? Isn't it simply because we are weak? As long as our strength increases, so we won't be beaten anymore, can't we just drag out the money issue for as long as possible? Once we become powerful, won't we be able to casually kill a few fierce beasts outside the city and sell their bodies to pay off the debt? Fong Xingkong scratched his head. The information was overwhelming and a bit brain-racking, but he felt Su Hao made some sense. If we keep dragging it out, the interest will accumulate. Can we really pay it back? Fong Xingkong was quite clear about shady merchants. There were many examples of high-interest loans turning into millions in a few months. Seeing Fong Xingkong's serious expression, Su Hao fell silent. Since he planned to borrow money, he never intended to pay it back, just wanted to vent at this moment, saying this was just an example. Unexpectedly, Fong Xingkong was really listening intently. Chapter 62, The Giant Stone Federation. Thinking this way is wrong, Su Hao wrapped his arm around Fong Xingkong's neck and sat down on the balcony. Think about it, if you lend money at high interest to someone weak, what happens when that person grows stronger than you? Would you dare to ask for your money back with interest? I wouldn't dare, Fong Xingkong shook his head in confusion and added, if the amount isn't huge, maybe I wouldn't even ask for it back, just treat it as a gift. Who knows, I might leave a good impression. The more he spoke, the brighter Fong Xingkong's eyes became. Exactly. Su Hao wanted just that outcome. He smiled and asked, do you have any doubts now? Not a single doubt, just borrow. Fong Xingkong shook his head repeatedly. The oppression he faced before was now the nourishment for their spirit beast's evolution, and he wanted to borrow money recklessly. I choose you, Fong Yang, you're the most ruthless. Brother Hao, how much have you borrowed? I've already got 800,000. How about you? Fong Xingkong chuckled and pulled out his phone to show his balance, a full 1,300,000, over 100. You didn't just make 5 calls? I borrowed 20,000 from one person. Su Hao was taken aback again. He only dared to borrow 10,000 from one person. Fong Xingkong went straight for 20,000, clearly bolder than him. It seemed I also need to be bolder. As they kept chatting, time passed slowly, and the sound of students' footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the classroom. Zhao Wei and the others walked into the classroom together. Su Chan leaned against the doorframe, watching the first foot that stepped in. This foot was a bit sturdy. It was Shi Jian, a youth with a height of 1.80 meters, full of muscles, yet with a handsome face as a striking contrast. Teacher, good morning. Seeing Su Qing in the classroom, Zhao Wei and the others quickly greeted him. Su Cheng nodded and stood up. Let's start the morning exercises now that everyone is here. Zhao Wei and the others didn't ask much, because the balcony door was not closed. The sounds of Su Hao and Fong Xingkong's discussion kept coming, and they murmured. It was no wonder the dorm was empty, they were in the classroom. These two guys are getting more and more competitive. Not only has their cultivation returned to normal, but they're even up this early. What about those of us whose cultivation has regressed? As for Lin Hai, he still hadn't come to class. Su Qing didn't ask much either, this was his tacit approval. After all, with the cultivation regressing, it was better for him to stay in the dorm and get closer to the white fluffy cat. Whenever the status column for the cat showed no emotions other than anger, it wouldn't be too late to come back. As the morning exercises ended and it became 10 in the morning, Su Qing didn't hurry to leave the classroom but began to talk about theoretical knowledge. Today, we will discuss companion spirit beasts, bloodlines, and a secret technique that all demon races will know. As soon as the words were spoken, the 8 students sat up straight. Old Su wouldn't just lecture for no reason, it must contain some deep meaning, very likely related to their cultivation issues, so they had to listen carefully. Companion spirit beasts first appeared 10,000 years ago. That year, the dual cultivation method was first introduced, which caused 100 years of chaos. I won't go into too much detail about the chaos that followed. After the chaos, some spiritual beasts gave birth to human children, some gave birth to descendants with exceptional intelligence, and some gave birth to creatures that resembled humans but had spiritual beast traits. Humans were also resolute. It is said that those people are the earliest demons. Among those humans born from the union of humans and spiritual beasts, most of them had spiritual beasts as companions when they awakened, forming a bond with ancient patterns. This is known as the companion spiritual beast. The bond is called the primordial contract. A small portion of people, however, were born without a spiritual beast companion but possessed abilities that were different from ordinary people. Do you know what those so-called abilities are? Su Qing's gaze swept over the 8 students. Whenever his eyes passed over someone, several of them lowered their heads, unwilling to make eye contact, fearing that he would point at them and they would stand up knowing nothing. Asking questions was part of the class's interactive segment. At least in Su Qing's view, it was very normal, but in the eyes of the underachievers, this gaze was no less terrifying than a prehistoric beast. Su Hao, you answer. Su Hao suddenly stood up, his eyes not showing fear, but instead a little smugness. Abilities come in many forms. The common ones are enhancement, element control, bloodlines, skills. These abilities are collectively called talents, and those who possess them are known as talent users. These users, just like companion spiritual beasts, are very rare. Very good, Su Qing nodded. Sit down. Su Hao, satisfied, sat down cross-legged on the floor. Su Qing continued, talent users also have another general term, bloodline users, because these talents come from certain spiritual beasts, and a very small portion comes from mutations. Bloodlines are not only possessed by spiritual beasts. Humans who are martial artists or spirit masters also have bloodlines. However, as time passed, the primordial contracts were passed down, and talents became rarer with each generation. This is not the degeneration of human bloodlines. Instead, human bloodlines, being stronger than those of spiritual beasts, gradually removed the beast's bloodline in the process of reproduction, which led to the rarity of bloodline users in modern China. What about outside China? Teacher, are there many bloodline users in other countries or federations? Zhao Wei asked. Su Hao and the others turned their eyes to him with expectation. They were all born in Qingshan City, and the most they knew was about Qingshan City. The largest cities in China like Longshan, Modu, they had heard of, but the names of other federations and countries were only known in passing. They had never studied them in detail. In their minds, having achievements within their own families was already the dream of a lifetime. Of course, there are, Su Qing replied. He had no intention of hiding the truth as long as it didn't involve any secrets. One federation, called Stone Giant, borders China. They have always had a relationship with spiritual beasts, and even today, they have many bloodline potential users. I'll only say this much. If you want to know more, wait until I finish the lesson, then go online to check. You'll find some information. After that, Su Cheng began talking about the secret techniques of the demon tribe. The demon tribe's secret techniques are also fundamentally linked to bloodlines. The principle of these techniques is to exploit the bloodline within the body to temporarily enhance strength. The stronger the demon tribe's bloodline, the greater the strength that can be enhanced. It is said that demons with divine beast bloodlines, at the martial emperor stage, can use these techniques to temporarily fight against martial saints. However, the cost of using these techniques is enormous. Demons would not easily use them unless it's a matter of life or death. I'm telling you this mainly so you can understand the demon tribe. The probability of encountering demons in Qingshan City is low, but if you do, don't hesitate, run as far as you can. Unless you have the strength to crush the demon tribe, even if they use their secret techniques, you can easily kill them. Then, you may act. The corpses of demons still have great value within the city. Alright, that's all for the lesson today. The remaining time is for self-study. Practice on your own, Su Qing said as he turned and left. Chapter 63, Picking Up Money? After Su Qing left, the classroom immediately fell into discussion. Mi Xiaoya was fiddling with a spider, her eyes scanning over Shijian and the others. The teacher must have a deep meaning in this lesson. Shijian nodded. Quickly use your brains to think, see how your family relates to what the teacher talked about, maybe the next solution to the cultivation problem will be him. Su Hao, you help think too. Just as he was about to go to the balcony to cultivate, Su Hao was stopped. He looked at the 5 people huddled together, not playing games, but discussing. Recalling the teacher's gaze and expression during class. He stroked his chin and pondered for a few minutes, but couldn't think of anything. Old Su was still too secretive, not revealing a shred of information. At this moment, Fang Xingkong brought his phone close. Howsy, look at these muscles, they're huge. Su Hao was immediately puzzled. What was this? How did he not notice that Fang Xingkong liked muscular men? But when he saw the content on the phone, he understood. At the top of the search was Giant Stone Federation. The muscular man in the picture was over 2 meters tall, his muscles were bigger than basketballs, looking like a small mountain standing there, with a text description below, owner of the explosive flame diamond bloodline. This was a bloodline ability user. These bloodline potential users have such huge muscles, their sizes are ridiculous, even Shurjian is a bit outmatched. Shurjian was an alternative existence in their class. He was the youngest in the class, yet had the biggest body and was the tallest. His family had the contract spirit beast, flower-scented rabbit, which evolved into the medicine-making rabbit, a family researching pharmacology of contracted spirit beasts. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a pharmaceutical family. But it was precisely such a family that produced a child like Shurjian, who gained muscle from eating anything, and casually training gave him a body that fitness enthusiasts dreamed of. As the class monitor, before discovering a problem with cultivation, Su Hao inquired about Shurjian's situation. Shurjian had clearly stated that he did not exercise deliberately. But his muscles just kept growing wildly. Moreover, Shurjian's cultivation did not appear after the contract spirit beast, it had existed since self-cultivation began. Based on Old Su's lecture in the big muscles of those bloodline ability users from the Giant Stone Federation, Su Hao concluded that Old Su was definitely going to find a suitable method for Shurjian's cultivation. Thinking this, Su Hao went to the center of the discussion and patted Shurjian's shoulder. "Jiangua, your good days are here." "Me Xiaoya? Shurjian? The others?" "Su Hao, what do you mean by that?" Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Su Hao didn't understand how their brains worked, that they couldn't see such an obvious hint. Forget it, he also didn't want to explain. Let's wait for Old Su to come back and talk about it. Just that meaning. Su Hao did not say much more, directly walked to the balcony, summoned the spirit beast, sat cross-legged, and began today's cultivation. Fang Xingkong saw Su Hao cultivate and followed along. Zhao Wei, who received the Sky Thunder Fruit, didn't want to waste time, went to the balcony, found a spot, summoned the Thunder Flash Fox, swallowed the Sky Thunder Fruit, and also began long-lost cultivation. Only Shurjian and a few others were still there constantly analyzing. Meanwhile, in Qingshan No. 2 High School, in the training room of the second year, Fang Yang, who had just finished training, was wiping sweat by the stage. He looked at his cousin, who was grinning at his phone. "Jean Lai, what's got you so happy?" Fang Yang asked. "I got 150,000 for free, how can I not be happy?" Thinking about borrowing 200,000 to get 350,000, Fang Jinlai was cheerful. 150,000, why does that number feel a bit familiar? Fang Yang keenly sensed something. "What do you mean, do you have a way to make money?" "Tell me," Fang Yang put on a very interested look, "recently my cultivation resources are a bit tight, I urgently need money." Fang Jinlai didn't suspect anything and recounted the story about borrowing money from Fang Xingkong and the 150,000 interest. But the more he talked, the more he felt something was off with Fang Yang's expression, his brow furrowed like a river character. He tentatively asked, "Brother Yang, that guy Fang Xingkong didn't borrow money from you, did he?" Fang Yang nodded. "This morning, he just got out of bed and received a call from Fang Xingkong. The moment he spoke, he borrowed 500,000 and said the interest was half, also to pay back the money in a month. At that time, he didn't have so much money, and with the considerable benefits, Fang Xingkong was a cousin in the family, but he had some issues in his cultivation, so he couldn't possibly default on his debts, thus he borrowed 300,000. The interest was only a mere 150,000. Just like Fang Jinlai. But was Fang Xingkong really short on money? Borrowing so much at once made Fang Yang feel that there was something big going on. Fang Jinlai wasn't a fool either, quickly opening the family group chat. There were many peers from the Fang family in the group, all attending the second high school, all of whom had bullied Fang Xingkong before, but Fang Xingkong was naturally not in the group. After some inquiries, Fang Jinlai was dumbfounded. In the group of more than 10 people, nearly half had lent money to Fang Xingkong, with a total amount exceeding 2 million Chinese yuan. The borrowing time was all during this morning. Even the excuses for borrowing were exactly the same. There's a problem, there must be a problem. Yang Go, it's still early, Fang Xingkong shouldn't have spent the money yet, we should go get our money back right now. But Fang Yang shook his head. What he said earlier was true, he really was short on money recently, his Nightfire Raven was almost breaking through to the 3rd level, and he must evolve. The evolution matter was handled by the family's cultivator, so there was no need to pay for the evolution. But the materials for evolution still needed to be secured by himself. Although the family sent resources every month, cultivation consumed a lot, and spirit beasts consumed even more, so hardly any money was saved. He didn't want to give up this source of income. Aren't you afraid Fang Xingkong won't pay it back? Fang Yang looked at Fang Jinlai, do you think he would dare? He's a martial artist who only reached the 2nd rank with pills, does he really think my fist isn't hard enough or something? Moreover, with the family backing him, he can't run away. If it comes to it, we can just ask Fang Xingkong's parents for the money, I have kept the recording of Fang Xingkong lending me money. Ah. Fang Jinlai regretted after hearing this. How come he didn't think of the recording? What a shame. Shouldn't they ask for the money back now? No, he couldn't give up such a good money source. If he didn't pay it back, he'd just beat him until he did. With so many brothers and sisters in the group, surely some, like him, didn't record it. They could go together to demand it back. He didn't believe Fong Xingkong would dare to cheat him out of his money. A few days later was the first-year exchange meeting. He would keep an eye on it then and see what Fong Xingkong was up to. Those 20,000 could not be wasted. This was his saved money for a long time. If it all disappeared at once, his cultivation would definitely lag behind, or even be surpassed by those guys, leading to ridicule. Yang Gu, you rest, I'm going to train. Seeing Fong Yang appeared unconcerned about the borrowing issue, Fong Jinlai did not bring it up anymore and made an excuse to leave. In truth, Fong Yang felt a little uneasy in his heart. To be safe, he would closely watch the exchange meeting. Chapter 64, Bloodline of the Behemoth. Shi Jian's cultivation problem is a bit troublesome. On the way to the library, Su Qing looked at Shi Jian's panel, frowning, unsure of how to solve it. Name Shi Jian. Age 16. Rank 2nd rank Martial Spirit, 1st level Spirit Master. Companion Spirit Beast None. Bloodline Greystone Behemoth, defective. Contracted Spirit Beast Fragrant Flower Rabbit, Awaken 7 stars, Cultivation Method, Greenwood Heart Spirit Beast version, Compatibility 107%. Cultivation Method Greenwood Heart, Compatibility 32%. Martial Skill None. Defects Unstable Foundation, Dull Aptitude, Incompatible Cultivation Method, Defective Bloodline. A bloodline user should be a rare talent, but the bloodline is severely defective, significantly reducing cultivation efficiency. Cultivation efficiency minus 437%. Overall evaluation F. Suggestions for guidance 1. Rebuild, 2. Change cultivation method, evolve Spirit Beast, 3. Supplement defective bloodline, find compatible cultivation method for repractice, 4. Remove bloodline, change cultivation method for repractice. Previously, Su Qing had only briefly looked at the cultivation problems and efficiencies of the entire class, but after reading Shi Jian's panel in detail, Su Qing found the issues were even more difficult than he had imagined. It was even harder to solve than Fong Xingkong's Nightfire Raven. Moreover, he hadn't focused on researching bloodlines, only understanding the basics. After all, his family. Most of them are mainly companion spirit beasts, and there are very few bloodline ability users that appear. Even if there are, the bloodlines are complete. Like Shi Jian with his incomplete bloodline, this is really the first time I have encountered it. The Baiman beast, this ferocious beast, should be described as a giant beast. Su Chang once read about it in ancient texts. The Baiman beast has a huge body, walking like a small hill, its size ranging from 10 to 100 meters. When it stands tall, its head can penetrate the clouds, giving people a sense of fear and oppression from a massive creature. Its limbs are strong, its muscles gigantic, covered in scales. It can withstand physical and elemental attacks with its body. Its head resembles that of a bull, but is more brutal and terrifying, and its tail is like a thick giant python that can overturn mountains and topple huge trees when swung. It is said that it feeds on dragon-like creatures. However, this giant Baiman beast disappeared from human sight tens of thousands of years ago. Some say it has gone extinct, while others believe the Baiman beast is located in areas unexplored by humans. After all, up to now, the area occupied by humans on the origin continent is merely a corner. Some scholars speculate that the area humans are currently exploring only occupies 3% of the origin continent, and there are many locations that remain unexplored, with the exploration progress being frighteningly slow. Perhaps in those unexplored areas, the Baiman beast and even larger ferocious beasts exist. But that is something unattainable for now. The Human Federation in various nations may have Baiman blood, but that is not something he can obtain, so the third suggestion must be abandoned for now, and the fourth, to eliminate the bloodline, is also given up. What if Shi Jian encounters a stroke of luck later and acquires Baiman blood to make up for some of his incomplete bloodline? That would make him stronger. What can be done now is to change Shi Jian's heart law and evolve the fragrant rabbit to improve the cultivation efficiency. How much it can be improved depends on the heart law in the library. Standing in front of the library, Su Qing did not rush in but instead took out his phone to send a message to Xiao Meng. The time was still early before, and he was afraid of disturbing her rest, but now that it was noon, Xiao Meng should be awake. Su Cheng planned to ask her for Zhou Ling's contact information, as he wanted to inquire about the secret realm. Teacher Su, what do you need from me? After getting the suitable free advanced heart law from the Lord's mansion, Xiao Meng was in a pretty good mood now. Are you inquiring about the rewards? Su Cheng affirmed with a grunt. Since Xiao Meng mentioned it, he naturally had to ask. The rewards for dealing with the mining vein spirit beast and killing the demon clan were not a small amount. I heard from the city lord that this time concerning the demon clan, the rewards are quite rich. He is still debating what rewards to give, but they will be delivered by tomorrow at the latest, Xiao Meng added. If you need anything, let me know now. I'm also organizing rewards recently and can mention a few things to the city lord for you. What I need. Su Qing looked at himself. The green jade essence obtained from that mining vein had been used up nearly, the two contracted spirit beasts were still absorbing true blood, and the bloodline problem of the companion spirit beast was still unresolved. It is not appropriate to formulate a route for evolution and enhancement at this time. Moreover, he did not need to worry about the matter of the companion spirit beast, the family would have the best arrangements, and he didn't even have to spend his own money. His own martial arts cultivation seemed to be just that. Affected a bit by the companion spirit beast, but he could still cultivate. Recently he was close to the late stage of 4th grade martial honorable. With normal cultivation for a few months, he could break through to martial king, having some support would make it even faster. If possible, get me some spiritual materials containing life energy. Spiritual fruits, spiritual mines, and spiritual vegetables will do. Okay, I will communicate this to the city lord. Xiaomeng then asked, is there anything else? After the mining vein matter, you should have made a transcript. Give me Zhou Ling's phone number or contact number, Su Qing stated his purpose. Xiaomeng did not ask more questions and readily agreed. Before long, Su Qing received a string of phone numbers. Su Qing dialed directly. The phone was quickly answered, and Zhou Ling's confused voice came from the other end, hello? Hello, who are you? It's me, Su Qing, he introduced himself directly. A gasp came from the other side, followed by words of gratitude. Su Qing did not interrupt and just listened quietly. After several minutes, the other side finally stopped and asked. What do you want from me? I found a diary in Wang Biao's spatial ring, which records the coordinates of a secret realm, Su Qing said, stating the coordinates, then asked, how much do you know about this secret realm? Secret realm? I don't know. Zhou Ling seemed a bit confused, then continued, but now that you mention it, I did notice that sometimes Wang Biao acted unusually, often leaving alone for several days at a time. But I really don't know about the secret realm. However, I can help you check if it exists as a way to thank you for your previous help. Su Qing thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, you let me first check whether the secret realm is real. If it exists, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Now he couldn't leave, and he had to wait at least until the exchange conference that the three hospitals held together was over. He wanted Zhou Ling to help him check whether this secret realm was truly there first. As for whether Zhou Ling said it didn't exist, that would depend on Zhou Ling's courage. When he had time, he would go take a look. If he were deceived, he wouldn't show mercy just because the other person was a woman and he had previously intended kindness. No problem, Zhou Ling readily answered, but today might not work, the rewards from the Lord's office haven't been issued yet. We can't leave for now, it will have to be tomorrow. Tomorrow? That's fine. Su Qing wasn't in a hurry, the diary clearly stated that the entrance to the secret realm was very hidden. Putting away his phone, Su Qing entered the library. Chapter 65 Flower Scent Rabbit. Sister, did you just agree like that? In a hospital in Qing Mountain City, Zhou Yu looked at Zhou Ling, who was recuperating in bed, with a frown. Are you aware of your current condition? You can hardly even get out of bed to walk, why agree to someone else's request? That person is so strong, going to and fro wouldn't take much time. Especially with that beast king level dragon insect around. Zhou Yu momentarily didn't know how to respond but suddenly had an idea and leaned in. Sister, you aren't falling for Su Qing, are you? Xiaoyu, don't talk nonsense. Zhou Ling's cheeks flushed red as she glared at Zhou Yu. Looking back at Su Qing, who was much younger than them and already had a beast king level contract spirit, she knew from Xiaomeng that he was also a nurturing master, undoubtedly extraordinary from birth. Someone like him isn't a person I can reach. Can't reach? You seem to like him a bit, Zhou Yu said, looking at her sister with teasing eyes. Zhou Ling propped herself up, not wanting to answer the question any longer, and changed the topic. Without Su Qing, we wouldn't have been able to easily take revenge on Wang Biao, we could have died. We can't not repay such a big favor. Zhou Yu naturally understood that favors must be repaid. He looked at his sister's arm, which was in a cast, but your body. The coordinates Su Qing gave aren't far from Qing Mountain City, and the record shows that there are only 2 initial stage beast king level fierce beasts nearby, which won't pose much of a threat to us. Besides, we aren't going to fight, we just need to confirm if the secret realm really exists. I also know my own condition, so I said to wait until tomorrow when the Lord's office issues the rewards to buy some healing medicine and recover a bit before going. We just need to avoid the area where the fierce beasts are. Zhou Ling waved her arm. A martial king's body can recover quickly. With some healing medicines, I can return to normal soon. Alright, you're the older sister, you're always right. Zhou Yu could only compromise with her sister. By the way, sister, you really don't like Su Qing? Even if I can't be the main wife, I'd be fine as a concubine. Zhou Yu. Before she finished her sentence, she heard Zhou Ling's angry reprimand and immediately stopped discussing Su Qing. Behemoth beasts are known for their strong bodies, but fighting against a similarly strong-bodied dragon. With the bloodline of a behemoth, Shi must have a high compatibility with body-forging martial arts. However, the behemoth is a special fierce beast. In terms of elements, it has a shortcoming: it moves slowly. It's possible that behemoths possess elemental power, but compared to the behemoths that focus on physical strength, their elemental strength is certainly much weaker. The element aspect can be disregarded. So let's start with the body-forging martial arts. Martial arts have a history of millions of years. It began with body forging, then split and gradually integrated with elements. Up to now, the number of body-forging martial arts has reached a terrifying figure. Just at Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, there are over 30,000 recorded body-forging martial arts, and they are all different types. Finding this might be a bit troublesome. Su Qing stroked his chin. Picking up each book and reading them all would take at least until tomorrow. Should I start from the aspect of contracted spirit beasts? Thinking this, Su Qing called up the panel of Shi Jian's contracted spirit beast, the fragrant flower rabbit, to check. Maybe it could really reduce the workload. Species name: fragrant flower rabbit. Power: awakening 7 stars. Attribute: grass type. Status: healthy, combative. Bloodline potential: low-level war general. Cultivation technique: greenwood hearts entangled. Skills mastered: leaf barrier, strengthening fragrance, basic fighting technique, body enhancement, strengthening flower fragrance. The first few items looked quite normal. Seeing the mastered skills, Su Qing was shocked. The number of skills was absurdly high. Only leaf barrier was exclusive to the fragrant flower rabbit, the rest of the skills hardly related to the grass type. Strengthening fragrance and strengthening flower fragrance were related to the grass type. But they specifically enhanced the body. At first glance, the status combative made Su Qing think this was a very individualistic fragrant flower rabbit. Now it seemed it had been influenced. Most likely affected by Shi Jian himself. Moreover, it had also mastered the basic fighting technique. It's essential to know that fighting technique is a must-have skill for combat spirit beasts, even arguably exclusive to them. Now a silly and cute, medicine-making fragrant flower rabbit learned it. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. In contrast, this fragrant flower rabbit and Shi Jian were not clashing like Fang Xingkong and Lin Hai. The root cause lay within themselves. After checking the panel, Su Qing still had no clue. Primarily, wood and grass are gentle attributes, unlike the violent fire or thunder. Therefore, body-forging martial arts focused on grass and wood are scarce. Qingshan No. 2 Middle School has recorded only about 100 books. Let's start from this aspect. Then compare with other body-forging martial arts, hoping for some insights. Now, let me take a look at this combat-loving, fighting-skilled special rabbit to see what evolutionary paths it has. On this point, Su Qing was genuinely curious. Evolution path: fragrant flower rabbit, medicine-making rabbit. Fragrant flower rabbit, boxing rabbit. Fragrant flower rabbit, martial rabbit master. The evolution paths were still numerous, with many conditions not yet met, not even a single condition satisfied. The medicine-making rabbit, boxing rabbit, and martial rabbit master were the 3 evolution paths that satisfied the evolution requirements the most. Among them, the medicine-making rabbit is a personal patent of the Shi family in Qingshan City, serving as a support-type spirit beast. It lacks combat ability. But due to the special skills of the medicine-making rabbit, the potency of the medicines it produces increases, making it quite popular. However, the patent belongs to the Shi family and hasn't been disclosed. The number of medicine-making rabbits outside is very limited. Most are rented or sold by the Shi family. Following the boxing rabbit and martial rabbit master, they are quite similar. One specializes in boxing and can become a boxing master, while the other is proficient in multiple techniques, able to wield knives and guns, almost limitless. Overall, the potential of the martial rabbit master is higher. Of course, the boxing rabbit is also good, specializing in one path, unaffected by outside forces, and the speed of cultivating boxing techniques would increase a lot. But these 2 evolution paths have strayed from the realm of elemental spirit beasts, following the combat path, which, at this moment, is the most suitable for the silly and cute fragrant flower rabbit. None of these students are following the family evolution path to develop and promote their family. Growing stronger? Su Qing asked himself in a soul-searching way. Thinking again, it seems normal. If these students could successfully cultivate along the family path, they wouldn't be in Class 8 of the first year, they might be in Class 1, the elite training class. The evolution path of the fragrant rabbit is still undecided. I'll look into it carefully later and ask before proceeding. For now, let's find a martial art technique. Su Qing dove into the area for body refinement martial arts. These 2 types of body refinement techniques are similar and rare, which saves him time by having them together. He casually picked up a technique book to look at. The principles of Jingmu body refinement method are simple. Take sap from the Jingmu tree, combine it with the thorny Jingmu vine to whip the body for refinement, using external injuries as stimulation, strengthened by the Jingmu sap. Chapter 66, Strike. Compatibility detection in progress. Detection complete, Jingmu body refinement method compatibility 112%, fragrant rabbit compatibility 101%. Compatibility over 100, that's a good sign. Seeing the system's detection data, Suqing murmured as he put the technique back and then picked up another one to check. The compatibility between the spirit beast and the person still exceeds 100. The third technique book continued in the same manner. The two technique compatibilities might be a coincidence, but with 3 books around 100, Suqing felt this wasn't coincidence, but that there are only so many wood system body refinement techniques. After finishing checking all the wood system body refinement techniques, he confirmed that indeed, their compatibility exceeds 100 but does not exceed 200. The same goes for the grass system body refinement techniques. What a strange phenomenon. Could it be because stone strong itself is suitable for body refinement, thus the compatibility with body refinement techniques is high? And the fragrant rabbit, due to its attributes, is naturally in harmony with wood and grass, and being combative, that's why it's so high? Suqing walked to the nearby metal system body refinement area, casually picked up a book for compatibility testing, and quickly reached an answer. Stone Strong's compatibility still exceeded 100. The fragrant rabbit's compatibility dropped to 80. Indeed, as Suqing guessed. Then he could only discard the previous guesses and read through all 30,000 body refinement techniques. It's a big task. But Suqing is not lacking time now. Returning to the metal system body refinement area, he started the compatibility testing from scratch. The metal system body refinement techniques were followed by water system, then fire system, thunder system, earth system, poison system, dark system, wind system. As Suqing walked toward the ice system body refinement area, a library staff member approached him. "Teacher Su, the library is about to close. Have you not found a suitable technique yet?" Hearing this, Suqing was taken aback. The library of Qingshan No. 2 High School does indeed close. There's only one manager inside, and the rest are just transcription staff who come here to make a living, often due to issues with their cultivation. The transcription staff also need rest, but Suqing remembered that the library's closing time is 10 o'clock at night. Is it already 10 o'clock? Suqing took out his phone to check and found it was already 10:30. Outside, it was pitch black. The library had long been empty. Only the manager and he remained. Looking at the manager's expression, it was clear he had seen him still choosing techniques and waited half an hour, only coming to remind him when he saw him heading towards the dark system body refinement area. "Sorry for taking up your time. I'll leave now, won't trouble you." "It's fine, just half an hour," the manager didn't mind. "Teacher Su, are you facing trouble? I noticed you've been in the body refinement area checking techniques all day. Are you looking to refine your body, strengthen your physique? I've been a manager here for decades, I've seen most of the techniques. What's your need? Maybe I can give you some ideas." In this world, not everyone can only cultivate one technique, because singular cultivation is more focused. Multi-cultivation might cause attribute clashes and spirit energy tangles. Cultivation is exceptionally difficult. And the choice of secondary cultivation for body refining is the choice of many people. The body refining mind method is different from the usual mind methods. Body refining strengthens the physical body in meridians, while other mind methods focus on chi. The two can conflict, but the harm is minimal. Many warriors, once their strength reaches a certain level, will choose a body refining mind method that shares the same attributes as their primary mind method to strengthen their bodies and enhance their power at the same time. The administrator knows a bit about Suqing's situation and is aware that Suqing's strength is not weak, at 3rd rank martial zone, so secondary body refining is normal. "I won't disturb you after work then, sir, I will come again tomorrow. If I haven't found a solution by then, I'll consult you again." Suqing did not refuse. From what Elder Zhong pointed out to Fang Xingkong, he knows that his knowledge is still far from enough. If he still hasn't found a compatible mind method for Shi Jian by then, seeking this administrator may yield unexpected results. "All right," the administrator nodded without saying much more. Suqing didn't linger in the library and turned to leave, heading towards the dormitory, his mind constantly recalling the mind methods he had seen. In one day, he reviewed over 10,000 independent attribute body refining mind methods, each with compatibility between 100% and 200% with Shi Jian. Only a few in the earth attribute body refining mind methods had compatibility over 200%, which was strange. Could it be that without solving the bloodline issue, Shi Jian's cultivation efficiency really cannot return to a normal state? But where can he get the blood of a behemoth? As for the compatibility of the floral fragrance rabbit, Suqing ignored it when he saw the third category of body refining mind methods. A combative rabbit is suitable for body refining, but without resolving the attribute issues, the compatibility won't increase. Forget it, I don't want to think more. I'll talk about it tomorrow. Shaking his head, Suqing stopped thinking about it, went back to the dormitory, washed up, and fell asleep. He was too lazy to even practice. In the student dormitory of Class 8, Grade 1. Ni Xiaoya and the 5 were still huddled together playing games, being teased by Su Hao. While Lao Su left for class and hadn't returned until school was over, causing Shurjian to feel uneasy and lose in the game constantly. Unable to bear it any longer, he decisively stood up. I'm not playing anymore, I'm done. After saying this, Shurjian directly left and returned to the dormitory, leaving Mi Xiaoya and the others staring at each other in surprise. What's wrong with the big guy? The nickname Big Guy was what they gave to Shurjian. Though young, he was large, standing there like a wall. I don't know, Mi Xiaoya shook her head. Now, this class was becoming increasingly incomprehensible to her. She understood why Suha liked cultivation, having been the most diligent when he first came to the second middle school, being able to practice over 18 hours a day. Later, he fell into despair when his cultivation stagnated and even regressed. She also understood the influence on Fang Xingkong. Lin Hai, that guy was still trying to please the white velvet cat. Now the room was filled with the smell of fish, and she didn't even want to step in. Zhao Wei, too, ever since the teacher resolved her cultivation issue, she seemed to have transformed into the original Su Hao, spending all afternoon cultivating, even swallowing thunderfruit to do so. It scared them all at the time. That thunderfruit would electrocute anyone just by holding it, but Zhao Wei was fine, swallowing it directly and cultivating for the whole afternoon, directly returning to the dormitory after school and locking herself inside to continue cultivating. It seemed she could catch up to the original Su Hao now. Now Shurjian was also throwing a fit for no reason, and Lao Su, as soon as the class was over, vanished without a trace. Could it be that Su Hao influenced the big guy? Watch it. Be careful, Su Hao will sue you for slander. The boy scratched his head, but ever since Su Hao said that one thing, Shurjian has been distracted. What did Su Hao say? Mi Xiaoya glared. What are you looking at me for? Su Hao talks so much in one day, how would I know which sentence you're talking about? By the way, are we still playing games? The boy nodded, pushing the matter out of his mind. Let's play. Chapter 67, Training by Hitting Trees? In Shurjian's dormitory, Su Hao's words, Shurjian, your good days are coming, echoed in his mind. He believed he had penetrated the meaning behind Su Hao's words. He guessed that old Su chose a heart method for him, but old Su himself, after school no one could be seen. He even found an excuse to secretly return to the classroom and waited for 2 hours. Still there was no shadow of old Su. Where is he? Where is old Su he? Now Shurjian's mind is very messy, very much wants to vent once. His eyes swept over the dorm facilities. The dorm is very full, there are many fitness tools. In the corner also hangs a huge sandbag. On the other side is a warm rabbit nest. Inside the nest the flower fragrance rabbit is eating spirit fruit. This dorm was all specially asked people to build for him. Shurjian directly picked up boxing gloves and put them on. Toward the sandbag a round of fierce strikes. The speed becomes faster and faster, the strength also becomes bigger and bigger. The flower fragrance rabbit in the rabbit nest saw Shurjian like this, quickly finished eating the spirit fruit, stood up in the nest, also learned Shurjian's appearance to swing its front limbs, only because of body shape it very quickly could not hold on. But after falling down for only a few seconds the flower fragrance rabbit stood up again to punch. From far away it looks like a rice ball, from time to time a few grains of rice bounce up, that look is called very cute, but the wind sound brought by the punches, and the body that keeps giving off fragrance, makes this flower fragrance rabbit so cute, without even a bit of majesty existing. Shurjian also smelled the fragrance inside the dorm. The flower fragrance rabbit itself although already has fragrance, but that naturally released fragrance compared to this has some difference. Under this fragrance, Shurjian feels his body got strengthened. He knows, this is the flower fragrance rabbit again learning him, and used a skill. Turning his head sure enough he saw the little guy punching. Seeing the flower fragrance rabbit, plus venting once, the uncomfortable feeling in Shurjian's heart instantly scattered. Punch together? The flower fragrance rabbit stopped its movement and nodded its head. Shurjian also stopped, one man one rabbit face to face, then together through punches. That sync level can be seen. One man one rabbit is not the first time doing this, the tacit understanding is called very high. Shurjian also enjoyed inside it. Teaching the flower fragrance rabbit to practice punching, this is one of his very few joys. This behavior lasted for several months. From the emotion passed by the contract, Shurjian knows, the flower fragrance rabbit also enjoys it. Maybe, keep going like this. No need to care about family, no need to care about everything outside. Being able to happily throw punches together with the flower fragrance rabbit is not bad at all. Shurjian thought like this, but the flower fragrance rabbit did not think like this. Really want to fight with the master once. Really want to smash that huge sandbag. I do not want to be a medicine pounding rabbit, I do not want to fall into being an attachment, I want to use my fists to break all this. For this ideal, every time after Shurjian falls asleep, the flower fragrance rabbit will come under the high hanging sandbag, again and again lift its fists to fiercely strike, but the effect is extremely tiny. When Shurjian and the flower fragrance rabbit are practicing punching, Su Hao, who cultivated for a whole day, opened his eyes in the dorm. The swallowing flame python, ice scale snake in cultivation also exited cultivation at the same time. One snake one python looked at each other, the python eyes not convinced, the snake eyes are disdainful. Then inside the dorm they tangled and fought together. Looking at the two spirit beasts that are tangled fighting, and then looking at the bed collapsing and shattering, the wall cracks comparable to battlefield ruins dorm, Su Hao already got used to it, cannot manage, simply cannot manage. The more he manages the atmosphere the more unfriendly, say Scale Heart is not convinced, say Scale Flame also is not convinced, maybe will give his master face to stop hands, but the next time the entanglement fight will be even more fierce. Favoring either side feels uncomfortable. Plus Scale Flame attributes originally are opposite. Su Hao in the end simply does not care anymore, as long as during cultivation they behave, do not disturb other people resting, the dorm can have a place to lie down and sleep, let these two guys mess around however they want. Cultivated one day, should rest a bit. Su Hao took out water from the space ring and drank a mouthful, thought about it, let's practice the movement method old Su talked about. Old Su said, I cannot continue cultivating cracking gold fire movement method this heart method, but can learn the movement method inside, that was created from snake type moving body, fits me. Since it is watching snakes and creating, then can I also combine Scale Heart? The movement of Lin Yan during the battle to learn? Su Hao felt that this method was feasible. He decisively began to observe, bearing the challenge of continuous entanglement, and continued to engage with a python and a snake, his body began to twist. Gradually, Lin Xin and Lin Yan stopped. A python and a snake stared blankly at Su Hao. Su Hao did not know, he was still immersed in the study of movement until a few minutes later, feeling something was wrong. He opened his eyes to observe and found Lin Xin and Lin Yan staring at him. What's wrong? Continue fighting. Lin Xin did not respond, but raised his head to survey the ruins and quickly found a larger piece of broken mirror to stand up. Su Hao saw himself in the mirror. His body was in an S shape, chest out, hips up, arms raised high, feet crossed, and he was even twisting unconsciously, like a dancer. This sight scared Su Hao into shivering. Is this really me? Lin Xin and Lin Yan nodded at the same time. Su Hao touched his face, touched his lower body, and Lin Xin and Lin Yan turned their heads in disdain. After confirming that everything was fine, Su Hao finally exhaled. He was just following what old Su said, learning the movement contained in the crack gold fire body method. How did it end up like this? He, a big man, looking like a dancer. Thinking about fighting, while others were brave and fearless, he was twisting his waist and dodging. Just thinking about it made him uncomfortable. Could it be that I learned it wrong? Su Hao squinted and thought, suddenly realizing, I understand now, this movement must be like a snake slithering on the ground, standing up and twisting the waist, it must be like that. Looking at the damaged dormitory, though dilapidated, the terrain modified for learning the crack gold fire body method was still there. Su Hao immediately began to clean the area. But, this dormitory was just too messy. Alright, outside the dormitory was a small artificial forest, where tree trunks grew. Wasn't that just the right winding terrain? That would be perfect for practicing movement. Su Hao decisively gave up on tidying the dormitory and went straight to the forest outside the dormitory. Stepping inside, in the dim light, he could see some tree shadows, just right for winding terrain. Start. Su Hao immediately lay down and eagerly began to practice the movement. It was unbelievable how smooth it became. In that moment he felt like he had transformed into a snake gliding through the forest. Ah, this feels so good. Bang bang bang. Ah, it hurts. Su Hao held his head. In 1 minute he bumped into tree trunks 4 or 5 times, the last time hitting his head directly. Looking at the dim forest, he clearly turned left, but his body turned right. It must be because the movement isn't skilled enough. Practice, just practice more. Those who learn martial skills, which one hasn't experienced dozens or even hundreds of failures before succeeding? I will definitely succeed. I am only a first-tier warrior now. If I learn one movement, that would be amazing. Ha, bang bang bang. Su Hao's laughter attracted the patrolling martial master. The other side sat on the back of a night eagle, looking down at the small forest. Through the leaves saw Su Hao below. Is this tree bumping training?